Sounds good.
We're on. We're here.
How we doing?
I'm
Welcome.
doing great.
Welcome,
How are
everyone.
you, Mike?
I'm doing wonderful.
Should I turn the lights
Yeah,
on?
let me get on that.
Welcome to the Borgata Winter Poker Open, guys. It's the Heads Up Championship today. And we're down to the final 6, and I don't really know how that works. I don't know, hey, we got some lights. We've got many hats that we are wearing here at the Borgata. We're turning on lights and deciding when to get on the air, and it's Mike Gagliano.
Okay. Now we're really rolling here. Welcome to the Borgata Poker Open, Winter Poker Open, in fact. I'm Michael Gagliano. Alongside me, Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my babies.
Welcome. How's it feel back to being at Borgata?
Oh my goodness, it feels so good. I actually really, really like it at the Borgata here. It's a great little spot.
It's a wonderful little building here.
Happy to be here.
We have quite the tournament for you guys today. The first time we're streaming this, I believe the first time I've seen this type of event streamed anywhere on Twitch. We have a heads-up event tonight. The heads-up championship.
I mean, technically all events are heads-up at some point.
This is
true.
But
as far as a pure heads-up event, I've not been involved in any stream like this before. We've got an interesting setup. We're going to be me and Mike have our eyes on both tournaments right now. Not both tournaments, but both games.
Both tables.
Both matches being played. And then we sort of get to decide who we're going to watch and when. And so explain this to me, though. So how are we down to 6? Shouldn't it all be in 2s and 4s?
Okay. So we started with 64 players, and the final 8 were all in the money. And they played down to 8 yesterday. And they started today. And our plan was to bring you guys the final 4. But some of these matches went a little long. So we decided, you know what? Let's just start the stream. We've got 2 matches.
A little bonus coverage then, basically.
And we're going to get you to the final 4. So right now we have 2 matches still going. We already have 2 players that are already in the final 4. Those 2 players we will get you shortly.
These are it's Matthew Emmel and Keith Morrow.
There you go.
Already in the final 4. And so of the 2 matches we're taking a look at now, right now we're looking at Kate Hall.
We have Kate Hall and George Sisek. Now,
so one of those 2 will make it to the finals.
Each match is a best of 3. So just because you lose one does not mean you are automatically out. Now, George and Kate are already tied up 1-1.
Oh, excellent. So this is sudden death right now for these 2.
This is it. Whoever wins this match will move on to the next round. Players do start with $20,000 each in chips.
Okay. Is that every match you start 20,000, or do you take your chips on to the next match? Okay.
No.
So none
every
of that
match
having
resets.
Got it.
Yeah. So we see blind start, I believe, at $25.50, but George and Kate here already up to $300, $600. So with only $40,000 in play, they're not that deep. We're going to see some action between these 2 right off the bat.
And are we going to see any changes for the final match? Do they get more chips? Is it more best ofs?
The best of stays. It's still best of 3.
Okay.
What they do for the actual finals, the final 4 is still stays the same.
Just like
for
this,
the
okay.
actual finals, the length of the blinds goes up slightly.
Okay, so slightly longer levels when we get to the heads up, heads up, heads up.
Yes.
Got
I
it.
believe we go from 15 minutes to from 20 minutes to 30 minutes for the finals. So George has a chip lead here. It's a little difficult to see the exact stack here we're working with, but from what I can gather, he has about 30,000 to about Kate's maybe 10, maybe a little less, 26 to 14, somewhere in there.
So let's say I'm not the sharpest tool in the shed.
Okay.
Gags. Just to recap, if George were to win an all-in this hand, this match is completely over because they're tied at 1-1.
Correct.
Whoever wins the next match.
Correct.
Okay, so George has got Kate in not so great shape right now.
This is true.
And it seems to get better for George as he pairs his 3.
Yeah, but it's a little better for Kate since she has top pair here.
Correct.
Being heads up, don't expect really anyone to be folding a pair. I would imagine George just calls here, as he does. And that will probably be the end of George here, as he'll fold to a bet.
One way or the other, it's going to be the end of George. He's going to fold or he's going to lose. More chips. See ya.
Both of these players, quite known players here at the Borgata.
Do you want to see if I can try something real quick here, Gags?
Yeah, let's see that.
Hey, let's take a look at the other table. Let's take a look at table 7. Hey, it worked.
I think that's a 1, but you found the right table anyway.
Is that a 1?
That is a 1. Yeah, since there's only 2 matches, we have a 1.
All right,
two.
don't use your infallible logic on me, please, sir. Thank you very much. So, yeah, let's catch up with Ravi and Chris.
So here we have Ravi Dalsania, I believe I'm saying that correctly, from Middleton, Delaware. Interestingly enough, Chris is from Delaware also. They're actually both from Middletown. I don't know if they know each other. Chris, known on Twitter as Hattrick8810. You can find him in all the big PLO games down in Delaware. And he's been poking around. Room was hopping.
I
there
bet.
were like 7 or 8 tournaments running at one
The
point.
casino seems really crowded. I think everyone's happy to get out and go do some stuff after all this.
Borgata lately.
Everyone's poking around Borgata lately. The whole WPT's here.
Well, it's the place to be, man. You should have seen it yesterday. We had
Snow and everything.
Yeah.
So we are on the river in the Ravi Chris match. Table 1, table 3. George has won a couple of small pots. But Kate's back over 20 big blinds again.
Chris here with a pretty good bluffing hand on the river. He only has 10 high. And the 6 is a little scary for a lot of the hands that Ravi could have here. There are a lot of misdraws with the spades, though, so Ravi's certainly probably not going to fold this top
Yeah,
pair.
how can you? Come on, top pair. TPTK.
And as you'll see, heads up, of course, that's a generally considered a mon.
Top pair of 8s with an ace. Are you kidding me? We've got a real Kate Hall stare.
Very large bet from Chris, though. 5,200.
Have you ever played at the Borgata before? It's a monster anywhere. Down happening on the other table. We're going to stay here, though. We're going to stay here. We're invested in this. Gotten all the way to the river.
Ravi really giving this some thought.
And I guess, you know, when you're this shallow to
This
start
is
the matches, like
25% of
yeah,
floating
what are you
stack
gonna
right
do?
here.
You can't just like.
And it is a
snap off
scary
here.
river. You know, 9-7 gets there. A couple other gutters get there. Obviously, any 5 is still beating him.
All right, it looks like we have a raise. 2,000 from George in match 3.
How'd you hear Kelly announce in the background?
it's gonna
She
be
is bouncing
interesting
between.
Which table she's
Yeah,
gonna choose
she's
to,
bouncing
to
between
stick
them
with.
as well.
He's going to make the call. We're going to see a flop.
Maybe you can listen to what Kelly's talking about. Watch what's happening here. There's
And
the call.
There's the call.
Five of hearts,
And he will be
four
happy to
of
see
diamonds.
he's
Over in match 1,
certainly
Ravi
has the winner.
made the call. He shows ace of hearts, 8
So
of
Ravi
diamonds,
is gonna
so
take
eights and fives with the ace kicker.
an even bigger.
Speed player, and he's gonna take
bigger
the
chip
call.
lead. Yeah. Let's go back to the Kate George match, where they have quite the pot brewing.
All right, looks like George has got 1,600 on the
George
card.
taking another stab at this pot, but Kate doesn't go anywhere with the 10 high flush draw. Perhaps thinking her queen high
Yeah,
might be good even.
I'm sure that's part of her rationale.
Eight checks.
And we know that her queen high is good
It
fairly
only has
often.
about a pot size bet behind.
5,000.
And
Lays it down. George will
George
take
does
pot.
take that one down with the aggressive bluff. Both of these players tend to play a fairly aggressive style, so it'll definitely be interesting to see how they approach these shorter stacks.
Yeah, I don't think Kate Hall can play an aggressive style right now. I mean, she can be
No.
pre-flop aggressive, and that's about it.
Looks like just over 13
I think we'll see
minutes.
George
We've got
just
another one now.
doing a lot of raising and trying to just whittle her down.
Sure.
And just a little over
I mean,
5 minutes
That's
remaining.
pretty much the only strategy at this point, right?
Well, there's something that can be said about still trying to see some flops. You do see Kate limp in with the queen six, which I think is a fairly good strategy. You know, years ago, you would see players not doing a lot of limping heads up and doing more of just kind of shoving pre-flop, trying to take the blinds down quickly. And more players are much more aware that you can still get in and see flops and that sort of stuff,
Sure.
especially from the small blind. So yeah, I think we'll see a lot more raising. Unfortunately, you know, it doesn't work out for Kate there with the queen six. And I think I'd like to see her bet the flop there in that spot a lot of times. You know, when you limp the button and your opponent checks a pretty dry board like that, I think it's okay to just kind of take a stab with a lot of hands. And queen six kind of falls into that category. She can't really call a turn bet unless she improves. And a lot of times, George is just going to be folding that board.
This time, of course, he wouldn't have been, but
Sure.
yeah, Mike's talking generalities here, which is what you have to do. George isn't supposed to have a pair there. And it looks
like
like
our
George is limped in this pot.
YouTube stream is having a bit of some difficulties. But Twitch is going strong.
George has flopped a gut shot. Kate's got a blocker. 10 high still ahead. And we are checking pretty quickly to the river here. Kate's 10 high is good, and she's going to win this at showdown. Let's take a peek back over at table one. We've got Ravi and Chris have just gotten to the flop.
Both players having a piece of it. We're definitely going to see a turn card here. It looks like Chris came in for small raise pre-flop and Ravi calls the queen two. And now Chris c-betting with his top pair. Those look like raising chips from Ravi.
It's a little itty bloop, a little bleep bloop raise. A little bloop.
Interesting to see how Chris is going to respond to this.
All right, Kate calls the big blind here.
Yeah, he's not going to fold.
He's going to raise it up to 2,500 to go. We did get a call from Ravi. Ravi raised to 2,000. Chris did make the call. We see the turn. Ace of spades.
Now this is part of the problem when you raise with a bottom pair like this on the flop. Now what?
Right when you get called.
Exactly, and especially his raise was so small that, you know, not only is Chris going to call when he does have top pair, but he's just going to float here a lot with a lot of his gutters or ace highs or, you know, just a lot of different things.
Three of clubs on the river.
I would actually like to see Ravi bluff this hand here. I would not expect it necessarily, but I think that would be a really good play. If Chris has a
You
5,
think there's not a ton of showdown value with juices
you know,
here?
when Chris checks back the turn here, I think Chris is just going to have a 5 or a king or maybe some other pocket pair a lot, and your 2 is just not going to be good. And this is a pretty scary card if you're Chris with a lot of those hands. Sure, if Chris is the one with the flush, he's actually not going to, you know, fold. And sure, in this case, he has the 4 as well for the straight. But quite often, Chris is just left with a hand like King 10 or 7-5 or pocket 6s that really hate this run out, and they're going to have to fold to your bet.
Well, Chris did luckily have the 4 to go with his king, so he could bet that pretty safely. And at least Ravi did not decide to bluff catch with his pair of deuces.
So, giving you a little bit more about these players.
Sure.
Chris does play professionally. Like I did mention, he's from Delaware. He enjoys golf and fantasy sports. Quite the combo these days. And his greatest poker accomplishment is finishing 49th in WSOP main event. So quite a deep run there for him. I think that was recently. I want to say this year or last year. I do not believe Ravi is a professional.
Used to be all poker players were into fantasy. You know, like, you know, Lord of the Rings and stuff. Now it's fantasy sports.
This is true.
Now all the nerds are becoming big-time millionaires.
There are a lot of poker players transitioning into daily fantasy. I mean, you just saw Aaron Jones win the championship.
You can't win $5 million talking about Harry Potter.
Are you a big Harry Potter fan yourself?
No. I mean, I have nothing against Harry Potter, but the books were a little too hard for me. Just a quick Kate Hall update. We'll stick with this hand, but she has 15 big blinds. And George is applying the pressure at pre-flop on the other table. If we get to an all-in situation over there, we'll cut over.
Another interesting flop between these two.
And we do have Kate Hall in on the other table. And that's going to get a fold, though, so she's going to win a decent pre-flop pot over there.
Back over to match 1. Ravi checks as well.
Ravi checking back, which is interesting with his open ender here. When you raise a 9-2, I think this is a flop you want to apply some pressure.
He did not apply pressure
No,
there?
he just checked back.
Chris is going to bet 16.
You know, there's something that can be said. This is a scary board that, you know, Chris is going to hit sometimes, but all said and done, Ravi is 9 high, and now he's in a pretty tough spot.
Blinds up and match 1 blinds up.
He just folds, which is interesting. Again,
Yeah.
I definitely would prefer to see a c-bet there. Let's go back to the Kate and George match where you see George shoving over Kate's limp and taking it down. And this is kind of the problem you run into with a lot of limping, is that when you have a hand like King-9 suited and you have an aggressive player like George, he's going to just be shoving a lot, and now her King-9, she has to just fold.
Yeah.
Which is unfortunate.
Is it better to raise fold it, though?
Well, that's not better. You know, this is the argument for just shoving. You know, when she only has, 10 or 14 big blinds here, just to get it in, and if George calls with an ace, they'll just run their equity, which Kate clearly had a lot of, as you can see there.
Do you think that if you're playing this match and it's 0-0 instead of 1-1, that maybe you do just shove there instead of knowing that it really is for your tournament
I think
life?
a lot just depends on how your opponent's going to play. If your opponent is someone who's going to kind of respect when you limp, and they're more interested in seeing flops,
yeah.
I like the strategy better. Or maybe they're a more passive player who just doesn't know any better and just checks a lot.
Well, from what I watched, by the way, he hadn't been doing that.
This is true.
They had been, it seemed like the limping was working.
Yeah, and I'm sure Kate knows a little better than we do because she's obviously playing a lot more with George here.
Let's see how she plays the...
But George is definitely applying the pressure pre-flop, so I don't think she's just going to get to see, as free flops as she's hoping.
Things are almost even again on table 1.
What's the record in the Ravi-Chris match, a viewer asks. I believe Ravi was up 1-0, and we are trying to find out what where they stand right now.
Kate's all in, Jack-9 of hearts. George's got king high.
Interesting that she chooses to shove that hand as opposed to the King-9 before, because they're fairly similar strength hands, King-9 just being even better. Maybe she has picked up on that Olympic strategy is not going to actually work.
Is there anything to saying she'll limp sometimes and sometimes she'll move all in? And
absolutely.
Just, yeah.
And this looks like this could be.
Yeah, here we go. We're gonna race potentially for a seat in the finals.
It won't be over if Kate wins. Kate has 12,000 and George has about 27, so they're going to pretty much switch places.
And it looks like Kate is going to double up.
And that could happen. George still has some backdoor possibilities. Don't count them out yet.
However, we do have runner straight possible over here. Let's see a turn. It's the deuce of hearts.
George does pick up 4 more outs for the river.
Another ace for Kate.
Ace won't do it, though. Kate is going to double up to 24,000 and pretty much flip spots with George, taking the slight chip lead.
We have seen a flop, 4 clubs, 3 of diamonds, 10 of clubs.
So we'll go back to the Chris Ravi match, where they've both taken a flop. Looks like Ravi's picked up a piece of this one.
The next player to
a lot of money in this spot.
In match 3 is going to move
Looks like
money Chris is going to give away.
Looks like Ravi's going to win the pot over here with the bet of
4s were good. 4s were good.
2,100.
And you'll notice they're playing 400, 800 as well. So the blinds are the same in these matches. Sometimes
I think they're slightly behind each other, the tables, but
you'll see that each table, or rather each match, has a clock in front of them. So they do keep their own time. Sometimes, especially when you're playing, like the first or second round, there's a lot of tables and someone either runs to the bathroom real fast or they just, one match runs over and you don't have a general universal clock, so each table makes sure to keep accurate time themselves.
We do have a hand shaping up on table 3, Kate and George.
Now if they're a little deeper, they have a little more maneuverability here. I think Kate's decision here is, does she want to go with this hand pre-flop?
She does. And I assume this is going to get a fold. Yep.
And when George is being aggressive, so you saw when George is being aggressive and raising quite a bit, I think that that's a good play from Cage. Just keep picking up those 2,000 chips that George keeps putting out there, because that represents 10% of his stack, even more in that situation.
And I was about to ask, will we see many folds in the small blind?
There's definitely different styles of play approaching these heads-ups. There are some players that literally won't fold, and there are others that will fold upwards of 40, 50%.
Too many hands.
Yeah, so there's definitely different styles. Obviously, everyone knows they're playing heads-up, they have to play more hands. But as far as where you draw that line, can vary from player to player.
I tell you, most of the heads-up matches I end up watching, it errs on the side of never folding ever.
Yeah. I think that it's a little different when you're in an MTT and get to the heads-up portion, though, because for starters, the chip difference is usually much greater. There's oftentimes one big stack versus one small stack, and the big stack is just applying pressure. Also, there's annies in the middle. There is a little more to win. So we see Kate limping with the pocket tens, and it seems like this will fit into a strategy where she's doing just a lot of limping with nearly every hand she's going to play.
Not too much for George to get in trouble with here.
No, luckily for George, he'll get away from this one cheap. Let's go to the other match where they do get to a turn here. Chris well in front with his top pair. Ravi leading the action, raising pre-flop and c-betting the flop. He does improve his hand with his gutter.
Yep.
Looks like Chris is going to make about a 2,400.
Probably a hand he's more likely to have been the aggressor with than the caller, I'm guessing.
Yeah, he was the raiser pre-flop.
Yeah.
Interesting to see Chris leading here now, though.
Back to match one. Ravi facing a raise bet, an original bet of 2,400 on the turn there.
I think that this lead is really interesting. It's something you don't see a lot of times from a lot of players, but it can actually be pretty good. The 6 is a card where, if Ravi's got a 6-5, Ravi's got something like an ace-5, he's got a lot of equity now, and he's probably not going to fold those hands, and Chris can, get Ravi to put money in rather than just seeing a free river there.
I mean, even against the hand that he was up against. I mean, granted, he was ahead.
Exactly.
So, but, I mean, why give a free card
exactly.
there?
Kate's going to fold out. George is going to win the pot.
So it's definitely a grueling kind of couple of days for these guys. Some of these matches can go quite long.
All right, Ravi's going to be first.
It's always interesting to see exactly who got to play really long matches versus who got to play really short matches on, on the first day, because that can come into play on day two. You don't get a lot of sleep perhaps, and then you're just exhausted from playing long the night before.
How many matches did they do?
So they started with 64. So 64 down to 32 is one. Down to 16 is 2. Down to 8 is 3. You got to win 3 matches to get in the money, and then you got to win 3 more to win.
I guess it's worth mentioning, as long as we bring up the money, Mike, is that so everyone here is cashed already for a minimum of $6,208. Fourth and third place, which is who? Sorry. Yeah, everyone's cashed.
Everyone's cashed.
So the people we're seeing eliminated here are going to get $6,208.
Correct. They do get the same payouts regardless of what, when they actually bust, because this is the same round.
And our third and fourth place finishers will be getting $12,416, $24,832 for second, and at nearly $50,000, $49,664 for the winner.
So basically every match that you win, you just double your money. We're starting at $6,000.
You could have just told me from the start, Gags, instead of making me go through all that.
Always nice to hear the exact numbers. So guys, tweet into us. Use the hashtag Borgata Poker Live.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
Some questions, comments, things of the like.
Ravi first to act in match 1. Kate first to act in match 3.
Kelly's hitting them both now.
Yeah, she really is.
All right, we'll stick with Ravi and Chris for a second. Nope. Let's switch on over to table Kate.
George is going to make the call. We'll see if
Kate really is mixing up her play here. She's going from limping to calling to limping to raising.
Kate checks behind. Turn is queen of spades.
So not much here for either player.
Checks.
A lot of times, whoever's the aggressor first will take these pots down.
Last card coming. King of diamonds.
And George looks like he's going to step into that role.
Let's see. Let's see if he gets the fold he's looking for. He does get the fold from Masai.
Rough board for Kate there.
Sure.
And George definitely is going to have a lot of 10s there, so I do like the bluff. Both George and Kate have players rooting for them in this Twitch chat here, so we'll see who can take this one down.
Well, to be fair, this guy S. Blum says, please, George. And I mean, that could mean anything. It could be, please pay me back.
This is true.
Please don't be late for dinner.
This is true.
Please, will you marry me?
2600.
Well, either way, George has some people thinking about him out there in one respect or another.
Match 3. Kate's in the big blind for 1,000. First in for 12. Now facing a raise to 2,600. He's going to make the call. We'll see a flop. Kate's also going to make
I don't think we've seen George limp once yet. George is definitely pushing the action with raises, whereas Kate seems to be a little more of a methodical player, wanting to see flops.
In match 3, Kate's check. George
Kate may feel she has an advantage by seeing more flops.
She definitely may. I think that, as shallow as they are, though, it doesn't seem to be working.
Yeah.
George just seems to be taking the pot down every time neither player has a pair. And blinds, again, have gone up to 501,000 in this match.
Ravi's going to bet 2,100.
Kate's showing off her tattoo. She does mention she has the nerdiest tattoos of all time. She doesn't mention what they are.
Must be real nerdy. Even I don't get it.
I can't make it out from here. We'll have to see.
Turn is 6 of clubs.
Let's go on over to Ravi and Chris.
They have a pop brewing here for sure.
Although we did pick a very inopportune moment to cut away from Kate and George as it's aces versus queen 10 suited.
Yeah, let's go back there.
We're going to go back over there, guys.
This will definitely
Sorry.
be a confrontation. And unfortunately for Kate, she's the big blind here.
There it goes. Wow.
Kate goes all in. George calls. He
Now
shows
again,
up
if
with
aces hold.
Kate has queen of
If aces hold here, George
It's
moves
over.
on.
Yep.
And Kate will be eliminated.
Lots of ways to crack aces here, though.
All right, let's see a flop. Remember, we're
1 in
tied
5
here.
times
Whoever
Kate's going to
wins
win this.
hand could win this match.
And not a
Not
ton
a
of help, but
lot.
the jack is something.
It's not dead, but you can see from the percentages there, it's not looking good for Kate.
Very likely to be drawing dead on the turn.
Oh,
Not drawing dead on the
not
turn.
drawing dead.
Got outs now on the river. Let's see it.
Not one of the outs. Kate Hall eliminated
The winner of
as
match
part of our
So she will
round of 8.
Yeah, she will fall into the 5th to 8th. I believe she technically gets 6th place, worth $6,208. Hats off to Kate. She did play well, always does.
And I would just like
George
to...
will be moving on.
That's right. Congratulations, George. And I'd just like to say to Kate and George, thank you for doing that quickly so we can focus on one table now. Wham, bam, thank you, ma'am. How do I get paid? I'm just kidding. I'd do the same thing. I'd be like, where's the money? I'm out of here. So back on to the one match remaining.
Chris looks to be hurting after that one. He does make the call with the second pair, which is no good to Ravi's river at 8. Ravi bet quite small on the river, but that was a very large pot. And a lot of chips being pushed in Ravi's direction. If Ravi wins this match, he definitely moves on. So blinds look like they are. Well, let's see. Let's see if the blinds have gone up. I believe they have.
Heard some beep, and I heard the resetting of
Yeah.
the timer, so.
Action on Ravi. It's queen 9. Now Chris is quite short. I think that Ravi even just shoving here is a decent play, but it looks like he wants to see a flop.
All right, our flop is queen of clubs, 6 of diamonds, 7 of diamonds. Chris checks.
We're not going to see a float here too often from Chris, are we?
I don't think so. If he does want to make a play, I think we just see him check raise.
Yeah.
You know, this is an okay hand to do it with, backdoor straight, backdoor flush draw, but your equity is just so low with your actual hand strength that usually you just fold there. I would imagine that Chris picked up on the fact that, you know, Ravi's been not going crazy with bluffing and taking stabs and stuff like that.
These guys must be significantly behind where Kate and George were, though, because look how many big blinds they have in play versus Kate and George only had 40 total big blinds in play. These guys have got 65.
Yeah, they have quite a bit more.
So they must be a couple of levels behind.
After these two finish, there are 4 left. This is correct.
And the 3 are George.
We have George Sisek, Matthew Emmel, and Keith Morrow. I believe, let me think about this. I believe that the winner of this match plays Matthew Emmel, and George will play Keith Morrow in the next round. If I recall the bracket correctly. If you've ever been out here for the Heads Up event, they have a lovely giant bracket that has all the names listed on it. It's quite fun watching them draw that tournament. Or this tournament, I should say.
Yeah, I saw it up on the wall over there on the way in. So the best hand stays the best hand after the flop.
Probably not going to see a lot of action here, though. This is not a great board for a second pair. He's not like a value bet or anything. Again, we see Ravi kind of just playing his hand strength for what it is. Chris does value bet river, which is a little on the thin side, but he has to know his 7 is good at this point.
He knows it's good. It is good. Ravi folds. Chris gets a couple of chips back. Ravi still leading 2-1. Collie Bear asked, what was the buy-in for this event?
Buy-in for this event was $2,000.
Hi-ya! Yeah, it sure was.
It is a Heads Up Championship after all.
$2,000.
They still filled it. 64 runners fills the bracket.
Do you know if there were a lot of people? I mean, obviously not enough to put another bracket in there, but do you know if there were a bunch of people shut out? Or?
There's usually, you know, in the larger series like the winter and the September series.
Yeah.
They almost always fill the bracket. You do unfortunately shut a couple people out once in a while. I don't know if anyone was shut out this time, but if you want to see it, it's always good to get here earlier. There's always people coming in last moment.
When there are when they don't fill it, what do they draw for a buy? Something like that?
Yeah, they do. So the way it works is, you know, let's say the tournament starts at noon. Everyone shows up at noon, and you don't actually begin play until closer to 12:30 or 1 o'clock sometimes, because at noon they draw the bracket and they put all the names into a hat, pick them out one by one, and call out the matches.
Cool.
It's generally a pretty relaxed format. You know, if 2 round 1 matches finish and the round 2 match is ready to go, you can just go. So sometimes you get the quick matches that are actually onto the 3rd round already while there are players still playing their 1st round match. Danny Buzz in the chat is telling us that he was shut out. Maybe next time, Danny.
Not having $2,000 isn't the same as being shut out, by the way.
This is true.
So, you know, just saying. Ravi bets and gets a fold. How do you feel about Heads Up Poker in general, Mike? Because you're a poker player, so you probably love it.
I feel like you're not a fan.
I can't stand it.
What don't you like about it?
I think it's so boring. I think that, there's no knock to this particular tournament. People love Heads Up. It's not really my thing, in that, I guess also it takes so much concentration.
It does.
And I guess that's technically the opposite of boring. but there's just so much to consider and so much to think about when also like clicking buttons seems to work almost as well.
It does, especially in formats where you don't have as many chips.
Yeah.
You can just be really aggressive and just all of a sudden win.
And then, you know, and what happened in the Kate versus George match, right? Like, they're both playing pretty good from what we could tell. And then, then they have to flip.
That's what it comes down to sometimes.
And so, you know, you just have to play so much heads up to actually even know if you're any good, because even if you're great, your edge is still so small that you've got to play like nearly infinite heads up hands and matches to know if you're decent at it.
Edges definitely are small heads up, and that's why, you know, in a field like this, there were plenty of big name pros playing this, some of the biggest names around. Everyone is in town for the WPT that's starting right behind us today. But as you can see, they don't always make it through. That is the result of heads up. Edges are small, and sometimes just you get unlucky.
Yeah, so you got to play lots of heads up, that's all. And so to be a good heads up player, you really have to be dedicated to it, I feel like.
You do. It's kind of one of those disciplines where you kind of just focus on heads up, and you just play heads up. Whether it be sit and goes, cash. You don't have a lot of guys who are kind of do a little bit of everything. Some of these guys here perhaps do. As we know, Chris is not a heads-up player. He's a PLO cash player, but obviously has quite the heads-up no limit game anyways. He's gotten this far. To answer your original question, I like heads-up. It can be boring.
Yeah.
It can be, even to play it, honestly, there are times when you're really deep stacked against an opponent and nothing is happening. Whether you're just
there's just
raising.
no reason to sometimes.
Exactly.
And that can happen a lot in
Exactly.
heads-up matches.
But with that being said, you're right. It takes an incredible amount of focus. And not only that, you have to, one small mistake can just mean the end of you. So every single hand, you have to be constantly thinking about what's going to happen and what's your next move and everything like that.
Yeah, it's exhausting.
It is. It's a lot of fun, though. The heads-up event is one of the more fun events I like to play here.
What I do like about it is that like it's kind of a fast path to the win. I mean, you only have to win, what is it, 64? We went through, it's like 4 rounds
matches,
or something,
yeah.
right? Yeah, 6 matches.
Yeah.
Like, that's pretty cool.
Absolutely. They're not always easy matches.
Like, every time you make it through a match, you just outlasted half the field. Like, that's pretty dope. Both players flopped a pair here. Chris is better, and he's going to need this to hold because he does not have a ton of chips left.
It'd be interesting to see if Chris can get 2 streets of value here from Ravi. He does bet. Ravi again with the raise,
yeah,
with the very small pair. Now in this instance, he's probably going to lose less than if he just called, because on most rivers, Chris is going to bet again. And I would imagine now they're just going to go check, check. But again, we see him inflating the pot when he has a pretty poor hand.
I mean, I feel like that's a raise to see where he's at kind of deal.
Yeah.
And then you don't really find out when you just get called.
Especially for that small sizing. And not only that, yeah, we do see Ravi again.
You can find out you're losing
check.
probably.
Like, if Ravi's going to, you know, some players will say, well, he's raising the represented 9. If he's going to represent the 9, he's got to follow through on the river there. Which would have been, you know, a pretty strong play, and it would have put Chris in a really tough spot with his 7.
I don't know, from my primitive Neanderthal poker mind, I'm like, I'm going to min raise here, and if I get called, I'm never going to bluff the river ever because he's probably got something he's not folding to me.
And that's what people do, and unfortunately that's why it's not always the strongest strategy.
Right. Because it's pretty obvious that's what you're doing a lot of the time.
Just gives you a really cheap, like, if Ravi made it 3,000 or 4,000, Chris has a tough decision with his 7. When it's only 1,000 more, it's a really easy call. He's going to see what happens on the river.
You got to also, and you have to have the ability to pull the trigger on the river too, which a lot of folks don't have, especially when they're down. Is Ravi up a match or down one?
Ravi was up 1-0.
Yeah, so he's up one.
They took an extended break before the stream started and were unaware of exactly where they stand at this moment. Remember, guys, we are on a 30-minute delay. So we unfortunately can't just run over and find out exactly where. But I believe it's still 1-0 Ravi. So Chris definitely gets a better piece of this flop.
On Chris's questionnaire where it says, what would you do if you won this event? He didn't write anything, which means it's a total mystery. We have literally no idea what Chris Otto will do if he wins this event.
If I had to guess, I would say he'll go back to his room, take a nice sleep tonight, and then play the WPT tomorrow. Exciting as can be. Jason in the YouTube chat asking about Aaron Mermelstein, who he knew is still in this event. Unfortunately, Aaron was one of the players eliminated earlier in the round of 8. He will take home $6,200 for his efforts, though. So you see Chris only has 20 big blinds, but that is 40% of the chips in play.
Yep.
He's not really far behind. This is a pretty even match still, and it's definitely anyone's game.
60-40, yep.
And with 400, 800 blinds, these matches do often come down to one big pot. Sometimes it is that flip. It is that cooler. If I was a betting man, I would imagine Chris's aggression will slowly whittle down Ravi. We'll have to see if the cards can, you know, if players keep getting dealt no hands, my vote is for Chris. But we'll see what happens.
There's no accounting for coolers and flips.
Exactly.
The guy who originally taught me, well, still does to this day, does my poker coaching for me, Jimmy Fricky, Gobble Boy. He has this interesting philosophy where he even considers coolers to be flips because
Sometimes you're on one side, sometimes you're on the other.
yeah, exactly. Like
Yeah.
it could happen either way, so it's still kind of like a flip.
Absolutely. That's, people talk about, you know, running well and running poorly in tournaments specifically. And one of the things I always hear is, well, I don't win more flips than I'm supposed to win, but I win the flips that count. I win the flip when there's 10 people left in an MTT for all the chips versus the one, you know, in a small buy-in when there's 200 people left. There's a big difference in equity in those two flips.
And this is why, Mike, I'm going to let everyone know my philosophy.
Huh?
Although we may have some action on this hand. I'm not sure Ravi's poker face is stellar.
Holding it up and showing Kelly is not the
Yeah, just
preferred.
be like, guys, look at this.
All right, Robbie's raised it to 1,700.
This is where we
Chris
see
has made the call.
strategies defer. We saw Kate limping a lot, and when she got dealt those pocket tens, she just limped.
Flop is
And now we see
wide,
Ravi, who's limping a lot,
safe.
now raising when he has 2 kings. And this is definitely something that Chris will be able to pick up on. Luckily for Chris, it looks like he will not get too involved here.
Robbie bets 1,500.
Please have a draw, please have a draw, please have a draw, please have a draw.
Generally, on a board like this, against an opponent who's been aggressive, King High is actually a pretty good hand.
As evidenced by the fact that Chris did call with it.
Turn is 3 of hearts. Chris checks.
Also, Chris can be setting up some plays on the river, potentially bluffing if Ravi checks here, things like that. Unfortunately, we can see Ravi is not going anywhere with his hand. Ravi really deciding whether he wants to keep betting his kings or not. I actually like a check here from Ravi. It kind of disguises your hand a bit. It's a kind of scary board with the fact of the 3 pairs.
I like a check too, but I can see the whole card, so that's not always fair. Ravi doesn't check, he bets.
You know, we know Chris is calling with a lot of ace highs and apparently king highs too. Also, I just have a lot of like kind of draws, 5-4, 6-5, things like that.
I mean, you wouldn't expect him to have, I don't think there's a ton of draws he's going to have on that flop.
No.
So when he calls once, like to assume that maybe he can call a second time.
Rabbit just thinks he has a 9. Well, I mean, he'll have a 9 sometimes, he'll have a 3 also, and now we lose to a 3 with the 2 kings.
Right,
That's
okay.
kind of scary
All
too.
right, that's fair.
You know, so it's kind of a maximize value against the weak hands and minimize losses against the 3.
He's got a great peel, Ravi. Just pick them both up, 2 hands, and look at them. We don't need any of this squeezing.
No drama.
None of this counting what colored,
How many spots on
how
it?
many spots there are, or where the angles are on it.
I played a satellite once with an older gentleman who was having a lot of fun when someone would go all in and he was the big one, furiously rubbing both cards on the table and then popping them up into the air so the whole table could see.
Oh, if he's like the last guy to
Yeah,
act
he's the last
and
guy to
then
act.
deciding?
Yeah, and he did it one time very excitably, and he pops his hand up and he has 2 aces and he gets very surprised and he goes, I call.
All right, Robbie calls the big blind. Chris checks. We'll see.
It was a lot of fun until the floor came over and said, yeah, you can't do that anymore.
Because you can get a read off the other guy, right? It seems a little, it could be angly.
Yeah, and it just, I think showing the whole table your hand every time just isn't the
It's
nature.
nice they let it run for a little while.
Yeah. It was a lot of fun. They were having fun with it.
So I wanted to give everyone out there my advice for how to win flips.
How's
Now,
that?
the thing is, I can't make you win flips, okay? We
Okay.
know that you're gonna win half your flips.
Chris makes the call.
Drawn out over infinity, you're gonna win half your flips. But what I do, Mike, you can only do this online.
Okay. I'm listening.
You have one that your Sunday, whatever it is, the big one,
The
right?
100K on BorgataPoker.com that runs in 1 hour.
You play that. You got that one open, right? Then you play another smaller tournament.
Ah.
You lose all your flips in the smaller tournament, and you win all your flips in the bigger tournament. That way you're still 50-50, but you'll only win the ones in the big
money.
one.
Check.
Yeah.
I'm going to have to try that.
You guys got to
We're gonna
try
have to
that.
try that.
It's a can't miss strategy. 8, 9, 10, jack. No, oh, but diamonds.
Oh, wait.
1,
Look
2,
at
3,
those
4, 5
colors.
diamonds. 5 blue.
The prettiest diamonds in the deck.
Jack 10 of diamonds is pretty bomb looking, I'm not going to lie.
What are your thoughts on 4-color deck?
I
Do you like
for
it?
graphics, I think it's fine. But as far as playing with a 4-color deck, I think it's very silly.
Why is that?
It makes me feel silly.
Why?
It's like Skittles.
Okay, but look at the board. As we look at the board from the overhead shot there, you don't think it's a little tough to tell diamonds from hearts and clubs
Not
from
when you're
spades?
sitting there. I've never made that. Look, if it's genuinely a thing, and people can't see.
Yeah.
But I think we're just in the thing where like, we got to change things every once in a while. Let's do something different. Let's have it ain't broke.
Yeah.
The 2-color deck ain't broke.
I mean, it's not, but it's just there because of tradition. If someone were to make that up now, you would clearly say, well, why aren't they different colors?
We had this argument on my podcast where I got into a little bit of murky water where I got into there's a lot of people that are anti having like a black James Bond.
Yeah.
And they say, well, it's tradition.
Yeah.
And you're like,
I wouldn't be opposed to that. That would be interesting.
right, of course. No,
Yeah.
I wouldn't either. Like, that's fine. But for some reason, but if you're like, it's a tradition guy, you get called like racist. Whereas if you're like, it's a tradition when it comes to a deck of cards, that's okay.
Yeah.
But maybe I'm just racist against blue and green.
This is true.
Maybe I'm blue green racist.
Maybe there's some blue and green people out there
and
that
I'm
are not
confessing
happy
that
with
to you.
If you're a green
people.
person, if you're a blue person,
So let's meet and just hang out one day, because maybe I don't know any green people.
Robbie folds.
Otherwise, I'd probably enjoy them.
I do like those green clubs. They look quite nice.
So yeah, let's get a look at the 2 people in the booth.
And we can take a look at the nice poker room behind us here.
Look at that. Neither one. Look, I just want you to know my mother was 1/16th blue person.
Is that right?
Yeah. So you can see.
I'm
it
gonna have to see the
sometimes.
documentation. I don't know
Here,
about that.
Look, just believe me on this one, okay? Just believe me on this one.
You can see behind us the WPT in full action behind us. They're going to fill the rest of these tables throughout the day here.
Yeah,
as
the
players
whole
come
the
in.
whole update team is here, guys. I haven't seen in years and years because I've been in Europe too long. Some folks I miss. BJ Nemeth is here. Crazy Lucchese. It's exciting.
Don't forget, guys, if you are looking to get into that WPT, there are 2 satellites on BorgataPoker.com tonight. 5:45, I believe 7:45 is the other one. And, of course, there are satellites right here live at the Borgata as well. So come on down and check that out. Are you going to try to get in, Joe? Is this for you? You're going to win the WPT this year?
No, I am not. I'm certainly not. You know, look, what's the buy-in?
3,500.
First of all, way too big. Okay, that would be like bigger than my biggest ever poker score. Chris has got 6s. Let's see if Ravi's going to get in trouble here. We'll probably see a flop. Ooh, that's a 3-bet from Chris.
No, he just opened.
Oh, just open. Okay.
Chris's button. Button will act first and heads up.
Let's just say for argument's sake that I like satellited in.
Sure.
I don't have 5 days.
Okay. Fair enough.
Can't do it.
It is a long tournament. It's part of the fact that, it being a championship event. Those are not calling chips from Ravi.
How do we feel about 3-betting Queen 5 out of position?
Playing heads up, you can't always just sit back and wait for good hands. There are times when you need to make moves. I think the Queen 5 is one of those hands that it's not a great hand to call with.
Sure.
If, it's not like he's got a hand like a Jack 10 or a King Queen that he's just 3-betting and then folding, which generally wouldn't be a great play, but his Queen 5 is, it's pretty weak. Seeing a flop with that is not great. If you want to try to put some pressure on and maybe get a quick fold from Chris, I don't hate it. That being said, there are better candidates to pick to 3-bet, but
sure.
I don't blame him for trying it. I mean, he hasn't been doing much of that stuff, and unfortunately Chris did wake up with a hand.
Yeah, I think that it looks bad when you look at all the hold cards, but you're going to get him to fold plenty of hands that maybe not a ton of hands that are better than yours, but plenty that are doing fine against you.
He'll just open, King 10s and fold, and Ace 5s and fold, and all that sort of stuff.
Do you think he gets a fold from Ace 5?
Probably. I mean, have we seen Ravi do a lot of bluffing or any aggressive actions? Not too much. I would tend to give him a bit of respect there.
I like Ravi standing up here. Oh, he's back down.
So interesting, both players do flop straight draws, and even though Chris has the open-ended draw, he likes his hand much less than Ravi does. Not to say Ravi's in love with his hand, but having the bottom end of this sort of
draw it's like you almost rather not have it.
All right, so I stand corrected. 5:45 and 7:30 tonight are the satellites on BorgataPoker.com to
play this live event.
Correct.
Cool.
Correct. Nice job to the two players.
Hey, maybe Tony Dunst will come take some of that Australia money. Come on by here.
I tweeted last night. There's always a joke in poker about who loves the game more.
Who loves it more?
Who travels, who's always playing the small events, all that stuff. And my vote always goes to Mr. Ari Angle, who I have never met a player who travels to more ridiculous remote locations to play tournaments than he does. He famously, I think it was a year ago, was in this building for a week, took one day off to drive like 4 hours to play some tournament, and then drove 4 hours back to play the main event here. While everyone else just stayed here and had fun for a day, he was still on the grind.
It sounds like he might love it the Morris. Didn't he? Wasn't there, that was a different Ari.
Well, Ari just won Aussie Millions.
No. I was reading something this week about who loves it more, and it was the other Ari, Bodog. Josh Aria.
Oh, is that? Oh, no. Bodog Ari is Ari Angle.
Yeah, okay, but he also like final tabled something online at night.
Oh, he may have.
Yeah, he was like grinding at
online,
night. Yeah, like during the Aussie Millions though.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, I said yesterday, if he wins the Aussie main event and then flies literally across the world in the only day he has in between the two and then registers this WPT, he will for sure love it the most. So, Ari, this is your challenge. Can you get here in time to register the WPT?
Yeah, somebody posted a screenshot of him like overnight still grinding online when he was like down to the final 18 or something. Here, my name ain't Earl says he played the $82 on Stars. Along with Jamie Staples. Let's pick up the action here. Pair of sevens for Ravi. The double gutter? Is that what we call this for Chris?
Technically. Again, the 5 is a pretty bad.
Right.
We don't want a 5. But again, heads up, the value of making those bottom ends of straights goes quite up.
Of course it's a 5.
Ravi's going to have a lot more. This is there's a question in the YouTube chat here. What's the major strategy difference between heads up and normal like full ring poker? And I think you're seeing it right here. Is that hand ranges are just much wider. Players are playing more of these raggedy queen 7s and 10-4s where you don't see that. When the board runs out 8-7-6-5 in a regular full ring game,
You know, there's only a
players are
few
more
fours
likely,
someone can have. Yeah.
Exactly. And if they have an 8, they're more likely to have a 9 with their 8 versus just a king or a queen or an ace or something like that. So you have to take all these things into account. You know, how far do you push? They ask how far do you push likable hands, because you can't always wait for pocket pairs. Again, it's a matter of just balancing that whole strategy.
What is that, likable hands?
Well, I guess, like, you know.
Is that like an actual phrase people use?
Well, that's what they said.
Oh, no, I'm not trying to
no.
be critical. I'm just trying to learn something, if that's like something people say.
No, I think they mean, like, playable hands.
Okay,
you know,
like a king 7s and stuff
well,
like that.
even better than that, king 10s, king jacks, face cards, and the hands that are decent hands that people usually play.
Now it's Ravi's turn to pick up a pair.
You know, just look at the hands these players are dealt every time, or deal yourself 2 poker hands. A lot of times, one of them is just, at least one of them is just utter trash.
Most of them, if you're me.
Yeah, exactly.
So the cupcakes are done, and blinds are going up.
Hey, I saw they had 4 trays of cupcakes behind the desk over there where the tournament directors sit.
I got a whole bag of these, buddy.
Wow.
I bought one of these last week.
Joe's got the cupcake in the jar.
Gave one
Ready
to a
to
lady
go.
friend of mine. And let me just say, she didn't leave my house for 3 days, so I bought 3 more just in case. In case I ever meet another female. These cupcakes in a jar are a bit of a racket, though. They're $6 a piece, but I gotta tell you, it was worth it.
Worth every
It
penny.
was worth it for the sugar coma that the young lady went into.
Is that a penny for every sprinkle on?
Yeah, something like that. They're very good, though.
These are from the, what is the Borgata Bakery? I
Borgata
believe they're
Bakery,
called.
yeah. Borgata Baking Company.
Spa, that's it. Kind of new addition here to the Borgata, and I think very welcomed by everyone.
I like the fact that it's in a jar, too. I wonder how long it stays good for.
I thought stuff in jars don't go bad. Isn't that the rule?
I feel like cupcake in a jar can't possibly never go bad.
Well, I have a better question for you, Joe. How long can you let that sit around before you just devour it?
Oh, me forever. I'm really good with this stuff. I actually don't have much of a sweet tooth. I have one of these that I bought last week, and every day I have like a little spoonful of it, and then I'm done.
That's impressive and kind of disgusting.
I can eat like 100 chicken wings, no problem. But like a cupcake could take me 4 days to eat.
I didn't know they stayed good for that long.
They don't. They don't. Man, I got fooled by the 4-3. Maybe I need a 4-color deck because I thought Chris had a pair of aces for a second.
Kind of surprised Chris calls here. With bottom pair, with all the spades out there, there's not a lot of good rivers for his hand. And Ravi actually just has him beat already. It was a small bet, but I think I still probably would just let this one go.
Gets a free showdown out of it at least.
Again, guys, use that hashtag Borgata Poker Live. Chat in with us. Ask us some questions. Tell us some stories about these players that you know.
Get it in. The tweet, I mean.
Chris, again, getting fairly short. And that's part of the reason why, again, I don't like his call so much there. It's just a lot of his stack. There's going to be so many bad situations. Ravi's not really applying that much pressure to Chris, and maybe that's his thought. He can get away with it.
But I can hit a non-spade 3.
And now that we know the cupcakes are done, that means the blinds have gone up. So 501,000 is what we're playing. With only 40,000 in play, that is not a lot.
The Borgata Winter Poker Open Heads-Up Championship brought to you by Cupcakes. Delicious frosting-filled cupcakes. Now in chocolate and vanilla.
Every Tuesday and Thursday in the poker room, don't forget there's the $10,000 ultimate high hand. Make a high hand, win some money here at Borgata.
That's awesome. I love that.
2-1. Yeah, 1-1 and I won. 2-1 the first.
You ever hit a high hand?
I've made some high hands.
I mean, like won money, like in a place where they give you something for it?
Okay, so last WPT in September, they if you made a royal flush, they would give you a cruise. You won a cruise.
Wow.
And they gave away.
I assume just the first person to hit a
No,
royal
they gave
flush
away a number of them. They gave away. I don't know what
2
the
cards
total
from your hand.
number
I got to
is.
know all the stipulations,
Yeah,
man.
2 cards from your hands.
Okay.
And the whole 9 yards. You had to show it, obviously.
It looks like the
It looks like the round of 4
is going to get
match
started.
is actually going to get started here on the other screen. So we'll get you can kind of see George off on the side there sitting, but we'll get you to that action in a moment.
Yeah, I think we've got to stick with this storyline because we need to see what happens here. We are pretty sure that we could be at sudden death right now.
Yes.
So if there's an all-in or something over in the new round that started, we'll kick it on over there. But for now, we're going to stick with Ravi and Chris. Sorry.
Ravi makes the call with his 9-8 suited, hoping to probably flip, and he's going to be really upset that he's not indeed.
Yeah, that's
that
always really
situation.
annoying where you're just live cards. Oh, not live cards dominated. This sucks.
He still has a bit of equity here. Let's see if he can get there.
A couple of cards he likes.
Yep. The 7 will give Ravi a straight and make him the champion.
Move on to the next round
Move
at
on to the
least.
next round, yeah. Deuce won't do it, and Chris will double up. Being that they're about 2-1, they will flip positions
Yep.
here.
So Chris had, yeah, it was 27 to 13 big blinds, and now it's going to be 26 to
13 big blinds.
Yeah, I think I was first into 8 or second.
There we go. We got some tweets coming in using that hashtag Borgata Poker Live. Steve says most of the pastry at Borgata Baking is nice. What don't you think is nice there, Steve? If you're
I'd
saying
love
most?
to hear that because they have a lot of good stuff.
What do you don't like? You don't like cupcake pops? You don't like cookie chips?
They have the macaroons. They got everything.
My mother met me. My mom and my dad met me for breakfast here today. My mother was very specific to tell me that they're not macaroons. They're macarons.
Yes,
That's right.
I've recently been made aware of the difference between macaroons and macarons.
Macarons are the ones that look like the chips they're playing with. Macaroons like whipped up.
Macaroons are the little coconut
ones. That's
with
it.
the
Yeah.
little thingies on top of them, right?
I was confusing macaroon with meringue.
Well,
everybody.
you know what's confusing is that there are many places that call macarons are the popular ones now, but they call them macaroons.
They do call them that.
They
yeah.
spell them that way on the sign, so it's become kind of this like
The thing where everyone got them wrong
Yeah.
by accident first. Now they have to do it on purpose so people know what you're talking
Now
about.
they're almost interchangeable.
And there's an all-in from
I
Ravi.
don't think Chris is folding.
No, he is not. So Chris is in a really good spot to move on now. The better of the 2 spots, at least. But there's an 8 on the flop. Chris now needs to hit. King or a jack on the turn of the river.
Ace doesn't change anything.
No, it doesn't. Ravi needs to dodge to survive. He does. He doubles up.
And they go right back to where they started. Back and forth. Like we mentioned, this does happen in heads up, especially when your stacks are shorter. Hands are going to get it in, hands are going to clash. You see Ravi and Chris kind of taking a different approach than Kate and George were earlier, where they were more trying to see flops. Ravi and Chris seem intent on just getting it in.
I mean, I think all they're really doing is pushing the same edges just faster.
Yeah, pretty much. Spot of One says that the Sloppy Joe is incredible at the Borgata Baking Club. Do they have Sloppy Joes? They do have some food.
They must. I'll try that. I like a sloppy Joe. I know you kids like them sloppy. I don't think there's been too much movement in the round of 4 happening across the table. We're going to stay here. As you've seen, there's been a lot of all-inage.
I've been folding 10-5. 10-5 is kind of a decent hand, having 10 high heads up.
Come on, man. That's why I hate heads up. Are you serious? 10-5? I mean, I know you're serious. I'm not actually arguing with you. I'm sure you're correct, but that's, I mean, no.
Well, that's
No.
part of the the game that is tough for heads up, is that you have to be in there with some of these marginal holdings, and 10-5 is certainly a borderline hand where it's hard to play and it's a bad hand.
The reason why I don't like it is because if you're a good poker player, you can play it, and I'm not, so I can't, so I want nothing to do with it.
I think we should just have like a 23-handed game of Hold'em. Would that be better for
Yes,
you?
thank you.
You can just fold until you get aces.
Ace,
and
king
then,
suited and up, and that's it.
I wonder what an under-the-gun 1 3-betting range would look like at that game.
You can't really do 23-hand. I think you need a second deck for that, but I get your point.
No, you can do 23-handed.
What's
What?
23-handed? Is that exactly the number you could do?
Well, it's 46 cards and then 5 for the board. No burn cards. Who needs burn cards? If you got 1 card left over.
You can have a burn card. Whatever street
Yeah.
you want, we'll burn
Yeah.
for you.
That's to save the card in case there's a misdeal. Because when you're dealing 23 hands,
Right.
it's going to happen
It's
more
gonna hit
often.
off somebody's
So you just give
knuckle.
them that card. Yeah.
It's pulling out the hundreds.
We had a nice debate on food. What's
Yeah,
your
we
favorite
do.
thing to eat
Here
at the Borgata?
yeah.
Now,
Yeah.
it seems like everyone's voting for quick bites rather than sit-down restaurants. Have you gotten to partake in some of the restaurants here?
I went to the cafe with you that first day. I had
Metro.
the buffet
Okay.
this morning.
Buffet's quite good.
And that's it so far. This guy, now I like Johnny Drama says my vote's for the tuna melt at Bread and Butter. That already sounds, like even the name of that
Hold
place
on.
sounds
Have
good.
you not been to Bread and Butter?
No.
I think we're going to have to go after
Is that what we're going
this.
to do?
Because
Okay.
Bread and Butter has a little bit of everything. They've got all different kinds of little sandwiches and melts and stuff like that.
Yeah, yeah.
And they're really known for all kinds of good breakfast foods. All the waffles you can eat and all that sort of stuff. And they also have some tasty treats. A little bit of everything. Definitely a favorite here is from a lot of people.
Okay.
All right, guys, settle down. We're getting hungry now.
Actually, I'm getting quite hungry just talking about this. Steve gets back in touch on Twitter to say, pretty boring game, but you two are keeping some interest. Nice game called Non Sequitur. Try the Noodle Bar.
I just wanted the hundred.
Noodle bar. I had lunch at Noodle Bar today.
Oh, I'm only here for one more meal, I think. I don't even know. I don't even know what I'm going to do now. I think it's going to have to be bread and butter.
Let's do appetizer, bread and butter.
Yeah.
Main at Noodle Bar. Dessert somewhere else.
Maybe at the BBC. Maybe I'll have a sloppy Joe for dessert at the BBC. So Johnny Drama says, no, Danny Buzz. He says the red snapper at Wolfgang. So we got somebody on board for the big ticket items here. Wow. Oh, wow, this is what this sloppy Joe looks like?
Oh, wow. We're getting tweeted pictures of the food now.
That is just unfair.
This is great. All right, Danny Buzz. That's my vote. Ben and Jerry's downstairs.
For dessert?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I could do that.
For anything, really.
So you do got the sweet tooth then?
Well, for ice cream, I do.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. I'm not so much a cupcake guy, but you'll often find me walking around the tournament room with an ice cream cone.
How much? 5.
We're now losing viewers because they're going to get food.
All right. Bye, guys.
I think you got a big one that time.
You always say.
Huh?
So you always
I
say.
felt you had a big one that time. Okay.
So Chris picks up that pot.
Chris extending, well, getting back to his lead. They're about even again.
Yeah.
You didn't hear I said
22 big plays 18.
I'm supposed to shove. And you didn't.
Ravi with the slight advantage.
Obviously, I heard you king high. Check. Check.
Couple of quite playable hands.
Hey.
Ravi likely will see a flop. But he's done some things that have surprised us so far. He may be thinking about this one too.
Hits his 8.
Get one of them Smurfs over there.
I don't even know this will be a board that Chris will necessarily see bet. On a board like that that's disconnected, Ravi's not likely to fold a ton of hands, and his king high may be the best hand just in general. He does check back, and that's a great turn card for Chris. Ravi improves with a gutter as well, though, so definitely could see some action here on this turn.
Yeah, I was just thinking about your recommendation of not necessarily continuation betting there, and I think that there's like a delayed C bet there. I think works a lot of the time because there's like a lot of decent cards for you to hit.
Absolutely. Not only that, there's outside times when you just check down and king high is good too. If the board runs out scary or pairs twice or something like that. So 5 of the river makes any 6 have a straight, and I think that will slow the action down. From Chris's position, really showing the position of the power position here, Chris can very easily C bet, or rather value bet now. Ravi hasn't shown much interest other than his turn bet, and Ravi could definitely have a hand like a weaker 10, an 8, like he has, a 7 even.
You think there's enough hands that have to call Chris?
I think so. He does decide to check back, though, and we'll take down that pot.
What do you think? Steve's back in touch. He says, make sure you get to Vintage in the Water Club.
I have not been there.
Nice pizza at Puck's.
I have had the pizza at Wolfgang Puck's, which is quite good.
Is it fancy pizza?
It's can be how you like it.
Yeah, I don't like fancy pizza.
Well, hold on now. What are you defining as
like a
fancy
big,
pizza?
I like a big sweaty Italian guy punching it with his fists and put it in the oven and then yelling at you for not ordering properly.
You didn't order fast enough.
Yeah.
You didn't stand in the right place.
Exactly.
Have you found? So you frequent New York a lot.
Yeah, and like where I live. I mean, I live on the border between Hoboken and Jersey City, so there's like tons of good pizza.
Have you found some nice spots?
There's a couple spots I love in Hoboken. Yeah, place right off the PATH train that has great slices.
Do I dare ask? Have you found better pizza than you can find in New York?
I'm sure no, I couldn't. But I wouldn't know where to go in New York either. Like for the best.
I think that's like part of the beauty of the New York pizza. Is that you can kind of just pick a place on the street, and the odds are it's going to be really good.
Yeah, so let's say like my 2 favorite places in Hoboken, I like better than any random pizza in New York. But as far as like the best New York pizza, probably not.
Okay, fair enough.
But the other thing is, any random pizza anywhere in this state or New York State is better than the best pizza I had when I was living in London. Like it just.
They don't make pizza.
No,
they don't make pizza like we do here. And all in from Ravi, and Chris's Queen 4 will quickly go in the muck. Question from Why Not on YouTube. Say we're doing a great job, but since heads up ranges are so much wider, how do you put your opponent on a hand?
You just guess, man.
Pick 2 cards, stick with it.
Listen to what Mike will tell you here.
Well, one of the things that you can start doing in heads up is you just start at all of the possible hands and you start eliminating hands based on what they do. So, for example, your opponent raises preflop. Okay, well, right off the bat, we know they're not likely to have a lot of 4-2s and 7-2s and 8-3s and stuff because they probably fold those hands. Then we got to start thinking about the flop. Did they bet? Did they check? Well, if they bet, they're likely to have some top pairs or some second pairs or a lot of possible bluffing hands. Did they check? Well, that tells us something. And every little action, we just start narrowing down and narrowing down and narrowing down. And that's why when we talk about things like ranges, you really have to think about that way heads up. You can't just put your opponent on one hand. You have to say he might have a straight draw, he might have top pair, and you have to make your decisions based on that whole possible range. Rather than just, picking a hand and going with it. Putting your opponent on just ace-king will not work as well in heads up.
And every piece of information that comes in, you can only reflect on that information based on what happened before it, too.
Exactly.
You have to include all of the information together. And having said that, in heads up, it's still incredibly hard to do. You're working with a lot less information.
Of course.
And information that can mean a much wider variety of things. Hung Fam writes in to say, what is this dealer's name? Where is Matt Emil? Please, no more food talk. Well, I'm sorry to disappoint you, Hung, but today's Borgata Poker Open, Winter Poker Open broadcast is brought to you by Cupcakes. Want to have a cake, but wanted to fit in the palm of your hand? Try Cupcakes. Yum.
We're going to have to get a tray, I think. Let's go. Where's Zoe? Did Zoe bring cupcakes today?
Oh, yeah, he always feeds the meat to that little
He
Zoe guy,
feeds
doesn't
everybody.
he? He's a nice boy. Although one day he tuned into one of my other broadcasts and I wasn't on the air and he flamed the two guys that were filling in for me. I was like, buddy, please don't do that. Please.
Got to walk a fine line when Zoe's in town.
Usually if somebody has it in them to flame someone, I'm the
You're
recipient.
the one receiving
yeah.
it. Another batch is ready, and that means blinds are up again.
Yum cupcakes.
600, 1200 after this hand for Ravi and Chris.
Just taking a quick look at the round of 4 that's happening. George has lost a few chips to Keith. Now, George has still got 75 big blinds, so he's got a lot. But Keith's got 125, so there's been action. It looks like we're going to see some action here. Queen 9 versus 2 10s. CrestFan28 says, this match is so boring, we want to see some real poker. CrestFan, I got to tell you, a lot of people do consider this to be real poker, maybe the realest poker.
This heads up is the realest poker. It's funny that, you know, one of the things about, you know, when you're watching 6-handed, 9-handed, 10-handed poker, you're getting to filter out so many more hands. Everyone just folds. You know, in a 9-handed game, 7 of the 9 players fold nearly every hand. You're left with 2 of the best hands out of 9 that are dealt. And heads up, you don't have that. We could see a clash here between the Ace-4 and the Jack-10, and this is why heads up is so unique. Because hands as weak as this can just be getting all in.
Chris announced all in.
You shuffle a lot.
Get a little swirl over there. Throw 'em up a
Here we go.
So another basic race here, and this will be basically for the match.
Yeah, this is, if it doesn't end here.
There's 35,000 chips in the middle here in this pot, so out of 40,000, whoever loses this will be left. Chris is the one at risk. A 10 on the flop, though, puts Chris well in the lead, and Ravi's the one now looking for some help.
Chris in the lead at this moment. Let's see that turn. For the turn, we have
That's a little help. Ravi picks up some outs, an ace or a 5 now.
Wow, 8
Otherwise,
outs.
Chris will double. 9 on the river won't do it. Chris will double up to the massive chip lead. Ravi only left with a couple of big blinds.
Yep, that is a double up, but what's more important is that Ravi's got next to nothing. Chris doubled up to 34,000 or 35 nearly, so it's going to be 5K left behind for Ravi. 51 hands this heads-up match has gone so far.
That's a large number for,
And it looks,
for a match like
it
this.
looks like Keith and George are playing pretty quick pace over there because they're up to hand 21 already.
They are playing quite fast. Both players acting very quickly. Yeah, Ravi only left 4 big blinds after that hand.
You win. Oh, I'm tilted now. I need to open it.
Michael Ingram says lots of emotion out of Chris Odell there.
We're going to race for this. We are.
Now, here's the interesting thing. If Ravi wins this, he's right back in it. He will be right back up to, you know, 11, 12 big blinds, which is plenty to come back from. And I have seen these matches swing multiple times this way. We'll see if Chris can hold.
Not looking likely.
8s on the flop have been pretty good for Ravi.
Man, this is really frustrating if you're Chris. You get your guy down to 4 big blinds, doubles up to 8. And he can do a lot of damage now.
Ravi wins the pot with a pair of 8.
So as Gag said, he's got 26% of the chips in play right now, almost 10 big blinds. Chris has got 25, which of course puts him in the lead, and he can win this. However, another double up, and they switch places again.
Keep them low.
Does that count? Does that count as well?
And it looks like it's all going to go in the middle one more time.
This might be a call from Chris.
Yep. And it's Domination Nation.
Ravi's going to need that 8 one more time if he expects to be in this tournament still.
Chris in his best spot so far to move on to the final 4.
7's not quite it, Ravi.
We have Chris in the lead at this moment. Let's see that turn. For the turn, we have it.
Whoa, close.
9's not it either.
Let's see that last card. For the last card, we have a 6.
6 is no help.
Chris wins the pot.
Ravi eliminated. Gets that same payout of just over $6,000. And Chris Ottle is going to move on to the final 4. And I assume that match will get underway just as soon as those guys can get it going. Ravi Dalsania, what is that, technically in 5th place?
I believe he will technically get 5th place, yeah.
Chris is going to tweet the good news. I guess now is as good a time as any to switch on over to our first match of the final 4. Maybe one last round
Let's
of
go
applause
to George.
for Chris.
George has
There
just
we go.
rivered Broadway here, but doesn't look like he's going to get paid from Keith. And I believe we have a typo on the screen there because his name is indeed Keith, not Keats. Nah, I actually don't think Ravi was eliminated. I think Chris just tied it up at 1. I think our information is incorrect, because they appear to be playing.
Aha.
Don't worry, Ravi's cousin. He's not out yet. So George and Keith definitely playing a different style of poker than Ravi and Chris were, but that's partially because they're much deeper.
Yeah, and Ravi and Chris probably started off playing a different style
Yeah.
too than, by the time when we caught up with them.
One thing to note is how incredibly fast both these players are playing.
I think that match ended at 53 hands or something,
Yeah.
and we're halfway to that already.
So George and George and Keith quite close in chips. They are still playing 100, 200. The first level, blinds start at 100, 200 with 20,000 each in these matches. Now here's the question. Will Keith and George be done with their entire match before Chris and Ravi finish their last game?
Oh, wait, I missed that whole thing. They're still playing.
They are still indeed playing. Ravi is not eliminated. Ravi has just been, its score has been tied 1-1.
Got it. Yeah, it's entirely, well, no, I don't think we'll get through all 3 of these matches, but I think maybe 1.
If they continue at this pace, it's possible. If Ravi and Chris wind up going to the same blind level they went to last time, it's definitely possible. And a shout out to the dealers here at Borgata. As you see, they quickly keep the action moving in these heads-up matches, especially when the players are playing this fast. Ravi's cousin is watching at 10 when here, rooting for him, so I think he'll be relieved to know
He's
Ravi's
not
not
out.
done yet. So generally just a lot of raise, call, check back, call, check back, fold from these two. A lot more aggression here than we've seen in the other matches so far, though.
The old reach check. All those coolest people are spelling their name with a Z at the end, by the way.
You think so?
Gags with a Z. I think
could
you
do
need
it.
to change it.
I could do it. How you going to fit your Z at the end of the show?
Stapes.
Okay.
No problem. Plus, it's fitting because I usually put people to sleep, so they're Zing at the same time.
Well, here's one thing that's for sure, is that Keith and George are not going to put anyone to sleep. They're playing so fast, it's almost hard to keep up with the action. And they're making all their decisions in that time.
Do you think that the action slows down considerably once there's one player with a win in the books? Like, isn't this all kind of fun and games? Like, no one can get eliminated. It's the
think
first
that-
match. It's like having a no strike count in baseball.
Yeah. I think that the pace of the action is often led by one player. And that player is usually the one more just in control of things. There's some players who like to play faster, some players who like to play slower. I know that when I'm playing against someone who's playing very quickly, I don't like it. And I, in turn, act slower, just kind of
'Cause you
slow
wanna
them
set the
down.
pace a little
Exactly. Big hand developing here between Keith and George.
Oh, yeah.
George checking back with three of a kind is very interesting.
Well, we know he didn't have to check back to get a bet here.
I guess he's just going to call with the hearts out there. I think Keith's value bet is pretty kind of interesting. George representing a lot of hands by raising that flop. That's a board where if George is raising, he's going to have a 3 or he's going to have nothing a lot.
Or
Especially
like-
when he checks the heart turn. He could have a flush draw, but he checked the
Yeah.
heart turn. So that's not very likely anymore. I think that if Keith were to check, potentially, George could have bluffed, something like that. George did have the 3 that time. Keith would have lost the same amount anyway, most likely. And with that, George will pull into the lead now.
I got to share a cute story with you guys.
Let's hear it.
My cousin just started playing poker.
Okay.
Like, as you can see, they're playing on a kitchen table here, and there's some $1 bills in the corner. And he posted this photo saying, "Did this seriously just happen?" And I had to look at this board and this run out that's out there because I was like, what is he? And it's just 2 pair beaten by a straight. And I was trying not to be a dick.
In his defense, it looks like they maybe got it in on the turn and the guy hit a gutter. But still.
Sure, I mean, but with all
We've
of this,
all seen crazier situations
exactly,
in poker.
like a million times. But
Yeah.
that's what's adorable about this. So I just think if this is a bizarre occurrence for you, you're definitely not playing enough poker. I mean, I remember those days of, like, noticing when relatively bad beats happen.
Shyam asks, what happened to the Ravi match? They are still playing. We will keep you updated. They did just reset for their 3rd match. And George and Keith are charging through the action here. So we wanted to make sure we didn't miss anything here. Another really big flop for George. Keith floating with the 10 high. And it looks like it might work out quite well for George.
For George, yeah, not so much for Keith.
if you're George, you're probably just going to raise, potentially even shove here. I don't think Keith makes a call, but he has a very good bluff catcher.
So one of the things you were talking about, Mike, is just, discerning information. Wow, he does call. I didn't have a chance to do my speech about how that was just body language-wise, that was such a strong move to me.
Yeah.
That stack of chips coming out. Again, I can see the whole cards, but I'm not stellar at, like, interpreting bet sizing and ranges and knowing people's history. But I do think that live tells can fill in the blanks sometimes.
Absolutely.
And I think that George looked super confident there. And Keith just called it off. So it's now 1-0. George in the lead now.
Keith still has a couple of chips behind there.
Oh, is he not out? We had an eliminated graphic. Oh, yeah, we got
George
chips
did not
there.
shove. George put in a very large raise, but he elected to not shove.
Aha. So it's not over yet.
No, Keith only has about 10 big blinds, and that may have been part of the reason why he called there, is that he had a little bit left. I probably would have preferred to shove if I was George there. If he's going to call you for that amount of chips, he's going to call you for an all-in anyway. What you say about body language is definitely true. When people were asking before about how do you determine what someone has, body language can help narrow that down. If someone does something and you say, oh, he might be doing this with some bluffs or with some really strong hands, and his body language is reading super strong, well, guess what? He's not going to have a bluff then. George is definitely on the fortunate side of the deck here, as he really coolers Keith here for his last 10 big blinds. If he can hold, he will take a lead 1-0.
Absolutely no other way this could play out. So some opportunities here.
Four doesn't help. 3 or 4 will chop the pot. 10 will win it for Keith. Otherwise, George will go up 1-0.
Adios. 1-0.
You still don't like my prediction? I think they might be done before Ravi and Chris are done with theirs.
Look, I mean, you're certainly like you needed runner, and the turn just was good for you. So
I don't know. You can
picked
tell.
you picked up more outs.
That's the speed at which they're playing. Let's do discussing a break. Let's go over to Chris and Ravi.
Yeah, let's do that for a little bit.
Where they've been battling it out, but to no one's surprise, they're pretty even still.
Remember, this is a fresh chip stack from where we saw you last time. Their match is tied 1-1 right now.
So they are in the sudden death match now. Ravi raising pre and Chris defending the big one. Pretty innocuous turn. We'll see if Ravi keeps firing, though. Usually with ace-king here, you're pretty happy just checking and seeing a river. Again, ace-king high could very easily be the best hand. He might push Chris off of his draw if he does bet again here, though, which would actually be pretty good. As you can see, Chris has a large percentage of equity here.
I think anyone, if they could look at 7-6 and say, do you want to call here or fold, you're like, you can just fold. It's fine.
7-6 being one of the worst draws you have here, too. Bottom end of the straight draw. Chris is going to bluff with it. I think this is a pretty must-bluff spot here. It wouldn't surprise me if Ravi picked this off, though. There's so many missed draws. Queen 10s, Jack 10s, Queen Jacks, 7-6s, 7-5s, flush draws, high cards.
Yeah, you're right. I was going to be like some made draws, but no, very few.
Nothing. I mean,
almost none.
Ace 5 of spades is the only potential draw that got there. I guess 6-5 of spades also. Can Ravi sniff it out? He's really thinking about it. It doesn't do it. Really looked painful like he wanted to. think that's one of those calls that it appears to be tough because of the actual value of your hand. You only have ace high, you don't have a pair, and that's what we talk about playing the range there. You know, if Ravi can put Chris on a range of hands there are so many bluff possibilities. Sure, Chris is going to show you, you know, 10-9 sometimes for top pair and you'll just lose, but there'll be so many times you actually are good that it is worth it to just make the call with the ace high, especially the nut ace high.
It's why it's a mistake to only think about your hand. When you're only thinking about your hand, you go, oh man, well, look, there's so much that beats me. Like any one of those cards out there, that beats me. But then when you think about your hand and in relation to your opponent's hand, you're like, well, sure, if my opponent has any of those cards, it beats me, but could he really bet any of those cards if it's just one of them? And then what combinations of them? And Mike's 100% right. Like, the hands he's most likely to have there and be betting that way didn't get there.
Yeah. It's not even like he backs into, like you said, any other draws, you know. Sometimes you'll get rivers like maybe the river's a 6 or something like that where, oh, maybe some of his draws now have pairs, but that's the driest round you ever get there. Looks like looks like George and Keith taking a quick break. Keith trying to shake off some of the run good that George was dumping on him that whole time.
They may try to trying to close the disparity between where these two spots of the table are at. Maybe get this side wrapped up so we can have a full table of the final 4 players.
At this rate, it doesn't look like that's going to happen.
No.
We'll see.
I'm going to be so irritated if I'm wrong about that. So it looks like the hand count counts total hands for
okay. For the match.
For the match, right. Which is even more impressive that
yeah, it seriously
the
is.
The other side caught up.
Great turn card here for Chris, in that Ravi's flush draw is just completely irrelevant now. I think Ravi does just fold here. I don't even know, you know, if I'm Ravi here and I have the Jack 10, obviously you're thinking your Jack and your 10 are live, but you could still have a flush draw. Chris doesn't necessarily always have a pair here. You could have a hand like an ace high, a king high, something like that. Let's see what he does. Are those raising chips? He again employs his min raise.
Again, I think his rationale is when this min raise gets called, like, I can probably never bluff. Like, I think you just give up when it gets called there. And there goes, like, any opportunity, like the absolute worst hand you expect to call you, like, you know, is an ace or a king high. And now that's there also.
Yeah, again, he doesn't bluff. And Chris is going to win.
Because it's super hard to get called there with anything that's going to fold on the river.
I mean, Chris's 6 is not looking great on the river here.
You mean that you think that king's a good river to bluff?
I mean, if I'm Chris and I have king high and I bet the turn and Ravi raises, I'm thinking Ravi's got a pair and I need to get there for my king to be good. And then I think, you know, you just fold sometimes. You know, yeah, it's a min raise, but it still, again, represents a large portion of your stack. So I think there's a chance he just folds some of those kings. I mean, Ravi just has jack high in that river, you know, regardless of the fact that Chris will have some kings. Chris also has pocket 7s, pocket 8s, a 6 a lot of times, ace high perhaps, and you have jack high. You just have to take a stab at that pot. So we're being told that Chris and Ravi, we noted they were both from the same hometown. They do play quite often down in Delaware Park, so they probably know quite a bit about each other.
If they're good friends and they're communicating this little while they're playing, this must mean a lot to them, would be my guess. Because I know if I was playing with one of my buddies, I'd be pretty chatty.
Be having fun.
Unless I really, really, really wanted to win.
Yeah.
Like if it was really important to me, then maybe I keep my mouth shut.
I have a hard time, like, drawing the line, you know, when you're playing with friends. In other words, like, I don't like being super social with my friends because we are still playing and competing against each other, and I feel like it hurts my poker game then.
Yeah, of course. I mean, you're a professional poker player, though. That's what you do for a living. And so, but for me, I'm a social poker player. So when I'm playing, it's because I want to hang out with my friends.
Yeah.
You're at work. And yes, when I'm at work, am I talking to my friends that much? No.
Yeah. Well, one of the things, too, is just like not everyone at the table is someone that I know and I'm friendly with. And I feel like when I'm being super jovial, it hurts my game just all around against everyone, including playing against my friends. So it kind of takes me out of my comfort zone. And I'm not saying I don't talk at the table. I tend to be friendly with everyone, just usually, but it just puts it at a level where I'm just not always comfortable at. And I tend to keep a little more reserved and kind of keep the conversation to a comfortable level for me.
It makes perfect sense. I mean, I am very friendly at the poker table, but I do feel like that hurts me sometimes. I like to show my hands. I like to, I mean, one time I was like getting like ridiculous pot odds to like go set mining, and I didn't do it because the guy next to me told me what a big fan he was, and I was like, I don't want to bust this guy. He's like, this is the biggest tournament I've ever played in my life, and I was like, cool, man, fold these threes. Came like ace king 3. I was up against
maybe
like
that's part of his strategy.
2 guys with ace king. Yeah, maybe exactly.
Maybe every tournament is his first tournament. Maybe he's not a big fan.
It worked. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's an unlikely straight, but it is one.
It is one, and Chris has a good draw here too with his open-ended and plus his ace high.
We're back in action on table 2. We're going to stay here, though, as long as we're in sudden death mode. Plus, Keith and George are going to catch up.
You can hear Keith and George as we're watching this match just here. Bet, call, raise.
Good hand. Next one. Deal. Ship it. Turn.
So you notice Ravi raising larger. Looks like Chris bet 800 and Ravi raised 2,500. Then the previous times.
If you haven't seen a bigger raiserman, though, you don't know what it means yet.
This is true, but the few times he has min raised,
he's never had it.
Well, he's had like bottom pair or not had it or had a draw. And Chris has gotten to show down his weak bottom pairs and win.
Chris has responded to the bigger raise by 3-betting.
Now, being able to see their hands is a little easy to say, but I don't like this. Ravi's raising small when he has weak hands, and it seems like he's raising big when he has good hands.
Wow, that is an all-in a call.
You know, once Chris 3-bets, he is kind of committed to call the rest, but this is a very large pot for Ravi. Ravi is the one at risk, so Chris will not be out if he loses. A jack or a 6 will chop it. It is a 5. And that means Ravi's going to double up to the 2-1 chip lead over Chris.
Well, don't you hate it there once you have to get it in with that ace high and a open ender?
You know, again, you're hoping to see something like, you know, maybe a 10 where you're going to have your 8 straight outs plus your 3 ace outs. If Ravi has a hand like king 10, it's kind of okay. But even if Ravi shows you 2 pair, he shows you a hand like 8-7 for bottom 2. You know, we've got 8 direct outs, then we've got running 2 pair outs, which gives us a pretty good shot of winning.
I think you're going to be up against a pair in the same draw a lot of the time, which is real bad for you.
9-8
yeah,
is real bad for you. Yeah. And again, you know, I think that Chris putting together what he's seen from Ravi so far with the raise sizing.
You know, and Chris, like I said, Chris doesn't have the benefit of seeing those showdowns a lot of the time, and we get to see the whole cards.
This is true.
Maybe Chris is assuming that the min raises are very strong hands, and that there's
he
more
got to show down his bottom pair though. He got to show down his bottom pair.
So he does have some of that information.
Well,
then
he didn't get to see Ravi's cards, but Ravi mucked when Chris showed bottom pair. So I think that being a professional, Chris is going to put that together. That, you know, oh well, he had nothing, so he probably had some sort of weak hand.
If you shoved, I was calling anyway.
Yeah, one small 2K.
Question from Twitter from Leo G. Kind of off topic, he says, but I don't think so. Do we have a preference between multiple day events between playing day 1 or day A or flight B? 1A, 1B, 1C, you know, and what do we prefer?
Well, Mike, I do have an opinion on this, but I'm gonna let Mike answer first because he's actually a poker player.
Okay. I think it completely depends on what you like to do. There's some players that like to play 1A, where if they bag, they get to have a day off. Some players like to play 1B because they want to just be here for less time, perhaps. They don't want to have the extra day to, you know, just hang around and do nothing. Also, some players plan on firing many bullets, so they want to start at the beginning, and if they lose, they keep firing. Other players say, I'm only playing one. I want to make it count. They play the last one. Players try to pick fights based on, you know, which is going to be a tougher fight, which is going to be a softer fight. I don't think there's that much that can be said for that. I mean, for the most part, you're playing the same tournament. The you know, good and bad players are going to be spread throughout both days.
I think there's a couple things, actually, that I would add to that.
Okay.
I do think that sometimes you can figure out which flight might be slightly softer, only because, like, if one of them starts on a Sunday and one starts on a Monday, a lot of times your online players are playing on Sunday.
This is
they're,
true.
They're the good players, so I would tend to say if you're like an amateur player, Sunday's probably the better day for you. I think that a lot of pros don't – I don't know. Like, you're around more than I am, but my opinion is that pros, especially in this day and age, don't like to waste money. And so a lot of them play just 1B because they don't want to spend an extra day in a hotel room if they're going to go broke on day one. So I think more pros do tend to play the later starting days. So if you're an amateur player, I would say I would, again, lean toward the earlier, you know, the 1A.
I think that most players just like the later day.
Yeah.
You just get more. The fields are always bigger. So I think that you're right in that you do get more pros, but I think you also just get more amateurs.
You may just get more
people
overall.
who, you know, need to take less days off from work because they're coming down one less day.
Sure.
You give people more of a chance to win satellites. There's always going to be satellites today. Like we said, there's 2 online, BorgataPoker.com, starting very soon tonight. And there's also some live satellites tonight, you know. So you give those players a chance to get in there and win their seats as well. So
what about my one last thing that I was saying defensive day 1A is that if you do, like you mentioned, if there are pros that are going to go off for multiple bullets, sometimes they play a little bit looser with those first couple.
Absolutely. There's a little more gamble in them.
Yeah, and so I think that your chance at like running up a stack is better the earlier you play. That's just my humble opinion from a guy that has never played a multi-day. No, I've played very few multi-day events in my life. So
I think that that's definitely true. But at the same time, the overall chip is surprisingly usually from the second.
Oh, I'm sure. Yeah, just because
because there's just more players and there's more variants of, you know, 2 big stacks moving together and clashing. But with that being said, it'd be interesting to see, you know, average stack one versus the other, because I think you might be right. I think maybe the average would be higher in the first flight because more players maybe gamble more and get eliminated.
The more quote unquote dead money, it just feels like is on 1A.
That's a good question though, Leo.
Not at all off topic.
Yeah, I mean, we're here talking about poker. Matthew Emmel has tweeted. Matthew Emmel, of course, has been anxiously awaiting for Chris and Ravi to finish his match so he can get going. But apparently players are asking him, where is he? Has he been eliminated? No, he's not done yet. He's still waiting for Chris and Ravi to finish.
Ravi's going to raise it up to 1,200.
Sham is asking, is the next match directly after this one? I assume there'll be some sort of delay.
There will be generally a short delay while they hunt down Matthew and get him over here.
And
but,
yes, the final is played today. We're playing all the way down to a winner today.
He's going to fold out of that one with that re-raise.
Yeah, I was going to use that a little later. Read my mind. I was thinking about this right there. Scary. Sorry.
You got set up somehow, right?
I got you. I think I'm going to try to set you up, or you're going to be setting me up at the same time.
So George and Keith still on the other table, shuffling chips back and forth, still fairly even. Very early in the match still. We got our eye on it. If there's something exciting over there, we will get you there.
Chris will take the hand.
We want to watch this conclusion of the Ravi Chris battle.
That's right. Whoever wins this match is moving on to the final four.
Yeah, we're again being told that how good of friends Chris and Ravi are. I don't know when the last time I sat with my good friends for 2 hours and didn't say a word to them was. Maybe they have a different definition of good friends in Delaware, but we're of course joking. But
Maybe they're telepathic.
they are quite quiet for two guys that play together a lot.
450.
He's going to raise it up to 450.
No friends at the poker table, bro.
George will lay down.
There's some truth to that.
You have a flop over here.
Everyone is
Nine,
playing
five,
against each
six
other.
of Spades, 9 of spades, 7 of hearts.
Dave tweets in to say, so many regs from Delaware. My boy Chris Audle
Gonna make a bet. Chris
and
will
Ravi
take the
heads up. So cool. Thanks for being with us, Dave. Thank you, my babies, on Twitch and on YouTube.
Sorry, George.
I know cell phones either. I had mine out full time.
My partner in crime is slacking.
All the Delaware people have definitely come out today because Chris and Ravi both have fans on different forms of media.
Should I do it here?
Ravi's going to fold out. Looks like George has popped it to 500.
Definitely I'll fold. Or 4 back.
I mean, Delaware.
Action is on Keith. He's in for 2. He's going to make the call. We'll see.
What did I say?
No. It's a Wayne's World reference.
Oh,
Flop is 5 of spades, 8 of diamonds, 6 of spades.
I missed that one.
Keith
It's a great
checks.
movie though.
The movie or the
George
reference?
checks
Well, I
his
missed the
red
reference. I've definitely seen the
Seven
movie.
of
I might have. It might have been I'm in Delaware. I might have got it slightly wrong.
Over match 1. Ravi's raised it to 900. Keith's bet $1,000 on that turn card. George folds and Keith will take the pot. Looks like Chris is going to call that raise from Ravi.
Kelly is hitting both tables.
Heart 7 of clubs, 9 of
Boom,
diamonds.
boom,
Chris-
boom, boom.
Chris first.
The fans are going wild in the background as well.
I did a little thing for Poker Night in America
Ravi bets 1,000.
about 6 months ago, and they did 4 final tables simultaneously at the same time the night before I got there. I was like, I'm just glad I didn't have to do that.
How did they possibly do that? Like 4 regular full tables?
Yeah, they had them near each other, and Phil Hellmuth was like running back and
Oh
forth.
my goodness.
Like there's any other way. King of diamonds, 8 of clubs, 6 of diamonds.
That must have been
seven
something.
of
Was
hearts,
it- was
eight,
it-
George checks.
Like,
Back to match
was that
one,
like
Ravi
good?
has 6 of diamonds.
I didn't see it.
You didn't see it.
Turn card, match 2, king of
I was
clubs.
in transit at the
Check
time.
On both hearts. Last card, 5 of hearts. Check. Let's see a showdown.
We Stabe wants to know what's wrong with Delaware, Stapes.
King's five,
It's just a
queen's got
thing from
five.
Wayne's World. I'm in Delaware.
Huge pot.
You know, Delaware.
All right, Ravi bets 32.
They're doing a bunch of state stereotypes, and they're playing on the fact that you don't really have one, other than the fact that all the credit card companies are there,
Exciting action. Heads up
and a couple of bingo halls.
We do half PLO.
You're a PLO player?
Yeah,
Oh, wow.
Really?
sometimes.
Damn, I should be golden over here. You're dominating.
I think our record for a heads-up match is 6 hours.
Time's it now?
You hear Kelly
Time is it right now?
mentioning the
It is 4:45.
the record for the longest best of 3 heads up is apparently 6 hours.
Are you sure? I think there was one that was way longer.
And Chris and Ravi are at nearly 5 hours right now for their match.
There are what?
Gonna raise it up.
Their
700
whole total best of 3 has been nearly 5 hours so far. We have not been
Jeez.
covering the whole thing, but their total match has been close to 5 hours. The record is apparently 6 hours.
7 of hearts, 10 of diamonds. George bets 600.
I've done some long heads-up matches.
Keith makes the
They were
turn
not
call.
best of anything. They were one match. I think I did
what's the
9 or 10
longest?
hours.
Wow.
We
That's-
did a
that's
20-hour
something.
final table at the PCA. Mike McDonald, Dominic Panka played for between 9 and 11 hours, and then the grand final that year, Jack Salter and Antonio Bonanno also. That includes breaks.
Yeah, that's still a very long time.
Last card coming. River is 9 of diamonds.
And we're doing coverage of those. Well, not those ones, but occasionally, you know, you have a long heads-up match and there's no hole cards. That's when things get weird.
Shyam getting very excited that his boy Ravi is going to break some records today. I don't know if that's the record. That's not the poker record that I strive for.
No. Dave, I'm sure Delaware is an awesome state, buddy boy. He wants us to know there's also NFL betting in the first legal poker room outside of Atlantic City. You got it, Dave. No problem. I love your professional baseball, basketball, and football teams, though. Just kidding, guy. I don't even like sports. That's what Delaware would be a great state for me.
They don't have any sports teams, right?
I'm sure there's something. There's probably like, you know, a double-A baseball team or something.
I'm sure there is, but I don't. I get made fun of all the time because I don't know too much about sports.
Yeah, it's fine.
In my Twitch stream, people are always like needling me, asking me to answer questions about sports where I have to say like who's playing in the Super Bowl or things like that.
For those of you just joining us, we are
Well, you
Which
know,
I'm trying to think very hard about who's in the Super Bowl.
I'm actually flying on Super Bowl Sunday to London, and my roommate's like baffled that I don't care. He's like, "They're flying you on Super Bowl. You're gonna miss the Super Bowl." I was like, "Yeah." So
I haven't watched the
Okay.
Super Bowl in like 5 years probably.
it's been a while for me too, because I've been living overseas, and it's on real late at night there. Even if I wanted to do something,
I heard a fun game to play in this day of age of social media and, you know, news coming quickly that you can play amongst your friends, and that is who can go the longest without knowing who won the Super Bowl, without finding out who won the Super
so
Bowl.
you got to do it on the honor system.
Yes, you have to do it on the honor system, and you basically just have to, you know, avoid social media and see how long you can go without finding the winner.
You have to be master of your Super Bowl domain.
It seems very hard to do.
It's pretty hard. I mean, it's got to be hours you'd count it in, right?
For sure.
Yeah.
For sure. I would even think minutes because, you know, I mean, I know that the first time I stream on Twitch, someone's going to talk about who won the Super Bowl, and I'm going to find out.
Right.
It's going to be very hard to avoid that way. Even just going on Twitter, if I literally open Twitter, I will find out whenever I open that application. But
Yeah,
that does sound fun, though, to me.
You'd have to like go camping or something.
Yeah. To really
To get it
bring
into
it
the
home.
days.
900 from Ravi in match 1.
What's that? Yeah, I have to. You got me on the ropes. I'm surprised I'm not raising any pots.
So Ravi opens with the 5-4, and Chris
Alright,
wakes
the
up
time
with
going up.
the
Looks like
Rockets.
Match 2 will be going up. Line's going up there.
I mean, the good news
Chris is
is
going to re-raise.
5-4 suit is not a terrible hand to try to crack aces with.
28, correction.
Got a little more equity than if you had a pair.
Match 2, he takes the call.
This
Keith
is
up there.
one of those hands that can crack aces. It's not the
Eight of hearts,
best,
5 of clubs, 3 of diamonds. Keith checks.
but it's up there.
Robbie's still facing the raise of 2,800 over in match 1. George bets 500. Keith folds out, and he's going to throw the weight
You
behind.
certainly can't fold it, though.
Robbie is going to make the
I
call
actually don't
in
know about
match
that.
1 with
Really?
the
It's just a very low suited connector.
Robbie is 7 of hearts.
You know, if he was looking at like a 7-6, 8-7, 9-8.
Also, when I said that, I was kind of ignoring the 3-bet.
Yeah.
Did you get this tweet from Matthew Emmel already? He said his round of 32 match was 6 hours and 40 minutes.
Wow. No, I did not see that. Well, Kelly just gave that information, so maybe this was before this event that she has that information from.
Or maybe she was talking about that exact match. What did she say?
She said 6 hours.
She may have just been lowballing this one. So Robbie missed pretty hard. Facing a fairly small continuation bet from Chris. Man, you hate to call a 3-bet and then just fold this. Yeah, you're not. You're going to min raise.
Oh boy.
I'm not sure that's an exact min raise, but it does.
It looks about it.
Chris declares all in.
Now you gotta fold.
Well, Ravi. So Ravi has to fold for
And
just
Ravi
2,000
will
more.
fold it out. Chris is going to win that pot.
He effectively shoved and has to fold for less than a min raise there.
Can't, I mean, you just can't though.
You can't call. Yeah. Again, though, we'll notice. Well, he raised a bit larger. He really didn't. That was a very small raise, though. Again, though, you'll notice these small raises, meaning weakness from Ravi. Potentially tough for Chris to pick up.
Keep bets 500. George makes the call. I turn this. 3 of spades. Over in match 1, we had a raise from Chris to 600. It's check, check, in match 2. 4 diamonds on the river. George check.
So, question from Shyam is, what is the best hand to beat aces pre-flop?
He got it, right?
He did get it right, yeah. I believe 7-6 and 6-5 suited both have right about the same equity. I don't believe 9-8. I believe 9-8 is actually
it goes down, yeah.
Slightly less because, you know, there'll be times when the board runs out Jack 10, Queen, King, and the ace makes the better straight. So.
Ravi bets 500.
Yeah, I believe it's 6-5 and 8, or sorry, 7-6 and 8-7. Look to be the highest. Yeah, 6-5, 8-7. I mean, we're talking hundreds of % of equity here difference between the hands.
Chris bets 12.
Joe on YouTube says that Ravi is 1 for 9 in his min raise attempts.
That is
not a good average.
Not a very good average.
Keith makes it 8:50 to go. George makes the call. We're going to see a flop on match 2. Ravi is going to lay it down to that bet. Chris wins the pot. Our flop in match 2, 6 of hearts, king of hearts, jack of diamonds. Turn card is.
Ravi pays off a river bet with king high.
I missed the action on that one. We're getting requests to move to the other match, but we're going to stay here for now. We have the elimination match here for Ravi. If something does happen, we do have our eyes on that one. They are still just even in their second match, where George is up 1-0.
Yeah, we are facing an elimination and an advancement here. So this is where the drama is at the moment, kids. And these guys are a little further along in their blinds too. So we're closing in on what will be the end of this match. And you just heard it. The cupcakes are done and the blinds are up. Brought to you by Cupcakes. Delicious, warm, gooey cupcakes. You know, Chris reminds me of Toby Flenderson from The Office.
I can see some similarities.
I don't know, Michael. All right.
Maybe if we heard Chris speak, we could.
Maybe that's why he's.
Yeah.
Maybe he sounds like him too. I think
2400.
Ravi's getting a little antsy in the pantsy.
He seems like it.
That call in the end there looked a little loose to
Yeah.
me.
He's been definitely raising more, both post-flop and pre-flop.
Chris is going to make the call.
Chris does have him where he wants him.
The ever-important flop.
Jack of diamonds, 9 of hearts, 2 of clubs.
Definitely favors Ravi with the gutter here.
Yeah.
Even though you'll see Chris has quite a bit more equity, he's likely not even going to be able to call a bet on this board.
Ravi bets 2,000. Chris makes the call.
Chris does call, though.
Deuce of diamonds.
Guess you call there thinking there's like a quote unquote a lot of good turns, and then one of the other way more not good turns.
Well, this will be interesting because we haven't seen Ravi continue his aggression once yet. He's tried to be aggressive and then just given up when he gets called. And if Chris knows that about Ravi, then I think that his call is good, and it seems that he has picked up on that. And Ravi does indeed slow down.
River ace 4 of diamonds.
Can Ravi pull the trigger here?
Chris has gotten a lot of cheap showdowns. This would be a very important one to get.
Well, Ravi's going to let him have it, it looks like.
King of hearts. 8, 10
All
of
Chris has to do
hearts.
is check and take this one down.
All right, looks like we check and a showdown. Ace
Does so
5.
quickly.
This guy's going to hit the pot.
Chris will extend his lead with that one.
And I think if Ravi's starting to deteriorate mentally a little bit, that's not going to help him.
No, absolutely not.
Knowing that he could have maybe bluffed that, knowing that.
There's been a few that he actually could have picked up.
And I guess this is a pretty good lesson for folks out there, is that like a lot of people, I think, might try to play hands this way and go, oh, I raised and I bet, and you called me anyway. They always called. Sometimes you got to follow it up with multiple barrels. Like, you know, the best in the world, they're betting, they're raising, betting, they're raising, check betting. You know, they're not waving the white flag at the first sign of resistance.
You know, and there's times to definitely slow down and give up and not go crazy trying to win every pot, but you do have to have multiple bets in your arsenal, and Ravi just hasn't shown that he does have that so far. Dave on Twitter really interested in this heads-up epic battle between the Delaware Park Regs.
Chris makes the call. Our turn is 4 of spades. Chris checks.
We're going to keep a close eye on table George, table 2, because Keith has got a sizable chip lead now, 97 big blinds to 37 big blinds. They're up to hand 68.
Have they passed? They're getting there. So Chris and
they are closing in.
Chris and Ravi are at 86 here, and this is the total hands for their match so far.
Over in match 3, we have a bet of 8.
And also, let's not forget that Chris and Ravi started.
All right, we're going to have to switch to table 2,
we'll have to
I
go
think.
to table 2 because it looks like they're getting all in.
Wow, no, it was a fold.
Well, it looks like Keith 3-bet folded. I think is what happened there. So George gaining some ground back on Keith there.
All right, back on to table 1, please. Just wanted to tease this guy, the boss in the Twitch chat. He's being rude.
It's like the epitome of like what a poker watch should be doing while they watch. You know what I mean? It's adorable.
Is there an event today after the heads up? Alex on YouTube asks. No, there is not. There are plenty of events here live at the Borgata and online at borgatapoker.com. But we will not be bringing you anything other than this heads up event. We will be bringing you the conclusion today. They battled out for $50,000 first place.
Check, check. Queen of spades on the turn. Looks like Ravi's re-raised here to 2,800. Chris is going to fold. All right, George is going to pick up that last pot.
Chris manages to not get in any trouble against those kings, folds the 8-5.
So Torfi asks that they can't possibly have played only 85 hands in 5 hours, if 5 hours is the full length of their match, if that's correct. And we believe that
I would tend to say the same thing, but I've noticed that after a match, the hand counter doesn't reset. Now, maybe because they were new to this table,
I think it's
the second 2 matches only 86 hands.
I think it's 85 hands since they've started streaming.
Exactly.
Yeah, and
so
we
this
picked
would be
up somewhere in match or
Match.
somewhere in round 2.
Exactly.
Of their
match 2. Yeah.
match 2
Chris is going to make the call. We'll see a flop.
of their battle here.
So for the Keith and George match, we've been streaming their entire match, so it'll be the full hand count for
Correct.
them.
So they've definitely played 71 hands in quite less time because George also beat Kate on stream.
Correct. They came to this table after Ravi and Chris's match has already started.
All right, cards are up. Keith's going to make it 800 to go. George is going to make the call. We'll see a flop in match 2.
Sorry?
700 is the bet from Ravi. Chris makes the call over there. We'll see a turn. Our flop in match 2, ace of spades, ace of diamonds, jack of spades. A bet from Keith. Now
So
he's
another
all in
spot where
about
aggression from Ravi
turn
could
over
pay
in
off.
match 1.
His hand is quite a bit weaker here than previous spots where we've kind of recommended bluffing, so I don't know if we're going to see it here. Just pointing out those situations where aggression can pay off, especially when you're the pre-flop raiser. He does follow through, and I think it's going to work here.
Bet of 1400. Chris makes the call.
Chris knows Ravi better than I do.
Yep. We've not
There's
seen
the
him
diamonds.
be fooled too often.
So that's a really good card for Chris. It doesn't improve his hand at all, but he knows that if Ravi just has a queen on the turn, he's not likely to bet it with the ace out there. And not only that, but Ravi knows that when he bets the turn, Chris is likely to have a lot of queens. That call, he had top queen would have been top pair on the flop. It makes sense. So Ravi's going to slow down really a lot on that card, and he indeed does. And Chris takes down yet another pot.
Now, one thing that, we've noticed that Chris has kind of had Ravi's number, but also Ravi just almost never has it.
This is true. He's been quite card dead the last, handful of hands here. Joe Navrin says, maybe if Chris can win this, he can buy himself a new Flyers hat, which apparently never leaves his head.
Nah, you don't want a new hat. I like when I used to wear hats. You like the old
stay with the worn
beat up,
lucky one.
smelly hat. Yeah.
Get the sweat stain on it and everything.
I stopped wearing it because it made my head stink, but I didn't get a new one.
Now, it'd be interesting to see how the fatigue sets in for Ravi and Chris here, because it's much, George got a little break, he got to change, opponents, whereas these two have been sitting here for so long playing this match.
You guys are getting all the love up there. You get that love.
Could see some action here.
And I think this very well could just get all in here. I mean, Ravi has 14,000. The decision will really be on Chris here is, does he push the action flop or does he just take a flop? And it looks like he's just going to take a flop.
Check.
Chris insta-checks.
Over on 2, looks like Keith is showing down jacks. Jacks and 4s. Get the top.
Check.
Not an intimidating board for Ravi's 9s. I'd be interested to see if we see Chris call here again. He floated with the king high before, thinking it was the best hand. Queen high is a very similar category on this board, and he does indeed call.
Jack of hearts on the turn.
Quite the card for Chris. He thinks it improves him, but little does he know, a 9 will not help him on the river.
Check, check. 6 of diamonds on the turn for match 2.
Wait for it.
Decision on Ravi. Does he try to value bet his 9s? Or does he try to get the showdown here?
And how gross is a 9 on the river?
A 9 will not be fun for Chris. A large bet. Oh, he actually verbalized the smaller sizing, it looks like. He put in 5,800 and announced 2,800. So 2,800 will be the bet. And that's all we'll hear from Chris. Cheyenne really likes the check from Ravi. Let him hit the 9 so Chris can think he has the best hand. But, you know, again, Cheyenne, you got to keep in mind these players cannot see what the other player has. So little does Ravi know that a 9 would be that good for him. Don't forget, just because the Winter Poker Open ends does not mean that the action here at Borgata ends. The Deep Stack Challenge runs February 19th through 27th for nearly $300,000 in guarantees. Come on down to Borgata for some awesome events.
When's that again?
That is February, I want to say the 19th it started. And also don't forget in February on BorgataPoker.com, right after the Deep Stack Challenge ends, conveniently enough, February 28th through March 13th is the Garden State Super Series online poker tournaments. Schedule is coming out very shortly.
Cool.
And it's going to be a good one. I did get to take a sneak peek, and oh, it's going to be good.
What does that mean? You got to take a sneak peek, like the schedule?
Yeah.
Cool.
What events there's going to be? A lot of awesome stuff.
Why
out
do you
there.
get to take a sneak peek? Who are you?
Well, I'm a pro with BorgataPoker.com, so I get the privy to all the
All right.
You know,
all right. I guess the story checks out.
fancy stuff, fancy stuff. But I'm not going to show you, Joe. Don't.
You know who the gate waiter is?
I see you getting interested,
In the mo-
but that'll be coming out soon.
Answer me this question, too. Is Borgata.com linked to another site, or is it its own thing?
So BorgataPoker.com is they share the same player pool as Party Poker New Jersey.
Okay.
But they are separate sites. They have separate promotions, separate rewards programs, stuff like that. But the players who you're playing could be on either skin.
So if I wanted to play, let's say, for example, if I wanted to play something
Sure.
you just mentioned,
Sure.
would I have to have a different client than a Party Poker client?
Well, you need a client here in New Jersey.
Yes, I mean,
Yes.
like, but let's say I live in New Jersey, which I
Yes.
do.
Yes.
I couldn't find the tournaments you just mentioned on Party Poker. I find them on Borgata Poker.
They will be listed in both lobbies.
In both lobbies.
Yes.
Okay, cool.
Yes. Yes.
Just checking.
But of course, Borgata Poker has everything better, so you should be on.
Okay,
Yes.
fair.
Blue blind, and I'll call blind.
I mean, I don't see what the problem is. It's not like my overlords are here yet.
Flat tire.
Look at this value bet from Chris. He bets his jacks, despite the king and queen being out there, and it looks like Ravi is indeed going to pay him off with the exact hand Chris is targeting. Chris really seems to have Ravi's number in a few of these spots.
His number and just holding over him, you know, like
he is holding better cards in most of the situations, but that's a river bet that not every player gets.
I agree. He's finding a way to get nearly max value out of the hands that he's getting, which happen to be the winning hand every time. But you have to know how to play those. You know, you can run better than someone else and not win as many chips as you should be.
Let's go to the George Keith match where George just bet the river with third pair, and it looks like Keith is putting in a raise. Can we get a shot of George and Keith?
Table 2, please.
Well, we'll get you there.
Yes, table 2 would be wonderful. Thank you.
There we go. George with the decision now. He did bet his third pair, and it looks like he's considered paying him off, paying Keith off. The 10 will be good, and George will be left with just about 10 big blinds.
Uh-oh. Looks
Keith-
like we may have to stay with table George.
If Keith can take him out, Keith will tie it up 1 apiece. George does have the lead right now, 1-0. So Caleb asks a question here on YouTube that I don't think we mentioned.
Go
What
ahead,
are the
let's hear it. I
what
love
are
a
the
good
chip
question.
denominations?
That
So,
is an excellent question. I have no idea.
well, chip denominations are the general casino colors that you would hope they would be. You can see some green chips are worth 25. The black chips are 100. Purple chips on top of Keith's stack there are worth 500. The yellows are 1,000, and the blues are 5,000.
We like blues.
Blues are the best. I believe they only have 4 of them in play in these.
My roommate loves blues.
Is that right?
Chips.
Sure. Ravi and Chris still battling out over there. We'll keep an eye on that.
Things are still fairly close to even in the other match. Chris does have the lead. 59 big blinds to 41 isn't like a huge disparity at the moment, I don't think.
No, they're, again, anyone's game over there still. They're setting up to have yet another marathon match. Keith and George definitely driving the aggression, also just playing quite a bit quicker. Have they caught up in hands yet? They are now 87 hands versus
87.
91. They're almost identical.
Shoot. So close. I can't believe I just said, oh, shoot. Like, I was so dangerously close to saying the S word, but I almost feel worse that I said shoot. I feel dumber. I'd rather apologize for swearing.
Looks like George has a lot of support here on the Twitch chat.
Yeah, he does. Where's George's thing? What can we say something fun about George?
Let's talk about George.
I think he's over there.
Do I have him? George Sisak. He's originally from Rockaway, New Jersey. Interestingly, where I grew up as well. George went to high school. We went to the same high school. He deals poker for a living.
Oh, no wonder. People probably love this dude.
And he usually plays both at Borgata and online.
How'd you start playing poker? Friends
in high school. That was actually not me, but yeah, if he wins this event, he says he will play the main on Monday. So I think everyone is rooting for George to get in that main event.
George. We're going to have a race here.
So if Keith can hit a king or a jack, he will tie the matchup 1-1.
Pretty good flop for sevens. Not a good
not
turn.
Good.
So that's going to be it. Yeah, for match number 2.
Keith is going to tie it up 1 apiece. And we'll go back over to Chris and Ravi, where an interesting situation is developing because both of these players have pretty good hands on this flop. If I'm Ravi, I like my hand a lot better than Chris's here. Chris has a fairly weak draw, and his high card value is not that good, whereas Ravi has the gutter to go with his draw and stuff like that. Also, Ravi has position. Another situation where if Ravi pushes the action, he could very well take this pot down.
We've not seen Ravi be very aggressive ever past the flop. Like, it's usually he makes his little attempt on the flop and then
that's it.
Yeah.
He does bet the turn, though.
And got it done this
and
time.
Take it down.
That guy walked away. I was going to have him cut to us and answer his question. Guy who does not realize we're live on the air.
Sort of the many benefits of being out in the middle of the poker room.
Yeah, right.
Here. I will say everyone's been pretty good, though. I haven't had, you know.
It's weird as I think people are getting more and more used to broadcasting happening so they don't bug you. But I remember when I used to do Poker Road Radio from the hallways of the Rio, people would come up and be like, where's the bathroom? Like, while I'm in the middle of like, hey, everybody, welcome to the show. Bathroom's down the hall to your left.
They just assume you're some guy sitting in a booth. You're there to answer their, asinine questions about
I like
whatever.
to think it's because we're so natural sitting up here that people just assume we're chatting with headsets
They
on.
don't even realize
They don't
it.
even see the
Forget
headsets.
the computers and monitors and soundboard, lights. Yeah.
To be fair, I was swiping on my Tinder when he walked up, so maybe that threw him off a little bit.
Any hot hits down here in Atlantic City?
You know, I had one last time I was here, and then I decided that I was going to drive home rather than wait it out, and I'm glad I did, because when I pulled my phone out at home to show my roommate, she had deleted me.
Oh, lovely. So the fans got what they wanted in a quick end to the George match. They're taking a quick break over there as they reset the chips.
Just a reminder for employees, management, dinner break will be 7 p.m. Join around 7 p.m.
We still have one more match to go over there.
So, how are my odds looking? George and Keith can very well be done before Ravi and
Come
Chris
on,
are.
Kippy. You can do it. I'll tell you this. I still like my side, but you've come far closer than I care to admit.
I've seen some of these heads-up matches play out, and you can sometimes the pace of play combined with the style of play, and you can just tell they're gonna be a while.
Like, this break is really helping me out.
This is helping you, yeah. You hopefully, like, George gets lost or maybe falls somewhere and can't find his way back here in time. Eric Schwartz on YouTube asks if any of these guys are heads-up specialists. I don't believe anyone listed that they were on their bios here, and not that I know of. If I had to guess, I would guess that George has played more heads-up among the four of them. I don't know much about Matthew, who we haven't seen yet since he's still waiting for the winner of this Chris Ravi match. But most of the time, players who have more of a live background, such as Ravi and Chris do, don't get as much of a chance to play heads up, whereas players that play more online do get to play heads up.
Cooler alert.
This is going to spell trouble.
This is going to be the end of Ravi. R-I-P-R-A-I-V. Or V-I. One or the other.
Either way.
One of them. The R-I-P is the important part.
See how Ravi plays it. The best thing for Ravi to actually get away from this hand, I mean, when you have a top pair with this strong of a hands, heads up, you're not really going to get away from it, but is that if he does just call here and gets some sort of super scary turn card, that is not it.
I mean, what would have even been a super scary turn card?
Well, I mean, something like a 10 perhaps, would have at least made him say, well, hold on, there's something immediately that beats me. Maybe something like a jack, a queen,
another
something
straight
where
card, yeah.
makes a straight or makes more two pairs or something like that.
Like, I don't think there was a scary enough card. I mean, this certainly isn't it.
No, this is definitely not it. Did Ravi actually lead? Yeah, Ravi actually just thinks his hand is so good. He's betting for value.
When you get called there, do your alarm bells go off a little bit?
I mean, he's betting because he thinks he's the best hand, so I think he's hoping for a call in that sort of situation.
Right, yeah, obviously. You don't bet and then get weirded out when you get called. You want to get called, sure.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what Ravi does here. I would imagine he's going to bet small, and if he bets small enough, Chris will raise. A lot of the straight draws do get there. The king queens, the 9-8s get there.
I'd say that qualifies as a small bet.
Yeah,
it was about
25% a pot. Chris is going to think that Ravi's going to have a lot of hands like he has here, perhaps two-pair hands maybe. Ravi does back into a few two pairs like jack 10s and stuff like that.
Here comes the raise. And we've seen Ravi pay these raises off real quick sometimes. Yeah. Just a little frustrated.
If I'm Chris here, I think I like just shoving better. If Ravi does have one of those two pairs, he's not going to fold. If Ravi just doesn't believe you with this ace-8, he's likely to just not fold. And this raise is already a large portion of Ravi's stack.
You think you can more effectively polarize if you...
Not only that, you just end the match. If he's going to call, he's going to call. If he has a straight here, you're just going to lose anyway. Tough decision for Ravi now. Wow, he lays it down.
Good fold, buddy.
The line that Ravi took there, the slightly unorthodox line, really paid off for him.
Yeah.
And being able to get away from that. If he just checked the turn like is kind of, quote, standard, he loses a lot more money just check calling twice there.
I saw that you went down about 3 inches.
So big hands are Ravi here.
And he is in the danger zone. He needs a big hand.
Down to only, is that 18 big blinds, right? That would make sense. Playing 300, 600 here. About 9,000. Pretty good flop for Chris. 2 overs and a gutter here. If Ravi does c-bet, we may just see Chris shove, and that probably is the end of the hand. But we'll see how they decide to play it. Okay, George and Keith are taking their seats. It looks like they're getting ready to go.
Oh,
Can they end it before Ravi and Chris can?
I would have bet you a tuna melt on it.
Good turn card for Chris. Chris does just call, which I think is fine. You know, again, he has a lot of equity with his hands. I think that if I'm him, though, with Ravi's kind of style that we don't know what to expect from him. You know, he was originally giving up, but he's been following through a bit more.
This changes things a little.
I think I like just shoving the flop as Chris. I'd like to see Chris bluff here. I think that Chris is going to have a lot of hands that have 8s in them, whereas Ravi is more likely to have just high card hands.
Plus,
like
you get to just put him in a pickle here.
And so with the straight on the board, Ravi would be calling the chop here. And I don't think he can call here. I like Chris's bet sizing. This is what you would want to do if you do have an 8.
It's also what you do when you don't have an 8. What a just terrible position to be in where you have to call all in for a chop. I mean,
know, and that's the reason why it's a good bet.
Yeah, that's what I mean. He's just because he can do it.
Exactly. He has the chips. It's his position. And honestly, he has the range advantage. He's the player that's going to show up with an 8 here more often than Ravi does. Ravi really giving this one some thought, though. So now the pot is reading 32,000. The pot is only about actually 4,000. But Chris bets about, he puts Ravi in, which is about a 7,000 behind there.
The decision is for Ravi's tournament life.
It is more than pot. I give Ravi credit for even thinking about it. I would have folded very quickly.
We know Ravi can't go broke here, but he doesn't know that.
I mean, you just can't call here with this hand, especially. Calling with a hand like, you know, 9-5 or 9-6 or something where you maybe stop Chris from having some of the 9-8 combos or something like that is better than calling with ace high by a lot there.
So I'm just checking in on the George Keith match, and they are up to hand number 93. You can see we're on hand 97, so they are just about there.
But we're a full round behind them.
Time-wise, yes.
Time-wise, yeah.
So the pace of play going much quicker in the George and Keith match than here with Ravi and Chris.
So Chris is just settled on just shoving a lot now. Ravi only has 10 big blinds. He says, I am not going to let this go on for much longer. Put the pressure on and end this thing. Are we going to stream the Matthew Emmel match? Asks ESM on Twitch. We would love to. However, Matthew Emmel does not have an opponent yet. He's waiting on the winner of Ravi and Chris. He has been waiting on the winner of Ravi and Chris for quite some time. Man, do you hear that?
Yeah, what's happening?
There's a hopping party apparently.
there's
next
like
door.
there's
a convention or something.
for
Yeah.
people that sell cell phone accessories, I think. So
Well,
they're all like young
The
people.
cell phone accessory business sounds exciting because based on their noise level.
I saw like a lot of people that were already drunk at noon when I got here.
Isn't that the theme of Atlantic City? I thought that was the rule.
Just
here.
think about all the people you see working cell phone stores and kiosks in the mall, and then imagine there's like 1,500 of them all in one
with
place.
alcohol pumping
Yeah.
through their body. Yeah.
So Ravi's got the best of it here for once. And you're right, man, Gags. Look at Chris just folds. You know, not that it's the craziest fold in the world.
He's just
but
getting away from
yeah,
the situations when he doesn't have the best hand.
Johnny Dramatized, not a fan of the cell phone accessory convention. Kind of makes me wish I was here last night.
I don't think they were here yesterday.
Okay.
Maybe they'll be here tonight. There was, of course, another convention over there. Good flop for Chris with the gutter here. Another spot where he can apply pressure with his pair plus his draw, but he does elect to just call again. He's definitely taking a slower approach to this match.
Will we finally see Ravi win at Showdown against Chris?
There hasn't been much of that, has there? The few pots he did win at Showdown were very, very small ones.
This is going to be one of them if it does get to Showdown.
Man, I'll leave this to you, Joe. This is your area of expertise. We got a lot of cell phone puns in the Twitch chat right now.
Check torque one time.
And it goes check, check. Ravi is going to win a very small pot. So we got Mr. Pibb says, I bet there's some connections being made at the cell phone convention. Mitch says, that joke got a terrible reception. That was like Pippen to Jordan, guys. Good job.
Nine River? Right.
One right there.
Hey, they're chatting at least.
That's the first time I've seen Ravi really smiling there, too. Both of these guys are really just statues this whole time. Question from YouTube. Stapes, do you see Ravi coming back here?
Absolutely not.
You think it's over?
I do think it's over, but, you know, God, I just hate
We
having to
showed
play
in the
both
last
sides.
in the
Is that-
last match that, you know, the last round that anything can happen. Are we calling them matches? So we have a round being the round of 4, round of 8. Okay.
Yep.
Each match is the match between the players, and then we
Yes.
have games.
Games,
Being
yeah.
Game 1,
yeah.
game 2, game 3.
Sure.
How about that?
Let's
So-
officially start calling it that. Correct me if I get it wrong.
Okay, so game 2, Ravi and Chris, we saw a lot of back and forth, a lot of swings. Ravi was down to like 4 or 5 big blinds, then came back to having the chip lead. So anything is possible. But based on the way things have been going, I think that this round is going to go to Chris.
Yeah, you can only, you know, base it on the momentum and obviously the stats. And that the stats are that Ravi's super short. Everything's been coming up Chris. So If the trend continues,
Chris will be the victor here.
Chris will be the victor. I've seen a lot of heads-up matches in my life, and I have not seen a ton of double-up wins.
Yeah, but this is a much shallower stack.
It's got a better shot of
event.
happening here than it does on most of the other things I do commentary on. So,
and the way that Chris and Ravi, the speed at which they're playing, it's more likely for that to happen. So we have to give an update because George and Keith, speaking of speed, have now surpassed Ravi and Chris. George and Keith have played 103 hands. This is on stream since their matches started, which George played Kate Hall heads up for at least, what, 30 minutes or so?
at least including the break they had, sure.
And Ravi and Chris have only played 101 hands.
Now Ravi's on his way to making a liar out of me. Which is fine, because I got nothing against the dude. I don't even like being right that much, so it's fine. Go for it, buddy. Do you. He's in a tremendous spot to double up. And it looks like it went 3-bet all in.
Chris is going to need help if he wants to move on to the semifinals.
And since no one jumped up out of their chairs, I guess that help did not come. 4 clubs get dealt out. No one's got a club.
Let's check in on the George and Keith match.
Let's do it.
As Keith is starting to pick up a little lead on George here, and these pocket queens will help him with that. We'll try to keep up with the action as they play lightning speed and throw chips into the pot.
Very nice looking flop for queens. But they go pretty quick.
It's like an adrenaline shot moving from match to match here. Even the dealer's getting in on this speed. So it looks like Keith limped and George raised.
Keith pairs his king. George flops 3 overcards.
And gives it up.
Hand is over. On our other table, we have top pair versus not much. Chris with the top pair. I think we're safe to
stick with the semifinals for now.
Yep, stick
Remember,
with this.
guys, this is the semifinal match, so the winner of George and Keith here will move into the finals. And they are tied 1-1.
So this hand's going to end in a chop. Should it go to showdown?
Well, the question is, does somebody bluff here? And it looks like they're not going to.
This is how you end up playing more hands than the table next to you. When you can check before we can even debate whether or not it will go check. Johnny Drama says dealers tend to play naturally at a fast pace.
At least that's the hope, that all dealers are quick.
I'm down for this suggestion from Scary. If you guys want to type something into the Twitch chat or tweet at us, hashtag it.
I believe we have a couple of hats we can give away as well.
Oh, cool.
If the move
Wow, this is going so
us.
fast. It was top pair versus a set, and it's like...
It's almost hard to keep up with the action here. This might spell the end for George, though. The ace on the turn could help him a bit. He has some equity with his gutter as well.
They're just playing so fast. So Keith checked to George.
No, George. George is on the left here.
I see.
This is Keith betting. A call here would represent about half of George's stack.
Not good news for George. He's going to lose a pot either way. And that's the call.
Forceful.
Wow, Gags. This match could be over for our other match.
So George is left with about 7,000 in chips, I want to say.
Who's coming up here?
Oh, we got some good entertainment coming up. Who do you like off of this
The
list?
actual Jimi Hendrix is going to be here?
I don't think so. But maybe. Come find out on March 19th.
Obviously, I'm a Lewis Black fan. What does Kevin Smith do? Stand up?
Is it the Kevin Smith?
And even though Kevin James is a little cheesy, I think he's such a good stand-up.
You know what? I think
such a
I think
solid
so too.
stand-up comedian.
I think he gets I think he might get a bad rap for some of the stuff that he does.
He's like one of those
but
guys that's funny. He doesn't cost. He's like a pretty.
His comedy is great. Yeah, Kevin Smith. The Kevin Smith is coming here. He does do comedy.
I wonder if he does like monologues or if it's just like actual stand-up.
That'd be great to see either way. I'd be interested in that.
April 30th. We used to
Music
podcast
Box.
out of the same theater.
Really?
Years ago, yeah, the John Lovitz Theater. He had his own studio upstairs. We had a different studio on the 4th floor.
Are you a Kevin Smith fan of his movies?
You know, I was for a really long time. He doesn't really do that much anymore.
No, he doesn't. He's kind of done his piece.
Actually, the last movie I saw of his, I think, was Red State, and I thought it was brilliant.
I didn't
Loved
see that
it.
one.
It says Kevin Smith is shooting Mallrats in Exton, Pennsylvania. Is there going to be another Mallrats?
I did hear that they might be doing that.
That's pretty cool. That
But
was
I
like
haven't
maybe my
seen-
favorite movie at the time it was released.
Mallrats is great. I'm a fan of all of his movies, really.
I don't
though.
think they hold up that well, but for
Really?
the time, yeah.
like even like Clerks and stuff like that.
Yeah,
you don't
I think they do, I think they don't hold up very well, but I think that for its time, like they kind of changed the way we did dialogue, and
I think some of them do. I think some of those kind of classic ones still have their moments of being funny, and they're not.
I just don't think anyone that's from like a younger generation is going to feel
Gonna
the way about
appreciate
those
it.
movies the way we did. That's what I mean by they don't hold up. Of course they hold up to
Yeah.
us.
You're saying because like comedies are shot very differently now than
They're shot differently. The
were.
themes that are discussed are just you know. Whenever I watch movies with young people and there's like no cell phone, people use pay phones. They
Yeah.
giggle. You know what I mean? Like they can't really take it serious. It's like when we watch someone in an old time, would be like, "Operator, give me the police." That's what it looks like to them. I think we should switch back to table one. I mean, it's a race to the finish here. But if we can get table one, please. Yes. Because we've got Ravi's down to 16 big blinds, and, you know, they're pretty shallow. It's only 34 for Chris. Ravi in the small blind. He's going to raise his queen jack.
I'd expect to see Chris defend here. Oh, he doesn't.
He does not.
A little surprising. I mean, 9-6 is certainly not a good hand, and it's one of those, you know, bottom of the barrel kind of hands we like to see flops with. But he's been calling a lot of those hands, and even worse ones so far. Maybe Ravi's shorter stack is getting him a little concerned.
Yeah,
he doesn't
sure.
want
You
to
know,
be giving chips up.
Exactly, and you know that you could be facing an all-in on the
Exactly.
flop.
He's going to use the power position though and continue with his 5-4.
These pre-flop folds are way more damaging to Ravi than they are to Chris.
Let's check in on the hand counter because we're at 108 for Chris and Ravi, and is that 116?
Yeah.
Wow, 116 for George and Keith. Now, how do you like if you're Matthew Emmel and you've been waiting for like 4 hours for your match, like How does that affect you? What are you doing?
You better be watching the damn stream because I think that you can really learn a lot.
Do you think he is?
Well, he tweeted in. I mean, I think that it's almost kind of unfair that you get to sit and
You get
watch
to see
these
his
two
previous
matches and just
matches.
see how he's going to play. Like,
Yeah.
if you play the exact same way, like let's say Ravi loses, right?
Sure.
But you manage to do the exact same thing Ravi does, but in different situations, you could really mess with a guy's head.
Absolutely. I wonder if he's sequestered somewhere where he's not watching the stream.
I'd go to the next one.
You know, that wouldn't surprise me.
Let's
we don't.
let's
we're not privy
assume-
to all of these
sure.
details, so we're just, conjecturing here.
Don't worry, y'all. We're still keeping an eye on Keith and George, but statistically, this one should end first.
Hold on.
So Ravi wins this one pre-flop. All right, we'll switch back over to table 2 if we can, because we do have a ace versus ace situation.
Might be it. Feel it.
So Domination Nation, George raised, Keith. Sorry, I think that went a 3-bet. Oh boy, yeah, this could easily go all in here at some point in this hand. There's the raise, the flop raise. Top pair versus the nut flush draw. There's the all-in from George.
Giant draw here from Keith.
Keith has made the call. George is the player at risk. Ace on the turn. King on the river. So 3 kings for George. No
Full house
heart.
indeed. In fact, and he will double up and take the 2-1 chip lead over Keith.
You were right.
I was, yeah. Love the outcome though.
So I think we'll stay here. We'll watch the other match.
We've
Wait,
got,
hold
we
on. Let's
actually
go
got
there
an
now.
all-in
Keep an all-in.
on table 1. 2 big hands at once. Ace queen versus king 10. Ace queen holding.
Ace queen of Ravi, the one at risk here. Chris looking for an 8 or a 3 to chop, or a king or a 10 for the win. An ace won't do it. And the seesaw swings back the other way. Chris cannot put away Ravi.
Nope, and that, I mean, that's a huge double up. That's a double up. That's a role reversal. That puts Chris in the danger zone. Danger zone.
So frustrating if you're Chris to just keep grinding Ravi down and keep
Yeah,
losing
hell
all-ins.
yeah.
So Ravi does with the slight chip lead now.
Which one of these is going to go first?
My money is still on George and Keith, I think.
Well, Chris starts off this hand in a dominating position, and Ravi's just going to fold it.
Shall we hang on? Shall we hang on to our seats and head back to George and Keith? Because remember, the winner of the George and Keith match does go to the finals.
Just no one's that short over there, and we just had a quick fold, so let's stay here for
Okay.
one more hand.
You're getting like, there's nothing.
I agree with you. I agree with you.
6-2 off, 10-5 off, 9-3 off. You can get like a 6-8 or something. I can raise that. Really a 3-bet.
Keep hearing George and Keith chatting in the background.
Yeah,
They've
they're-
been much more vocal than Ravi and Chris have.
So, looks like Ravi's limped. Chris gets a free look at the flop.
He's
And
gonna like
trips, trips for Ravi.
Oh,
And
sorry, Ravi's gonna like
there
it.
should not be much blood on this hand. The bet from Ravi, the fold from Chris.
Seemed like it, but the hands are getting.
All right, we can switch over to table 2.
Better to get the better hand.
Question from YouTube, from Alex. He asks, where is this hosted? It doesn't look like they're in the card room. They are not in the card room. We are up in the event center, the ballroom up here at Borgata. Lovely giant room. been decorated for the Winter Poker Open as well as the WPT event that's happening behind us. And our players are up on a stage that's built on the side of the room here. Quite a nice setup. We're over in the corner.
Really
here.
cool in here.
Both players getting a piece of this flop. Bottom two for Keith and George with top pair. It's kind of a scary board. There's definitely a lot of straight draws out there, so a lot of cards are going to slow both these players down. Yeah, that's one of them.
That is a straight card.
Keith doesn't seem to mind too much, though.
I think we're going to have to switch over to table 1. See 2 playable hands. Ravi just limped his king-9 suited.
I wonder if we see Chris just shove here. He has less than 20 big blinds. This is not a hand you're dying to take a flop with.
Do we think that Ravi is going to be limping with many hands that can snap this off?
You know, he's been raising so often that I would think
Probably not, right? Yeah.
But, I mean, I wouldn't think he'd limp with king-9. King-9 is a very strong hand.
Regardless, we did not get a shove. There was a raise, though, which Ravi quickly called. Fairly interesting flop here. Yeah. Bottom pair to gut shot for Ravi. Nut flush draw for Chris.
Although, like, what's Ravi going to do here? Is he just going to call? If he just calls here, Chris might be able to take him off of his hand depending on the turn card. He does just call.
And it's a king on the turn. So Ravi's actually got the best hand now, but on a really awful board.
Yeah, and again, if Chris applies, the stacks are not deep enough where I don't think Ravi's gonna be able to get away from this. You know, and I think Chris is just gonna have to draw to his outs here.
I mean, Ravi already had the best hand, I
Yeah.
guess, but significantly.
Now Chris
in
still
the
has
lead
a
now,
large chunk of
statistically.
equity here with
Yeah.
his gutter as well. I think we're just gonna see Ravi call again. The question will be, can Chris pull the trigger on the river? You see all the outs there for Chris.
No, it's going in.
Wow, now a decision for Chris. He does call it off with the draw.
I think Chris may have put Ravi all in.
Chris put in about 6,000 and only had about 3 or 4 behind.
Okay. So will 2-pair hold?
7 on the river means that 2-pair will indeed hold, and Ravi will eliminate Chris Odell in 5th place.
I was wrong, guys. I was
What?
wrong. Ravi did double up. He did come back. So
What a match.
Ravi's
Ravi will move on to the semifinals, so he will play Matthew Emmon?
Emil. Matthew
My
Emil.
mistake. But let's jump back to
Let's go back, yeah.
match 2, because we do not have a winner yet. George and Keith still battling it out.
In case you wanted to see what
Hi,
me
guys.
and Mike look like and watch a fella eat a sandwich.
You can see the lovely poker room, or lovely ballroom behind us. Everyone playing the WPT.
What you
Some
eating?
fans. Something good? Tuna melts.
One of those.
That's
I want
the
a tuna
favorite
melt.
here.
That's what I
Everyone's talking
want.
about
I
the
should go
tuna
get
melt.
I should go get a bite of that guy's tuna melt.
But let's head back to George and Keith here. To catch you up if you're just joining us, George and Keith are in the semifinal match. So the winner of this match will move to the finals. It is a best of 3, but they are tied 1 game apiece. So whoever wins this game will move on to the finals. They are quite even. both with about 60 big blinds. And at the 200, 400 level, or sorry, I believe they're playing 150, 300.
Correct.
Yeah, 150, 300. They're both basically have starting stack of about 20K. Keith has a slight lead.
I was wondering why it was like 6 8 20. That's crazy.
Like 1,000 entries probably.
Yeah, well, they guarantee 3 mil, I think. Yeah.
So we'll see if they can hunt down Matthew, who's been anxiously awaiting for a winner to play.
The real question is, well, we don't know yet. We'll have to see Ravi and Matt. Because I wonder what happens if you have a slow guy and a fast guy at the final.
I think in general, this is
It'll
what I was
slow down the matchup with the slow guy, right?
Well, this is what I was talking about before, where when you're playing against someone playing super fast, it feels like there's a lot of pressure on you to play quickly too.
Yeah.
So if Matt does play quickly, I think it'll generally speed up his opponent's game. That's why myself, as a player, I tend to try to deliberately slow the game down so they don't speed the game up, don't make me play quicker.
Reminder, guys, you can get in touch using the hashtag Borgata Poker Live. We got some eyes on Twitch, twitch.tv/BorgataAC. And we've got some eyes on YouTube.
So wherever you're talking to us, we got you covered. Looks like the Mad Emil fans are starting to come out on Twitter. Hunk fam, rooting hard for him.
Like, for example, on YouTube, Gary Bao says, test, SATs, MCAT, blood, what else?
Dealer test to be a car dealer.
Yeah.
Got to pass Kelly's rigorous dealer exam.
I was telling the guys on Twitch the only reason why I even took this gig was because I might get to meet Kelly. They told me after my 10th stream.
Twitch chat is very aware.
They'll let me speak to her.
Yeah, those are the rules here. We're on a tight ship here at the Borgata.
Last time me and you did a stream, I had a GF.
And now?
Now not. Now I've less. Domination situation developing.
Keith 3-betting as well here.
And everybody misses.
Quick check, and that will improve George a lot. George just
so fast.
They were
beating
literally
each other
in
into
the
pot
at the same time as George's were.
So George checks the best hand. Keith bluffs the river.
No, George is betting.
Excuse me. I'm still learning this graphic system.
It's just they're playing so fast, it's hard to keep the action up.
I think I gotta go see what's going on in the cell phone convention too.
They sound like
If we
they're
get
having a good time. Now, keep in mind, so we are on the other side of the ballroom, and we have headphones on, and we can still hear them.
I didn't. I was the first one to 8, I think. So, first or second.
Ship it 2K says another Matt Emil fan here. Let's go. Gonna see how long it takes Ravi to get set up for the next match. The thing about that, we're poking fun at how Ravi and Chris's match was so slow. They weren't playing that slowly. They were playing at, I would say, a fairly average
These
pace.
guys are just playing at a ridiculous
maniacs.
pace. Yeah.
And not only that, but the Ravi and Chris, every match went to 600, 1200, which went really far, really long. George's and Keith's matches both were done before 200, 400.
They're playing bigger pots. Yeah.
Keith changing his look numerous times. No jacket, now no glasses.
Sometimes you got to reinvent yourself. Change gears. This is my glasses gear. Joji with the ace-10 of clubs. Raise and take it. Now I got to do the glasses hangsies. Now what am I going to do?
George changing the wardrobe up slightly. He did go hood for the Kate Hall match. Now he's hoodless.
Check those abs.
Who's your favorite to win this one here between the two?
I like George to win this one. Not that he's my favorite or that I have a preference who wins.
Who do you like to win? There you go.
I think George obviously has the advantage now. I think I don't know too much about Keith's game, but from the amount of folks on the rail for George, it feels like he's been around the scene for a while. Feels like he's
definitely
seen a lot of poker.
Everybody knows him in New Jersey. Turn cards have been nice to George in the last few hands here, and it looks like he may get paid off by Keith. He'll extend his chip lead.
Yeah, he's going to keep chipping away.
Has the Ravi match started yet? Not yet. Ravi is still catching his breath from the rigorous sprint that was his first match.
So one of these guys is likely to be waiting around for a while we wait for the Ravi match. And George has just been 3-bet by Keith, and George is going to peel.
See if George can off-flop him again. Last two have gone his way.
Not even close.
Not much there at all for him, huh?
Wasn't as bad as my play.
Joey DeMush on Twitter asks, who's doing the commentary? Well, Joe, I'm Mike Gagliano. Alongside me, Mr. Joe Stapleton.
You can also call me Stapes or Uncle Daddy. Hello, my babies.
You can follow us on Twitter at Stapes, and I am at Gags30Poker.
Big hand for George. And a pretty big hand for Keith, too, heads up. Some real car crash potential.
They're fairly deep. I don't think this is going to get him pre. Keith just makes the call.
So one flush draw, one backdoor flush draw. Club on the turn should make things pretty interesting.
I think the fold was good by Keith. It's hard to make. It's hard to do a lot on that board with your hand. The boss wants to get it in. I don't think Keith is getting it in there.
Thank you, Daniel Hart, writing it on Twitter. Got me on my handle. Don't forget, guys, you can use the hashtag Borgata Poker Live. Scary had a pretty good game a few moments ago that we didn't get a chance to get to because there was 2 all-ins at both tables. We said,
yeah.
time to play the best fake friendship story, Ravi Chris edition. I'm down for that. Tag your tweet, Borgata Poker Live. And what do you say? We have a T-shirt we can give away?
We have hats. We have a couple of hats we can give away, yeah.
Got some hats. So whatever, let's say the top 2 stories.
Sure.
Fake stories about Keith and George's friendship.
Wait, are we
No,
doing
sorry, it was
Keith
Rav-
and George? Or?
Let's do Keith and George.
Yeah, since we've lost
Since
Ravi
they're here.
and- yeah.
So Keith and George, we've heard, are best friends.
Sure, yeah.
Tell us the best story about them, unless this match is going to end here.
I think George may just call. It's.
I don't see why you do anything but call. So George is going to give some chips back to Keith. So yeah, let's assume Keith and George are best friends. Tell us a great short anecdote about these two. The best 2 are going to get a free hat.
This is available to Twitch chat as well, right? Everyone.
Sure, we'll do it for
Yeah.
everyone. What about YouTube? We'll do our best.
Yeah, we can. I've got YouTube up here. We can check out YouTube as well.
Raise and take it for one of the two besties. I've got one.
Let's hear
When
it.
George and Keith were teenagers, George had a girlfriend,
Okay.
but didn't have his driver's license, and Keith used to always drive George's girlfriend home for him every day after school so they could hang out. And that's it. Nothing bad happened. He never hit on
Just
George's
he
girlfriend.
was a very good friend.
He was just a good friend and was like, look, dude, I know you have your driver's license. I'm going to drive your girlfriend home so you can hang out with her every
He
day.
wore the chauffeur hat.
Yeah.
Whole 9 yards. Very kind of Keith.
So that's me kicking things off. George pairs his 4. Keith with a delayed C-bet.
Yeah. Sorry, no. Keith's out of position, it looks like.
Okay. It's going so fast, it's just hard to do. All right, here's one. George used to troll Keith on the internet for years. One day, Keith asked George why he acted the way he did. George opened up and discussed some very personal matters from his childhood. Keith helped George get past these issues, and they've been best buds ever since. George says to this day, he owes everything to Keith's kindness.
Boy, Keith is a very
He's been a great friend so
guy
far.
in our imaginary world here.
Keith and George, George and Keith, best of friends.
Another big hand for Keith pre-flop. George, did you see? George checked and got his cards in the muck before Keith even breathed on his chips. Keith made the slightest motion towards his chips, and George's hand was already instantly gone.
Torifying Twitch says Keith and George have a last longer bet, and the bet amount is based on total time played. So they're both acting fast to help their equity.
They're definitely setting a record here for most hands played in one of these heads-up events. Hands per hour, I should say.
Franco says all you need to know about Keith is that he's the man, and it's mopping season. Keith the Mop. That's what we've been told to call him. Mop, mop.
George, another weak pair. Still haven't seen a lot of, any big bluffs necessarily in this whole event.
I mean, there might have been a bluff or two that we just missed because the hands happen so fast.
They were all smaller ones for the most part, but there haven't been any big double or triple barrels or anything like that yet. Be interesting to see if as we get closer to the finals, being a heads-up event, I would expect to see a little bit more of that.
Any more fake stories about George and Keith being best friends? Because at the moment we've only gotten 2 stories, and so therefore, if you only have to beat one of them to be in the lead for a hat.
I like those odds. Oh boy, the chat is getting excited because they see Matt in the background on the stream.
Matt. So it looks like that other match is about to get underway.
Not a flop Keith is going to like.
Yep.
George checks, interestingly enough.
George gets there on the turn with a royal draw. Even gets there, Gets there here. Flush for both players.
Did he not bet? George didn't bet the river?
Nope.
Kind of surprising. There's only one flush that beats you. And you are heads up.
Maybe he's looking to get a bet.
And he's key at position.
He's in position. Okay. It's all happening way too fast for me.
Yeah, George is in position.
Yes, I do not understand why you wouldn't bet it. Maybe you don't realize that you made the flush on the end.
He
Maybe
may not.
you
He
just
may
think
not have. You see Matt look at his cards twice and see if he actually had the flush. He did. I mean, Matt's going to call in the river there if George bets.
And even though we like a fast pace of play, it's actually you do make mistakes when you play it really quick.
Course.
Like you maybe didn't notice that you made a flush, that you have the second nuts.
They're literally instantly acting.
Here we go. This is from Ghost of M. George once had to give blood for an emergency transfusion to Keith caused by a freak water skiing accident.
This could be trouble for
Yeah, it absolutely
George.
could.
He just rips it in.
Oh, yeah. Hello. And
top
cards
pair.
are on their backs.
This is for a very large amount of chips. A 4, 9, or a 6.
Not a 7, though.
George, not a 7. Keith is going to double up back to about even. Keith will have a slight chip advantage after that one.
Waldorf says, Keith and George were involved in an I Know What You Did Last Summer accidental murder pact along with Jennifer Love Hewitt and Mike Trout. Mike Trout cracked. Can't believe the actual Jennifer Love Hewitt was involved.
They know some people in high places.
Boy, the moderators in our chat here, they rule with an iron fist.
I saw that. Well, it is a bot. So it just flagged the message. It was too long.
Ship it to KGG. Says, one time Keith and George played a heads-up match at Borgata in the 2K event, and George took off his sunglasses and still looked like... Oh, that's not a story at all. My name ain't Earl says, looks like they both use Stevie Wonder as their barber. First of all...
I'd love to have Stevie Wonder as my barber. That'd be great.
First of all...
What stories?
I think the haircut's great. Second of all, Stevie Wonder, not blind. Check it out. Google it.
Is that right?
There's like overwhelming evidence out there that he's actually not blind.
Really?
Yeah.
How's that?
You can see in video. There's a very incriminating video where someone knocks over a mic stand and he catches it during a performance.
Well, I thought that he could.
He's
see
not
like
Daredevil.
a little bit.
Well, yeah. I mean, the thing is, but that's not blind.
I guess. Maybe we'll have to investigate.
Stapes investigates.
I got from Caleb on YouTube. George and Keith meet at the same outlet mall they worked at. Keith worked at Lucky Jeans and George worked at Adidas. They would meet up at the food court every day and share a 5-foot party sub from Subway.
That's my favorite so far. Write that guy's name down.
All right, Caleb from YouTube. We got him on the side.
That's my favorite one so far. That's fantastic. 10-6 deuce, 2 hearts. Keith is whiffed. George has got the best hand. 7 of hearts on the turn.
Ghost of M trying to crack your Stevie Wonder vision case. He heard Stevie Wonder had an operation that restored part of his sight 10 years ago.
Maybe that's the case. Still, not blind. That's all I said. So Keith has picked up a draw here. He's going to semi-bluff the turn. Players have taken their seats at table 1, the Matt Ravi match.
I think we see George just, he does raise. Okay. They're actually thinking about this one. No, he does not raise. I don't think George is going to have an easy time calling here with the hearts out there. So I would. Well, hold on.
We're having some graphics
problems.
issues.
Okay, so George has the ace queen, and Keith has check raised. Okay, so this is what I was saying. I should have the hands backwards. Keith's draw here is kind of too weak to be able to call here. So because of that, he can't really. He needs to put some pressure on George if he's going to win this pot.
And he did.
Yeah, and he
he
does.
did.
And you see he pushes out not only the better hand, but the better draw as well.
And widens his lead. 63 bigs, plays 37.
Nice, nice, nice.
Any more stories?
I think there might have been one. Spada says, George and Keith started playing poker together, having all the time in the world, being housed in the same jail cell. With an early release, they made this buy-in. That's one of the coolest folds I've ever seen. I like that.
Cards in the air.
He went like this, but then he kind of like popped him, like he made him shoot downward.
Well, with the thick RFID cards, you can do a little more fun things with them.
I played on my first TV table ever, actually.
Is that right?
At PCA, yeah.
How was that?
There was a charity event. And I will say that the RFID tables make it so, like, you kind of fold, like, it kind of takes all the flourish away from your fold a lot
Because
of
the cards
the
are
time.
so heavy.
Because they're heavy and, like, they're sitting in that spot on the table, so I just tend to just push them forward with 2 fingers
Yeah.
rather than
Well,
pick them back up again.
You don't have to leave them in that spot forever.
No, I know.
You can
But
just kind of put them there and then do whatever you want with them.
it was my first time! Okay?
George outflopping Keith again here.
I just didn't want to be the problem.
Yeah.
So I always just left them
You
exactly.
don't want to be the person the tournament director has to come over to and say,
Yeah.
You gotta show your cards.
Hey there, Georgie boy.
George hanging around. Still slightly behind Keith, but it's certainly far from over.
The last one, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Pretty quick. Second one was good.
Yeah,
First
kind of blasted the second one. Got flushed over flush and then went down.
I believe George made a deep run in this event. He may have actually won this event once before already.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, that's a key piece of information.
Let me get on that because that's just kind of jolted into my mind there. He did not win. He took third in September in this event for $9,300. That was a $1,500 heads-up event.
Pretty good.
The event eventually won by Joseph McKeon.
I know that name, Joe McKeon.
Joe McKeon, yeah. Sounds kind of familiar. Maybe a Twitch.
I think
chat.
I had an old roommate named
Yeah,
Joe
maybe the
McKeon.
Twitch chat might know who he is.
The old roomie. So my parents are here. I mentioned that, right?
You did, yes.
I'm getting some funny texts from my mom, although we do have a pretty big hand shaping up here. So it's I can always, once I start to devolve into an anecdote, that's when we can be sure money's going in the middle.
Could spell the end for George.
Yeah, this is not the best flop for him.
With 4,400 in the pot, they're not that deep.
It's a bet from George.
You shouldn't have Keith checks this flop.
There's the raise from Keith. Pretty wet board. Lots of goofy draws you can be raising with. Combo draws where top pair is going to be winning right now.
George got away from a hand like this last time. Let's see if he can do it again.
The problem with poker is you got to get away from it every time.
Yeah. Pause is one of those things that, they obviously don't know that with the whole cards.
Keith jams. And there's a call. This could be it.
This will be it for George once he can find an ace or a 6 on the river.
So my prediction looks like it's going to be wrong in both cases. Yes,
the 9
it
on the river
is.
will not do it. And
I said
we'll move on to the finals.
I said Ravi wouldn't win, and he did. I said Keith wouldn't win, and he did. You're welcome, both of you. Enjoy it. No one has ever been more wrong than I am. Good game, George. Had a lot of folks out there pulling for you. Keith, our first entrant into the final here at the Borgata Winter Poker Open Heads-Up Championship.
Gotta give George credit. His lightning speed paced. Earns himself $12,416 for his 4th place finish in our event here.
So just one match happening right now.
And we check in with Ravi and Matthew. Matthew is, of course, Matthew Emmel, who we are just getting introduced to. We know Ravi a bit here. Matthew is originally from Syracuse, now lives in Charlotte, North Carolina, sporting the Carolina Panthers hat, as you can see. He does consider himself a professional poker player and has been doing that for 8 years. He also, interestingly enough, used to play pro racquetball. Matt considers himself a heads-up specialist. Someone asked that earlier, and as far as we knew, none of the other players were heads-up specialists, but Matt is a sit-and-go specialist, so this is certainly right up his alley. These being more along the lines of sit-and-goes than a cash game, based on the the shorter structure. Matt says his playing style is whatever he needs to beat the table, he will adjust. And if he wins this event, he will be happy.
Okay.
Ravi from Delaware Park, we're all familiar with. In his long match against Chris Odell. We will be sure to give away the hat for the George and Keith story in a few moments. If there's any last ones about that, let's hear those.
Check.
I would imagine the average can go check a lot here, and Ravi's going to take it down with his 4. So although Ravi, also plays quite a bit, I think that Matt has to be a favorite in this match, just based on the fact that he plays so many sit-and-goes. And being a sit-and-go player, you know that Matt has the online experience as well, which is, as we've seen in the past, just invaluable in these types of high-pressure final table situations. We apologize for any issues we're having with the microphones. So Ravage defending the King 7. Likely to see Ravi just check fold here. This is a potential board where we could maybe find a raise. Matt C. bets and Ravi does make the call. I think the calling here is okay with King High. You do think that you will sometimes have the best hand here with your King High, but one of the problems is that, his kicker is just very weak. And it's going to be hard to actually show down the best hand here. If you had a hand like Ace-7 that beats more draws, I think that's a slightly better call in that spot. And Matt will take it down. Torfy, Keith did win. They had quite the battle, but Keith was the victor. So Keith awaits the winner of Matt and Ravi here for the finals. Very young fields here. So Ravi and Matt being 27 and 29 years old. I don't have an age for Keith, but he's clearly not much older than that. And George only 30 as well. Two of them will take another flop. I said earlier that Ravi was not, actually playing that slowly, and his pace has actually slowed down, it seems. I think this is where some of Matt's experience is going to shine through. And these are the spots where Chris was kind of picking Ravi apart as well, making these calls with hands like ace high, king highs that he was able to win when Ravi just gives up. And I think this is going to be another one of those situations. Ravi c-bets with not a lot of equity. I'm not saying it's a bad bet, but it's a bet that it's going to be hard to follow through on. And again, he's going to have trouble following through on this board. Can Ravi pull the trigger? Doesn't look like he will, and ace high will take it for Matt. Matt will pull to about even after that one. Remember, this is our semifinal match. Both of these players guaranteed $12,000. Whoever wins this match will move to the finals. They'll be guaranteed $24,000, playing for the top prize of $49,664. And of course, the lovely Borgata trophy. Borgata has some awesome new trophies that look just like the Borgata. Hopefully we can get a shot of that once we get to the finals. I'm sure we will. Everyone's clamoring trying to win one, though. Matt in a dominating position pre-flop. And on a dry board like that, probably would just continue with him taking the pot down. Clearly a big sports fan. Some of his fans here on YouTube and Twitter mentioning how Matt's a big NFL fan, sporting the Carolina Panthers gear. Interesting that Ravi does call up with his queen too. Not a play we've seen too often from Ravi here. And the turn being an ace, Ravi might be able to pick this pot up. This is the type of situation where when Ravi calls the flop, if I'm Matt, I expect Ravi to have a lot of ace highs. But Matt's not scared and bets anyway. On a 6-6-4 board, I would expect Ravi to have a lot of fours and a lot of aces. And maybe some sixes. But Matt doesn't seem concerned with that ace and takes the pot down. I'm being told that Matt is actually not a Carolina Panthers fan and that he lost a bet. But we'll have to find out more information and confirm which side of that is true. I hope that is true. He's from Charlotte, North Carolina. Oh no, it's not. It's not true. Okay. Matt being out of position this hand, we'll see if he can outplay Ravi with the worst of it once more. tough spot for Ravi. Not too much you can do with your king high. Can you guys actually hear that convention through the stream? They are having a lot of fun back there. That is the rowdiest cell phone convention I have ever heard. Ravi has none of Matt's lead and will take that pot down with a raise. He actually shows, did he show both cards or just one card? Either way, shows that, you know, he may not be pushed around by Ravi, or sorry, by Matt. I don't know if I like the show. You know, we discuss this a lot. Should you show your cards if you're bluffing, if you're not bluffing, and are there advantages to it? And one of the things that I always tell people is that when you're playing against someone who's played a lot of poker and is very good at quickly reading and analyzing situations, when you show your hand, regardless of what it is, you're just giving them more information. And when you do that, you're just, you know, making it easier for them to pick you apart in the future. So regardless of, you know, what you're trying to accomplish by showing it, I always suggest you don't do it. But there are certain people that are extremely good at showing their hand and, you know, messing with people for the future. So if that's part of Ravi's game, I'll leave that to him. I, though, have not been able to do that successfully. 609 on Twitch says he thought there was a concert going on because of all the noise. Big hand for Matt preflop, but not going to do too much for him other than take the blinds down. Waldorf asks how many cell phone conventions I've heard. They quite often have conventions here at the Borgata. You know, we're up in the event center. You know, they section off maybe 3 of the ballrooms or something like that for the poker tournament. And then there usually are 1 or 2 other ones where they do sometimes have conventions. And there are quite often, you know, different business meetings up here. So we actually are right next to a lot of them. But I don't know if I've ever been privy to a cell phone one. Maybe cell phone conventions are known for kind of being parties. Ghost of M mentioning the players who like to always show their hand pre-flop when it's folded. That's a joke that's definitely still funny after the 700th time you've heard it. It's one of those rules of poker, like when someone shows a hand and you have the same hand, you show it and you say, you play that garbage too?
You play that trash? There's a couple situations. You got to show when you have quads or straight flush, right?
There are
quads
certain
are higher,
rules.
right? You just got to do it.
You do have to always show quads and straight flushes. Yesterday, actually, 3-handed in the 1 million guaranteed, the chip leader mate flopped a straight flush with 5-2 suited, and he was one of the most stone-faced, emotionless players we saw at that table. And he checked the flop, and the other player checked, and he bet the turn. The other player folded, and sure enough, he cracked a smile and rolled over his straight flush.
You got to smile if you get a straight flush and never get another one ever again.
So really interesting to see Ravi pick up the big draw here, the open and straight draw and the flush draw and bet the turn.
And brick it.
And Mac finds the call. Now this is a hand where, you know, previously against Chris in the last match, we did not see Ravi doing a lot of barreling and stuff like that. This is a card that I would expect him to bluff a lot on, but we didn't see that from him. And Matt, not having that information that we got to see, assumes what I would usually assume is that Ravi's bluffing a lot. And Ravi fires a 3rd time at this pot. Can Matt find the call with his pair? And it looks like he's going to pretty quickly.
And I feel bad for Ravi here because Ravi got aggressive on the river so infrequently last game, and I felt like it would have helped him. Here he is, like, trying to do the right thing. And
you know, we talk about people gaining an advantage from watching the stream. If Matt had watched the stream, Ravi
probably
would have
folds
the
it.
advantage there. Absolutely. You think that maybe Ravi actually thinks that Matt saw the stream, and that's part of his plan?
It would be good if we can give Ravi that kind of credit. I think Ravi maybe just changing things up. And
just changing gears, different opponent.
It's my nice way of saying clicking buttons, but whatever. I agree with you, by the way, Gags, about showing your hand. That there's just, especially if you're not one of the best players in the world, there's no benefit to it at all.
There's very specific opponents that I will show my hands to. You know, maybe the guys who kind of are loose cannons and you feel them getting frustrated, and then you do something like maybe bluff them and you show it and they kind of lose. You know,
I still
blows
feel
the
like
top
that
off.
comes back to bite you in the ass
I think
some of the time
you
anyway.
have to understand that they are never going to fold to you. But if
Yeah.
it's a guy who you think is, you know, about to go into, you know, kind of lunatic mode, if you show a bluff, it may be worth it. Kind of the guy that's on the edge.
Yeah, you really need to know what you're doing, and I don't think most people do, even when they think they do.
That's a pretty common trend in poker, is that
People thinking they know what they're doing.
people not knowing what they're doing.
Yeah.
Some
God
know.
bless them.
Some know they don't know what they're doing. So let's give away that hat. We finished our George and the Keith stories. I think we're going with Caleb. Caleb's story about
the
George
mall,
and Keith
right?
working
Adidas
at the mall.
and- yeah.
Absolutely. And
Did you pick one?
I liked, let's see. There was one I liked. Let's see if I can find it.
So like when I'm in the small blind, should I do it always or like what if I'm I would do it. Just throw them in there real quick and then throw them out.
What did you like, the jail
I
one?
like the I Know What You Did Last Summer Accidental Murder
Okay.
Pact from Waldorf 523. So Waldorf,
Okay, you got him, yep.
message Borgata AC Twitch account to claim your hat. And Caleb, I'll find out what you can do.
Maybe tweet at the
Yeah, if you could tweet.
whoever runs the Borgata Twitter account. Should we switch to the other table? Should we show them some of the action from the other table? No? No other? All right.
No other table.
We won't show them then.
There is no other table.
There is no Dana, only Zool.
So you were mentioning before something about your parents.
Oh, yes,
And
my folks.
we cut you off because there was some exciting poker being happening.
I made the mistake of telling my folks that I was going to be down here today, and they never miss an opportunity to hang out with me. My parents love me a lot, and I'm fortunate for this, but sometimes it's a little too much to handle. But anyway, they came down for the day and the night, so I met them for breakfast. And my mom just texted me to say, Dad and I just dropped 165 at a bar! Exclamation point. The young guys wanted Dad to go party with them. He is drunk. And my dad is 67 years old. Pretty good flop for Ravi here.
Sounds like quite the evening. You didn't join them, I take it, at the bar.
No, this is happening now while I'm here.
Oh, this is right now.
This is like this is current. This is
Wow.
like real-time tweeting
Wow.
as Ravi's hand improves to a straight on the turn. Dad tried to use his game card to open the door. We're waiting to get something to eat. Can you join us? Dad is on the bed now. He needs to regroup.
Let's get him down here. Let's get them some headsets. I think this will be.
That's not a good idea. That is not a good idea. I mean, unless you're happy with everyone being referred to by what their ethnicity is.
Sure, let's go for it. Let's see what
Chinese girl
I'd like to see
raises.
what he picks for me.
Black dude folds. He'll love you because your last name is Italian.
I get told I look various ethnicities though, depending on where I am in the country.
People will
and
see
the
what they
world.
want to see or
Yeah,
don't want to see
yeah.
sometimes, I assume.
If I'm in Europe, I don't get Italian. I get Spanish or
Greek, maybe.
I get gotten Greek. I get Israeli. All
Yeah,
that
whole
stuff.
Turkish,
yeah.
I'm sure a lot of
Yeah,
that part of the
different
world.
Middle Easterns, yeah.
You got to do something about those eyebrows.
I know. I know. Well, maybe me and you can hit the spa after this and get all taken care of.
I used to get my eyebrows threaded when I had a superficial girlfriend.
How was that?
Painful. There's a video of me
sure it
online
is.
somewhere actually having it done, I think. Wonder if it's still on YouTube.
I don't think things come off of YouTube. Ravi really giving this one some thought. Seems like a pretty easy c-bet spot with your king high here. You're getting texts from your parents. My wife just texted me. We got a new refrigerator right before I left. And apparently, it's my daughter's new toy to scale the refrigerator.
You know, that's like one of the all-time greatest, like, no toys. Like, don't play in refrigerators.
Don't
It's
play
like
in refrigerator?
Yeah, play in
Well,
old refrigerators.
I don't think she can get it open, but
Okay,
she's
that's good.
working on climbing the
Jeez.
front of it. So,
So my mom's giving me more details of this story.
let's hear it. This is a great story unfolding here live on the Heads Up stream.
I'm going to read it in my mom's with all her typos. A kid as celebrating his 2-2 day, and we wished him well. Dad said Joe would buy them drinks, so he bought shots around, hence the 139 tab plus 25 tip. That is something I would do.
Interesting hands developing here. We see Matt actually bluffing river with his pocket sixes. And Ravi calling with king high. And that'll be the best hand with the pocket sixes. Really interesting.
You don't really expect when you bet sixes there and get called that your hand's going to be good, do
No, I
you?
don't think Matt at all expected his hand to be good. You see Ravi kind of upset. Ravi sort of picking a bluff off. I would assume Matt was definitely bluffing there with the sixes to try to get
Do you
maybe
have
a
to think
seven
about that
fold.
sometimes? Like, hey, I can't even beat some bluffs?
I would definitely not expect Matt to bluff with two sixes there.
You'd expect it to be worse.
I would expect him to be bluffing with things like, missed straight draws.
You'd
and
expect king
stuff
high
like
to be
that.
good fairly often when he's bluffing.
Well,
like, pretty
yeah,
much
exactly,
always.
exactly. I think sixes you just go check sometimes and, are good. I believe we're having some issues with the stream. There we go. We should be back. Big hand for Ravi here.
Really big.
I think this is a spot where, we've seen Ravi playing, essentially playing his hands for what they are. He's raising when he has good hands. He's calling when he has mediocre hands. And, we saw Matt applying some pressure before. If Ravi just calls with this two pair there, there's a chance that Matt's going to start bluffing future streets. Maybe Matt picks up a pair and thinks he's good. We just saw Matt, bluff with the pair of sixes. Maybe he even bluffs, if he hits a pair sometimes. So I think that Ravi could just make more money there by calling instead of just raising, especially on a board like ace queen 3 where Ravi's not likely to have a ton of draws.
Right. So Matthew flops up and down. Ravi flops two pair. Some potential here. Potential for chips to get in the middle.
See how Matt plays it. I think calling and raising both pretty, fair options here. He does choose the aggressive route and raise. This is definitely a bit of a style difference here that a lot of players will choose to just call with their draws here, keep pots smaller, whereas Matt doesn't seem afraid to, get in there, be the aggressor, play big pots.
And what do you feel about, how do you feel, do you just call with 7-4 there? Like, I feel like I'd be tempted to raise again now, knowing that there's just tons of bad
Well,
turn
there
cards.
are a lot of bad turns, you know. Not only the 10 obviously counterfeiting your hands here, but there's so many straight draws out there that really anything between a 3 and a jack is kind of an awkward card for you, other than obviously the 7 or the 4. So I don't blame Ravi if he does go ahead and 3-bet and try to get more money in on the flop. But having just bottom 2, that's kind of the thing, is that if Matt then starts piling all of his money in, your bottom 2 is probably not even going to be good.
You mean on the flop?
On the flop, yeah. I mean, they're heads up. Like, let's be real. 2 pairs are a really strong hand.
Yeah.
But they are still fairly deep here. So Matthew's aggression and fortunate turn card there will definitely pay off. So what's on the docket for you?
Well,
any future, any exciting traveling coming up for you or anything like that?
Some traveling coming up. I'm heading to EPT Dublin.
Should be fun.
Next week. Well, the week after next. Then I'm going to head to Los Angeles for the American Poker Awards. We got a nomination this year for favorite poker TV personality.
Now, who gets that award if you do win? Is it you? Or is it the production? Someone.
Well, I don't even know what the physical award is. I assume they're going to hand it
Sure.
to me, but I would certainly, you bring up a great point that I certainly can't take credit for the entire,
the whole thing.
Absolutely, because you're only as good as the show that's behind you. And also, there's some stiff competition. I'm up against Sarah Herring from Poker News and Kara Scott from the World Series of Poker and Dave Tuckman. So I've got, I'm certainly not a lock. Certainly not a lock to win it. So, yeah, I'll be there for that.
We wish you luck.
Thanks, man. I was supposed to be sort of helping out hosting it as well. They're doing the GPL draft and the awards, I think, the same day or consecutive days or something. So, yeah, so that's where I'm going after that. And pretty soon there's going to be an announcement. I think that you may see me on American television again pretty soon for poker. So
exciting.
I don't want to spoil the news of the people who are in charge of that whole thing. But, yeah, so there's lots of stuff coming up for me.
Sounds very exciting.
I'm moving back to L.A., too. I'm going to be...
You're leaving us?
Yeah, I actually really love Jersey City.
You like Hoboken? Oh, Jersey City.
Well, I live technically in Jersey City, but I go out. I spend most of my time in Hoboken because it's closer, like the downtown area. And I love it there, and I love being a stone's throw from New York. It's like 30 minutes. I had a date in New York City Friday, and from my front door of my building to the bar, I went to Barcade and the Flatiron. It was 31 minutes.
That's awesome. Yeah.
So I love the East Coast. I will say I had a little bit of doubts about leaving again so soon until that snowstorm hit last weekend, and I was like,
not a fan.
This.
Not a fan of snow.
No.
Come on, there's something cool about snow falling. And
it's fantastic when I'm home for 5 days and it snows me in at my parents' house because I wasn't going anywhere anyway. But when it starts to actually affect my life, I'm like, why am I dealing with this? It's not even the snow. It's how dirty and disgusting and wet everything is for like the rest of the winter now.
It does get quite dirty. Well, check this hand out here. So Matt with pocket kings, and not loving his flop with the ace on it, obviously, but bets it anyway, which I think is a fine bet. He's going to get called by a lot of horse hands, and Ravi decides to check raise with the jack 3. Ravi's level of aggression is quite a bit higher than we saw in the first match with Chris. Ravi slows down when the club comes. I think that this is one of those hands where if you're, check raising this flop and representing, possibly some big draws, possibly some big hands, I think you want to continue on this on this card. And we see it looks like Ravi's just going to give it up. So Matt extending his chip lead here over Ravi. Has him almost 2-1. as the blinds start to creep up here in these semifinals. Match 2.
Sorry,
And-
this is game 2?
No. Well, the second
Sorry.
match, the Keith Morrow waiting in the finals
Gotcha.
for one of these guys.
So make sure I didn't miss anything. 5, 6, 7, 8 is an up and down straight. Draw.
Matt technically with the best hand, but Ravi obviously all of the equity with his hand.
It's funny I call it the percentages. He's got all the percentages.
He does have all of the percents.
He's got more percentages than the other guy. Got a lot of Matt fans in the chat.
There are certainly a lot. They came out the second he came on stream.
I would open a Twitch account called Definitely Not Matt and then just be like, oh my God, Matt's the best. He's so cool.
I think people do that all the time on Twitch.
Yeah. I have at least 41 different Twitch accounts.
I find it so annoying to have to log in and out of different accounts. I know there's people that do that. I have people in my Twitch chat, on a weekly basis that I'm pretty sure have, a couple of different accounts they're constantly bouncing between.
I can't
drives
do
me
it either.
crazy.
I tried to have like different Twitter accounts, like for different types of things I want to
Well,
do.
at least
and
there's
even,
programs now that you can
Yeah.
have multiple ones open at once.
but like if I go to like watch Netflix and I got signed out, I'm like, oh, I gotta push buttons.
It's rough. It's rough. I recently got a password manager.
Oh, I definitely need one of those. Which
That-
one do you have? Do you like it?
I do. I love it. In fact, I
Because
have.
there's some websites that every time I go to them, I need to get a new password.
Yeah. The ones that like make you reset your password every 3 months, that you only use every, once a year or something like that.
Yeah, every 11 months.
Yeah, pretty rough. I do like it though. I'm a little hesitant that, the site's gonna like shut down and then I'm not able to get my passwords or something like that.
Oh,
That
your
makes me a
password's
little
being
scared.
managed by it's
Yeah,
kept in a cloud.
It's kept in a cloud somewhere, yeah. But I have read from various trusted sources that they are extremely safe and that it's better to do things this way.
Sorry,
than
did
to
you give me a
manage your own
name yet? Did I
passwords.
talk
No, I
over
did not.
that?
I use LastPass is the one that I use.
LastPass. Oh, because it's
Yeah.
the last password you'll ever need.
Exactly. You should join their marketing team, I think.
I am available.
Because the whole concept of a password manager seemed crazy to me at first. But the more I read about it, I am told it's much safer than trying to memorize your passwords and do all that stuff on your own.
Or just having a Word document on your desktop that says passwords.
Yeah, that's generally not the best.
So Ravi is going to get a free card to improve, but he does not. No more free cards. Doesn't really matter. Your only choice is to make a play, brah. Or get out of the way.
He's made a few plays so far. Let's see if we'll make another one here.
So just means he looks significantly different from this angle than he looked
He
when
does.
he was in the other seat.
Did he put a hat on? Did he always have a hat on?
We're not uncovering like a ridiculous scandal where it's like a different guy, right? Where he's like, look, you guys
that
gotta
would be
get in
something.
there.
If there's, he's going to raise here. Look at this. His level of aggression
He's
is
playing differently
completely
too.
different.
Yeah. We may have cracked
We
something
do have,
wide open
we do
here.
have the video logs. We can go back on the broadcast and check it out. See how Matt responds. Matt does call. Can Ravi pull the trigger? He will not again.
Oh, what is?
I think that these are plays that Ravi's making that if he made these plays against Chris last match, that match would have been over so much sooner.
Yeah.
These were the plays that he needed to make against Chris, just being more aggressive. And he's trying them against Matt, But Matt doesn't have the same playing experience with Ravi that Chris
Right.
did. You know, so Matt's just, if you ask Chris and Matt what they think of Ravi, they'll give you completely different answers. Chris will say that he's, you know, kind of maybe snugger and just playing kind of ABC, whereas Matt's going to say, oh, he's nuts. He's raising a lot. He's bluffing, but he's not, you know, the same trend is he's not pulling the trigger on rivers. That's a nice hand pre-flop from Matt. And he's just been whittling Ravi down. Ravi down to about 9,000, less than what he's half of what he started with.
Wow, we got a 4-bet.
The aggression from Ravi is just through the roof compared to the first match. He did come through with some 3-bets earlier, but the frequency that he's doing this is just out of control.
What has not changed for Ravi is that he's aggressivizing into better hands a lot of the time.
Matt has had some really nice hands to work with. You know, Matt's certainly playing well, but having those pairs and the big aces pre-flop definitely has helped him in a few of these spots. Thankfully, Ravi doesn't pull the trigger here for him.
But yeah, he's a different guy. Not literally. I'm not literally accusing him of being a different guy. Figuratively. So just to recap, we're trying to find out which of these two guys is going to play against Keith
Correct. Keith Morrow
in the final.
in the finals. My money is definitely on Matt. Matt just seems to be controlling the pace of the match. He seems to be winning all of the pots that count. And I think we're in for quite the finals if we can get a Matt versus Keith finals. Race from Matt. Ravi just calling.
Another big draw for Ravi. Of all the draws we've seen, which have been played today, has anyone made any of them?
Not very many.
No, right?
There hasn't really been many like, oh, I have a straight draw. Oh, I turn a
And
straight.
there's the straight, yeah.
George
lot
made
of
a flush
brickage.
earlier at one point, but it wasn't a very large pot.
So much bricking.
What is Ravi going to do with his draw? He just calls. I think the aggression that he's tried, well,
I'm glad I brought it up. I'm
Here
glad
you
I
go.
brought it up, Mike.
there you go, Stapes. Just like that. Maybe you can tell another story and we'll have another all-in here.
Huge pot. Well, let me tell you about my first date.
Question is, does Matt continue to bet? He does.
You just call here, right?
I think so. Matt's been fairly aggressive.
You're not
Although,
that
like,
worried about
you have to
someone
keep in
catching
mind,
up with you.
Ravi's done a lot of check raising, and Matt has kind of picked it off every single time.
I just think, yeah, I think
With the
there's just-
stacks the way
there's
they are,
not
though,
that
I
many
think you're
reasons
right.
to raise there.
Yeah, with Ravi only having about 5,000 behind after, you know, Matt bets 1,200, I think we just call. Give Matt a chance to hang himself on that river.
Yeah, because, you know, all the bluffs are going to fold. And then maybe they catch up a little bit on the river. I understand that, like, you know, there's a flush draw all of a sudden now, and then you're, like, kicking yourself in the face when you don't raise.
You know, your head's up. Ranges are so wide. They're not going to have many flush draws in that sort of situation.
Lisa Tura says, go, Matt, go. Ship at 2KGG says, lol, did he just check jam? The Great Murr says, yup, lol.
Matt doesn't look like he's enjoying himself too much.
Yesterday, 6 hours and 40 minutes.
Yeah, talking about the slow pace of the long matches. Heads up will do that sometimes. Bad jam. Chat doesn't like the jam either. I think we kind of all agree that we'd prefer to see just a call there, especially based on how shallow they were. So Matt's still with the chip lead here, just slightly better than 2-1, trying to put Ravi away in this first of best of 3 in the semifinals of the Borgata Heads Up Championship at the Winter Poker Open. So let's see. It looks like the WPT main event behind us has gone on a dinner break. Looks like a nice turnout, and there's another tournament starting behind us. I believe this is a satellite to tomorrow. Lots of stuff happening here at the Borgata. And of course, there's a satellite on BorgataPoker.com starting in a few minutes for tomorrow's event as well. Be sure to jump into that. It's funny that Matt looks frustrated because he's been playing well. He's has a chip lead, and he still looks frustrated.
I mean, if there's a style of poker that can tilt someone faster than anything else, it's heads up. You know, like
This is true. Counted out says momentum shift. Ravi looks more engaging now. He does look a little, you know, after making that nut straight and winning that pot, he does seem a little more energetic. And I think that's the, you know, heads up swing that can start shifting things. But you know, Matt's a experienced pro. He's been in the situation. He's used to playing heads up. I don't think he's going to let it rattle him too much.
it's just relentless. You know, heads up is relentless. So when you're playing at a full ring or even six-handed, you get like called in a spot where you thought your bluff should have got through, and then you make a bad call, and you go, you know what? I'm just going to rock up for a little while. I was going to tighten up. You can't really do that heads up.
No.
You can tighten up a little, but it's not like you can take a couple hands off and just watch and just observe and stay out of the way.
Yeah. It's like a 3-bet from Ravi. It's going to take it down. Actually, was that just an open? From Matt. Ravi's sure to defend. Potentially 3-betting. Ravi has gotten a lot more aggressive in these situations in general. But he likes to call this time.
Ravi's good at flopping draws.
Let's see if he can continue to be good at getting there.
More ways to make it.
Yeah, Ravi improves to a double gutter. An 8 or a 4 will give him a straight now. With a bet, he likely will take this down. I think this queen high is too weak for Matt to call with. Yeah, he does just let it go. There's a lot of draws that Ravi could be bluffing with there, like the one he had.
Yep.
But I think Matt's queen high is just too weak. If Matt had like a good ace high or something like that, I think you might see more calls. But queen 8 high is just not the hand you're looking for there.
Poor Matt. Matt's
He does
sad.
really look upset.
Well, I don't know if he, to me, he doesn't look upset, but he definitely looks tired, right?
Tired,
One or
yeah.
the other. And he's looking down the barrel of this still being the first of potentially 6 matches.
This is true.
6 games. Sorry, we're calling them games. I mean, it's a minimum of 4. best case scenario for him, or worst. Worst, best, doesn't matter, whichever. If he wins this thing, he's gonna have to play 4, and he's still in number 1.
I think that the finals will go quite a bit quicker.
You think so?
Well, with how fast Keith plays and how aggressive both Matt and Keith are, I'm under the assumption that Matt is going to get there. We're obviously far from Matt getting to the finals. But if it's those two, I think you'll see a quick finals. If it's Ravi and Keith, I think it's anything can happen. Bad MTGO says, watching this makes me want to drive to Borgata and go to Old Homestead, where he used to use all of his Borgata comps. That's a good place to choose to use your comps. Old Homestead, the steakhouse here at the Borgata. Well known and loved by everyone.
Your turn. Bring it down.
A lot of restaurants here. I mean, people have named 10 restaurants in this
There
joint.
really are. There's a lot of good ones. You know, there's a lot of nice quick eat places, and there's also a lot of nice sit down, you know, fancier restaurants that are, you know, really part of the whole Borgata experience. Definitely recommend checking some of those out if you haven't already. Also, speaking of Borgata comps, play on BorgataPoker.com and you can earn comp dollars to use live here in the casino. One of the best rates for your points and a great deal. That's what I do with a lot of my points. It's nice playing online for a week and then coming here and getting to eat free for a week too.
What's the last thing you use your comp points for here?
Probably just food. Nothing too exciting.
No, like what specifically? Like a hot dog and a Diet Coke?
I don't think I have any comp dollars left. I used them all last time. And it was most likely for an ice cream at Ben & Jerry's. Even though it's 2-to-1 comp dollars down there, I still think it's worth it.
Still gone through them?
Oh, yeah. Big hit from Matt, but no action from Ravi.
That's the kind of thing that can make a tired guy more tired, by the way.
Yep, absolutely. Well, don't forget, Matt also sat around for 4.5 hours today. He won his first match kind of quickly, and he had to sit around waiting for Chris and Ravi to play for so long.
Yeah, and that sort of up and down, sort of stressing, worrying, pacing can really exhaust you too.
Ratzo reminded us that there are more restaurants coming this summer at Borgata. I look forward to checking those out once they're here.
Michael Simon.
Definitely a difference in, you know, play from what we've seen some of these previous streams. Just see a lot more splashing around. Obviously, heads up, you're going to play wider ranges. But even compared to, you know, heads up in what we saw yesterday and the $1 million and what we've seen on some previous ones where players are definitely more experienced playing this type of format. You can just tell. Not much on this board for either player, and barring some real aggressive action, it looks like they're going to just chop this one.
I think the ace of hearts should get it because it's closest to a flush.
I think so too. I think that's a good rule for these spots.
Yeah. Everyone loves a chop pot.
Not for Matt. Not Matt. Those.
Matt would love a nap pot, I think. There, a little smile and a little cutie pie.
Yesterday, like after my long one, I ran down. They said, "Yo, you got 10 minutes." I'm like, "Are you kidding me?" I'm like, "All right." So I ran down, got like 4 granola
Together, these guys are 4 cards to a straight.
Make a nice Omaha hand to put their hands together.
Oh yeah, real nice. Could use another suit in there. As it stands, Ravi is the only one with a heart, and has the best hand with 10 high.
You play any Omaha yourself?
I thought for 1 second about 7 years ago that I knew how to play Omaha high-low.
Okay.
Because I was dating a professional poker player who was pretty good at mixed games. When I say pretty good at mixed games, I mean like 2007 pretty good at mixed games, not
Sure.
2016
Not today
pretty good
when
at
people
mixed
actually
games.
know
Yeah.
the rules of the games.
So I played I used to play like a bunch of Omaha high-low sit and goes and occasional cash, which I was not properly rolled for, as they say.
And it didn't work out too well.
No, I would she will have transferred me like $500, and then in the morning I would wake up and be like, baby, that's gone. That's all gone. And I'd be like sick about it. And then she would watch, we'd play the Sundays together, and she'd watch how I'd run, and she was like, I don't think you should play anymore.
That was the reason?
Yeah. It wasn't even like,
It wasn't because
I mean, I was bad, don't get me wrong, but like that wasn't, at least in her opinion, wasn't the problem. She was like, you should just stop. There's just, she's like, I've never seen anything like it.
So each player with a piece of this one. Would imagine we'll see some value betting from Matt real soon here. Turn brings a number of possible straight draws. So I don't think we'll see Ravi immediately fold this hand despite having bottom pair. Looks like Ravi does get away from it though. Matt's still working on grinding Ravi down.
Feels like the blinds are going up slower.
I think we're just on one match now, you know, whereas also you got to keep in mind we came from the Keith George match where in the amount of time where we played 2 hands, they played 14 hands.
Yeah. But
So-
the fact that we're not even one game done with this
Yeah.
seems like the pace of play is fine, but the fact that we haven't even ended one game yet.
Well, just to, again to point out, George and Keith never made it past 150-300, which is the second level of play here.
Wait, they never made it past the second level?
Yeah, of each match, of each game. They just.
And the blinds levels are exactly the same in the semis as they are in the previous round?
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
That's so weird because it feels like they're longer, especially once you say that. Especially once you say they never got our 153. Now, I
don't
know that
believe
their
they
matches,
did. They might have played one hand of 200-400 at one.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
don't think
sure. I
they-
mean, I wouldn't hold
yeah.
you to that completely, but I guess what I'm saying is,
No, they never were at 3-6 or anything like that. Whereas here we're nearly done with 200-400. Also, they've played 47 hands already. Keith and George's entire match in that round only was what 120 hands, I think. All 3 games.
right. Jack 4, 5, 4.
Not much on this board, and probably goes to the first aggressor here.
If you guys were looking for poker to go late into the night tonight, I think you're going to get your wish.
That's usually my wish on a Sunday.
Yeah, but your wish is to be playing it, not streaming it or watching it. I
could
guess
be
streaming
exciting.
is part of it. But I mean, it seems like on average the matches have been taking like 4 to 5 hours, other than the really short one we had. And we've got one more after this one, so I think we're going to be here pretty late, especially if the blinds levels are increased for the championship match.
Two overs and a gutter for Matt. And not much for Ravi means Matt will probably take this one down.
No, Ravi called.
Ravi employing some new techniques in this match. We'll see how it works out for him.
It's probably not going to work out that well unless an 8 hits the river.
Bad MTGO asks how long are the breaks between games / matches. There's no set rule. If the players are ready to go, they generally just start.
My guess is between this and the championship, we're going to have probably 10 to 15 minutes.
Yeah, there'll be something.
They'll want to put the trophy out there. They'll want to get some photos.
But
They'll want to give
between
everyone
once
a break.
this game 1 is over here, we're going to pretty much
Oh,
just
they're
go
going to roll
straight
right into
into
the next
game
one unless
2.
the player specifically requests to go on break. Yeah.
Yeah, so here you see, we hear the timer going off, meaning blinds are going to go up after this hand. And
it means a new batch of cupcakes.
Interesting that Ravi chooses to lead this card. I think this is actually a pretty okay play. If you're going to make a a call like this on the flop, this is kind of the situation that you're hoping for. You're hoping that Matt just has some sort of, perhaps 5x hand or something like that doesn't like this card. But unfortunately for Ravi, Matt does indeed have the straight.
Matt attempts the value at the river. Does not get called. Adds a few more of Ravi's chips to his stack. And the blinds are up now. So we should have a significant change in how many big blinds each player has. Yep, 44 plays 21 now. Big change.
Yeah, the 2-4 to 3-6 is a considerable move, and that's part of the structure here that makes this play a lot more like a sit and go. And I think that, we've talked about Matt having an advantage. This is where Matt will definitely have the advantages. He's going to be more experienced playing these much shorter stacks with his sit and go background.
All club flop. No one's got a club. Both hit their 9. Ravi's 9's best. Don't forget, y'all, you can get in touch on Twitter, too. You can hashtag your tweets, Borgata Poker Live. Eight on the turn does not change a thing. Matthew's got I guess it changes some things if you're going to be a pedant. Matthew's got cut shot now.
That can generally be the difference between folding and calling on some of these boards, but with the clubs out there, I don't think it's going to make too much of a difference here. Well, it's going to matter this time.
Glad I went back and said something. Jeez.
I don't think Ravi's going to be able to pay it off with just the weak king here. It wouldn't shock me if Ravi actually decides to raise this hand. He has been trying to make some more creative bluffs. This is an okay candidate to do so. Let's see what he comes up with. Nope, looks like Ravi lets it go.
quite understandable, especially since it's correct.
So what will make Matt happier? I think if he wins this game, he'll be happy.
What now?
Well, Matt doesn't look too happy sitting there. Looks frustrated, tired. We're not sure why.
It's tough to
Well,
be happy and play
here's a
poker.
flop.
Yeah, hello.
That will be interesting. Look at Ravi shifting around. Matt with a weak open-ended draw on this board. I say that because Jack 10 being the powerhouse open-ended draw here.
Once you're done your final hand, please leave the tournament area.
I would assume we'll see Matt bet. Question is, does Ravi come out firing or not? And he does come out with the raise. Good call from Matt. Boom. Lots of shift in equity, and that spells trouble for Ravi. This could be the end of Matt. Or sorry, the end of Ravi here.
Still one card to come, but assuming that the 9% of the time doesn't become the 100% of this time, this is a horrific spot for Ravi, who started this hand with a sub-20 big blind stack.
Now, this is really interesting because we've seen Ravi check raise before. We've seen him bluff before. Matt's seen this too. Matt's also seen him continue. He has not seen him bluff rivers yet. And I'd be interested to see if Matt goes ahead and actually just shoves here. I would generally say that against a lot of players, you would want to just call. We have the nuts. This player might be bluffing. We want to call. But against someone specifically like Ravi, who's going to bet twice a lot and then shut down, this may be a spot where when he has a hand, we may just want to capitalize on it and get him to commit the rest. There's a lot of scary cards for Ravi's two pair here.
I think there's more of an argument for getting it in here than the last time we saw someone get it in when they had a big hand. Like
I think so.
I think there's much more
Absolutely.
of an argument for
And
it
Matt
here.
does shove.
And gets the call, yeah. I mean, once he does shove, that's it. I mean,
Yeah, you can't fold. You just can't fold if you're Ravi.
so Ravi's looking to catch a queen or a 7, and that's going to be the end of the first game. That is not one of those cards. So that's 1 for Matt. Matt Emmel takes the lead in this match, 1-0. If Matt wins a second, he is going to the finals. We got a little smile on his face now. And now he's immediately got to give half those chips back for the start of game number 2.
Oh, I mean, do you want a break? I don't need a break. I just want to.
They're discussing if they're going to take a break or just continue through.
Because we can only get one break throughout the whole match. So that's okay. I'll let you. I'm good to go. Like, okay, I just didn't know if I could, like. It's not a big deal. I was just asking. They said no phones on the table. Yeah, I mean, it's cool. We can just play. It's cool. It's cool.
Looks like Matt maybe just wanted to do some texting. Let his people know where he's at. Looks like they're not going to take a break.
Why would we take a break? Let's go.
LFG Ratso 411 asks, "Are the finals tonight?" Yes, sir, they are. Or madam, Mrs. Ratso, I'm sorry.
They will be basically immediately following this match.
We are here until the bitter, bitter end. Until the last foot has been rubbed. Until the last hot dog has been bunned. Until the last potato has been peeled.
Okay, so Scared Run has been tweeting at us here on Twitter. That's what
Yes.
you do on Twitter, is you tweet at us. He's just said a couple tweets, but the one I want to get to is if we could implement one change or immediate new idea into poker to help improve the popularity or grow the game, or maybe just make it fun, what would it be? Any ideas?
I have one that I don't really want to share because I'm working on something that I don't really want to put out there.
Okay, okay. Fair enough.
I think what they want us to say is a shot clock.
Yeah. How do you feel about shot clocks?
I think that
Shot clock, for those that don't know, is basically you have a timer and you must act within that time. You know, you're generally given time chips where, say, you have 30 seconds to act, you get a couple of time chips. Or if you need to make an extra hard decision, you throw in one of your time chips and you get an extra minute to make that decision.
I think that I'm annoyingly on the fence about a shot clock. In theory, I love it.
Sure.
I think it's way harder to implement than people give it credit for.
Agree.
Even if you put little egg, everyone's like, just give the dealer an egg timer. When does the dealer start it? What if the dealer forget? It's like it's more work for the dealer. There's subjectivity that can be involved, like, you know, by how hard it's enforced.
Yep.
It adds. So for
all intents and purposes, it doesn't work in any sort of event like you see behind us.
Exactly.
Where there's just a large room
works
with tables.
if there's like a whole TV production and
Yep.
there's a guy's job it is to start that clock, or girl or woman whose job it is to start that timer every time, then it works. But so yeah, it's nearly impossible to implement. It's annoying to implement. We'll just say that. And I think that a lot of people who complain about the length of tanking are viewers. And I'm sorry, but if you don't like the tanking, don't watch live poker. Watch highlight poker. Watch the replays on ESPN or on wherever you watch your favorite show online. Now, I do think the tanking can make it a bit of a worse experience for recreational players
it's a worse
who show up.
for everyone.
Right. And I think what the answer is not necessarily a shot clock, but for people at the table to start calling the clock faster and more frequently.
That's what Danny Buzz points out here in the chat, is that, you know, it should be more like golf, where if the players should just be okay enforcing it more. One of the issues that I have with the enforcement, though, is that there's some players that when they're taking too much time, it's not that they're taking too much time making decisions when they're in pots, it's that they take too much time doing things like folding or raising pre-flop, when you just know what's going to happen as soon as they look at their cards. You know they're folding or they're raising, and it takes them an extra 20 seconds to do it.
Yeah.
You can't call clock in that situation. Like, by the time you say clock and the floor comes over, you know, you've just wasted more time.
That's the other thing, is if someone, you know, uses their full clock every time, that's still really long. Like, even if the clock was insta-called, most decisions, like 90% or more of your decisions should not take you a minute,
I
even a
agree.
minute.
I agree.
They should take you they shouldn't even take 10 seconds most of the time. Like, when you're folding, it shouldn't take you 10 seconds.
There are some situations where, you know, I think that taking more time to fold is acceptable. Like, but I think that when you're under the gun deciding whether or not to open, that's not one of them. You know, that's a situation
it should not take
where
you 30 seconds to make that decision.
It generally shouldn't. Yeah, if you have a short stack and you generally act fast pre-flop and you have a tough hand that you want to think about, sure, take all the time you want. That's not what we're saying. But the players who just really go through their whole, you know, free throw routine for every single time is just too much. Well, Matt continues to play good and run good as he turns the straight here. Well, then how do we speed the game up? Should we have to speed the game up?
I think the game is what it is.
I think one of the things, too, is that people complain about players playing slowly because two things. A, they're watching people. When they're watching people on TV and on the internet streams and stuff like that. Those are both higher pressure situations and usually situations where people are playing for much more money. So not only do these people want to think about the decisions more to make correct decisions, but they also want to make sure they're not giving off tells and things like that, where they're going to take more similar amounts of time before making decisions. When I'm playing here at the Borgata or any casino, I would say 95% or greater of the time, it's just not an issue that players are playing slow. You know, once in a while you get a guy who's a little slow and wasting 10, 20 seconds, but for the most part, it's really not a problem. And I think that people actually make too big of a deal about it.
I think you're probably right in most normal situations. And I also think as an audience member, you have far less of a voice than being another player at the table. And most of the moaning I hear comes from people who are home watching.
I will say, I am quite quick with the trigger. If someone is constantly taking a lot of time and is tanking yet again, I'm quite quick to call clock on them.
Yeah, I have no issues with it either. I don't know, like, so we didn't even really answer this guy's question, and if I was really going to change something about poker, he said any new idea, right? So I'm going to take this a little bit more metaphorically, and the idea I would put forward is that, like, everyone needs to get the F over themselves. That's really what change I would implement, and that includes people who tank too long, that includes people who educated the table, that includes people who decide that they want to criticize other people, make other people feel unwelcome.
The educating at the table is
Those
the
are the
worst.
things that I would, if I could make any change to poker, have dinner with any person living or dead, it would be to change people's attitudes for sitting at the table, because I'm a dude and I've been around poker a lot, and I still find sitting down at a poker table to be incredibly intimidating and unfriendly at times.
It can be.
And I'm a
It
guy
absolutely can be.
that's pretty welcome in most games.
Yeah.
I can only imagine if I was doing it for the first time, if I was a woman, if I was an older person.
I can't imagine how some women sit at poker tables with how people just treat, not just women, just everybody. People treat
I'm
each
not
other.
saying that it's necessarily a sexist thing. It's just ugly.
Yeah.
And so, you know, like, as a man, it's a little easier
The way
because you're
people
just.
treat dealers.
What's that?
Dealers,
It's just an ugly attitude. So, like, I would make everyone just be nicer. And unfortunately, poker's a game that doesn't reward niceness, and it rewards people for being antisocial and for being somewhat sociopathic. But, like, and also it's just like everyone is out to get their edge all the time, and they don't leave it at the table necessarily. Like, it happens everywhere within the industry. Like, everyone's just like me all the time.
You're playing a game for money.
Yeah.
It's when you bring, it's like people say, you know, don't mix friends and money. Like, when you bring money into any situation, it makes people act a different way. And the poker table, money is always being exchanged hands.
Exactly.
Even in tournaments, you know, money in the form of equity of having a lot of chips or being out of the tournament is being exchanged hands. So, you know, people get highly offended when things don't go their way, or when they're losing, or when someone's doing something that they don't like. You mentioned something, you know, about, you know, not just being intimidated, but the slowness of play, and all these things make me get back to the point that I think that poker in general is just a game that's better suited for the internet and for computers, that having things automated like that just works better in a lot of situations. What do you think about that?
I mean, it certainly does for the kinds of things you're talking about, because you don't have to sit there and, like, calculate pot odds, and everyone's timed, and the timer in and of itself is, like, pretty reasonable. You've got your time bank. Like, no one really has issues with any of that. What I will say is that it's really, really difficult for bad players to win online. Like, in the long run, there's, like, and it's less, for me, it's less fun.
Yeah.
So part of what I like about poker, part of what brings me to the table and sometimes happy to lose my money, is that I'm having a really good time.
I think they're just different. They're just different is what it comes down to. That when you're going to have, like, a big, intense poker tournament for a lot of money, I think the format that is better suited for that is the internet.
Sure.
Whereas when you're going to have fun on a Friday night, I think the format better suited for that is clearly live in the casino, having fun and being with people that you do or don't know, you know. I think that's the main point. I'm not saying to get rid of live poker. Live poker is still obviously very great.
Like, I'll say this, the big Sunday tournaments, right?
Sure.
You're exactly right. Like, online is, like, the best place for them for a multitude of reasons.
Yeah.
most of my poker playing, I prefer a home game type atmosphere.
Ratso asks about headphones. People wearing headphones when they play. What are your thoughts on headphones? Do you think they make the game slower? Is it frustrating playing against someone who maybe doesn't hear what the bet is or know the actions on them?
I definitely think it's frustrating, but I would never say they should be banned.
I agree.
It's like whatever.
I agree.
People could do what they want. I always think I think that, no offense, if you were headphones, like maybe you play better, maybe you get in the zone, you're missing so much. Like you definitely, if you're not paying attention to what's happening, you're missing so much. And I will immediately, you are a target for me, which doesn't mean anything because it'll probably just mean I'll give you my chips. But if you're the kind of person where every time the action's on you, you got to pull out your headphones and then ask what the action's been, I want to murder you.
Yeah, it's really frustrating. If you can't hear the action or if you can't pay enough attention to keep up with the action, I agree that you're right.
You should lose your headphone privileges then, I guess,
them.
if they start making you slow down the game.
Maybe we can institute that. Maybe that can be, at the discretion of, a tournament director or something where, if you do slow down the game, you're asked to stop doing what you're doing. I can get behind that rule. We're giving some power to the tournament directors.
Again, it's hard to enforce that. Like, in a perfect world, sure, that works fine. But, like, how many times does a guy have to slow the game down before you ban him from his headphones?
I mean, I think only just a couple would really do it.
Just 2 times, 2 strikes.
2 or 3. Maybe you get the warnings and then you say, hey, listen, if we have to keep telling you this, you're gonna have to just take those headphones out.
Ravi's gonna be a little irritated.
Yeah,
with
back
this
to
card,
the action
but,
here.
It's probably the best thing that could have happened for him.
It's a pretty weak flush draw for him. Guys, if you're in New Jersey and you are not currently playing online on BorgataPoker.com, you have 10 minutes to get into the $215 100K guarantee that has crushed its guarantee. That has a $120,000 prize pool right now. I highly recommend you get on and get in there. 10 minutes left to late reg, so get on in there. Oh boy, hold on, because Ravi is not going anywhere.
Well,
this is
it's pretty always a bad move when you try to rep your opponent's hand.
This is interestingly the second time that he's raised on a board where there's 3 of the same card out there, where he had a flush draw that was now meaningless.
I mean, he's kind of taking
he did the exact same thing
like when
Chris.
your hand's no good, bluff, but he's doing it in spots where like his opponent's like always likely to have a better hand and just improve somehow also.
He did the exact same thing against Chris in the last match with his Jack 10 of hearts on the Queen, Queen, Queen board. He gave up as well. You hear you hear Matt getting frustrated because he's assuming that Ravi had a 9 and slowed down because the 10 was scary.
Yeah.
But no. Little does he know that, Ravi had absolutely nothing. Ratso asks a good question. Why does online poker at Borgata require playing in New Jersey? Ratso, online poker is regulated here in the state of New Jersey, and part of the regulations are that you do have to be in the state. You don't have to be a resident, you don't have to live here, but you do have to be inside the state when you play.
It's kind of like why you can't call up a casino and have them put your phone on the table and play blackjack. You got to be here. You got to be in the casino. So they let you play online, but you got to be in the state of New Jersey.
Okay, Spada brings up a good point. What about watching a movie at the table, like you're on your iPad, watching a TV show, watching a movie, something like that?
Again, it's annoying, but if that's how people want to pass the time, fine. Like,
yeah. Generally not something I like to do, but there have been times where I've watched shows and stuff like that. Especially like sometimes you're in a very unfriendly cash game, and I want to sit there for a few more hours, and just to pass the time, I'll do something like that. Never.
And I think it's way less of an issue in a cash game, annoying. Like, I'd find it way less annoying in a cash game if a guy's doing it than in a tournament.
I think it's definitely just annoying in most situations. But the problem with tournaments is that when you're taking up time, the clock is running.
Right.
There's no clock in a cash game. But with that being said, with cash games where you're paying like for time for, every half hour you pay your time. There is time running, that you are paying to be there still. And if someone's wasting your time because they're watching their movie, also in a cash game, if they're that bored, they can just leave. They don't have to be there.
People do the weirdest stuff in cash games, especially like regulars. They just do the weirdest stuff. It's always the guy you want in the game, too, though.
That's true. What are you trying to say about me, Joe? I will say I'm very conscious if I ever am listening to music or watching something that, I'm very aware that if I'm slowing down the action
How
or
often do you
not.
do it?
Not very often. I generally stick one earphone in if I'm going to listen to music or something like that. And even that, if I have a table that seems like they're going to converse, I take my headphones off and I, talk to people.
I try to make it that table.
Sometimes you can. I'm not quite as good at doing that, but it's definitely something that, if there's a bunch of regulars, a bunch of talkative people are just interested in chatting, I take part in that. So a lot of drama and thought going into this chopped pot here.
Is it Alan Kessler is standing here as if we're not live on the air and saying how the rule is that they both have to go all in and they get a penalty. Is that true?
Well,
heads up?
I don't know if it's true in an actual heads-up tournament because you can't be colluding against
what's the
anyone.
point?
You're just heads up. It's not the same as whereas
the only reason that rule should exist is moot.
Yeah. Also, it's becoming more up to the discretion of, tournament director and stuff like that. There's many, many times where players misread their hand or simply don't, know what they're enough about the game of poker to realize they have the nuts. I'm always against rules that are only penalizing either players new to the game or players misreading their hand. That doesn't seem like a very good rule to me.
No action on the ace clinker.
Matt looking much more comfortable now in this second game.
Yeah, it's true. And, maybe being up 1-0 has something to do with that.
You said, it gets more serious when you're up 1-0. And the difference between being up 1-0 and being down 0-1 is just incredibly big.
Yeah, facing a win versus facing elimination, it's just night and day. He just mentioned how he wanted to take a nap.
I think he said he wants to get it all in.
We recently made some changes on the EPT to make it so that heads up maybe didn't take quite so long because the matches were finishing like 5, 6, 7 in the morning. And
what did they cut the blind levels?
Yeah, what we do now is, especially when there's a deal, the blind levels get shorter after midnight, I think it is, or after 12 hours of play. I should know the exact rule here, but I don't. And it was just because the players get really fatigued. They're not making the best decisions.
When you get tired playing heads up, it's dreadful.
Yeah. And
it
also,
gets really dreadful.
We were crowning these grand final champions at 7 in the morning, and the only people there are a guy vacuuming,
Yeah.
It's like
confetti's coming down. He's like, guys, I just cleaned over there.
Yeah, no, it's really awful sometimes. Nobody wants to celebrate afterward. Everyone just has to go home and pack so they make their flight the next day.
Spato1 says he's the opposite. He doesn't play online. He wants live action, and he wants to see cards.
It's difficult to get me playing poker because,
153, yeah.
What was that, a little fakesies?
They're strictly for that.
I think the blinds went up, and then they got the blinds wrong.
Like, if I'm going to play, I prefer to play live poker because it's more of an immersive experience for me. But then again, I got to leave my house, which I hate doing. So it's a conundrum for me.
It's tough. It's tough. It's a long drive for me to get down here.
I played a little online. I think I played a couple days ago. I played something on one of the legal Jersey sites.
Oh, really?
I played a $10 tournament.
How'd that work out for
It
you?
was a $10, $250 guarantee.
Did you play this on the snow day when everybody was playing?
No, I didn't. Because luckily I was trapped with a woman on that day, so poker wasn't really an option.
Interesting. That's a good place to be.
Not if you're her, but for me it was okay. Yeah, so, but no, it was like one weekday this week. I just got back from the gym, and I'd woken up and my roommate wasn't awake yet, and so I was like, yeah, let's just see what's happening. I finished 10th.
Oh, that's not bad.
10th out of like maybe 30 people that started.
That's slightly worse, but okay, it's still
Yeah.
not bad. It's up 33%.
I don't play enough for things to even out. I take all my losses really hard. You know how most people are like, as long as I got my money in good, like, I don't care as long as I played good. I'm the exact opposite. Like, getting unlucky really, really upsets me, and playing bad doesn't.
Getting unlucky upsets you. Playing bad doesn't upset you.
I'm like the complete opposite of most poker
that's
players.
definitely the opposite of what you should be.
Because when I play bad, I'm like, oh, yeah, I played bad. I deserve to be out. And then when I get unlucky, I'm like, man, what?
Well, that's shockingly very reasonable, but what you want to do is focus on not making the bad plays rather than focusing on the bad luck, which will come and go. Sometimes you'll run bad, sometimes you'll run
The
good.
problem is, like I said, I don't play enough for it to come and go. Like, so when you do like have a weekend grind and you play 30 tournaments, your luck can come and go. When you play one $10 tournament every 3 months, it's very difficult to see it even out.
Absolutely.
And so I'd rather go, well, I'm a donkey. I got it in with deuces against a guy that clearly had two guys that clearly had aces and kings. Oh, well, GG. We've seen our...
So Spotter raises a good point online here. He says, online there's way too many monster hands being crushed by other monsters. And, we talk about, Stapes was just mentioning how, he doesn't play enough tournaments to kind of grind out the variance. And that's part of what happens online is that you just see so many more hands than you do live. I played cash for, 5 hours the other night, sitting at the same table, you know, and I think I probably saw maybe 150 hands total, something like that, in those 5 hours,
This is live.
This is live.
Yeah.
Whereas online, when I play, 4 tables, I'm seeing closer to 400 hands in 1 hour. If I played for 5 hours, I would see nearly 2,000 hands.
Yeah, I'm not one of...
It's quite a big difference.
So you're going to see 4 times as many bad beats, 4 times as many set over sets, 4 times as many quads beaten by straight flushes.
Exactly. And sure enough, on the our final table stream yesterday, people talk about online poker being rigged and, aces versus kings. We had aces versus kings with the 2 chip leaders, and then the guy with kings won out the other guy. Like, this is something that you don't expect to see a lot in general. You're going to see it more often online because you see more hands, not because it happens more.
And also, what people forget is that, like, online, the proliferation of online and social media, people are sharing this stuff way more, right?
Yeah.
People are sharing their bad beats. So not only, so there's 10, let's just say for argument's sake, there's 50 times as many hands happening online. So the bad beats are going to happen 50 times as often, but you're also going to hear about them 100,000 times more because they're noteworthy and people share them and they go viral. So it seems like they're happening even more than they really are, which originally is the perfect amount statistically that they should be
Exactly. Also, people just remember the bad beats way more. It's just a human like part of humans' nature to only remember significant things. It's the same way people try to look for patterns. If you ever show people like random blinking lights and listen to some music, they always try to make the lights sync up to the music, and they just don't. It's just random. It's the same thing with the bad beats. You know, just because you're getting bad beat, you only remember those. You try to find out if they're, oh, it's going to happen more often. I'm like, no, it's just what? Lots of pots, lots of hands.
You know it's rigged. Online dating.
That I
Online
can see.
dating is rigged.
That I can see because there's all those fake profiles and stuff.
All those bots. I think that my RNG is broken on my online dating app.
Bad MTGO says he worries more about bots and collusion online than it being rigged. And again, that's the the beauty of playing in a regulated market here in New Jersey is that not only are there teams of people dedicated to preventing that sort of stuff, but there's also a whole division of gaming behind that with laws on the books to enforce these types of things. So not only are you breaking a site's terms of service, but you're potentially breaking laws doing those things too.
Definitely breaking
So
the law, yeah.
So there's a lot more harsher, stronger ways to prevent that type of stuff, and you should feel safer in an environment like this.
Yeah, some folks who don't live in regulated markets who insist on playing anyway, you are subject to way more shady goings on.
Two kind of nut low hands here. Probably just going to be a bet and take it from Matt.
Ravi's gonna win this one. Where are you guys all watching from? Sound off. Let me know where you're watching from. Hashtag Borgata Poker Live, or you can holler at me on Twitch or YouTube. What's happening here? And we are going to see a flop with Ravi dominated. Flops one heart and an 8. Let's see. Someone's from Philly. Mitch is from his mom's basement. Bless. JDA 1119 is from my apartment building. Brett is from Let's Go Keith. I believe that's Let's Go Keith, Arizona. And Ravi gets his bet on the turn called. Matthew's got some outs. 9 of hearts, not one of those outs. Ravi's got this locked up, provided he does not fold. Ed Berg is from Medellin, Colombia. Shem asking, is this Ravi and Matt's first match? This is their second game of their match. Matt is up 1-0. Lucas is playing, he's grinding, and he's watching from Central Jersey. How do you know Gags isn't playing from the booth? Maybe he's just good at hiding it. Brett Brown said he's not from Let's Go Keith. He's from No Keith to Win It All. I thought you were from Let's Go Keith, Arizona. It turns out you're No Keith to Win It All, South Dakota. If I'm not mistaken. No Keith to Win It All, South Dakota. Native American name. Bless you, God, says great commentating, sir. Bless you, bless you. Nobody's tweeting in. Nobody does Twitter anymore. Let's see what we're saying on YouTube. Sean's from San Diego. Reno's from upstate New York. Reno, I'm from upstate New York. I'm from Smallbany, New York. Just like Hung Fam. Ed Berg wants to know how many runners started this race. 64 players entered this Heads Up Championship here at the Borgata Winter Poker Open. Joel, check your Skype. Django El Jefe wants to know what level is this. Honestly, I couldn't tell you. They've played 74 hands. I think this is the third or fourth level. No, this is the second level. This is only the second level of the second match. Chelsea's watching from home. How dare you? It's also going to make it much more difficult for me to flirt with you if you're not here. Unbelievable. Ravi picks up that pot. It's a nice fireplace, Chelsea. I'm not going to go there. Although, I think some of you would enjoy it. What's everyone's favorite current internet meme? Anyone seen a good meme lately? CMC's from Charlotte. Sham's also in Charlotte. Ghost of M is grinding near the Meadowlands. Nice. Bless you, gotta ask, Mermelstein still in? No, unfortunately. No Moss Mermelstein. Django says he's played with Ravi before. Surprised he made it this far, Burn. Burn. Shots fired. You guys may have noticed Gag stepped out of the booth. It's just me and you. You and Uncle Daddy. I'm not going to read that filthy Spanish dirt message, Brett Brown. Let's check out the action in this hand. Matthew has raised his 8-3 of hearts. Looks like Ravi is going to 3-bet Queen 6. Oh boy. And Matthew is going to 4-bet and win this pot with the old 8 tray. But double down. Leo G says he's in Miami on vacation. He's still in awe of Ari Engel's greatness. Hashtag Beast Leo. I am right behind you on that one. More little baby cards for these. Look at these cute little baby cards for these guys, huh? Little cutie cards. Count it out says he's watching from Stape's mom and dad's hotel room. Stape's mom says hello. That's awesome. Did she make any food? Probably tough in a hotel room. Probably tried to give you a mint out of her purse though, I bet. Not too much going on here except for a pair of 6s and a gut shot draw. It's a deuce.
JK the Jeweler
Good
asking
question.
what is
Yes.
first place payout. First place pays out just shy of $50,000. Keep in mind, we are still in the round of 4. The next player eliminated will receive $12,400. And second place will get just shy of $25,000.
Yeah, I guess that. Yeah.
Cha-ching.
No, that's good. That gives us more room too. Like. Yeah.
And before you could even ask, it was a 2K buy-in event.
Quite the score for only 2K here.
Did you set up all the bots on here? Did you go through all that?
I did.
That's nice of
Yeah,
you.
yeah. Try my best.
That's good.
You know, we got a couple of just quick little links. People remember some of these common questions, chip colors and things of the like. Prevent some of the spam, which we thankfully have not had a lot of.
It's tough to have a lot of spam when there's 88 people watching.
You'd be surprised. When I first started streaming on Twitch, I had not a lot of viewers, and they had copious amounts of just link spam.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I don't know where.
Because they knew you were going to be huge, my friend.
I guess, yeah. Yeah, I'm sure that was it.
This guy's going to be big on Twitch.
So still back and forth here with the two. Pretty just even this whole kind of game. I think Matt had Ravi 2-1 at one point.
Oh, yeah. We've got the chip lead has changed hands, huh?
Yeah, just slightly.
So did you walk by the cell phone convention thing?
Oh,
going on?
yeah.
Now,
They're partying.
no, I think cell phone is kind of like putting it inaccurately. When we say this, these are like the people who like work at the kiosk where they sell cases.
Is that who that is? This
Yeah.
who this confirmed is?
Yeah. Well,
It
I mean,
looked
that's my
like
best guess.
It looked like a younger crowd, but
yeah. And
they're
these
all
people,
very dressed up.
they're all really dressed up, and I don't think they're used to being given free or cheap booze because there were like 6 fights going on in the
Really?
hallway when I was out there. Yeah.
I think that's just Atlantic City, you know, just the
Oh, maybe.
yeah.
I asked people to sound off where they're watching from. Robert's from Orange County, New York. Reno's from the Syracuse area. Galoo says he's from Niskuna, New York, but watching from Charlotte. That's where I'm from. Long Island. Raphael's from the
You
Bronx.
get Sean from San Diego there too.
Sean from San Diego. JK the jeweler asks, can I get a shout to John? Hey, John! It's the best we're going to get.
I think you scared the guys standing right by our booth here.
Yeah, this is how many Fs I give.
That's how you get them away from us.
Maybe I'll get myself thrown out of here.
I think that'd be difficult.
See you, Gags.
Let's give it a shot. It would make for quite the. If you're gonna do that, let's get Will the Blogger over here. We'll get the whole thing on video. Nice addition to the Borgata
Stapes
blog.
thrown out of Atlantic City card room.
Film at 11.
It's too bad J-Cat didn't come down with me. We have him in as a guest right now. My roommate does a little bit of streaming. Occasionally we'll hop on a, like sometimes I'll do like a scoop recap or something. We'll get J-Cat in there.
Does he stream poker as well?
Yeah, he doesn't stream it as much as what he'll do is he'll do like a replay and
see.
sort of put that out there, his analysis. He's pretty good at it. I met him working on the big game. He was like a producer on the big game.
Caleb says this is better than the NFL Pro Bowl. Is that going on right now, I guess?
I mean, the thing is, it's like not much of a compliment because like the Pro Bowl is like one of the least watched things.
Why don't people like the Pro Bowl? So I'm not very, I know about sports. I was in the sports when I was younger, but in the last 15 or so years, I have not followed a thing about sports. So I remember watching. I used to love watching the hockey All-Star game and the skills competition and all that. Why is the Pro Bowl not the same?
Well, part of it's because it's football, right? And so they don't play that hard because the game doesn't matter. I think it's part of it. Like it's
they don't go so hard.
There's nothing at stake in the Pro Bowl because, and yeah, they don't play that hard. It's kind of like a goof off game. it happens says as bad as the Pro Bowl is, this is 10 times worse, which I would consider an insult, except for the fact that, like, what are you doing? What are you doing then? Why are you watching?
I
Like,
agree.
like,
I mean, well, I think that people are just
go outside. I mean,
people are just anxious to see the finals. You know,
Yeah.
I think that players have kind of like Matt's up 1-0. He seems to, despite it being close here, actually him being behind in chips, I think he does seem a little in charge of the match still. So I think that people are. We built it a little. Maybe I built it up earlier. The potential Keith Matt finals would be a very exciting one to see. So I think that that's what people are anxious to see here.
blinds are up, and this is typically when things start to get real. This blinds jump. We were just at 153, I believe. So this is the one that goes 153 to 2-4.
Correct. Who's Ravi? Ravi is a 27-year-old from Middleton, Delaware. He's a regular at Delaware Park, where he beat his fellow regular Chris Odell in the last round. Trying to make his way into the finals here as he battles with Matthew Emmel here in the semifinals. Again, if you're just joining us, the next player eliminated will finish in 3rd place. Winner moving on to the finals against Keith, where he anxiously awaits. Keith Morrow. So 2 pretty weak hands, and Ravi's going to try to take it down. It looks like he will. My mistake, Matt does not. Ravi actually just called. He did not raise. So Matt gets a free look at this flop, and Ravi will regret not raising it because Matt hits this one pretty hard.
Straight draw, no good anymore.
Nope. 5, a little troubling for Matt, but you just simply, again, it being heads up, you can't always just assume that your opponent has that hand slightly better than yours. And I would assume we definitely see a value bet here from Matt. Looking for that ace high call.
What a nit. What a nit.
Folds the chop. Potential. Playing the board.
How do you fold that board?
What's the plan for you? You headed home tonight? You spending the night here?
Geez, I don't know. Well, I had a room for last night. I don't really have one for tonight. I can go stay with my parents at Harrah's.
Okay.
They've put that out there.
I'm sure someone can work something out for you.
I think that it is very unlikely that I will. Depends what time we finish, to see what happens. I feel like if I stayed here, I'd just get in trouble.
Well, it is a Saturday night.
Is it Saturday? No, it's Sunday.
Sunday. It is a Sunday night. You can tell I've been here for a while.
I feel like any girl that can stay here on a Sunday night and not have anything to do tomorrow on Monday is exactly the kind of girl that would be interested in me. Like the one that kind of's got like nothing going on in her life. 2 pair for Ravi.
Comes out firing. I'm sorry, Matthew's the one. Comes out firing.
We're getting a lot of complaints about audio right now. I'm not really sure what changed, guys. It sounds the same to us.
Yeah, there's some issue on the Twitch end again, it looks like.
They say we're talking like a robot. I don't hear anything. Do you hear anything, Mike?
No, we sound great to ourselves.
I don't sound like a robot. What is love?
So it looks like we're going to have a very special guest here joining us for a few
Let's just say
moments
guest.
here.
Let's just say guest.
Yeah,
I
he's
don't-
not that
I don't know
special,
that
I
it's
guess,
special
I guess.
or very.
We'll let the viewers decide.
It's just a guest.
But we are joined by Will the Blogger here.
Hello, Will the Blogger. Welcome to the show.
How's it going, Will?
It's going good, guys. This is a pretty good opportunity. I'm really excited. I got the text from Chelsea. I
I heard
at
you were
dinner.
very, very excited.
very, very excited. I was at dinner.
Look
I
at his nipples.
Ooh.
immediately stopped eating, grabbed my backpack, and ran out. So the security will probably come.
I was gonna say
get me
that was
soon.
before the check arrived.
Well, security's already on their way here to get Stapes, apparently. So they can take you with him. So how's the Winter Open been treating you?
It has been treating me fantastically.
For those that don't know, Will runs the Borgata Poker blog here. He's
Yeah.
been doing a great job for how long have you been here now?
I started doing this in the summer of 2014,
Okay.
right after I graduated.
So almost 2
college.
years now here at the
Almost
Borgata.
2 years, and since the start, we've kind of built like a very, very interactive platform.
Can you be a favor? Can you
Yeah.
say my partner Teller here is gonna catch this bullet in his teeth?
My partner Teller here is going to catch this bullet in his teeth.
Doesn't he sound
He
a little
does.
bit like Penn Jillette?
He does. Yeah. Now that
I
you
don't even
mention
know
it.
what that is.
Penn and Teller.
You need to grow up.
magicians?
This kid needs to grow up. Fresh
Magician.
out of
You
college.
classify them as magicians.
Go read
right?
a book, then come back on this stream. Sorry to interrupt. So you got a new platform?
So we kind of rolled out a new platform, a new style, if you will, and I think the players, the fans, as we'll call them, have really
For the fans.
kind of enjoyed it. It's more kind of in-depth coverage, featuring a lot of player features and things like that. Do we have a big hand
I
here?
think we've got an all-in button in front of. It was in front of Ravi.
Yeah, it looks like just he's going to. I think he just reshoved and it looks like he took it. Maybe 4-bet shoved it. It's tough to see. We lost our whole card graphic there.
Sorry, special guest.
Sorry,
Will.
go on. You
It's
added,
fine. But before we get to special guest Will the Blogger, where are we in this match? Catch me up while we catch the followers up.
Well, we are here. We are still in the semifinals.
Okay, so
Okay.
We're not yet in the finals.
No. Well, one player is in the finals. Keith Morrow is already through to the finals.
Mm-hmm.
And he has been waiting quite a while for Matthew Emmel and Ravi. I'm not sure.
The
And
pronunciation.
Ravi. Yeah. Here to finish their match. The winner of this match will go to the finals. Matthew is up 1-0. And
Yeah, well-
as you know, it's a best of 3.
Yeah, and Ravi,
round.
his quarterfinal Elite 8 match went
His-
for what, like 5.5 hours? It
went
was
for
insane.
quite a long time.
Yeah.
There was George and Kate Hall finished their quarterfinal match, and then George and Keith nearly finished their semifinal match before Ravi
And
and
that's
Chris were done with
that's
theirs.
kind of the animal of the beast. When it heads up, you can be over in a few hands,
Yeah.
but it can also be such a grind. And I think that's why a lot of players, especially at this price point, like the best of three structure.
We're being told it's Ravi Del Sanya. is the pronunciation of his name.
Ravi Dusanya.
Hey,
Ravi
perfect.
Dusanya.
Yeah, just like that.
Thank you,
So
Sham.
tell us more about the blog. You edited videos recently too.
Yeah, I mean, I think that was a logical next step for just the total coverage, and it's a way to let's be honest, day one coverage can get a little monotonous, can get a little slow.
Got to find the
tournaments-
stories.
Yeah, tournaments aren't really being won in the first the first day, so let's meet some players, let's talk to some players, and let's talk to a wide variety of players. We've talked to bracelet winners, WPT winners, and then also players who have qualified online, things like that. So
Yeah, you've been doing a great job with the videos. I think players definitely enjoy that.
I will deny that I get all my jeans custom tailored at hipstersupply.com.
Everyone knows that hipstersupply.com is way too popular, and you have to go to hipstersupply.net now because it's more underground.
No, .tv is where it's at these days. So what's so So the blog's been going. You got the WPT kicking off. And I've been following you on Twitter. You've been playing a bit more poker, it seems, too.
More
tell us
poker
about
as
that.
in, like, any poker
Any
at
poker,
all. I don't really play that much. I'm, on the other side of things most of the time. But I had some time off around the holidays. A few of my friends who I worked with in Vegas for the WSOP this summer live out in LA, California. Went out, played the WPT Deep Stacks main event at Hustler. Ended up doing just a little bit better than a min cash, so that was it was fun.
That's
When you cash a poker tournament, it's a lot more fun
Making
than
runs
not.
is a lot of fun in poker tournaments.
I gotta have some real talk from Will here.
Okay,
Some real
let's
talk.
hear it.
Will, right now the WPT is here. They're having a big main event here.
Huge.
They're not always here. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So now they brought in the bad boys, the big guns, the big gun bloggers, the famous ones. You BJ Nemeth,
Mickey
you-
Doft.
Mr. Doft. You got Ryan
Lucchese.
Crazy Lucchese. Do you feel intimidated, or do you feel like you're in the shadow of some blogging giants here?
I mean, I definitely I think they've been here 5 times since I started, and they're all phenomenal. I remember the first WPT I did. I was just watching Mickey and even Jess Wellman was with them then, and them juggling the final 2 tables of that was like really eye-opening, where you could kind of see how they cover an event, and they cover it so well as a team. So we've kind of tried to implement that here, and I've tried to implement that other places that I work as well, and they've been nothing but helpful, and I've learned a ton from all of them. They've been in the game for so long. You know what I
Really good
mean?
at their jobs. We admit they're huge dicks, right? Just the worst.
Yeah, Mickey, he comes in late and he just, starts pushing
and
my
the
stuff
egos
around. Yeah.
and the diva-ness.
And, I
BJ
say,
refused to come downstairs today because he only got to see Star Wars The Force Awakens twice this week.
Hang on a sec, guys. We have some action here. So
We
Ravi
sure do.
3-bets the king 6, and it looks like Matt's going to 4-bet and try to get this in pre-flop. Ravi's been backing down to these 4-bets so far. Will he pull the trigger with the king 6? We know it's not going to work this time.
And these are relatively deep stacks.
They're fairly deep. We're at least 40 big blinds deep here.
And we're 90 hands into this match. Oh, my goodness. Ravi's just ready to just grind.
Really thinking this
Every
decision
match out.
over. Yeah, but he's really thinking it with king 6 more so than he has in the past, where he's folded here rather quickly. Always see the 5-bet. Nope, not this time.
Let's it go. So Will, I used to be a blogger.
I've heard you've obviously on to much bigger and better things.
Do you know who taught me how to blog? How to do live tournament report updates?
Should I go with a serious answer, or should I try to be funny like Stapes? I'm gonna go with BJ probably. He's been around for so long.
It was exactly BJ.
They talk in the NFL, about a coaching tree. You talk about the blog tree. It seems like
he is
everyone
pretty
that
damn
I've
near the bottom of the blog tree.
He's like the small root
he
at
is
the bottom.
the seed, just about. Yeah.
Yeah, but it seems like everyone who I've kind of met in this game, quote unquote, comes from being a part of working with BJ here or there, and he's like I said before, phenomenal. He's very on top of his stuff, knows the ins and outs of the back ends of sites. I think he built the WPT site with his bare hands.
Interested to see how this one plays out. It looks like Ravi's pretty content on just checking this one down, but hold on.
There's a set.
That's a game-changing river. Question now becomes: will Ravi be able to pay this? Will Ravi pay this bet off with his 4th pair? So I have a question. I was going to ask Stapes before, but I guess we'll ask everybody here. What's some of you being a blogger, and you've seen a lot of things between the casinos and over the years, I'm sure. What would you say is the craziest thing you've ever seen happen at a poker table? Just not hand-wise, just like a player, people or
just
characters.
behavior, right? Yeah.
Or oddest thing you've
Wow.
seen. You got to have a couple stories.
Yeah,
in
let me
there.
go in my memory bank
in the vault here.
I one time saw a woman give birth
No.
right on the table. She just
Did
got
you really?
right up on there. Yeah.
Did you
and
say all in?
It was a chop pot too, which was really weird.
That's odd. Yeah.
No, so it's hard for me to say the craziest thing because you remember different stories at different times. The first thing that popped in my head was my first year as a blogger, Phil Hellmuth. It was back when he was really just the worst, like just the brattiest, most horrible, like just mean bastard, right? Like and he freaked out, got busted out of his turn, freaked out, and threw a chair. Across the room. It was so bad that they gave him a penalty for whatever tournament he entered next.
Wow.
And he had been eating this bag of mini Oreos. And
Delicious.
he left them there. We could see a call here.
Matthew moves all in.
4-bet shove. Ravi 3-bet it, I believe.
Wow, he's going to make the call.
Yeah.
Well, if Matthew can improve, which you will 44% of the time, 46% of the time even.
I mean, this is dang near a flip.
Yeah, they're going to flip for it. If Matthew wins this, he will move on to the finals. And if Ravi can win, Matthew will be extremely short-handed. Ravi is at risk.
30.
Well, that's a really good flop for Matt. Not only does he improve to the top pair, but it's a flush draw to go with it. Ravi's still with 3 outs. Ace and only an ace now for Ravi.
No ace, that's it.
That will do it.
It's over. Matt's
Just
on.
like
He's
that.
into the final.
Matthew improves with his pair of 10s and will be moving on to the finals to face.
So we're going to take a 30-minute break between this and the final, just so you can get a good look at Will the Blogger. We're going to do a quick little victory zoom on Matt.
And that's Matt talking to his friend Jason on the rail. I think Jason's been watching the
He's been
live
there the whole
stream. Yeah, he's
time.
been there the whole time. And he was even at like 1:30 this afternoon was bugging me for the live stream link. And Ravi was still, I think, in the second round.
Wow. Wow.
And there we are. And
So,
we've got a guest.
with that-
Bye.
Hello, everyone. Will the
that,
Blogger,
guys,
Will OC.
we're going to take a 30-minute break as the players get set for the final match. So be back here 30 minutes. We'll call it 9:15 East Coast time for the conclusion of this Borgata Heads Up Championship event. Will, thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks, man.
Was a pleasure.
Yeah. Maybe if management lets me, I'll be on the other side of the break. I
If
don't
we're
know.
desperate
We'll see.
enough, sure, we'll get in touch.
Hey, we'd love
We're
to
going to
have
keep
you.
the viewers here. The fans are here.
The fans seem to be enjoying you. So we'll see you guys back here in 30 minutes.
Green thing went all the way. Oh, you see? I think it's different over there. Yeah, the ace queen thing. Yeah, but ace eight, any face card, and it heads up. That's it. No, he went all in first. Yeah, he's fine. We're ready to start in about 8:45. 8:45. Yeah, you got about 25 minutes. What's his name, Matt? I mean,
here, though.
All right, let's see a flop. Remember, we're
1 in
tied
5
here.
times
Whoever
Kate's gonna
wins
win this.
hand could win this match.
And not a
Not
ton
a
of help, but
lot.
the jack is something.
It's not dead, but you can see from the percentages there, it's not looking good for Kate.
Very likely to be drawing dead on the turn.
Oh,
Not drawing dead on
not
the turn.
drawing dead.
Got outs now on the river. Let's see it.
Not one of the outs. Kate Hall eliminated
The winner of
as
that
part of our
So she will
round of 8.
Yeah, she will fall into the 5th to 8th. I believe she technically gets 6th place, worth $6,208. Hats off to Kate. She did play well, always does.
And I would just like
George
to.
will be moving on.
That's right. Congratulations, George. And I'd just like to say to Kate and George, thank you for doing that quickly so we can focus on one table now.
I win the flip when there's 10 people left in an MTT for all the chips versus the one, in a small buy-in when there's 200 people left. There's a big difference in equity in those two flips.
And this is why, Mike, I'm going to let everyone know my philosophy.
Huh?
Although we may have some action on this hand. I'm not sure Ravi's poker face is stellar.
Holding it up and showing Kelly is not the
Yeah, just
preferred.
being, guys, look at this.
All right, Robbie's raised it to 1,700.
This is where we
Chris
see
has made the call.
strategies defer. We saw Kate limping a lot, and when she got dealt those pocket tens, she just limped. And now we see Ravi, who's limping a lot, now raising when he has 2 kings. And this is definitely something that Chris will be able to pick up on. Luckily for Chris, it looks like he will not get too involved here.
Robbie bets 1,500.
Please have a draw, please have a draw, please have a draw, please have a draw.
Generally, on a board like this, against an opponent who's been aggressive, King High is actually a pretty good hand.
As evidenced by the fact that Chris did call with it.
Turn is 3 of hearts. Chris jacks.
Also, Chris can be setting up some plays on the river, potentially bluffing if Ravi checks here, things like that. Unfortunately, we can see Ravi is not going anywhere with his hand. Ravi really deciding whether he wants to keep betting his kings or not. I actually like a check here from Ravi. It kind of disguises your hand a bit. It's a kind of scary board with the fact in the 3 pairs.
I like a check too, but I can see the whole card, so that's not always fair. Ravi doesn't check, he bets.
We know Chris is calling with a lot of ace highs and apparently king highs too. Also, I just have a lot of kind of draws, 5-4, 6-5, things like that.
I mean, you wouldn't expect him to have, I don't think there's a ton of draws he's going to have on that flop.
No.
So when he calls once, to assume that maybe he can call a second time.
Ravi just thinks he has a 9. Well, I mean, he'll have a 9 sometimes, he'll have a 3 also, and now we lose to a 3 with the 2 kings.
Right,
That's
okay. Using macaroon with meringue,
Well,
everybody.
here, what's confusing is that there are many places that call macarons are the popular ones now, but they call them macaroons.
They do call them that,
They
yeah.
spell them that way on the sign, so it's become kind of this
The thing where everyone got them wrong
Yeah.
by accident first. Now they have to do it on purpose so people know what you're talking
Now
about.
they're almost interchangeable.
And there's an all-in from
I
Ravi.
don't think Chris is folding.
No, he is not.
Ravi.
So Chris is in a really good spot to move on now. The better of the 2 spots, at least. But there's an 8 on the flop. Chris now needs to hit. King or a jack on the turn of the river.
Ace doesn't change anything.
No, it doesn't. Ravi needs to dodge to survive. He does. He doubles up.
They go right back to where they started. Back and forth. Like we mentioned, this does happen in heads up, especially when your stacks
Sure,
are
yeah.
shorter. Hands are going to get in, hands are going to clash. You see Ravi and Chris kind of taking a different approach than Kate and George were earlier, where they were more trying to see flops. Ravi and Chris seem intent on just getting it in. One of the things about when you're watching 6-handed, 9-handed, 10-handed poker, you're getting to filter out so many more hands. Everyone just folds. You know, in a 9-handed game, 7 of the 9 players fold nearly every hand. You're left with 2 of the best hands out of 9 that are dealt. And heads up, you don't have that. We could see a clash here between the ace-4 and the jack-10, and this is why heads up is so unique. Because hands as weak as this can just be getting all in.
Chris now is all in.
You shuffle a lot.
Get a little swirl over there. Throw 'em off a little.
There we go.
So another basic race here, and this will be basically for the match.
Yeah, this is, if it doesn't end here.
There's 35,000 chips in the middle here in this pot, so out of 40,000, whoever loses this will be left. Chris is the one at risk. A 10 on the flop, though, puts Chris well in the lead, and Ravi's the one now looking for some help.
Chris in the lead at this moment. Let's see that turn. So the turn we have
That's a little help. Ravi picks up some outs, an ace or a 5 now.
Wow, 8
Otherwise,
outs.
Chris will double. 9 on the river won't do it. Chris will double up to the massive chip lead. Ravi only left with a couple of big blinds.
Yep, that is a double up, but what's more important is that Ravi's got next to nothing. Chris doubled up to 34,000 or 35 nearly, so it's going to be 5K left behind for Ravi. 51 hands this heads-up match has gone so far.
That's a large number.
It hurts me sometimes. I like to show my hands. I like to, I mean, one time I was like getting like ridiculous pot odds to like go set mining, and I didn't do it because the guy next to me told me what a big fan he was, and I was like, I don't want to bust this guy. He's like, this is the biggest tournament I've ever played in my life, and I was like, cool man, fold these threes. Came like ace king 3. I was up against
Maybe
like
that's part of his strategy.
2 guys with ace king. Yeah, maybe exactly.
Maybe every tournament is his first tournament. Maybe he's not a big fan.
It worked. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's an unlikely straight, but it is one.
It is one, and Chris has a good draw here too with his open-ended and plus his ace high.
We're back in action on table 2. We're going to stay here, though, as long as we're in sudden death mode. Plus, Keith and George are going to catch up.
You can hear Keith and George as we're watching this match. Just here, bet, call, raise.
Good hand. Next one. Deal. Ship it. Turn.
So you notice Ravi raising larger. Looks like Chris bet 800 and Ravi raised 2,500 than the previous times.
If you haven't seen a bigger raiserman, though, you don't know what it means yet.
This is true, but the few times he has min raised,
he's never had it.
Well, he's had like bottom pair,
right,
or not had it, or had a draw. And Chris has gotten to show down his weak bottom pairs and win.
Chris has responded to the bigger raise by 3-betting.
Now, being able to see their hands is a little easy to say, but I don't like this. Ravi's raising small when he has weak hands, and it seems like he's raising big when he has good hands.
Wow, that is an all-in call.
You know, once Chris 3-bets, he is kind of committed to call the rest, but this is a very large pot for Ravi. Ravi is the one at risk, so Chris will not be out if he loses. A jack or a 6 will chop it. It is a 5. And that means Ravi's going to double up to the 2-1 chip lead over Chris.
Oof, don't you hate it there once you have to get it in with
that
ace high and a open ender?
You know, again, you're hoping to see something like. So if Keith can hit a king or a jack, he will tie the matchup 1-1.
Pretty good flop for 7s. Not a good
not
turn.
Good.
So that's going to be it, yeah, for match number 2.
Keith is going to tie it up 1 apiece.
Fairly interesting flop here, yeah. Bottom pair to gut shot for Ravi. Nut flush draw for Chris.
Although, like, what's Ravi going to do here? Is he just going to call? If he just calls here, Chris might be able to take him off of his hand depending on the turn card. He does just call.
Close.
And it's a king on the turn. So Ravi's actually got the best hand now, but on a really awful board.
Yeah, and again, if Chris applies, the stacks are not deep enough where I don't think Ravi's going to be able to get away from this. You know, and I think Chris is just going to have to draw to his outs here.
I mean, Ravi already had the best hand, I
Yeah.
guess, but significantly
Now, Chris
in
still
the
has
lead
a
now,
large chunk of
statistically.
equity here with
Yeah.
his gutter as well. I think we're just going to see Ravi call again. The question will be, can Chris pull the trigger on the river? You see all the outs there for Chris.
No, it's going in.
Wow, now a decision for Chris. He does call it off with the draw.
I think Chris may have put Ravi all in.
Chris put in about 6,000 and only had about 3 or 4 behind.
Okay. So will 2-pair hold?
7 on the river means that 2-pair will indeed hold, and Ravi will eliminate Chris Odell in 5th place.
I was wrong, guys. I was
What?
wrong. So my parents are here. I mentioned that, right?
You did, yes.
I'm getting some funny texts from my mom, although we do have a pretty big hand shaping up here. So it's I can always, once I start to devolve into an anecdote, that's when we can be sure money's going in the middle.
Could spell the end for George.
Yeah, this is not the best flump for him.
With 4,400 in the pot, they're not that deep.
Some bet from George.
You shouldn't have Keith checks this flop.
There's the raise from Keith. Pretty wet board. Lots of goofy draws you can be raising with. Combo draws where top pair is going to be winning right now.
George got away from a hand like this last time. Let's see if he can do it again.
The problem with poker is you got to get away from it every time.
Yeah. Pause is one of those things that, you know, they obviously don't know that we with the whole cards.
Keith jams. And there's a call. This could be it.
This will be it for George once he can find an ace or a 6 on the river.
So my prediction looks like it's going to be wrong in both cases. Yes,
The 9
it
on the river
is.
will not do it. And
I said
Keith will move on to the finals.
I said Ravi wouldn't win, and he did. I said Keith wouldn't win, and he did. You're welcome, both of you. Enjoy it. No one has ever been more wrong than I am. Good game, George. Had a lot of folks out there pulling for you.
You know, especially like sometimes you're in a very unfriendly cash game, and I want to sit there for a few more hours, and just to pass the time, I'll do something like that. Never.
And I think it's way less of an issue in a cash game, annoying. Like, I'd find it way less annoying in a cash game if a guy's doing it than in a tournament.
I think it's definitely just annoying in most situations. But the problem with tournaments is that when you're taking up time, the clock is running.
Right.
There's no clock in a cash game. But with that being said, with cash games where you're paying like for time for, you know, every half hour you pay your time, there is time running. You know, that you are paying to be there still. And if someone's wasting your time because they're watching their movie, also in a cash game, if they're that bored, they can just leave. They don't have to be
People
there.
do the weighest stuff in cash games, especially like regulars. They just do the weirdest stuff. It's always the guy you want in the game, too, though.
That's true. What are you trying to say about me, Joe? I will say I'm very conscious if I ever am listening to music or watching something that, you know, I'm very aware that if I'm slowing down the
How
action
often do you do it?
Not very often. I generally stick one earphone in if I'm going to listen to music or something like that. And even that, if I have a table that seems like they're going to converse, I take my headphones off and I, you know, talk to people.
I
and
try to
I
make
try
it
do
that table.
Sometimes you can. I'm not quite as good at doing that, but it's definitely something that you know, if there's a bunch of regulars, a bunch of talking to people are just interested in chatting, I take part in that. So a lot of drama and thought going into this chopped pot here.
Is it Alan Kessler is standing here as if we're not live on the air and saying how the rule is that they both have to go all in and they get a penalty. Is that true?
Well,
Heads up?
I don't know if it's true in an actual heads-up tournament because you can't be colluding against
what's the
anyone.
point?
You're just heads up. It's not the same as whereas
the only reason that rule should exist is moot.
Yeah. Also, it's becoming more up to the discretion of, you know, tournament director and stuff like that. There's many times where players misread their hand or simply don't, you know what they're enough about the game of poker to realize they have the nuts. You know, I'm always against rules that are only penalizing either players new to the game or players misreading their hand. That
And we are going to see a flop with Ravi dominated. Flops 1 heart and an 8. Let's see. Someone's from Philly. Mitch is from his mom's basement. Bless you gods in Brooklyn. JDA 1119 is from my apartment building. Brett is from Let's Go Keith. I believe that's Let's Go Keith, Arizona. And Ravi gets his bet on the turn called. Matthew's got some outs. 9 of hearts, not one of those outs. Ravi's got this locked up, provided he does not fold. Ed Berg is from Medellin, Colombia. Sham asking, is this Ravi and Matt's first match? This is their second game of their match. Matt is up 1-0. Lucas is playing, he's grinding, and he's watching from Central Jersey. How do you know Gags isn't playing from the booth? Maybe he's just good at hiding it. Brett Brown said he's not from Let's Go Keith. He's from No Keith to Win It All. I thought you were from Let's Go Keith, Arizona. It turns out you're No Keith to Win It All, South Dakota. If I'm not mistaken. No Keith to Win It All, South Dakota. Native American name. JK the Jeweler asks, can I get a shout to John? Hey, John! It's the best we're going to get.
I think you scared the guys standing right by our booth here.
Yeah, this is how many F's I give.
That's how you get them away from us?
Maybe I'll get myself thrown out of here.
I think that'd be difficult.
See you, Gags.
Let's give it a shot. It would make for quite the... If you're going to do that, let's get Will the Blogger over here. We'll get the whole thing on video. Nice addition to the Borgata blog.
Thrown out of Atlantic City card room.
Film at 11.
It's too bad J-Cat didn't come down with me. We have him in as a guest right now. My roommate does a little bit of streaming. Occasionally we'll hop on like sometimes I'll do like a scoop recap or something. We'll get J-Cat in there.
Does he stream poker as well?
Yeah, he doesn't stream it as much as what he'll do is he'll do like a replay and
see.
sort of put that out there. His analysis. He's pretty good at it. I met him working on the big game. He was like a producer on the big game.
Caleb says this is better than the NFL Pro Bowl. Is that going on right now, I guess?
I mean, the thing is, it's like not much of a compliment because like the Pro Bowl is like one of the least watched things.
Why don't people like the Pro Bowl? So I'm not very, I know about sports. I was into sports when I was younger, but in the last 15 or so years, I have not followed anything about sports. So I remember watching. I used to love watching the hockey All-Star game and the skills competition and all that. Why is the Pro Bowl not the same?
Well, part of it's because it's football, right? And so they don't play that hard.
Well,
I feel like any girl that can stay here on a Sunday night and not have anything to do tomorrow on Monday is exactly the kind of girl that would be interested in me. Like the one that kind of's got like nothing going on in her life. 2 pair for Ravi.
Comes out firing. I'm sorry, Matthew's the one who comes out firing.
We're getting a lot of complaints about audio right now. I'm not really sure what changed, guys. It sounds the same to us.
Yeah, there's some issue on the Twitch ends again, it looks like.
They say we're talking like a robot. I don't hear anything. Do you hear anything, Mike?
No, we sound great to ourselves.
I don't sound like a robot. What is love?
So it looks like we're going to have a very special guest here joining us for a few
Let's just say
moments
guest.
here.
Let's just say guest.
It's not that special.
I don't know that it's special or very.
We'll let the viewers decide.
It's just a guest.
But we are joined by Will the Blogger here.
Hello, Will the Blogger. Welcome to the show.
How's it going, Will?
It's going good, guys. This is a pretty good opportunity. I'm really excited. I got the text from Chelsea. I
heard
at
you were
dinner.
very, very excited.
Very, very excited. I was at dinner.
And he has been waiting quite a while for Matthew Emmel and Ravi. I'm not sure.
The
And
pronunciation.
Ravi, yeah. Here to finish their match. The winner of this match will go to the finals. Matthew is up 1-0. And
Yeah, well,
as you know, it's a best of 3.
Yeah, and Ravi,
round.
his quarterfinal Elite 8 match went for, what, like 5.5 hours? It was insane.
For quite a long time.
Yeah.
There was George and Kate Hall finished their quarterfinal match, and then George and Keith nearly finished their semifinal match before Ravi and Chris were done with theirs.
That's kind of the animal of the beast. When it heads up, you can be over in a few hands.
Yeah.
But it can also be such a grind, and I think that's why a lot of players, especially at this price point, like the best of three structure.
We're being told it's Ravi Del Sanya.
Ravi Dusanya.
Hey,
Ravi
perfect.
Dusanya.
Yeah, just like that.
Thank you,
So
Sham.
tell us more about the blog. You edited videos recently too.
Yeah, I mean, I think that was a logical next step for just the total coverage, and it's a way to let's be honest, day one coverage can get a little monotonous, can get a little slow.
Got to find the stories.
Yeah, tournaments aren't really being won in the first the first day, so let's meet some players, let's talk to some players, and let's talk to a wide variety of players. We've talked to bracelet winners, WPT winners, and then also players who have qualified online, things like that. So
yeah, you've been doing a great job with the videos. I think players definitely enjoy that.
I will deny that I get all my jeans custom tailored at hipstersupply.com.
Everyone knows that hipstersupply.com is way too popular, and you have to go to hipstersupply.net now because it's more underground.
No, .tv is where it's at these days. So what's so So the blog's been going. You got the WPT kicking off. And I've been following you on Twitter. You've been playing a bit more poker, it seems, too.
More
us
poker
about
as
that.
in, like, any poker
Any
at
poker,
all. I don't really play that much. I'm, on the other side of things most of the time. But I had some time off around the holidays. A few of my friends who I worked with.
We're playing on this side or that side?
Pretty sure this side.
They want to stay that side.
Okay. Do you prefer side?
I don't care, wherever you want.
I'll go green. Thanks.
I got enough. Hopefully get me through.
We'll see what happens.
Hopefully no
My
epic.
match has been pretty quick.
Yeah, I had
Yours
one.
been pretty good too, right?
Yeah, just the one real brutal one yesterday. I think I have the record for the longest one.
Did you beat him in 2?
3?
Oh, 3?
Yeah.
You won the first?
I won the first. Yeah, the second I had him. He just won every single all in when he was short, and then when the blinds were like 8-16.
You guys want to pick for a polar deck or no?
Yeah. I tell you what, after playing every hand basically heads up for the last 2 days, I'm gonna be the biggest nit ever in the game. I'm just gonna fold for like 2 hours.
2 hours, yeah.
straight and love it. But yeah, I'm gonna take a nap. Just yeah.
All right. So let me know if I have aces or kings.
Yeah.
Levels at
Way
30
over it.
minutes.
30-minute levels? Oh, that's right.
Same structure and that same structure.
Alright, I gotta put this back in my backpack before it goes nuts. When do you want me to start?
You can start at high card.
Yeah?
So we have to inform them.
Come on, get in there.
Oh, they moved the camera. They know. Final thing was 30-minute level.
30-minute levels.
30 minutes.
We might not make it past a couple levels.
Whoa now. Right now.
Oh,
How crazy do you think I am?
No, I'm the wild one.
Fair enough.
Just reset the clock, right? Yeah, 30 minutes.
Are they gonna tell me when to start?
First we'll have it right there.
You guys are ready?
Ready for this?
Okay. Do it. Alright, let's do the hard part. I'll be clueless by the time I get home.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the Borgata Winter Poker Open Heads Up Championship. And this is really the championship now. We are in the final match. It's been a long day. Some of these battles were quite grueling, but we have 2 players remaining, Matt Emmel and Keith Morrow. See who can take down this championship worth $50,000. I am Michael Gagliano. Alongside me, Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my babies.
And joined with us, special guest for a final match here, Will OC. Will the blogger. How's it going, Will?
It's going good. How's everyone doing out there?
I think, we're excited. This is the match we've been waiting for. Once we saw all the players in the Final 4, Final 8 playing, these were the 2 that really stood out. They were making the biggest moves, being the most aggressive, and sure enough, they are here in the finals.
Yeah, we have been waiting. The first, or last, we should say, quarterfinal match went for like 5.5 hours. We caught the tail end of that.
The quarterfinal match was what really dragged. The semifinals were fairly reasonably paced.
Yeah.
But
Hey, man, that's when it gets real. What are you going to do?
that is what happens sometimes,
What was the prize jump, by the way, from, we covered the fact that all the people we saw go out first, the first 4 exits we saw, all got $6,208. The 2 exits we saw in the semifinals We're worth $12,416. You talk about doubling your money to go from that one round to the other.
They've again doubled their money.
Now again, exactly. Now you're guaranteed $24,000
Another double.
for second place and $49,664 for the win here. Just a reminder, this was $2K to buy in. It's the best of 3 matches. Not matches. The best of 3 games, we're calling it. This is the final match, is what we're calling it.
Oh, you the small one.
Final match, first game, tiny glass Borgata.
Look
on
at
the
that
table,
beautiful
up for
trophy.
grabs.
You like these trophies, I guess? You're a fan?
The first time I lifted it, I almost dropped it. I'll be honest.
They're
But
heavy?
Oh my God, they're like 20 pounds. I
Really?
swear, yeah. But they are beautiful. Every single person who's won one, we try not to bring them out of the box too quick, but Andrew dropped it on the table, let everyone know what they're playing for. But yesterday in the 40 big blind battle, I opened up the box and the final table nearly erupted.
Wow.
Yeah, the excitement was palpable for sure.
I think it's pretty cool. I don't really care that
What
much
was
about
the old
trophies, but
trophy?
I
I
like
can't
it.
even remember what they looked like now.
They
it was
were-
just
It was just,
like
I think it was
just
just a cowbell with a little bit of dirt on it.
that's I think standard. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, welcome to the
It
Borgata.
was
where we
kind of
give you
cowbell shaped,
dirty
though.
Cowboys. It was. They had different shapes for different seasons. I believe this one was more of just like a very tall columny prism.
Yeah,
if
yeah.
you will.
That's what I remember is those. Unfortunately, do not have any
This
myself.
casino kind of is a tall colony prison. Oh, you said prism. Two playable hands here to kick things off. Matthew's got the best hand, and he's got the best draw. No, he sure doesn't. There's a spade draw out
flush
there.
draw out there.
I need that 4-color deck, buddy. What happened to the 4-color deck?
What happened? No, we still have it. It's spades or black.
They just changed it actually. Well, little
It's just there's no green out there.
Spades are always black.
little flim flam with the cards and chips there.
Yeah,
Flam
you'll-
switcheroozy.
Yeah.
You'll see that Keith is quite
Quite the entertainer out there.
He's a little what's the word? I'm not going to even attempt it. He likes to move around a lot. He's quick paced. He splashes chips into
Squirrely?
the pot. Sure, we'll go with that.
That works.
He's animated.
Well, he's blown through the preliminary rounds. His quarterfinal match against Giuseppe Pizzolato was over before I could even get the first post up today.
So he
Wait, you're
played.
saying an Italian went broke real quick in a poker tournament?
It's very quick.
Get out of here.
I've never heard that before.
Something new.
He played George Sisak in the semifinals, which we had the pleasure of commentating on.
Okay.
The action was so fast between the two of them, we couldn't even keep up with it.
Yeah, no, George is, he doesn't come out for many Borgata Poker Open tournaments, but the heads up is something that he always circles on his calendar, and he has some decent success in it in the past. But yeah, I even saw the match with Kate Hall that he won in the quarterfinals, and it was just, even the same thing with Kate, was just bam, bam, back and forth. And, that match was over fairly quickly, so, we'll see if Keith can kind of keep that trend going, or if Matt can kind of slow him down, because Matt has been the more slow or deliberate player through the games we've seen.
Matt is a self-proclaimed heads-up sit-and-go specialist, so it'll be interesting to see if he can translate that into a win here versus
That is
Keith.
literally what this is.
Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely. The match with George was unbelievable how fast they were acting. We would have flop graphics coming up, and they would be on the river already. It was just that fast.
You guys are on a delay. The fans are on a 30-minute delay.
It was
and then
unbelievable.
Gags and Stapes were on
We just needed them to slow down the
45-second
video,
delay.
actually, just to half speed or something.
You guys gooning? Huh? You guys gooning over there? Yeah, good.
Keith much more animated in general
Yeah,
than
he's
Matt.
happy.
Matt still doesn't look quite thrilled to be here.
If you're happy and you know it, grow a beard.
Well, we saw Keith last round shedding parts of his wardrobe as the match went on. We'll see if he'll continue the trend. He started with no jacket this time.
Has he had the sunglasses and hat on the entire time?
He has, yes.
Okay. And do we know what football team he roots for, or just what Matt?
Well, Matt is apparently a big Carolina Panthers fan,
Yeah.
as the chat lets us know.
Kill a cam.
I don't know what that means, but okay. that a player?
We have so much to teach you, Gags.
I-
Cam
I-
Newton.
I get made
Heisman
fun
Trophy.
of. I get made fun of every
Potential
night
MVP.
on my stream.
Cam
for-
Newton, the scientist, the gravity guy.
Yes.
Now you're talking my language.
Cam Newton's laws of physics.
I get made fun of every night on my stream when people are talking about some big
Sports.
game. Yeah, sports. And I have to try to guess things, and they
Quickly,
my Twitch
frantically
stream,
Googling
Oh
something.
no, I don't Google anything. I try to guess and try to figure it out. And my stream has had quite the laugh. We played a game one night on see how many NBA players I could name.
I'm going to set the line at
Do they have to be current NBA players or
3.5.
Well,
any NBA player?
I apparently named several that were no longer playing. Apparently, I definitely can name no more than 3 NBA players. It would be hard to come up with 3 right now. Even I'm trying to think of it.
But you can tell us a lot of other neat things that I probably.
I can name that one WNBA player, Stephanie Curry.
Yeah,
she's good. I've heard.
She's really good.
She's one of the
Led
best.
her team to the championship last
Yeah,
year.
the Minnesota Sparks. I think that was.
Does the WNBA that's still around?
It is, yes. The WNBA.
It stands for the worst NBA.
Never been a big basketball fan.
Basketball's actually
Any
my least. I
NBA.
don't care for any sport really, and basketball's my least favorite.
I think baseball has to be my least favorite by
Baseball is
by a lot.
the nut low of sports.
I love baseball, but
personally.
Any argument you have against baseball
is why you like
I agree with. No, is it boring? Yes. Do you have to be very athletic? No. I get all that. I just love baseball. It just feels like the most American thing to me. It's just such a weird day out.
I can get around with that.
Don't get me wrong, going to the ballpark and enjoying a game is fun, but I don't quite get all the people at home sitting there watching all 162 games.
Definitely a different
much.
experience. I will say the best live sporting event to go to is NHL hockey.
Hockey, right?
I love
yeah.
NHL hockey was what I
There's
played
just
growing
something
up.
about it's just such a small packed arena, and you're kind of on top of the action.
So the other company I work for occasionally owns the two of the seats behind the goal in the Maple Leafs arena. So like once a year, I get to sit in those seats.
Once a year, they go sit in those seats, and they bring you, or they let you be in the
No,
stadium
they
at the same
actually
time.
give me the 2 seats once
Wow.
a year. I mean, not
A
if I'm
plus
in
one.
town. Yeah, I got to bring a date once, and everything was great. But yes, and hockey, I think, are the best athletes as far as like the major sports are concerned.
The
like,
4 major sports.
Yeah.
I don't have enough knowledge base to really even be able to make that sort of guess. So not poker, no poker athletes for you?
Sorry, man, not a sport as far as I'm concerned. Not even close. It's a game.
How about golf? Golf a game or a sport?
Golf's a sport.
Okay, so it's the athleticism.
It's the fact that if someone can pick up your cards, you don't need to be able to have a working body to play poker.
So it's just the athletics.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm not
Fair
saying
enough.
it's not a thing of skill. It's not a thing of beauty. It's not all of the things. It's just not a sport because you don't exert yourself
You're sitting for a very
physically
long
in the
time.
same way, right?
But I do see these, foam rollers, back rollers, these little yoga ball things that people are sitting on. So I guess, I don't know, is there...
Sitting is killing us, Will. Did you not realize this?
I've read the CrossFit articles. I have.
I'll don't bring CrossFit up.
So that thundering you hear in the background is, of course, the Cloverfield convention that was happening. No, there was a big wireless sales
We have an update on
convention.
the sales convention too because they are now apparently taking the party to Murmur.
Yeah, they moved, so...
Although we can
caught
still
them,
hear it.
We caught them down the escalator. The gentleman behind us was screaming.
How good a salesman could that guy possibly be when he goes, hey, man, where's Murmur? And you go across that way, and he goes, is that where we were earlier? And you very clearly went, I'm not with you. And he's like, yeah, no, but where we were earlier.
Politely, I said, no, we're not with you.
We're not part of your group. And then he was like, no, but that place from before. And I was like, dude, we aren't part of your thing. And then he looked and saw your patch.
Yeah. He
I was like,
luckily saw the
oh.
BorgataPoker.com patches on Gags and myself. And then he said, oh, you're with the poker. Kind of.
Kind of, yeah. Oh, he said poker.
He said, you're with the poker.
And then
And
you
then
were
he
like,
said-
and then you were like, can I get a friends and family plan, please?
He actually did ask us how much we're winning, and
Common question.
Very common question, I'm sure, for poker players. For myself as a poker blogger, the common question is, what's the average stack, or what is the chip?
No.
leader have?
But when you find when I've talked to a random guy and you say you work in poker, like I don't even have to say I'm a poker player. Say work in poker. They go, how's your poker face? There's like the 5 like go-to questions.
How's your poker face? What's the other one? Like, have you met Phil? I've gotten how you met Phil Ivey
yes.
a lot from a lot of my friends.
I get have you been on TV?
Okay.
That's a big one.
We're not all as big time as Gags, I guess. I haven't. This is my first time on TV. Are we calling this TV?
Please
Well,
don't.
No.
I need
Live
something
streams.
to aspire to.
No, but I love my grandmother to death. I have to kind of re-explain and explain what I do for a job every time I see her. And
I quite often try to avoid the conversation completely because of that.
Yeah, and I say this with all due respect. I think it's a much different conversation for you and me. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You're a
maybe.
player. I'm kind of like on the sidelines, literally.
I just say journalist. I'm a journalist that covers poker.
One time I did say at a bar, I said sports journalist.
Yeah.
And I didn't get any backlash. I didn't get any second question, and it was just, oh, cool.
Well, I
And
think
that's
people
all we
can-
were looking
That's
for,
good
really.
enough. Yeah.
People can relate to, they have an idea of what that means. When you say, I'm a blogger or I cover poker,
Yeah, they think I'm like
they
some-
don't know.
some
Why would
shut-in.
anyone want to
Yeah,
know
yeah.
about poker? Like,
It's a wide range of things you can mean when you say I'm a blogger.
yeah, that's true too.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I think that's I as a player, it's definitely a different story because I think you have a much easier time hiding it than I do because there's not really a way to hide being a poker player. If you say you play poker professionally, there's an onslaught of
There's
questions.
certain questions that instantly come with that.
Just depending on the person.
What's the most you've ever lost?
There's
Yeah.
just depending on the person's level of knowledge of poker, of gambling in
Mm-hmm.
general, you get ranging.
Don't you
questions.
find a slight amount of knowledge to be way more irritating than no knowledge
Yes,
whatsoever?
absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah, they watch, the ESPN WSOP coverage every year, and they have, all these questions based on that.
These
But
are the cab drivers of Vegas.
Have you ever had a royal flush? That's another very common one.
That's the worst.
It was funny during the holidays. On Twitter you get to see, all the poker pros kind of go home and they all are tweeting. I'm going to try to avoid this and that conversation, and some of the little tidbits and whatever were absolutely hilarious. And there's so much unknown, and there's so many just random questions that a lot of family members have, and it is kind of entertaining to kind of see that even people who are super successful in this game are, what they do day to day is still kind of unknown by, their friends and family. It's interesting.
One of the tweets that I think, one of the tweets that I'm reminded of was right after Black Friday, back in 2011, obviously everyone remembers Black Friday. I believe it was, I want to give Corey Burbick credit, said the worst part about this whole thing is our friends, those friends and family that everyone knows that they were right.
Oh, yeah.
That this did happen and we don't have our money now, and yeah. But thankfully everyone did get their money back.
You'll shoot your
for the
eye
most
out,
part.
basically, is what happened there.
Yeah.
Parlaying into some shameless self-promotion. What's the hashtag we're using for
Borgata
stream?
Poker Live.
Borgata Poker Live. Hashtag Borgata Poker Live.
It's
And
on
you
Twitter
can-
or on Twitch. You can get in touch just like JDA1119 did. He said if poker's a sport, then so is book writing.
What'd you do, Nick Bud? Play
Call.
tomorrow?
I like Ghost of M. Oh, you're a blogger? Question mark. Like Sex in the City. Not quite. Slightly different topics that we're covering here on the Borgata Poker blog.
Still just as inane, though.
Yeah, more or less.
Pretty even back and forth. No players
Yeah, we haven't
really
really had
over.
any big hands.
They're literally one blind above or below starting stack here for this whole match. So
How is it that we're in the beginning of this match, though, in the blinds it's 54 to 44, and then like other matches have been like 125
I even brought like a jersey. I was like, well,
to 75. How are these guys starting with less big blinds?
yeah.
Some people do
Fewer
that.
big blinds.
People just like,
I think the starting stacks are the same.
Starting stacks are
They should have
20K.
been, right?
you obviously
20K.
get-
And
Yeah.
I know that in the finals, so this is the championship of the Heads Up Championship, levels increased to 30 minutes.
30 minutes instead of
As opposed to 20,
20,
which were through the preliminary rounds.
Yeah, but that doesn't explain why.
We definitely had.
Oh, okay. So I'm just coming in the booth for the
I
championship.
think
so
that our graphic is just incorrect here in that they both have 100 big blinds because the starting stack are 20,000 at 100, 200, which is
Yeah.
of course 100 big blinds,
Math.
and they both have about that, just based on what we're looking at.
Okay.
For those just joining or not familiar, the chip colors again they're a little difficult to see in most angles, but the greens are worth 25, blacks worth 100, purples worth 500, yellows 1,000, and those little blue ones are worth 5,000.
the baby blue.
There are only 4 blue chips in play total that they start with here, so if you can collect all of those, you're in good shape.
Gotta catch them all.
Actually, I don't know.
Are there funny names of colors? Someone was asking this yesterday.
We do that on the EPT.
Yeah,
think
I know you
that's
guys
why.
have
that's
Kinda
that's always one of
crazy
the funnier
colors.
things on that stream. I don't know. I call them gold. I don't go yellow.
Wow,
I call them gold.
those are certainly not gold.
I mean, a kid can
They're
dream,
like a
right?
like a
Gold is more of a
bright
sports
yellow.
term, though. Like when you have no one ever says yellow jerseys. It's always like green and gold, black and gold.
The gold chips are the ones that the 25K chips that were used in the Six Max yesterday.
True.
Those are
True,
gold.
true,
Oh,
true,
sick
true.
brag.
No, I
he wasn't even
certainly
there.
certainly
He didn't
was
even
not
get to see them.
retaining any of those.
That 6 Max actually went
Very
until
late. I saw.
7:30 in the morning.
Yeah.
You know,
I
that
thought
was
so 6 max was a lie. What they should have said was 7:30 max.
yeah 7:30 max a.m. It ended. The Winter Poker Open blog was there from start to finish. We restarted at 12 p.m. with, I believe, just over 50 players, and we played all the way down to a winner. Super deep structure, and you know the Winter Poker Open blog, and I'm gonna have to give her a shout out. Kayleen was here from more or less start to finish, and you know that's kind of what the Borgata Poker faithful have come to expect.
That's the job of the
from
Borgata
the-
blogger,
Yeah, you know, and
in
you
the
know,
trenches.
It is part of the part of our job, and you know we love it. And yeah, there's going to be some late days and some late nights.
Who's Kayleen?
But-
She sounds cute.
Kayleen is part of the Winter Poker Open blog team, along
Tell
with
me
myself.
More. All right, less about you, more
Less
about
about
her.
me, more about her. Not much more to say. She's just
She's been here a while,
She's
right?
been here a while. She has been in the industry for a while.
She
and
probably knows better than.
yeah, she definitely does. And you know, just you know, very hard worker. You know, everybody is, and it's a complete team effort. So, you know, shout out to that staff. I'll shout out my marketing staff that is kind of in charge of putting us all together, in charge of this here live stream. So, you know, everyone at home can know that this is a total group effort to put this all together. So thank you for that to everyone at Borgata.
C. Tyrell asks, who's the favorite in this match? Pistons87 quick to say that Matt Emmel is the favorite. I would tend to agree. Judging by Matt's background of a heads-up sit-and-go specialist, he's got to have the favorite edge going into here.
Do we know Keith's background or not really?
We do know a little bit about Keith.
I can tell you something about Keith's background.
What can you tell us about him?
I'm just waiting for us to be on his shot again. Sorry, I derailed that, and I just.
That's fine.
So Keith's background right now is like a sign for the Borgata Hotel.
Yeah, I figured I was gonna.
Some chairs.
Yeah.
There's probably like a black wall.
The black wall is really going to help him
Yeah.
pull through in this one, I think.
So that's what I know about Keith's background. It seems like Matt has a similar background, but maybe it's more people in it.
Yeah, like two
Matt does have a nice rail behind him. They've been very vocal on Twitter and here on Twitch.
Matt's got more life and smiling than he was before, so this is good. These guys are animated.
I mean, after you know a long grind, they started at 1 o'clock yesterday. After a long grind, you know you're in the finals. Yeah, you're playing, you know, for 49,000, 24,000, but also just kind of, I don't want to call it the relief of getting this far, but just the accomplishment of I've
The
outlasted a
accomplishment's
64
good, yeah.
a 64 player field that has some of the best players in the world, and now I'm playing for a pretty decent prize and a tiny glass Borgata.
And you're on the home stretch. You know, it's not like you know that
Yeah.
no matter what happens, you're going to play a max of 3 matches right now. 3 games? 3 games, Joe. Come on.
Now we're gonna kind of build on Stapes' background of Keith. There are chairs. There is a Borgata logo, but Keith actually final tabled an event earlier in this Winter Poker Open. The second event, I should say, event 2, the Black Chip Bounty, which is always one of the bigger one-day events. Keith finished 5th for 12,000 K score, so not a bad.
12,000 K. That's a lot of Ks.
That is a lot of Ks. $12,000. He, that's a pretty decent way to start your 2016. Other than that, not a lot of tournament results, we should say, from Keith. Which we run into a lot in, the poker media side of things. Yesterday, Gags, you were
Keith
at the
is more of a cash game player, from what we understand.
Okay, and yesterday, in the live stream for the Borgata Million,
Yeah.
there were a handful of guys who, outlasted a 3,000 person field with, we'll just say minimal past tournament experience,
Absolutely.
right? And that happens all the time in poker, and
Yeah,
that's,
we
that's
were-
the beauty of it, really.
I believe we were 5-handed in that event.
Mhm.
5th place getting about $60,000,
Yeah.
and every single one of those players, if they got 5th, that would have been their largest score
And
by
that's-
quite a
That's
large
cool. I
margin.
like it when
Yeah,
that
no,
happens.
that's a lot of fun, and that keeps a lot of people engaged for sure.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, we have a pretty sizable rail there for Mr. Emmel.
Keith decided to take the leather hat off. Doesn't Keith's avatar make him look like a gladiator with headphones? Looks like he's wearing like a leather tunic. Oh, yeah, his shirt's kind of leathery looking.
Definitely continuing
On
with
the
the
right
trend
angle.
of
All right, and we've picked up a
losing
live
clothing.
tell on Keith. He takes his sunglasses and hat off
When he has
when he
kings.
hits kings. Yeah.
There's a shot of
probably
his rail.
somebody should probably tell him that on break.
Brett Brown on Twitch says Keith will win.
Are there loyal followers on the Twitch stream of each player? Are we going to have a
As soon
Matt
as
versus Keith Twitch chat battle?
Okay, so Matt was waiting. Matt won his quarterfinal match fairly early in the day. The players started at noon
No,
today.
That was Matt.
Yeah,
Okay.
so Matt won his match fairly
They both
early.
actually did. Keith took down
Okay.
Giuseppe Pizzolatto, and Matt actually beat the defending WBT Winter Poker Open champion Aaron Mermelson in the quarterfinal.
He did.
Yeah, so Aaron, I don't believe, jumped into day 1A. I think he's going to try to defend his title tomorrow. But continue with the thought, Gags. Go.
But yeah, so Matt won his match, reasonably early in the afternoon, and he waited quite a long time for Chris Odell and Ravi Desham.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, Ravi to
Ravi.
finish
Just
their
Ravi.
battle, which went on for quite a while.
Yeah, 5.5
So
hours.
as soon as he came on stream after those 5.5 hours, the chat was filled with numerous players that had been waiting for Matt to come on. So he
Yeah.
definitely has a contingent of loyal fans
Well,
that
even
are waiting for him.
one of the while Matt's rail has grown throughout this final match. Jason, his friend, also from North Carolina, also a Panthers fan. He's been here since the quarterfinals started, and he was asking me for the live stream link at noon. Unfortunately, it wasn't live then. He was constantly asking for it.
It wasn't even live at 3 o'clock as
Yeah,
advertised.
it wasn't even live at 3 o'clock, but he was constantly asking for it, and that just you don't really get many chances to be on a live stream, so you want to send it to your friends. And Matt even joked that he just wants to see what everyone's saying about him. So we'll have to keep that in mind.
Well,
with our,
fortunately, he will
Matt
be able to
Emmel
watch the
comments.
replays.
Yeah, they are archived.
They are on YouTube after this event is over, and actually, I believe right now you can rewind it and watch from the beginning.
Oh, no. I don't want my
You don't
parts
wanna-
available on replay.
You don't want to go check out all the.
No, I just want my parts taken off.
We'll get on
I don't
that.
want this to live
Yeah.
forever.
We'll get on that right away.
I'll see.
We'll tell the
what I-
production
I'll see,
team.
I'll tell the marketing.
We'll tell the production guy. Now let's focus on some poker action here for a little bit. Up and down for Matthew. What's this spade do for everyone?
Not a whole bunch.
Just makes it kind of a weirder board.
And we should note that the graphics on the top of the screen are incorrect. These guys are deeper than 56 and 40 big blinds deep.
My guess is the proportions are correct. It's just the number of
Yeah.
big blinds is incorrect.
They started with 20,000 chips, 30-minute levels. Blinds start at 50 to 100, Gags?
100, 200.
100, 200.
Thankfully.
Apologies. Yeah.
Gags, this is one of those sort of generic poker questions that's hard to ask,
Sure.
but I think is somewhat valid. Bad MTGO says, how much do you have to ignore aces and kings as scare cards in heads-up tourneys?
Well, it's not so much a matter of ignoring the cards. You know, you have to take them into consideration. If your opponent raises and you call with a hand like, you know, Queen 10, and the flop comes King Queen, or let's use this hand for example. Let's say, you know, you call with a hand like a 9-8, and this board comes out, the Jack 9-7. Yeah, your opponent's not always going to have a Jack, but you have to consider they will have a Jack sometimes. They still raise with all of their King Jacks and Ace Jacks. So you have to weigh it for what it is. Your hand is much stronger than it would be at a full ring table because, again, players play tighter at full ring tables. There's more ragged hands in there, heads up. We see Keith with the King 2, Matt with the 8-7. You know, so, or sorry, Matt with the 8-4. You know, so you do have to, again, consider that they have those cards, but just weigh it a little bit less, basically. And it's more about plays and ranges. And like we said earlier, just continually narrowing ranges from every hand to more probable hands that they're going to play that way.
And in, you know,
I think that's a great way to tackle that question, by the way, Gags.
Thank you. Hope that
you
cleared
weren't
it up
able
a
to play the heads-up tournament. Would
I
you
was
have
not.
played if you weren't doing the Borgata Million?
I
live stream?
generally do play it if I have
Okay.
the chance. I haven't had the chance the last few series because I've been doing these final tables and they've happened to fall on that day. But I have had a lot of fun in these heads-up tournaments.
Yeah.
It's one of the better events.
And it's
I
one
don't
of the
consider
events-
myself a heads-up expert by any means, but with the shorter structures,
love it, huh?
you know, you're not as deep, and I think that favors me a little bit.
Okay.
You know, having a MTT sit-and-go background.
And what would you say your heads-up game strategy is? Is there one, or are you a more passive or aggressive player? You know, these two are, I would kind of say, tend to be on the aggressive side. But a player
Yeah,
like
absolutely.
Ravi that we saw earlier in the other semifinal was very passive. You know, wanted to kind of keep a lot of pots small and, you know, grind it out.
Drag
What's your
it out.
strategy?
It really depends on your opponent. You know, I try to feel the match out in the first few hands. Also, just, you know, looking at your opponent, depending on who it is, sizing him up, you can sometimes get some tells. You know, the players that you know, I mean, if I went in and I, you know, saw that Aaron Mermelstein was my opponent, well, we've played together quite a bit. I know Aaron's going to come out firing.
Yeah.
And I know I'm not going to be able to just run him over. So I'm going to have to kind of play a little bit more of a kind of snug strategy and maybe try to make the match last a bit, where stacks get a little more shallow, where I think I have a bit more of an edge. But against some opponents, you know, if I realized right off the bat that maybe Ravi was playing a little more passive, I would probably just try to hammer him and put the match away. Keep raising, keep 3-betting, and really
Getting
put the pressure
hammered,
on.
yes. That is a can't miss strategy. I'm going to join you right now. Woo!
And
Sorry, did,
speaking of putting
I
the
may have
hammer
heard,
down,
I may have heard that the way I wanted to.
Speaking of putting the hammer down, we have Keith 3-betting with Ace Jack of Diamonds. This might be the first real big confrontation we see in this round one.
Game one.
Game one, excuse me. Let's get our terms right here. Game one match of our heads-up championship. And we have a 4-bet. This is going to get big, guys.
I'm kind of surprised to see Matt 4-bet with this exact hand. This is a hand that,
Not a common 4-betting hand.
well, it's just a really strong hand. And, like, you can definitely just call and see a flop. So I'd be pretty interested to see why, like to learn more about why he chose to 4-bet this hand.
This is probably the most classic Queen Jack of Spades flop of all time.
This is the one you're looking for when you have
As
Queen Jack
far
of
from a
spades.
Queen and Jack as you can get, and no spades.
Yeah. And
This
he's-
is just a quintessential 4-bet with Queen Jack of Spades. Deuce trade, no spades.
And he's out of position, so he's kind of, you know, treading water here slightly.
The too late spade on the turn.
And now, if you're Keith, are you content with ace high here, or no because of the 4-bet? You know, you have to take that into consideration.
I don't think Matt's going to slow down with this hand. once he gets to this point, Matt's just going to put a lot of pressure
Kind
on.
of has to go with it, right?
He has to.
I think you're going to see a very large bluff here. I think Matt's going to bluff river here once he bets turn. I'm not thrilled with ace high as Keith.
What a stupid run out. What a dumb run out.
But he's obviously calling because he thinks he has the best hand.
Can you
No,
even
there's-
get ace high to fold here?
There's 15K in the pot. Matt looks like he has probably, I don't know, what, 13,000 behind?
3,800. Call.
This looks like a
Very
bet
small
of
bet.
5K.
Yeah, really
and a
small
snap
bet.
call.
He
looks
bet
like-
3,800 is the announced
Oh,
amount.
announced amount. Okay.
Yeah.
And then just a
300
snap call.
into like 15,000.
Yeah, very small bet. That's an interesting hand.
Out of character for
well,
Matt. You've been watching him more than I have.
you know,
for
I don't want to
sure.
say it's out of character. Matt pulled some bluffs earlier against Ravi, but it's a hand that I wouldn't have expected to see from between these two players.
Yeah. And what, you know, when he bets that small, that's like a, you know,
It's a really
that's like a
small bet.
1/5 pot bet.
Like, I wonder-
what's he repping? You know, a small pocket pair.
I mean,
things like that.
I think he's still just trying to rep something like maybe jacks or queens or tens even. You know, a pretty decent pocket pair, kings, even aces.
You're repping exactly what you have. I want to bluff at this, but I don't want to use my entire stack.
I'm surprised he bet that sizing. I wonder what hands like he thought Keith was going to fold. Because clearly Keith wasn't folding ace high. If that bet was designed to get Keith to question
King high,
ace high
maybe.
and fold, but I mean Keith called twice on that board. There's not a lot of king highs that get there.
Yeah.
A lot of Keith's hands are going to be mediocre pocket pairs and ace highs.
Does he ever figure that whatever he's calling with, he's calling for any amount anyway, so why not just bet real small?
If he's going to call, I mean, you can just
Because
give up.
there's a chance he bombs and he still gets called by ace high.
This is true. But if he's not folding ace high, he may just not be folding that river.
Right, and that's what I mean. So maybe he's just like, okay, if either he's
If
gonna
he has
whatever
king
he's gonna
high.
fold, he's gonna fold for
Yeah.
3,800, and whatever he's gonna call with, that's the only rationale I can see there.
Yeah.
And maybe it might be flawed rationale or not GTO rationale, but maybe that's what he's thinking.
And this could get exciting. Both players flop flush draws. Keith flops a pair as well. Check on the flop though. And
How many spades out there, Stapes?
I wasn't counting the spades. I was counting to see if Keith picked up a straight draw on the turn, but he did not. He just has Jack 8-10, which is not anything.
If they get the showdown, Keith is going to win this. He is indeed.
Ew. Ew, a pair of threes. Ew. Ew.
you know, so we go from Matt, you know, kind of triple barreling on the last hand.
The big blind's been corrected now, by the way. You see there's like 132 in
Okay.
play instead of...
So we go from Matt, you know, kind of triple barreling the last hand, and then kind of having the patience, if you will, to lose kind of the minimum with the flopped flush draw, where you know, some players might, you know, force the action there. I'm not sure.
You don't want to bluff off two big hands in a row. That's a kind of psychological momentum feeling. I think
Yeah.
that most players want to sit by. I would think that Matt's not going to let that affect him too much, being a seasoned pro. But we do see him wearing his emotions a bit.
Yeah, no, and
He looks
with
much more
these-
visibly rattled.
With these structures, you don't really have to be in, you know, I need a double right now. You know, the blinds have gone up, but you don't really need to be, I need to get it right now. You can kind of wait it out.
You
and-
can, but it takes a certain kind of player that can do that. I'm not saying Matt's not that player.
Oh, yeah.
But when you
there's-
look down and you see 6 chips in front of you, that hurts.
Yeah.
And you look across and you see that your opponent has 109 big blinds and you have 25. No, you're not in like desperation, danger zone mode, but you're close.
There's a-
but
there's a-
it
there's a
feels
placebo
bad.
effect, yes,
It feels
of course.
really bad.
You know, there's a placebo effect where you're playing a you know, an MTT, and you know, you come back from a color break and you just went from having, you know, 4 full stacks to having, you know, 8 total chips, and you're like, oh my God, am I short all of a sudden? But you're not. That's what Matt kind of needs to realize right now, that he can still kind of work it out.
And
Good
it's
question from-
Keith's job to not let him.
Good question from Leo G on Twitter. He says, how does a pro decide his schedule with so many options? and he asks me what my schedule is for the first half of 2016.
Well, you look down at your chest and you see whose name is written on the patch on it. And that sort of...
That helps. That helps guide
gives you like
in
a little bit of a
direction.
preference as to where
You
you're...
might go to that website. I don't
that
know.
website or that casino name.
I am actually a terrible person to ask for this question because I don't travel as much as a lot of other people do, and I actually do tend to just come down here to the Borgata. You'll see me out in Vegas a bit, but, you know, maybe once in a while at parks if the moment really strikes me.
You used to travel. Now you're a, we'll say, quote unquote, real person.
Yeah,
And you have, you're married. You have a kid.
I
and,
do.
You,
Yes.
So you're not the, the vagabond traveling professional poker player anymore, right?
Even back in the day, though, I had maybe a 16-month, 18-month time when I traveled a bit, but even then, before Black Friday and even after, I just never went.
We have an all-in.
Very far. Doesn't look like it's going to get very far. But there are a lot of events around here, and I think it's just, for me, it's mostly geography.
Yeah,
what's close.
For East Coast players, there are tons of options. Borgata, there's 5 poker opens every year that have 24 events with huge guarantees. To start this season off, to start this year off, we had 5,100 players in the $2 million guarantee. It got almost $2.5 million in the prize pool. So much value.
What were the day one numbers like today for the main?
Day one, we are going to look at this screen right behind it. I don't want to give an incorrect number or anything.
Is that even? I don't even think that's the right clock there.
Yeah, that's the wrong clock. When I left before the dinner break, we were just over 350. Registration for the $3 million guaranteed Winter Poker Open WPT Championship.
What do you get, about 50% more for day 1B usually? So you'll be
I
like
think
around
certainly-
500 tomorrow?
Certainly, I think
I
more
think
than that.
more, yeah,
I think we'll
it's
top
more than
1,000
double.
players. This is always
You
one
think
of
you
the
get
bigger,
over 700 tomorrow?
Yeah, it's usually about 200 and 700.
always one of the
750.
bigger
Okay,
WPT
cool.
stops, on their schedule.
And do you allow entry up until the start of day 3?
Start of day
Day
two.
2?
Yeah, yeah.
So like noon or whatever, day 2, you can buy in with a full
noon
stack?
on Tuesday, you can buy in with a full stack. There's even
And these are re-entries too, right? So if you go
Yeah.
broke on 1A or 1B, you can re-enter at the beginning of day 2?
yes,
Got it.
even some satellites, some live qualifiers running tomorrow that'll get you entry into day 2. And most people they might think entry into day 2, I'm going to come in short. Not even really close. You're going to come back with around 40 big blinds, 45 big blinds, which is plenty of room to work in this kind of structured tournament where you're going to be jumping up to 75, 90-minute levels at some point.
We're being told by Kayleen on YouTube that 359 entries for 1A is the number.
All right, and that's the
Unconfirmed number.
That is Kayleen, part of the Winter Poker Open blog team.
Well, I would imagine that that's a bit more confirmed if that's definitely her.
Yeah, that's definitely her.
Okay.
And 359, yeah. So we've seen a slight uptick. This is kind of, we don't really see a lot of people jump in, through the end of the dinner break on day 1A. Day 1B, we'll see a lot of people, maybe, their second, bullet they'll put in, after the dinner break. And like we said, there's plenty of room to work with.
Everybody's going to be getting here from Oz, though.
Yeah, I don't know. Does Ari Engel just come straight here
No,
and win the WPT?
mentioned this earlier. I said I tweeted last night that if he does, he definitely loves it the most out of anyone.
You did tweet that. I
Yeah.
saw that.
He loves it, Moar.
I think we'll see him. Knowing Ari, I think we'll see him.
Yeah,
If I knew Ari, if I know Ari as well as I think I do, I think he's on a plane right now.
He might be
on his way here.
Hopefully they have Wi-Fi so he can catch this stream.
He's probably watching it, studying his
Ari
potential
actually,
opponents.
wow. We transition into this event. Ari is the defending Winter Poker Open heads-up champion.
Is he really?
Yeah, I actually didn't even remember that until right now when Gags brought up Ari on a plane. Yeah,
Well, I think you'll be a little bit happier about. Not that the Winter Poker Open heads up is not a great event to win, but winning the $1.6 million that he won over in
with all due respect
Australia
to everyone who played the 2016 Winter Poker Open Heads Up Championship, the Aussie Millions is a slightly better
Yeah, I think so.
accomplishment. Slightly bigger payday, too. But actually, interestingly enough, the last 3 WPT Borgata Poker Open Heads Up champions weren't able to play this event. Joe McKeon, Anthony Zeno won 2014, 2015 in September.
Oh, Joe
They
is
were-
in the head.
Whatever,
They
the
were
only
in
thing that ever
six
came out of
stacks.
Australia that wasn't a joke is Kylie Minogue.
Who?
Kylie Minogue?
Who is Kylie Minogue? You're gonna have to.
What are you, like 19?
Stape's head just whipped around, by the way, when he said that.
This is Kylie Minogue.
What movies is she in?
She's not in movies, bruh.
She's a
What-
singer, right?
What TV shows is she in?
Her big hit's escaping me right now.
Doesn't she sing?
Yeah, she's a pop star, except she's like 50 or something at this point. 1968, how old does that make her? 47?
Yeah.
She had a real big hit in like the late 90s.
The late 90s, early 90s references pass me by.
How did they pass you by?
Because I just.
Isn't
like
that right in your
22 or
wheelhouse?
something, right?
No,
it's
he's older than. How old are you?
25, just turned
Yeah.
25.
Yeah, so you're not that far off.
Late 90s, I was 8 years old. I didn't really come
You make
into
me
like
feel- you
pop
make me feel
culture or
old now,
anything
Will.
until the Backstreet Boys. That was my first ever CD that I owned.
I'll tell you, people.
If you had the same experience with the Backstreet Boys that I had with Kylie Minogue, then
Then we're doing okay.
we're probably not ever going to compete for dates.
People always tell me, oh, do you feel like you're getting old? You're getting old. I'm over 30 now. And I don't ever feel like I'm old, ever. It's like shocking that I'm considered an adult in some respects.
I hear you.
But
That kind of comes
Nah,
with the
you're not.
territory, though, I guess.
yeah, I guess. But the one thing that makes me think like, oh, wow, I actually am getting old is hearing the years that people were born. When like people that I'm talking to that I consider adults are like, oh yeah, I was born in like 1992,
Yeah,
and I'm like,
1990s.
yeah,
so
no, yeah, you feel, you're making me feel old now because I can distinctly remember 1990 being in school.
I will say that anyone who is listening that thinks that Gags is old, he has a very youthful spirit.
Ah, yes.
Very youthful spirit.
We all do. Nobody grows up anymore.
Nah, I don't think so.
Forever
Growing up
young.
was for the last generation.
Forever young.
We're not gonna do that. We have the internet. We have video games.
We have
We're not
Borgata
gonna get
Poker
old.
live streams.
We got a 3-bet on the stream while Matt's considering getting involved here. Ace
Looks like he
5
will. and
all
he'll get
in.
snapped off.
And a call. It's Domination Nation. Keith is in a great spot to win the first game here. Nearly 70% of the time, the scoreboard's going to read 1-0 after all 5 cards are dealt.
Is that Jason Brawl on?
Yes,
Matt's
I believe
rail?
it is.
Wow, he like can't lose this then, right?
Not much going on there from Matt. Backdoor straight draw possibilities.
That's
is.
one
That's
of the
one of them.
backdoor outs. And there's no
5
frills
on the
here.
river, though.
Matt doubles up, so this is going to continue.
And it's a not getting back to even, but he's
No, Keith still has a
he's gonna get back up to like
nearly
just
2-1 chip lead.
13,000 or so.
Can't Get You Out of My Head, which, by the way, was the Kylie Minogue song. Can't get Matt
I know the
Elam
song.
out of this tournament.
Ace Jack did it for Keith on the triple barrel hand, but it could not seal up the first game of this heads-up championship. Still 0-0.
So boring. Not the match, but just if you have Ace Jack and you're just like, oh, that 5's so boring. What a boring river.
Do it in a more exciting way.
You just want like,
Yeah, like a 7
come
would have
on.
been fine. Like a 7 would have at least back, runner straight. Okay, I can live with that.
Keith going into this bag of tricks, see what he can do to put Matt away here.
What's this, a mint? Interesting.
I said hey to Kayleen in the chat. Let's see if she responded.
Well, no, I got it.
Nothing. Unreal. Unbelievable.
Ghost of M has a premonition. The Panthers are going to punt and still win the Super Bowl. The Panthers are in the Super Bowl, I guess.
I guess they are. Super Bowl is next weekend.
I know that. That I know.
Okay.
And it's the Panthers. And let me think for a second. I knew this a few days ago.
You can do it, Gags.
It's not the Seahawks.
I know that the Patriots lost because I had a friend who was
That
very
just reminded
upset.
me who it is. I didn't know who it was, so you said, because I know who beat the Patriots.
You got this, Gags.
I don't think I do.
Orange.
Orange.
What am I doing with my hand?
Tall. Tall. You're smoking something?
And I'm getting,
Geographic,
when you
High?
smoke something, yes. Yes.
which is legal
Okay, so,
where?
well,
Colorado?
also, the city is,
Oh. Denver. Broncos. the
1
Broncos.
mile
All
high.
right.
Guys, we did it. We did it. We figured out the Super Bowl
Would I,
matchup
I don't
for
think
next
I would have.
week.
Would I have guessed Broncos? I don't think I would have. I thought Peyton Manning was still in though. Is he? He's on the Broncos.
Yeah,
Oh.
yeah.
they just added him recently.
Yeah, like a week ago.
Oh, really?
No.
Well, I know not like a week ago, but
But
like
like
this
4
season.
years ago.
Oh.
Yeah. No, it's okay.
Oh no, I didn't know that.
That's all right.
Crest fan not happy that I don't know who's in the Super Bowl.
Can
Yeah.
Crest fan name, like, the Secretary of State or the Speaker of the House?
I probably can't do that either.
Oh, okay.
How can you not know who's in the Super Bowl?
I can tell you a lot about rocks though.
Do you know a lot about rocks?
I was a geology major in college.
Wow.
Obviously.
Interesting.
What's the best geology pun you have?
Oh man, there's actually a few.
There's a lot of terrible ones. for
Yeah,
sure.
they're really
Geologists
bad.
get their rocks
No,
off.
geologists make the bedrock.
Make the bedrock, yeah.
That's got to be the one. There were plenty of T-shirts floating around our departments.
Where did you go to college?
I went to Rutgers.
Okay.
Right here, right here in New Jersey.
So you're a Jersey born, Jersey bred?
I was born in New York.
Oh,
I
okay.
lived in Staten Island for quite a number of years, 8, 9,
Okay.
10 years, something like that.
Wouldn't be fun if I won that quick anyway.
I myself, Jersey as well, Montclair State University.
Ah,
Go Redhawks.
and a lot of friends go there.
And Stapes.
Born in upstate New York, small Albany, New York, Boston University. My true home is Los Angeles. I
Go
live
Terriers, right?
there. They are the Terriers. That's good. That's well
Boston Terriers. I incidentally own a Boston Terrier dog.
done. They're real cute.
They're the best.
It all comes full circle.
Look at
here.
that, guys.
This is
What a
what-
team we
this
got
is
up
what
here.
Live stream commentary is made
Yeah,
of.
feels all warm and fuzzy back here.
Much like a Boston Terrier.
You got a big one?
So back to the poker.
LL in the YouTube chat says, "Gag, stick to poker. Football talk is not for you."
Yeah, I tend to probably agree with
Yeah.
LL. But hey, we're trying to, Gags is putting some insightful thought out there for the, live stream followers, and we're trying to bring Gags up to speed on, I don't know, only the biggest sporting event in the world.
I will certainly not watch the Super Bowl.
You won't be?
Definitely not. No.
Okay. Last year for the Super Bowl, I was covering an event in a casino in Connecticut, and the Patriots were in the Super Bowl,
Mm-hmm.
and they got down to a final table, and they immediately just all looked at each other and said, "You want to chop this up?" And I said yes, and I was like, "All right, we're out of here. We're done."
And they went and
Perfect.
watched the Super Bowl.
Come on, let's chop it up. We got to watch the Pats.
Yeah, let's
We
go.
gotta
We
watch
gotta
Tom
watch
Brady.
the Pats.
I
Throw the ball real far.
I went to school for one semester in Massachusetts, University of Massachusetts,
Mm-hmm.
and that happened to be the year that the Red Sox won the World Series.
Okay.
2003. 3. And that was quite the experience because everyone was obviously very excited. I guess they were down a lot versus the Yankees, and they came back, and it was like this whole
Yeah, it
big
was
thing.
disgusting.
Yeah.
And everyone was very happy. There were lots of cops on hand to make sure that students weren't going to riot or anything. And
Gags was the one leading the riots.
Of
I've
course.
seen him
Absolutely.
outside the booth, guys.
I lived across the street from Fenway Park my last year when I went to Boston U, and I went to a bunch of games, and I was a Yankee fan, and I was not terribly shy about it, and I got rabbit punched in the back of the head at a Red Sox game and don't remember any of the rest of the game. They would chant Red Sox suck. Sorry, excuse me, Yankees suck at Fenway Park, at the Fleet Center, during basketball games,
Everywhere.
during football games, at church, it wouldn't matter. Yankees suck chants. At BU hockey games,
Yeah.
Yankees suck chants.
They don't like the Yankees in Boston.
No. I wear this this little chain, which is just like a sort of a family thing, but it was out, which I always wear it in. And one of my most vivid memories of going to school in Boston is walking up to this guy going, Hey, Yankee fan, nice pepper. Nice pepper, Yankee
Yeah,
fan.
I was gonna say it looks like a hot tamale or something like that.
Yeah, it's a bullhorn, but.
Okay.
Hey, Yankee fan, nice pepper. So we got a pair versus trips.
Matt's not going anywhere with this hand, though.
Nah.
Either is Keith, it looks like. He's going to pay it off.
Betting a call. So Matt, after doubling up, chips up even more here.
Yeah.
They're going to be pretty dang near even after this hand.
Yeah, and this was kind of the, the grind we referenced. Now, granted, it hasn't been over, a long period of time, but, you wait for your spot, you pick it, and, while he got an ace-5 to ace-jack, which is not how we want to really get it in, he was able to find a double, and now, 60,
right there.
69 big blinds to 65 big blinds. So, through 50 or so hands, we've had some swings on the leaderboard, but we're nearly dead even. And just because the blinds have gone up does not mean that either of these players are, relatively short or anything.
Yeah, they're still pretty deep here. Nearly 70 big blinds playing 150-300. Remember, they only have 20,000, so realistically, any bet is at least worth something here.
Yeah, they're deep, but they're not super deep where, okay, this hand, this pot, these chips don't matter.
Exactly. But with that being said, there are some showdowns that will quite significantly, affect the way that you view your opponent and also affect the way that you will play future hands. For example, some of those hands we saw in the last match where Ravi was doing a lot of check raising and then betting turns, and
you kind of want to see where he's at.
Matt didn't
through a larger sample size.
He was playing against this is actually happening more against Chris than it was against Matt, but there were situations where both times Ravi's opponent was able to get the showdown with a very weak hand and still win the pot. They didn't get to see Ravi's hand, but they got to win the pot anyway.
Okay.
And you know that, he was clearly bluffing.
Oh
boy.
Okay.
Well, we have two top
ace versus the jack-jack.
2% hands here clashing heads
And
up.
Keith has Matt.
Pose a possibility that Matt flats a 4-bet here, but they're not that deep. I think he's just going to go ahead and shove.
I don't know. After recovering, is there that thought process of I just recovered. I just got
Fold
back
and
to
make him look like a jerk.
I just got back to kind of even. I don't want to go broken like a flip situation here.
On my first ever TV table, I did something where I just flatted here, and I said my justification is I was waiting for a safe flop, and they were like, "Oh, you're so cute."
And
oh, you're
way to
so
just sneak in the brag that you've been on a TV.
Oh, it was a
finals
charity
before.
event. There was nothing at stake. I only got there because I was hosting the show.
Okay.
Matt giving this more thought than.
And Keith looks super relaxed.
Well, I was going to
just
say, I think
super
barring
relaxed.
some sort of big live read, it's going to be hard for Matt to get away from this.
I also think you're super relaxed here with a lot of hands. You're pretty relaxed here.
Yeah.
Even with tens, but with ace king, you're pretty relaxed. Ace queen, when you don't get called right away.
Just the difference between that glare that he had before he put in the 4-bet
right.
and now to here. And now I think he just verbalized.
He does go
all
all in.
We have call, smacking down the aces.
I don't love the ace smackdown, but whatever. What are you gonna do? We're in New Jersey.
I love the confidence.
So
And,
barring another miracle here, Keith will take the lead in this
If we
championship
see
match.
that miracle, then Keith is going to be basically left with dust.
Yeah, this is
Take
for
it
the
easy with
entire
the
match.
pelvis there, Keith. Okay, let's just keep that in check. Yeah, let's just. I mean, come on.
Ace, ace.
It could be children watching.
That's a pretty.
Ace of hearts.
No one has a heart.
No jack
Just
on
a
the
jack.
river. So
I won't do it.
Game 1 is over. Scoreboard reading 1-0. Keith Morrow. Matthew Emmel should have lost this about 10 hands ago.
Yeah.
Caught a pretty fortunate river.
Yeah.
But I think that's just a pretty unavoidable spot with the stack size.
There you see Jason Brawl in the background. Jason, of course, our fourth place finisher from yesterday in the $1 million guaranteed.
In his second live tournament.
Yeah, prominent
how absurd
poker
is that?
figure nonetheless.
Yeah, it's crazy. He knows maybe more people than I do.
He does.
around here.
It's impressive.
It's really funny. But he was super, humble about it. He kind of, laughed at himself, throughout his run. But, definitely definitely a good score for him, and he's on Matt's rail. Probably just wished him luck there. And we're going to see the chips reset here and get back for game number 2. Right back into it. No break here for these guys.
We're about to start game number 2, which could be the final game if it goes Keith's way.
Yeah.
Steve Dunn on Twitter tunes back in. Steve was tweeting at us numerous hours ago, and he says, wow, you guys have staying power.
This is nothing. This is a joke stream to some of the ones I've done before, guys. This is
What's your longest stream?
20 hours?
Yeah, there's been times where I've tuned into some EPT stuff, and it is Stapes in the booth with, like, the maintenance guy. They've basically ran out of, they've ran out of pros. They've ran out. This is all in and called first hand.
Maybe the chip stacks were wrong before, so maybe the game wasn't over.
Okay, that makes a lot more sense.
And this is just a few chips left behind. Ace Trey is doing really well, though.
Yeah,
Matt's
that's what it looks
up.
like.
It's only for.
Sorry for the
chips.
for the false alarm, guys. It looks like Matt's going to double up.
Yeah, apologies.
He's going to need to do that 10 or 12 more times.
He's got this one in the bag.
Yeah, that was okay.
Don't call it a comeback. Seriously, don't, because he's still got like a big blind.
But that's the crazy thing about heads up. Like, we could have just actually seen that match end if it just reset. They get 2 huge hands right from the get-go.
Yes, it could have been game 2.
That's the craziness of heads-up poker, where we just never know. We've seen matches go on for hours and hours.
You see, Keith has put out a blind bet, putting Matt all in.
Okay. Let's see. Does Matt? Can Matt even make the big blind?
I don't think so.
That would have been a nice
That looks okay so far.
Jack 9, he'll take it, right? Oh.
Well, ace high for Keith. That's pretty much going to end it.
That's drawing dead, right?
Well, he's drawing the
Running
jacks,
same.
running
Yeah.
straight cards. King will not do it.
I needed that a few hands.
So that will officially end game number 1.
Finally.
Keith Morrow takes a 1-0 lead in this best-of-3 series. And
Which we've announced, I think, twice already now. This time,
Yeah.
it's for real.
It's official. And it looks like that's probably why there was no break, because Matt's the
I don't think
chips.
they're going to take a break anyway.
Yeah.
Matt is away from the table.
Yeah,
We'll
Matt
see.
had about a 4-hour break.
No, we're gonna
today,
wait until the next one.
when this event started.
Well, there will be a moment while they reset the chips here.
Yeah, and you can definitely see Matt, talking to a little group of players there.
Keith has some players there on the rail as well, though, I'm being told.
And even with the the Borgata 2 million and the Borgata million final tables, people like the information that they see on the live
absolutely.
stream. There has to be I don't want to say a huge advantage, but a slight advantage to see how your opponents are playing. In heads up, you get to a lot of showdowns, so you get to see a lot of hands. But it can't hurt. We'll say that much.
Let's take this moment to remind you, coming next month, lots of action here at the Borgata. There's the Almighty Stack in middle of February. Was that the 13th, I believe?
The middle of February, I believe it's a 200K guarantee.
I believe it's 250.
Oh, we're going to up it a little
Yeah.
bit. Yeah, 250.
Yeah.
And for the Almighty Stack, it was introduced in the summer, 100,000 chip starting stack. That is very annoying and difficult to count for the blogger.
I mean,
Thank
like,
you, Tab.
no chip counts until day 2.
Yeah, no chip counts until the final table. But it was brought out in the September Borgata Poker Open. We had the Almighty Million instead of the Borgata Million. Didn't have it this time around, but it will return in February. Kind of just a quick week-long weekend series. Should be a lot of fun. And then the
right after that is the Deep Stacks Challenge.
Deep Stacks Challenge. I have.
Does that start the 23rd, I want to say? Will's going to pull it up. We have the information floating around here.
Sure.
Is that affiliated with Deep Stacks, or is it just
No,
called? Okay.
no, that's just a in and of itself. I believe the Deep Stacks Challenge runs from February 22nd to the 28th.
I was one day off.
Yeah, so that is, some smaller buy-in tournaments. Start with some deep stacks, some deep structures, and it doesn't really bring out the the big name players that WPT events, Borgata Poker Open events bring, but
you get all the locals.
So better for y'all then.
Get all the locals and some decent guarantees on each of them. The later in the series it goes, the weekend schedule, has some bigger guarantees, some bigger starting stacks, and those prize pools get up there. Those are some
They're still
long
worth
days,
playing.
without a doubt. Immense value in all those events. even the early events, there's I think a $125 buy-in event, and first place is usually
Yes,
around
now
like
you're talking my language.
6-7K, which is a pretty sick return on your investment for such a small price point.
Then right after the Deep Stack series, we have my favorite, the BorgataPoker.com Garden State Super Series.
That is your favorite.
When will it end?
It will not end.
Never.
Plenty of action here at Borgata, and that's my favorite. There's lots of good events this time around. You guys should be able to get a peek at the schedule soon. Get some satellites going. And,
yeah, we've been talking satellites to live events, but satellites to online events are huge also.
Yes.
We talked earlier in the week.
Right, it's like not
I've
a
heard
clever
it.
joke.
Oh no,
Sorry.
we've heard it all.
I hope the way I delivered it at least was.
It was much better.
And when,
Okay,
when
thank
you were
you.
just a young, innocent 21, you made your first online poker account at 21.
I actually was older than that.
You
but
were older
yes,
than that? Okay,
yes.
so did you ever
Well,
think
maybe
that,
not,
did you ever think
but-
that those references would
Well-
come up, or no? You were just I'm Gags.
I mean,
I'm Gags 30.
I never. My last name is obviously Gagliano. That's where it comes
Obviously, that's
Yeah.
where it comes from.
Makes
from.
sense.
And that Gags wasn't my nickname growing up, but people in my family, my dad, my brother, everyone calls them Gags in their office and everything. So when I had to make a screen name, this is AOL actually back in the day. I didn't know what to pick, and I picked that.
Kinda
And
just worked, and
my
it stuck.
number in
Yeah,
hockey
yeah.
was 30, so I went with that, and that was it. When it came time to make a poker screen name, I'm not very creative with naming things, so I just went with that.
Okay.
And yeah, so you could
And
find me.
you were never called Gags like by your friends or anything?
Not really. When I played hockey, some of my teammates called me that.
Yeah.
And in college a bit and stuff, but it's really a poker name now.
The only reason I asked is because when I first started blogging here, the first post I ever put up, in the byline it said William Patrick O'Connor, and that's just not a cool name to go
Well,
by.
that's a priest's name.
Yeah, it's thank you for naming me that, Mom and Dad, but that's not really that creative. So I just quick changed it to Willow C.
My middle name is Patrick too.
Oh, nice, little town there. Just quick change it to Willow C. Never been called OC or anything like that. My last name is O'Connor. Never been called anything like that, and it just stuck. I just went with it.
Good guy.
And
I hated
you
the
guys
nickname.
can try to make it sound as terrible as it is, but I don't think we can get as bad as
I
Joe's
almost
joke about Gags.
asked you where did OC come from.
O'Connor.
But yes, I quickly realized that would be
California.
Actually, some people call me some OC, Orange County, Big County.
Big County.
Yeah, we get some Big County in there. Alex Jim, what's up? If he's following on the stream. Probably not. He's probably actually grinding on BorgataPoker.com right now. There was 100K tonight.
There was a 100K.
Gags.
Unfortunately, I was not able to partake.
Fortunately, missed it. That's
Yeah.
part of the
Yeah.
job. That's why we love him.
I was
But
quite torn.
He's
People were
more
asking
plus
me.
EV to do commentary than he is to
Well,
play the 100K.
people were asking me. They're like, "Oh, you're gonna stream the 100K?" And I was like, "Well, no. I'm gonna be
I'm
doing
a
this
little busy."
heads-up final table. Like, it's gonna be great. Like, you want to watch that?" And they're like, "Yeah,
We'll go somewhere
I guess I'll watch
else.
that too."
We'll go somewhere else for Poker Twitch.
That sounds good.
I actually didn't care for the nickname Stapes at all.
Keep him low.
We got two pairs. He said keep
Keith,
him
yeah,
low.
Keith asking the dealer to keep him low.
Not obliging him.
And we referenced this earlier, I think, with a question from the Twitch stream. When aces and kings come on the flop or turn, we talked about them as scare cards. For jacks, it's the 2 of 3 cards that you don't want to see. Can Matt here pretty easily rep an ace or a king?
I think he definitely can. And this is one of those situations where
But will he?
we talk about, ranges being wide. Well, we have a raise and a 3-bet in this pot. So Matt's range when he calls the 3-bet is already going to be much tighter than it is when he just calls a regular raise. So right off the bat, we have to start thinking about him having some stronger hands than, just kind of like, nothing like weekends. He's going to have much more connected, much more higher cards.
Yeah, and on the turn,
Really?
Keith
Check called the turn, and now he's leading the river here for
after it pairs for a second time.
a very small amount.
Weird line for jacks.
And like a quarter pot bet. Matt tried this in the first game and got snapped off by ace high. Keith was correct to snap off and call. And we'll see if
Is Matt going
Matt
to
can be correct here, and he
Folds.
is.
Yeah.
Good fold.
I don't think we're going to see much calling from Matt. I think if he does decide to do something, he would raise as a bluff.
Yeah, because he's never winning the pot after just calling.
So the chat's trying to figure out where my number 30 came from, and Ghost and Ratso, you are correct. I was a giant Martin Brodeur fan.
Really?
Yeah, I was a goalie. I played hockey.
Oh, that's
And
cool,
that's
because
where
that was the
my-
only thing they could come up with.
Yeah, they got it and nailed it. I was a big Devils fan growing up. I was into sports at one time. I played hockey and I was into sports, mainly just hockey. But you know, I knew about other sports. Used to go to some Jet games growing up as well. My dad.
Okay.
But once I got a little older and in college, and you know, just
There were other things.
yeah,
There were
just-
rocks and geology.
There were rocks were just man. Had to.
He picked 30 because that was the age he lost his virginity. I'm sorry, that was me.
Actually, rocks, you know, weren't even my focal point in college because it was all about, you know, poker mainly, and pool and video games.
Did you able to play poker?
So here's my story. I sure hope my mom is not listening at this point because I went to school. I transferred to Rutgers after I was originally supposed to be I was doing engineering, which I quickly learned was way too much actual work for
Nobody even
you know,
rides
for
trains
me.
anymore. Why would
Yeah,
you learn to
exactly.
drive one?
So I had to pick a new major, and I went to Rutgers, and I was undeclared for a while, taking just general classes, trying to figure out what I was going to do. And I always had an interest in rocks. Like growing up as a kid, I liked science.
You were playing in the mud,
Interest in
dirt.
rocks.
Exactly. Yeah, I had a rock collection when I
used
was
to
like
throw a
7
lot of
years
them at
old.
girls.
And, so I took an intro to geology class, and it seemed pretty cool. And I was like, yeah, let's give this a shot. And I just kind of picked it. And it was a great major. I wound up going on field trips. I'm the only person in college I know that did that.
I didn't go on any field
Yeah,
trips.
I went on like
Darn it.
7 every semester. It was great. But
Did you
no,
go
it
to
was-
House Caverns?
no, we didn't go anywhere remotely fun like that. We drove to like
Dirt field.
the middle of like medians of highways to look at those rocks because they blast the rocks on the highway a lot.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, so those were the spots we were going. Like
To
the-
prepare
the
people for
Exxon
a
station on
career
Route
in
1.
construction, really, what was happening.
Yeah, we would go like behind there. We went to that one a few times. So
That sounds so much less fun than you made it sound.
it
at
was
first.
quite a lot of fun. It was a great major for me. It was very relaxed. The department was very friendly with everybody.
You
We
can't really be uptight about
called all my
rocks.
professors by their first name.
They're
and
not going
everything.
anywhere. Like, there's no sense of urgency.
Yeah.
Although, interestingly enough, you talk about construction. Construction, they constantly like
They have to
destroy
hire
and
geologists all the
cover.
time, though, right?
Well, they do, but they wound up like doing a lot of construction and covering a lot of the field trips we used to go to
Okay.
in the area.
So
No,
like,
oil is where you make the money in geology.
Yeah.
We had all oil companies recruiting constantly,
And
but that
you-
wasn't for
you
me
went,
either.
Yeah, you went a different route.
No.
so that another pot won by Keith Morrow.
Yeah, Matt hasn't really been able to kind of find, I don't want to say find his footing, but
Find a groove.
He's really struggled to, find, any really winnable hands. He hasn't really won any of the meaningful pots, we'll say.
I wouldn't say he, like, misplayed any either, though.
No,
like,
not
that's
really.
just how the
No,
cookie crumbles
even
sometimes.
the triple barrel, we were saying he kind of
queen
has
jack.
to go with it.
That's
Queen
just-
jack.
well,
Not
you know-
That's just
prepared
how
for
the
it.
anthracite crumbles sometimes. No?
That's a
Close.
rock? Is
Yeah.
that- is that a rock?
Anthracite is a mineral. Yeah.
Okay.
It's a coal,
Yeah.
right?
Is there a difference
Yeah.
between minerals and rocks?
Yeah.
Yeah, no,
I
I
should
was a little off.
Yeah, anthracite is like coal basically. I'm not a minerals are hard rocks. I'm not a hard rock geologist. That was not for me.
Okay.
Yeah, no.
I prefer the soft rock?
Soft rock. Yeah, I'm a soft rock kind of guy.
The Kenny G rock.
Yeah.
Do you know what Kenny G is, Will?
I do. Didn't he play like a flute or something?
Well,
It was
he played the clarinet, didn't he?
I thought it was some kind of weird alto sax.
Alto sax.
Any reeded instrument is more or less the same thing.
Well, a flute
in
is
my
definitely
eyes.
not a reeded instrument.
Any instrument is the same thing.
Saxophonist.
He was a saxophonist. Okay.
Some awesome hair on Kenny G there. We're just looking at Kenny G's Wikipedia page.
That's not a wait, go back to that picture. That's not a saxophone.
Yeah, a saxophone is
Isn't that a clarinet?
curled.
His first saxophone being a buffet crampon alto.
Bill went his nose dead.
Oh, Ghost. Is there anything? Ghost of M. So Ghost of M, I'm dubbing is the Kev Math of Twitch because he
Okay.
seems to know everything about anything you can ask in the Twitch
Wow,
chat.
yeah, he's just Snap
Yeah.
Kenny G sax.
Yeah.
Similar to the clarinet. Thank you. Reeded instruments, people.
Okay, big hand shaping up. Pocket queens against a big ace.
And
Keith
again,
Keith again on the,
yeah,
the,
it's just
the
Matt
more fortunate
on
side of the cooler.
the other side of it. It's
Keith comes in for the limp, and Matt goes ahead and raises, and we're going to see the 3-bet.
The limp 3-bet. Alarm bells? Alarm bells here, guys?
Well, Keith was doing this earlier.
look at him, he's laughing.
He's crushing me.
Yeah, he's like, is this just
gonna
this
fold.
one
It's a
setup
great read.
after one setup?
Sick fold.
Yeah, no, that's really
That's a pretty
Nice
impressive
fold, dude.
fold.
Alarm bells, absolutely. Nice one, dude.
If you remember back to the match between way many hours ago, we had the match between Kate Hall and George Sisak, where limping was much more of a commonplace. Kate was limping
Especially by the
nearly
time
every
we
button.
joined, because we joined a little late
Exactly.
in the match.
And Kate was limping nearly every button, and we saw her limp re-raise a few times, both having it and not having it. So that was a bit more of in her strategy. We haven't seen Keith do a ton of limping yet. He's raising a large number of buttons still, so I'd be interested to see if he has made that shift to more of a, let's see a lot of flops kind of strategy versus his earlier strategy of just raising a lot.
Yeah, and speaking to those strategies, is there in your mind a difference between it's a 0-0 match or I'm Keith, I'm up 1-0? Is it more I want to play defensive, or is it just, we're going to play how we can kind of play?
I think there's definitely, when you have the advantage, I think you can do what you can to turn the pressure up and really try to just put your opponent away, especially if it's someone who might get rattled, which, Matt looks like he might be a little rattled. Like, he was not in earlier matches. He seemed kind of bored.
Yeah.
But being on the bad side of these coolers and
He's
seemingly-
annoyed
No,
now.
it
Yeah.
has to be frustrating. It's been time after time, and to battle back in like that first match we said to just get jacks to aces like that. It's you have to kind of wonder
rough.
what kind of sick joke is this?
So Matt with the 3-bet with the 10-8 of diamonds, and Keith makes the call. Not a big piece of this swap for Keith. I think we'll just lose him here, and we do.
It'll be interesting to see if Matt can kind of stay the course, or if we will see him getting frustrated. I think his fold with ace-10 shows that
He can still make good
he can
decisions.
Yeah.
still make good decisions. He might, be wondering, what's going on. How does he always have it? But shows that he can, make the discipline lay down, and we're still 80 bigs effective from.
I don't know
that, so-
anyone, though. I don't know anyone that can make up.
Wait just so I'm rested and well-fed before I start playing. Making sure I get rest and eat well before a long day of poker is helped me to maintain
Yeah, definitely.
a higher level of play throughout the day. So that's I put that as an utmost priority.
Boring. Play with a hangover.
I'm not
Play
one of
after
those
an
guys.
all-nighter.
And
It's a different game.
we don't
when I
see
first started.
Matt's hole cards here, so we're just gonna take Keith's top pair as the best hand so far.
And most
Which
likely it is.
probably
being
is.
Heads up, especially.
I profited from him like 4.
But back to the getting here on time, late registering for the WBT championship here. Late reg open until start of day 2. Day 1B, like we said, tomorrow, 11 a.m. Gags will be here right from the start. And then we'll see some qualifiers run throughout the day. I believe there's 2 that will, buy in players directly to day 2. So that'll be, kind of a, call it a last chance qualifier. Last chance qualifiers. And hey, if you can get in, I know there's no more online satellites. Those have all run. We've talked about those throughout the stream. If you can get in for a fraction of the price and get a piece of a $3 million prize pool, it's not a bad ROI.
Yeah, I want to get a piece of the prize pool.
Tough
Anything else?
decision here from Matt, it looks like.
We don't see his cards. I need to know what Matt has.
It can't be a better hand than this.
No.
Yeah. What can he be? What can he be tanking? We'll play, Hot Links Beef Jerky, wild card cam.
Probably, I would imagine he'll just have some sort of 10 here. Like, if he had an ace, he's just not going to fold it.
Yeah.
If he hit a 7, he's obviously not going
I
to
think
fold
it's
it.
worse.
6.
Yeah.
Okay, here we go. We see it. I don't know. Can he be thinking that with? I don't know. King high, is that like a
I was going to
crazy
say
bluff
an
catcher?
under pair or a king high was my.
I mean, I think a king high is not a good bluff catcher because you want Matt or you want Keith to have a king high. You want Keith to have a king jack, king queen, something like that.
Oh, yeah.
So if I had a hand like king jack, I wouldn't be thrilled with that. I think him thinking about 6s is a very reasonable bluff catcher, and it's honestly that in a similar realm of strength to Keith's actual hands. Whereas like, Keith's not going to be betting a hand like 9s or 8s there. So the worst hand Keith bets is just a 10, and I think that's why Matt decides to just fold.
Yeah.
Because if he can't beat a 10, he's not going to beat any value hands. He's only beating bluffs, and he will call when he has a 10 or when he has an ace in that situation. He doesn't need to call with his pocket 6s there.
All right, and in the Twitch stream, we're seeing not household names because they're cash players, and that's the cool part about tournament poker, where especially these big buy-in events, where we may not know a lot of these players, right off the bat, but we can tell that they're super experienced, know their spots really, really well. And that comes from a cash game background, which isn't, that well known in terms of, our end on poker media.
Well, Matt is a heads-up sit-and-go player, so he doesn't have the recognition because he doesn't play these big field tournaments. He just plays smaller heads-ups where maybe
there aren't really a lot of options heads-up tournament-wise. Period. Across the country, Borgata.
Yeah, how do you practice this?
Runs
really?
4 of them. There, are a few throughout the summer in Las Vegas, but you find me another series that has
not many.
regular heads-up tournaments, and they're few and far between.
All right, well, you spend a lot of time here. The chat's discussing best breakfast options around here.
Best
What's your
breakfast
call?
options. Now, if we're going to eat breakfast when I usually eat breakfast, which is around 3 a.m., I eat like 2 breakfasts, 2 lunches, 2 dinners every day. But best breakfast,
you're like a hobbit, essentially.
yeah, I basically just I'm never not eating. Like I see a plate of fries over there that have probably been sitting there for hours.
Those chips are probably still good.
Well, Stapes is going to try one right now. His face doesn't look like they're stale. He's going to hand me some of them. Thank you.
By the way, kettle chips on the
they're
room
goat.
service menu.
Yeah, they're goat. And you get the
Quite
little, the mayo with it.
I'm actually not as big of a fan of that.
Oh,
Just the
okay.
chips.
But anyway, back to the question at hand. Best breakfast, I personally think, is the omelet from Metro. They have a pretty decent Metropolitan right outside the event center. So if you're coming up to play in the Winter Poker Open, you can stop right in there. Bread and butter is great.
Bread and butter getting a lot of shout-outs here.
Bread and butter is always very, very packed in the morning. And the space doesn't really allow for, large crowds. But if you have some time, get down there a little bit early. You might have to wait in a line. They do an amazing job. Breakfast sandwiches and pretty reasonably priced. A lot of people, that I talk to that travel a lot for poker, are constantly trying to find like the best bang for their buck, if you will, in terms of dining options. And bread and butter, they do a great job. The the dinner vouchers that you get for playing and lasting kind of until the dinner break in any Borgata Poker Open event, those will get you a breakfast sandwich and a drink, and you're good to go, ready for the long grind that awaits you in the Winter Poker Open. Hopefully, yeah. And it's been a grind for these 2 players too. This event started yesterday at 1 p.m. was the draw. Didn't really get started until around 1:30.
They were here late last night.
They were here late last night. The last semifinal match ended up around, close to 3, 4 o'clock in the morning, and these guys were back at it at noon for the quarterfinal. And then Matt.
I think that Matt
Keith,
really was. I saw Matt tweeting, my match hasn't even started yet.
Yeah, he
I'm
was
still
waiting around. He had like a 4-hour midday break where it was, now what? And he kind of had to wait. And I think he handled it well because he came back for a semifinal match and it was pretty quick work. So
he did win that one 2-0.
Yeah, so it wasn't the quickest of matches. Keith, on the other hand, has just blown through the quarterfinals and semifinals, and that's happens sometimes in heads up, you know. And so far in this match, Keith's up 1-0, and again, we just see him on the better end of, you know, without even flopping a pair, just on the better end of it pre-flop even. And we don't see a turn card just yet. We know it's down there. There we go, 9.
That's a really interesting turn. Because it's going to definitely slow Keith down.
While also
Potentially
giving Matt a chance.
Keith again with an interesting lead now. After check calling the flop. Matt's just going to let it go.
And when you say interesting,
well,
you think Matt is kind of, the wheels are spinning, and when you say interesting, Matt says that doesn't make any sense.
I think it's throwing Matt
can't
off.
Be right, you know what I mean? Or
Keith is playing hands in a very non-standard way, and I say standard in regards to, you know, Keith checked the flop, Matt was the aggressor. On a turn like that, 10, you expect Keith to generally just check again with whatever he has. If Keith has a weak king, if Keith has a queen, if Keith has a jack, he's usually going to check. Therefore, when you do have a 10, you usually check also. So when he goes ahead and leads like that, I think Matt just has no idea what he could have.
Yeah.
And Matt's giving him credit for having a big hand there. Keith did have the best hand. It wasn't nearly as big of a hand as I would think that he had there.
Yeah, and you know the other thing is he leads there, and he's never really playing a 10 there, which would have made a straight. So he's kind of, right now it's working for him. You know, he's forcing folds from Matt, but that strategy of kind of playing unstandard, as you said, could come back to,
it only has to work
a
little longer, and Matt's going to be out of this tournament. Keith's going to be the winner. So if he can keep him on his heels for that long, then this will be it.
Yeah, and that face kind of says it all. That little look kind of says it all, where Matt just, they haven't even really given him a chance. You know, he's just been on the wrong side of it almost in every confrontation we've seen that is meaningful. And I don't know, is this one of the spots where you just have to kind of weather the storm? But like you said, the storm could send him out of the tournament, you know, if something doesn't change and change quickly.
Let's see how Matt responds. So Matt limping, and Keith going to go ahead and ISO the 10-9 offsuit. Keith definitely leading the aggression here in nearly every hand.
With his big stack, he kind of has to, right? He kind of has to apply pressure, like you said, and you know, put the onus on Matt to really make some tough decisions and be put in some weird spots. And the interesting thing is Matt is...
They go check on this flop, which, again, Keith just making some really interesting checks. He ISO'd 10-9 here. I would almost always just go ahead and bet with the open-ended straight draw.
He reached for chips, and then he checked, and then it went check, and Matt actually rivered a pair. So that's one of those spots where if Keith probably bets flop or turn.
I mean, at any point, yeah. That's a really, again, just an odd hand, an oddly played hand by Keith. I really am not sure of the reason for not betting in that spot. It almost feels like an automatic must bet when you raise pre-flop and flop open-ended like that. You know, you only have 10 high. You could check down versus a king 5 and just lose.
Yeah, you're not really beating much. Just,
no, if
you know,
if you had a hand like
check,
an ace high, I can understand. You know, okay, I'm just going to check down and hopefully win. But a 10 high with that much equity usually just needs a bet there.
Yeah, you know, and the interesting thing I was going to say in the middle of that hand, Matt, when he's in a hand, is kind of in the same position every time. That position we see right here on the screen. While Keith is kind of leaned over, sitting up straight, sunglasses on, sunglasses off, hat on, hat off. And, you know, for Matt, that kind of has to be a little, I don't want to say frustrating, but, you know, just there's a lot of movement from the other side of the table. And in poker, in a heads-up play especially, you're not really used to that. But what do we know? Because it seems to be working for Keith pretty well. There might be a method to the madness.
Keith actually raised after Matt bet there.
Yeah, another.
Again, with ace queen, usually hand we just see players calling with. We saw Keith doing the same thing earlier with ace jack. So he's definitely just drastically shifted gears on that
Yeah.
in a very unorthodox way, too. My name Manuel points out Keith's getting great hands. He has been getting some rather good hands pre-flop. They haven't been connecting too much post-flop, but
Good
just
for,
having
good for
that
him, though. Matt's haven't either. You know,
Yeah,
Matt's kind of
just
just been
having
one
the
notch below every time.
advantage of having strong pre-flop hands can just be enough sometimes.
All right, we're welcoming back Stapes.
Sorry, I had to take a photo with a lady fan.
Yeah, they're all over.
They
the
were
place,
flagging
aren't
you
they?
down. We got security here.
Yeah, she's been screaming
bashing them
and
back.
screaming the entire championship.
And I just wanted,
match.
I haven't laid a
Finally,
hand on
Stapes
her
came
this
in.
time. Okay, those screams had nothing to do with them.
Yeah, he's checking his shoulders, making sure.
I love actually
Nobody
meeting people
saw.
like that. First of all, because yes, it does feed my ego, but also Kat is here with her friend Patty, two ladies, and they're trying to satellite into the main event, and I just think that's awesome. Like, I
Yeah.
love the Cinderella story, and in this case, it's way more appropriate.
Yeah, no,
Actually,
and-
will be a
It's women,
Cinderella.
yeah.
and we've seen some deep runs by female players throughout this Winter Poker Open series. Yesterday,
So, yeah,
Kathy Deaver,
Yeah,
Borgata
Borgata
Reg, one of the nicer, friendlier people you'll meet. She went out 8th in the million on her birthday, so belated happy birthday to Kathy. And then in the fall, the last Borgata Poker Open before this one, Stephanie Hubbard won the opening event for $190,000.
a lot. She
A lot
beat
of
out
the
a lot
monies.
of runners.
She beat a lot of runners and a pretty stacked final table. If you go back and look at that lineup, Matt Stout, a few other, really,
Wow.
really good Borgata regs, and she was the first woman to ever win an opening event. So,
Cool.
that kind of kick-started the female trend here at Borgata, and we love it. It's great for the game. It's great for the growth of the game for sure.
I appreciate female fans very much. One, because I think it's important that
Yeah,
we engage
definitely.
50% of the world with poker. And two, because I'm not the most PC person in the world, and so I always figure that
Look at
maybe I'm not very well received.
Again,
Ay,
Matt's
ay,
going to be
ay.
on the worst end of, not as much of a cooler here, but a hand versus another hand.
I'm in a hand where he's bound to lose
This is
statistically a significant pot.
This is really annoying for Matt. He finally finds cards that match, and he's just put to a 3-bet all in, and for his for not even just the game, for his actual tournament life. So he's calling off for the heads-up championship. Matt opened the button. Keith 3-bet from the big blind, and with 4s, you don't like this spot, right?
Effective stacks are relatively deep here.
That's what I mean.
Deep enough that you can
he's
call?
never
I think he's just
ahead.
going to let it go.
Oh, sorry, it's an all-in to call.
Yeah, he
Yeah,
does.
he
He has
folds.
10,000. He's over 30 big blinds behind still.
Yeah, and you can kind of
It's a
see.
very large shove by Keith. If Keith just 3-bets there, Matt might move all in.
Yeah, and you can kind of see Matt turns to his rail and kind of gives him the eye roll. What's going on, and his rail kind
I
of
mean, it's
gives
the
him
ace-10 hand all over again,
gives
really.
this, settle down. It's fine, because he's probably watching the live stream. That's Jason on the rail. He's probably watching the live stream and saying, "Hey, he's just getting hit with the
getting
deck.
good hands,
Kind of, chill, wait it out. But again, like you said, there's only so much waiting you can do when your opponent has you, 3-1, and is applying constant pressure. Here we see Keith again opening the action.
I really think that if Keith doesn't wind up going on to win this event, that he's going to be kicking himself and just shoving there. I think he's very anxious to just get this tournament over with,
Yeah.
rather than trying to get as many chips from Matt
Yeah,
as he can.
and again, that might be back to that kind of non-standard play that you were talking about, where he's
Well, the lack of experience,
You know,
right? Playing heads-up
he's kind
sit
of
and goes.
I had 10-4 if we made
betting in some weird spots where he kind of should just be giving Matt the rope, we think. But but then again, after just a button open, you don't really need to shove for effective stack of
35 big blinds, yeah.
40 bigs or whatever it was. So it's an interesting dynamic, and maybe he just thinks that Matt is so just over it that he's just gonna call off with any 2 overcards, and like maybe Keith is hoping, okay, we're flipping, I'm fine with that with an advantage.
It's not the player Matt's been this whole tournament though.
Yeah, I mean, if heads up sit and goes are your bread and butter, then let's try to grind this thing out, right? We don't need to, flip in this really, really close equity spot when we think that Matt believes that he's a better player than Keith. He's the one who is a, as he says, heads up sit and go specialist. This is how he eats. This is his bread and butter. Breakfast, Borgata.
His 2 breakfasts, as Will would have.
Yes.
Quick fold from Matt.
Keith's playing a bit slower than he was earlier.
Are you a foodie, Stapes? You come off as a foodie. You're like a...
Not really.
No?
Like, I think too many people call themselves foodie. Like, just the way too many people call themselves OCD. Like, someone who likes having their CDs alphabetized, that's not OCD. Like, my uncle washes his hands until he bleeds.
Yeah,
that's OCD. So, no, I'm not really a foodie. Like, I like food. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
Like, I think food greater than sex at my age. Mostly because you can't get an STD from food. Unless you have unprotected checks or sharing noodles. But other than that, so, yes, I like food.
Yeah, but you're not a foodie.
I'm not a foodie.
Yeah. I mean, if you're a foodie, the Borgata has a little bit of everything. Speaking of
I don't
food,
think you
we
have to
hear-
be a foodie to
we hear
appreciate the
gags,
fact. Appreciate
maybe
the fact that
eating
there's
some chips.
that. I think the food here at Borgata is stellar, by the way. Whether you're
it's
having
amazing.
cheap ass food.
Oh no, from top to bottom.
Yeah.
There's we say for the GSSS series, shameless plug, that there's a little something for everyone. In terms of food, there's something for everyone. Cafeteria, Tony Luke's, salad place, Fat Burger. But
Ben and Jerry's.
Ben and Jerry's.
This is like the 7th Ben and
he
Jerry's
needs to
plug.
get that in.
I hope you got an extra scoop when you went down there today for all the plugs you
By
gave
the
them.
way, guys, I'm on this live stream upstairs, and I've said your name a few times. You mind topping that off?
Look,
with
there's
some,
125 people listening to this, and
You mind topping that off?
some of them aren't lactose intolerant. You can give me like an extra chip and my mint chocolate chip.
No, but there is a lot of food. I've been kind of whining and dining more than dining this trip, and went to Bobby Flay's once, which was awesome. Went to Old Homestead. Now I'm just like bragging, I think. But
I think so. I haven't been to any of those places.
You got people with counts they can take you out on, or you
just
play your own way.
Every time we actually flip for it, and I've run
You
so
flip
pure.
for the whole meal?
I've run
This
so
vlogging
pure.
is a-
What do you
sounds like a
pay
great
you
gig
here?
here.
I
I've
know.
run
What the
so
hell?
pure. No,
Stapes
it's
is going to
just-
quit his job.
It's basically I just wait until my card gets taken off, and then I plan on just buying out, but I haven't even had to get to that.
I didn't even honestly get to finish that story I was telling about Phil Helmy. This is how little money I was making as a card player intern. So the story was that he was eating these mini Oreos when he gets booted from the tournament. Well, he gets
And he
knocked out.
threw the chair
throws the
first.
chair.
Yeah.
And so he storms off like in just this ridiculous tirade. And I'm so poor and so hungry as a card player intern that I pick up the bag
And you eat them.
of
You eat the mini
Oreos
Oreos.
and I eat them, right? And I'm eating them. And about 5 minutes later, Phil comes back
Looking for his mini
to
Oreos.
apologize to everyone. And he does this thing where he goes, I'm really sorry that I was out of line, shakes the hand, shakes the hand, shakes the hand, and gets back to, now he had the Oreos on an empty table behind him. And he goes looking for the Oreos.
you have Oreo
and I've
crumbs
got
all
the
over your
crumbs,
face.
I've got the bag in my hand, like it's like and I'm like, and he's like, where are my Oreos? And he sees me, and I'm like, oh my God, this is it. It's a great 2-week run.
Yeah, this
Being a card player intern.
Poker was fun.
This was like a really nice moment in my career. And he looks at me and he goes, hey man, it's okay. Enjoy them. And I was like, oh, thank God. But that's how little money I made when I was a blogger, that I was like picking up used food and eating it.
Yeah, and what'd you do with the wrapper? Did you try to like sell it to somebody in the middle of the
eBay.
Rio, or
I honestly don't even know at that
he
point.
still has it?
He probably just took it back from me.
Give me those.
After I licked the inside of the bag, I don't think there was really much
And I was no
value
longer
in it.
hungry.
It's like
And
the
that was
Seinfeld
that was dinner,
episode.
right? That was dinner.
That was very easily dinner. The only thing that we used to, BJ raised about this place called Pop's Steakhouse, Pop's Cheesesteaks.
Oh my God! Yeah, I
so-
landed in Vegas this summer, and I said, just got to Vegas. Any food recommendations? 3 seconds later, BJ must have an alert. 3 seconds later, he tweets at me, messages me, and says, "Pop's Steakhouse. Gotta check it out."
Pop's Cheesesteaks, yeah. Yeah, and so we would, and the tournaments were structured way differently back then. Like, live reporting wasn't really considered where it is now, where the tournaments, they kind of know when they're going to end, and they don't, there's not as many, but they all used to go all night long back then. So it was
There was
very
no hard stops or anything.
Yeah,
like
it was
that,
often, it was like 5, 6 in the morning when we were getting done, and so we would go to Pop's. And that was like our meal for our actual meal for the day was a giant Pop's cheesesteak meal.
And that probably just sat and festered in your stomach for the rest
You
of
would
the day.
go to bed
So, yeah.
immediately. No,
Yeah.
you would eat it at 6:30 in the morning and go to sleep immediately. And we also, you guys all get your own rooms now, right? But at the time they used to make a share. And so Scott Huff and I were sharing a bedroom at these furnished apartments across on the Rio, and he lived in the closet. He would go in the closet and just slide the door closed, and
Good
I would
night-
sleep
good
in the
night,
bed.
Joe.
Yeah, exactly. And I would sleep in the
How'd you
bed.
manage getting the bed in that deal?
Because I was ill. I was like sick the entire summer. I just had that like Rio summer flu
No,
where you're,
when
like,
you're
coughing.
outside and it's 120 degrees, when you go inside and it's 55 degrees.
Exactly.
And you don't know whether you want to wear your sweatshirt to the Rio or not, because I lived right across the street from the Rio also, and I would walk every single day. And I would walk in there like I was sweating like I had a problem. But it was certainly fun. But yeah, no, it's the food options, back to what we were saying before we went on the how rich is Willow Sea rant. Not rich is the answer.
Right, yeah, no.
Help. Finally, we see Matt picking up a hand where Keith doesn't. And they each have top pair.
It actually might pay off for Matt for a second here.
This might be it. Like, not it, but this might be the one that kind of gets Matt's mojo going. And again, it's a lead bet by Keith and a raise from Matt and just a snap call from Keith out of position. And now King, talked about it before, scare card gives Matt 2 pairs, so he kind of has a stranglehold on this one. But Keith, we'll see if he checked. I don't know, can he get sneaky here? And
I think he's just going to bet for value again. You have top pair here.
I wouldn't be surprised if Keith is done with this hand. The gears are turning. And he's made some, interesting plays so far. And like we said before, they've all worked up until this point. It won't this time. And he makes the disciplined fold this time.
That is a really disciplined fold. Matt's going to have a lot of draws there. There's a lot of different straight draws in the 6-5, 6-3, 5-3, ace-3, ace-5 hands that, could be limping the button like Matt did there. Not to mention all the other diamond draws. That's a really tough hand to fold if I'm Keith.
Yeah, no, top pair on the flop and heads up is, we're not going anywhere anytime soon.
We keep saying that, Keith is getting the better end of the kind of cooler type situations, but he's also played quite well, and that he's been able to get away from hands like that.
Yeah, no, and that's,
That's only going to add to Matt's frustration level, by the way. Like when you have a big hand and you find out your opponent folded another okay hand.
When Jason tells him that one on the stream in a half hour, he's going to just say, well, how am I not getting paid off in this spot? How is he getting away cheaply? But, I've always said, and watching tournaments, playing tournaments, this too, Gags. When you're getting hit by the deck, it's super easy.
Of course.
My mom, God bless her heart, doesn't know much about poker, but you give her, flopped sets and, big pocket pairs, she can probably figure out a way to build a
She can win
stack.
one of these things.
Yeah, she could probably win this. But it's when you're on the opposite end of it, when you can get off cheaply, make those correct folds that, they might not be that expensive decisions, but in the long run, they definitely add up. And, Keith showed it there. Matt's had a few instances. The pocket fours was a big one. The ace-10 was a big one earlier. And it's, it's those, I think, that kind of make or break, this stage of a tournament for sure. We have a few people, unfortunately, in the Twitch and YouTube chats that are saying, I can't make it much longer. I have to go to bed. It is a Sunday. We realize that the majority of the working class has to go to work tomorrow at 9 a.m. Gags has to go to work at 11 a.m. I'm here at 10 a.m. Joe, what's on tap for you tomorrow?
Tomorrow I got the gym in the morning. I got a
Okay.
dentist appointment, and I got to get a shave and a haircut because I got a lady friend coming to visit. Probably shouldn't have said that on the stream. Sorry, honey.
Sorry, honeys, plural.
She knows who I'm talking to.
Yeah.
I don't have to name you
Is she
by
listening
name
though?
specifically
Is she
for
listening?
you.
I think if she was
her
listening, she's
to
no
know
longer with us.
to know that I'm talking about you, baby. I certainly wouldn't have to specify
She knows.
who you are with your eyes and your hair and all those things I
She has
love
both of
about
those
you
things. Wow.
Yeah,
and
wow,
all those
that's-
good
She
times
sounds like
we've
quite the girl.
had together.
What a catch. Look at you.
Yeah.
Eyes and hair.
She doesn't need to be called out.
We see Keith continue the aggression, leading this board.
And, you know,
Matt
Matt
went again
with-
here pre.
with nines, and it's just, you know, he gets two scary overcards on the flop, and Keith's just leading into him. So, you know, this is gonna be. And look at this. And this is what he's done time and time again. And as the big stack up 1-0, I think he has the mentality where he's gonna apply pressure. I'm gonna apply pressure, and I'm gonna put Matt to tough decisions, just like this one. He forces a fold. Wow.
Really frustrating. If you're Matt, having a hand like those nines, getting this board, getting bit into twice. One of the things that, you know, this is, so Matt has definitely taken a different approach here. He's limping nearly every button now instead of raising.
Yeah.
And I think that this is something that, being a heads-up single player, he's much more experienced with. Just getting post-flop and lowering the average, the effective stack depth by limping more and instead of raising, you keep the pot smaller.
Do we
But-
think a less experienced heads-up player is broke by now?
Yeah,
Probably.
I would say.
Yeah.
Probably with the ace-10. I think the fours you can probably
it's
get away
interesting
from.
that-
The ace-10 was a fantastic fold.
Well, it's interesting that like the limping doesn't seem to be working against Keith because of how maniacally aggressive he's been, just betting relentlessly post flop. But at the same time, you're definitely right. It has prevented him from going broke in a lot of situations. So I guess it has to be a better strategy because he would just be out if he wasn't doing this. But at the same time, if he can't adjust to Keith's aggression and, you know, find some calls with those nines, then Keith's just going to take this away from him.
You know, we'll see if
Keats.
that strategy is able to just continue to work. That it has so far. And, you know, we've used the term. Oh my goodness. And again, he just
Keith.
flops it. We've used the term kind of unconventional, you know, not standard, but, you know, who are we? Maybe, you know, these guys have been, you know, these guys are on the felt. Maybe Keith, you know, this is just how he feels he should attack a player like Matt. You know, if he's not doing this, Matt's probably taking the initiative, and that's something you don't want to do to with an experienced heads-up player. Is let him kind of dictate the pace of how the game's going to be played. We're dropping. We got Madden around the 35 big blind mark. Still pretty deep.
Yeah, plenty of
I
chips.
mean, you know,
no
the-
need to freak out if you're Matt.
I would be interested to know how much time is left in this
Not a
level.
lot.
Not a lot,
I'm
I
running hot.
venture to guess. So the blinds will be going up to 2-4, which, you know, should cut it down to around, you know, 25 bigs or so. Kind of makes it a horse of a different color in terms of, you know, ability to open, 3-bet, things like that. Tiny glass Borgata.
You can see the cards right through that. Look at that shot. Start seeing chip counts coming in
That's the shot.
from the
That's the shot
of
bloggers
day
live
one.
for.
of this WPT. OG Shetty, Chris Triba bagging for the day.
Oh, they
Alan
are
Kessler.
bagging. Okay.
Yeah, they're done actually. They're long out of here.
Shows how
Chip
much
counts
we're paying
pour in.
attention. Yeah, and speaking of Twitter, hashtag Borgata Poker Live. I know we said a few people, it's getting a little late for them. They're signing off. That doesn't mean you have to. Borgata Poker Live, we will be here until the completion of the 2016 Winter Poker Open Heads Up Championship. Keith Morrow up 1-0 in a best-of-3 matchup against Matthew Emmel.
Nice reset, Will. Well done.
Yeah, we gotta. You let it drift out. You cast it. You let it drift out. You reel it back in. You reel it back in. Well, I learned from the best, Joe Stapleton. Everybody.
You definitely didn't learn from me.
Yeah.
Gags, this is back to back for you. This is
back to back.
This is back to back for you. Gags is pretty laxed. He's leaning back. But
wait, you did last night's stream too?
I did yesterday's
yeah,
stream.
he did
too.
yesterday's stream. Actually, kind of fast.
I wouldn't say it was that fast.
Relatively. It started at 4 o'clock though, so it did get over pretty late.
Yeah, it was over by about I want to say about 11.
Yeah.
It was the pace of that final table was interesting. People say that the definition of poker is long times of boredom, interspersed with moments of sheer excitement and stuff. Yeah. And that's what that final table was. It was a long time of just folding and not a lot of action with some really, really, really big clashes.
Big clash that doesn't get any bigger.
It doesn't get any bigger than
aces
versus kings with a one-outer.
Pre-flop, one-outer. Joe Reddick went on to win that Borgata million.
That was just for the tournament. That was
spiked a king on the turn against Fareed Jotun for, I think it was like 44 of 80 million in play.
Yeah, it was
and
like
after
about 60%.
that, there were 5 players left, and it was the Joe Reddick show. He did not stop. He was relentless. And Keith is being relentless here again. Out of position, betting with jack high on a paired board. And we've seen this time and time again. And it's worked a few times.
He
and
just
can he
does
get the
not
second barrel
shut
through?
down.
He's not stopping. And,
oh,
wow. But here's the difference with me. Keith is aggressive, and then he checks there, and Matt has to just check back. He can't ever go for value there with just a pair of 5s, because Keith has been known to just do some pretty out of line stuff where if Matt puts in a value bet and he gets raised, then he has to fold.
No, he's never value betting hands like that. I mean, Keith obviously isn't calling with jack high, but that's the point of the cards. It's just not falling Matt's way.
Mm-hmm. Hung Fam is back with us on Twitter using the hashtag Borgata Poker Live. He says, epic comeback starts right now. Matt Rack 1.
All right, so Hung Fam cheering on Matt. That is Matthew Emmel on Twitter.
Well, he's Matt Rack 1 on Twitter.
Matt Rack 1. Says he's into daily fantasy sports as well.
Says he's into racquet ball. I think that's where the rack comes from.
Yeah, he's the former racquetball pro.
Yeah. I
would love to see him play Will the Thrill. Will the Thrill's like a ridiculous
I did
racquetball
hear that,
player,
yeah.
right?
I kind of gathered that.
I mean, this is 10 years ago I'm
yeah.
talking about, but he destroyed Joe Seabach 10 years ago.
Really?
Yeah, just murdered him. I wonder if he's still any good.
R.I.P. Joe Seabach, then in racquetball.
Is Joe a racquetball player too?
I mean, he's like a little athletic guy.
Yeah.
And is that the only qualification you need to have to be a racquetball player? Little and athletic?
Being athletic helps. I think being, agile helps. What do we got going on here? A flush draw with a king high?
And it's good enough for Matt.
Not much at all.
Well, there's the start of the epic comeback for Matt Rack.
As called by Hung Fam.
Maybe we should do a Matt Rack attack in the Twitch chat, huh? You guys want to do a Matt Rack attack?
Yeah, lead the charge.
Yeah, Ghost of Amazon board. Let's see your rack attacks, babies.
You're going to have to catch me up on what a rack attack is, Gags.
A rack attack
I'll
is
leave
now.
that to Joe.
Okay.
I've never seen anyone pull it off as well as my co-commentator on the EPT. Now, he knows how to, like, stop the chat.
Uh-huh.
So he puts a stop to the chat.
He can
and then
completely pause it.
He completely pauses the
Okay,
chat.
full
and
creative
then,
control.
And then he gets everyone to, like, load up the rack. So a rack attack is an emote. So when you type out this, it makes a little raccoon face. So then the people have a chance to just write him in there, and he'll go. So it'll be like from Gladiator. He'll be like, hold, release, and then it just goes. And so then he turns the chat back on, and it's like.
And you guys are just hit with racks of attacks.
Some people do 50 of them. Some people do one.
Okay.
There's not really enough people in the chat right now to do a massive one. And then someone will throw in the kapow or the cool cat or whatever.
Oh, okay. So I've never really engaged in Twitch chat before. I'll admit that. When I watch Gags' Twitch stream, twitch.tv/Gags30, I just watch. I don't really engage.
Chat is really an intricate part of the whole Twitch experience.
It is. I'm there just to see what kind of music Gags is listening to, see what he's rocking out to. But the Twitch chat, they're great in there.
The bots are
clicking.
Yeah, I can
let
get
people
rid
do
of
more
that.
than 3 racks.
Well, we can fix that.
So the Twitch chat is kind of like, so I used to work for this sketch comedy show called Mad TV years ago.
I actually, late 90s reference that I actually get.
Okay.
Awesome.
So I worked there, and we would occasionally, when they couldn't figure out how to make a sketch funny, they would add a chimp to it. And so when there's a chimp on set, you always got to get a speech from the animal trainer where they're like, okay, now the chimp has a mind of a 3-year-old, but the strength of like 11 dudes.
Yeah.
Okay? So here are the rules for being around the chimp. Don't mess with the chimp, but you also have to acknowledge the chimp. Don't ignore the chimp. If you make the chimp feel ignored, the chimp will tear your arms and legs and balls off. If you engage the chimp too much, it will tear your arms and legs and balls off.
This sounds like a situation.
This is the Twitch chat. The Twitch chat is the chimp.
Okay.
You need to acknowledge the Twitch chat, and you need to be kind to the Twitch chat, but you can't engage the Twitch chat too much, or it will tear your arms and legs and balls off.
Okay. So there's a happy medium.
There's a happy medium, and I've yet to find it with the Twitch chat.
And I'm sure different streams have different happy mediums.
Yeah, but
right?
there's a
Like,
general level of hatred and craziness and just
misogyny,
general nonsense, ready to go at
racism.
all times.
All things we do not condone. Twitch chat. But you guys have been great so far. It's
We love you, Twitch.
Yeah, we love you so much. You are the chimp, and we are trying to find that happy medium. And we've seen the blinds go up, I believe, and Matt is now under the 30 big blind mark. I know a lot of followers, whether they're in the Twitch stream or not, a lot of followers, will know that kind of the danger zone of regular tournament play is a certain threshold of big blinds. Is there that same threshold in heads-up play, Gags, or not?
There is. I mean, you have to keep in mind that you're playing heads-up. Both players started with 20,000, so whenever you're behind, you have to feel a little like you're behind.
Yeah.
But at the same time, remember that you still have chips when the blinds are low. When the blinds get bigger and you start falling behind, your chips are going to start moving away from you at a much quicker rate if you don't do something to pick those chips back up. So, yeah, you're right. There definitely is kind of that danger zone. And I think we're kind of looking at, the 25-ish, 20, 15 big blinds. In that range is where you're definitely starting to think, like, I got to start getting some chips back. I'm going to just be out of this. Blinding out, one big blind every other hand is just way too much.
Yeah, no, and, we talked that levels through the preliminary rounds were 20 minutes in length. It goes up to 30 in this championship match.
Yeah.
So you get some more room to work.
I mean, they have plenty of room to play here still.
But still, as you said, Matt. Bing,
hello.
And
bing bong, bing bong, bing.
Keith has a king or queen, I feel, every other hand, but just this time, Matt flops gin.
Nothing.
And Keith, unless he does literally exactly what he just did, which is min raise. Which was check min raise or no?
Yeah.
Chris Hefner gets in touch on Twitter using the hashtag Borgata Poker Live to say Matt has just as much heart as the Panthers. Keep pounding, Matt.
And pound he does.
Matt moves all in here, and Keith does lay it down.
Pound he does.
His 9 high, not going to make the call.
Yeah. But that's one of those where, you know, we talked about it, those weird kind of out-of-line plays for Keith have been working, and that's the first one that really hasn't.
Yeah, it's the first time Matt's come up with anything
so
at all.
maybe that's the, you know, the kind of jump start, the spark that gets Matt back into this heads-up battle. You know, he's a 2-to-1 dog right now in the chip stacks, but you know, if he can find another spot like that and you know have kind of Keith do something, you know, maybe if Keith even has a pair there, he probably gets a little bit more.
Regina Hampton on YouTube says, "This is the last 10 I'm watching. They talked about so much food that I am now hungry."
Oh, I'm sorry. Bread and butter, breakfast. Taylor ham, egg, and cheese, classic. Maybe a bag of chips. They have chocolate milk too.
I miss Friendlies.
Dairy Queen Blizzards.
So bring up the Panthers again. Are they the ones that are supposed to win the Super Bowl? Is that what's going to happen?
The general consensus of the, we'll call them betting public,
Okay.
has the Panthers as the pre-Super Bowl favorite.
Okay.
They have Cam Newton, who is arguably the hottest player in football right now.
Like sexiest?
Never heard that name in my
No,
life.
like I mean, if you're into that kind of thing.
He's got the hot hand right now.
He just can't be stopped. He's an absolute beast. He's, you know, as big as a tight end, as fast as a running back, and can throw the ball a country mile. So
Oh, he's the quarterback?
he's the quarterback.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
he's the quarterback of the Panthers, and their defense is amazing. The Denver Broncos
Hold
defense.
on a second here. We have an all-in
Speaking
competition
of
here.
defense, Matt has just 3-bet all in, and he
No,
has the
Keith,
best
Keith
of it.
actually 4-bet all in. Matt 3-bet. Oh, Keith 4-bet, yeah.
Kind of a
King
cliche
six.
thing to say in poker, but that escalated quickly.
That
Yes.
did escalate
Oh my
very
God, it
quickly.
did.
So if Matt can hold here, he will double up. Keith looking for the king or the 6.
Yeah, and that'll do it. So Keith just drawing to 3 outs.
He really wants
To
this
the
match to
river.
be over, huh?
Won't get
In
there.
doing so, he's
like the way it's been
probably
going, you know what I mean?
extended the by
Yeah,
substantially.
no,
Keith
that
is going to
was-
now drop, and Matt's going to actually take over the chip lead in this one.
Yeah, that was really like a fast, just boom, boom flurry of action. And, you know, I think Keith was, you know, Matt hasn't really been making many moves. Maybe Keith just, you know, like Joe said, just wants this match over.
He
really-
definitely just wants
Yeah.
it over. He thinks like, okay, maybe I'm gonna be in okay
Yeah.
shape here, and if not, I can get
But
lucky.
you can't do that because now all
What
of
he
a
did with
sudden,
those 10s.
now all of a sudden yeah, exactly. And now all of a sudden he's, you know, he's now a 2-to-1 dog. So it's role
Well,
reversal.
it's not
here.
quite 2-to-1, but yeah.
It's role reversal, and you know, it's been a really interesting match. This one has kind of gone back and forth. The first match was kind of really slanted towards Keith, but now all of a sudden this is the first time Matt's had the chip lead. I think, right?
I think so.
And a
The
decent,
whole-
and a decent one
the
at it.
whole match.
Yeah, the whole match. He might have had a slight lead at the beginning of the first match, but and then he just picks up queens, and like Keith could just easily be so steamed right here. Just he did it with king 6 before.
Yeah, he's wasting no time getting in this pot. Wow. Does Matthew just get away from this after this insta lead?
Keith has been leading so often. I don't think so. He's going to have to at least see a turn here.
Yeah, that's just a call, it looks like.
Mr. Pibb saying Keith could blow up here. He does look a little tilted.
Low uppy.
You know, and this is a situation earlier where we mentioned when you feel someone on the ropes potentially ready to explode, if you do something like show them a bluff,
Yeah.
they could just lose it.
Well, and you know, we talked about role reversals here earlier, and if this was the other way around, I feel like Keith would have put in a raise with the queens. While Matt is just, okay, he's led before, but then he's just calling losing the minimum like he talked about, and
He's keeping pots smaller.
he's keeping his pots small unless he wants the pots to get bigger, and that's I think, you know, the side of the game that Keith hasn't really showed us so far. But now we are almost 126 hands in. That's through both games, though.
That's
right?
through the both games.
Both
yes.
games. Okay, so this game has been longer than the first. So
It's been longer than all of the games that we've actually cast so far.
yeah, so they're
playing
almost
at a
2.5
reasonable
levels
pace.
in, and they're almost.
I mean,
dead
the
even in
slightly
chips.
longer levels have something to do with that.
Yeah,
but again, we're
absolutely.
also, we're in game 2, which is looking like going to be game 2 of 3.
Yeah, I don't expect.
Well, they're pretty even. Anything can happen here still for sure.
King 6 pre, what is that like?
I think Matt's going to extend this. I really do. I don't see. I think it might have to be a really unlucky beat that knocks Matt out of this heads-up championship in game 2 at least.
I know Hung Pham agrees. I know Chris Hefner agrees.
Yeah, Hung Pham just sent in the uh-oh because Matt now back to slightly above even, but he was a pretty big dog in this game, in this second game. And this is definitely going to be an action flop.
Yep. Both guys have paired their kickers.
And Keith decides not to lead.
He's all over
leading.
the shop.
We'll give him this. He is mixing it up, and even we don't really know what to kind of expect on each street. But
you
again,
guys-
Matt just keeping it small.
Do you guys know this dude, Todd Brayfogle?
Yeah.
I know of him.
He was behind us taking a photo a second ago. It must have been video. He
Okay.
was like, shh, 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 when I saw him.
Yeah, Todd is a Minnesota-based cash game pro. Comes out to Borgata for some of our bigger events. He just flew in today for the main event. He will be playing tomorrow, day 1B. And Todd is a pretty active guy on Twitter. Like I said, mainly a cash game player. Always posting pictures of stacks, hands in big
Hold
cash
on a second
games.
here, Will, because Keith has now led the turn and Matt has raised. So we have quite the pop room here, and it doesn't seem like Keith is in a folding mood.
Keith had to call because we just saw a river. So
yeah, he called quickly and checked in the dark. I think we're going to see a rather large bet
called
from
quickly
Matt
and
here.
checked in the dark.
Yeah, he's done that a couple of times, never on the turn. He's just in the flop, and it looks like Matt's reaching for blues.
And
Yeah, he bet 6,000.
and he called. Wow.
So Matthew on a little bit of a tear right now. And if he wins this event, I heard he's going to go see Steve Aoki 2 days ago.
Yeah,
He's
2
going to go
days
back
ago.
in time and see Steve
He's
Aoki.
going to buy a time machine
Buy a
with
time
his
machine.
$49,000.
No, apparently a few players went to Steve Aoki. They said
Steve
it was-
Aoki loves poker.
Yeah, he was playing before he went on in the poker room. I think he's like I don't want to say high limit, but plays limit poker, limit hold'em. And he was playing before he went on. A few players went. I was contemplating going, but we had like 7 events running. We had
This
4
was
final
yesterday?
tables running simultaneous yesterday, including the live stream final table. So
You guys know Sam Abernathy?
Yes.
yeah, she just finished 3rd at Aussie Millions.
I used to hang out with her a couple years ago,
Mhm.
last year, before she was famous. And she told me she learned to play poker in Steve Aoki's bus because she was working with him at the time. That's how
Very
she
cool.
learned how to play poker.
Very interesting.
Very cool. Yeah, no, Sam just, like I said, finished 3rd at the Aussie Millions, where Ari Engel, the defending WPT Winter Poker Open heads-up champion, won the main event. So Ari was unable to defend his title. Instead, he had to walk
Now has
home
a bigger title to
with
defend.
a $1 million score from Australia and a bigger title to defend. That's one of the bigger titles in poker, for sure.
Definitely. Jesse on Twitch says, I always root against the person wearing the shirt I would never wear. I'm kind of the same, except I don't call it that. I say I root against the guy I don't think I could be best friends with.
Okay. And now, out of this pairing,
Well, Keith's,
You seem more like a-
demeanor actually seems fine to me, other than him slamming down the aces. He seems to be
Yeah, you didn't
perfectly
like
affable. But the way he's dressed, I'd be like, I could never be best friends with that guy. Maybe regular friends, just not best friends.
yeah, like I'll meet you out. I'm not going to
Yeah,
show
yeah.
up at the bar with you, but
Yeah.
I'll meet you there. Yeah.
Or like maybe if you have like a good table or something, I'll come hang out.
At Steve Aoki.
But we're probably not gonna I'm not gonna be like, hey, let's cook us some eggs this morning.
Yeah.
because we had a pajama party the night before, you know.
Do you see yourself doing that with Matt, or not? Not really either of these guys?
Not really with Matt either, because I'm not like the big sports guy. But if I had to choose, I'm probably more Matt.
Okay. Yeah, when Matt watches this archive back and he hears who is Cam Newton, he might roll over in his grave, because Cam Newton is probably everything to Matt right now, and next weekend for the Panthers should be the biggest day in their franchise's history. They've never won a Super Bowl. They've lost one.
Couple of quick walks here.
Not sure if Matt was alive for that. How old is Matt?
I believe Matt is 27.
He's probably alive for that.
We have a
but
bio around here somewhere.
scattered around Stapes.
Nah, all the Mike Gaggs has been in charge of all the ones that
I
are
think
still
those
alive.
are them down there.
While we look for that, Ruby gets in touch and say, yes, Steve Aoki used to play in the underground cash games in New York City with us a decade ago. Although I kind of doubt this story a little bit because, honestly, in London it's called the underground, and in New York it's called the subway. So
the subway cash games.
Get it right.
I've never run into any of those. I've run into a lot of things in the New York City subway.
Not a traveling poker game.
Not a traveling poker game.
So just some pre-flop action here in the last few hands. Just a couple of walks, and I believe a raise and take it.
Wow, Hung fam, cold-blooded. I couldn't be friends with Keith either.
I misspoke. I did not mean to say could not be friends. I don't think I could be best friends with him.
Two similar strength hands here, both flopping second pair. Odds are in favor of a chop pot here.
Not no more.
Not anymore.
Spoke too soon. But Keith is not slowing down. He hasn't throughout this entire, so this isn't surprising.
I mean, this is what happens when the guy who's a little more experienced finally starts making the best hand over and over and over again.
And he didn't for the last hour and a half.
It's like when Billy Madison gets the dodgeball. Now you're all in big, big trouble.
Rather large raise here from Matt.
And, you know, Joe, you touched on it earlier. A lot of less experienced heads-up players, the match would be over. The stream would be shut down. We wouldn't be talking about this anymore. But Matt has kept himself alive, keeping the pot small. And now that he has it, he's kind of content letting Keith, giving Keith the rope, letting Keith kind of dig his own grave, if you will. And this could be
I think if Matt shoves here, Keith might just snap him off. Keith just doesn't seem in the mood to fold. There it is.
Oh my God, he did.
He does snap him off.
Gaggs called it. And that's a fist pump right there.
Is that it?
That's a come on.
That is it.
Was that an all-in and a call?
All
So
in
they're
a
tied
call.
at 1-1
They
now?
are tied at 1-1.
Well done.
And that was
Way to fight there, Matty.
That was
Emil,
a
nice
pretty
work.
good comeback right there.
That was a really good and a really quick comeback, too, where he went from not having a lot of chips to very quickly taking the chip lead and then quickly ending it.
Yeah.
Not always about punching. Sometimes it's about counter punching. So we're going to go on a 15-minute break. There we are. Those are handsome faces.
What's up, everybody?
You heard Matt really excited to take that break, really feeling the grind here. Long day for all the players.
Give a little come on to the rail.
Yeah. I think the momentum is definitely on Matt's side. We'll see if Keith can use the break to regroup. And we'll be back in 15 minutes to crown champion here at the Borgata Winter Poker Open Heads Up Championship. We'll see you then.
No, 11:20 they're going to start. Thank you. They'll come out. Does he have it more often than that? Was all in him? No, he just want to make it was all in him. No, he needs to keep this with him. Whatever. That's all I was wondering. He called me. Backs up. He called me. It doesn't matter. All in backs up. I know. It's just him. He just made it look like he just closed it in. Dude, we gotta make it suspenseful. Gotta make it suspenseful. Yeah.
I'm gonna say next game. Because he falls as long as
You gotta flip it up like this or right away. No, he's racing blind before he gets the cards.
Stop. I'm gonna shoot this and I'll call it.
Beats in the big blind for 1,000. Chris in for 12, now facing a raise to 2,600. He's going to make the call. We'll see a flop. Kate's also going to make.
I don't think we've seen George limp once yet. George is definitely pushing the action with the raises, whereas Kate seems to be the little more of a methodical player, wanting to see flops.
Kate may feel she has an advantage by seeing more flops.
She definitely may. I think that, you know, as shallow as they are, though, she's the big blinds here.
There it goes. Wow.
Kate goes all in. George calls.
Now again, if aces hold,
Kate has queen of
if aces hold here, George
it's
moves
over.
on,
Yep.
and Kate will be eliminated.
Lots of ways to crack aces here, though.
All right, let's see a flop. Remember, we're
1 in 5 times Kate's going to win this.
Could win this match.
And not a ton of help, but the jack is something.
It's not dead, but you can see from the percentages there, it's not looking good for Kate.
Very likely to be drawing dead on the turn.
Oh,
Not drawing dead on the turn.
Not drawing dead.
Now on the river. Let's see it.
Not one of the outs. Kate Hall eliminated as part of our
So she will
round of 8.
Yeah, she will fall into the 5th to 8th. I believe she technically gets 6th place, worth $6,208. Hats off to Kate. She did play well, always does.
And I would just like
George
to
will be moving on.
That's right. Congratulations, George. And I'd just like to say to Kate and George, thank you for doing that quickly so we can focus on one table now.
I win the flip when there's 10 people left in an MTT for all the chips versus the one, you know, in a small buy-in when there's 200 people left. There's a big difference in equity in those two flips.
And this is why, Mike, I'm going to let everyone know my philosophy.
Huh?
Although we may have some action on this hand. I'm not sure Ravi's poker face is stellar.
Holding it up and showing Kelly is not the
just
preferred.
be like, guys, look at this.
All right, Robbie's raised it to 1,700.
This is where we see strategies defer. We saw Kate limping a lot, and when she got dealt those pocket tens, she just limped. And now we see Ravi, who's limping a lot, now raising when he has 2 kings. And this is definitely something that Chris will be able to pick up on. Luckily for Chris, it looks like he will not get too involved here.
Robbie bets 1,500.
Please have a draw, please have a draw, please have a draw, please have a draw.
Generally, on a board like this, against an opponent who's been aggressive, King High is actually a pretty good hand.
As evidenced by the fact that Chris did call with it.
Turn is 3 of hearts. Chris jacks.
Also, Chris can be setting up some plays on the river, potentially bluffing if Ravi checks here, things like that. Unfortunately, we can see Ravi is not going anywhere with his hand. Ravi really deciding whether he wants to keep betting his kings or not. I actually like a check here from Ravi. It kind of disguises your hand a bit. It's a kind of scary board with the fact of the 3 pairs.
I like a check too, but I can see the whole card, so that's not always fair. Ravi doesn't check, he bets.
you know, we know Chris is calling with a lot of ace highs and apparently king highs too. Also, I just have a lot of like kind of draws, 5-4, 6-5, things like that.
I mean, you wouldn't expect him to have. I don't think there's a ton of draws he's going to have on that flop.
No.
So when he calls once, like to assume that maybe he can call a second time.
Ravi just thinks he has a 9. Well, I mean, he'll have a 9 sometimes, he'll have a 3 also, and now we lose to a 3 with the 2 kings.
Right.
That's
okay. Using macaroon with meringue.
Well,
everybody.
here, you know what's confusing is that there are many places that call macarons are the popular ones now, but they call them macaroons.
They do call them that.
They
yeah.
spell them that way on the sign, so it's become kind of this like
the thing where everyone got them wrong by accident first. Now they have to do it on purpose so people know what you're talking about.
Now they're almost interchangeable.
And there's an all-in from
I
Ravi.
don't think Chris is folding.
No, he is not. So Chris is in a really good spot to move on now. The better of the 2 spots, at least. But there's an 8 on the flop. Chris now needs to hit. King or a jack on the turn of the river.
Ace doesn't change anything.
No, it doesn't. Ravi needs to dodge to survive. He does. He doubles up.
They go right back to where they started. Back and forth. Like we mentioned, this does happen in heads up, especially when your stacks are shorter. Hands are going to get in, hands are going to clash. You see Ravi and Chris kind of taking a different approach than Kate and George were earlier, where they were more trying to see flops. Ravi and Chris seem intent on just getting it in. You know, one of the things about, you know, when you're watching 6-handed, 9-handed, 10-handed poker, you're getting to filter out so many more hands. Everyone just folds. You know, in a 9-handed game, 7 of the 9 players fold nearly every hand. You're left with 2 of the best hands out of 9 that are dealt. And heads up, you don't have that. We could see a clash here between the ace-4 and the jack-10, and this is why heads up is so unique. Because hands as weak as this can just be getting all in.
There we go.
So another basic race here, and this will be basically for the match.
Yeah, this is, if it doesn't end here.
There's 35,000 chips in the middle here in this pot, so out of 40,000, whoever loses this will be left. Chris is the one at risk. A 10 on the flop, though, puts Chris well in the lead, and Ravi's the one now looking for some help. That's a little help. Ravi picks up some outs, an ace or a 5 now.
Wow, 8
Otherwise, Chris will double. 9 on the river won't do it. Chris will double up to the massive chip lead. Ravi only left with a couple of big blinds.
Yep, that is a double up, but what's more important is that Ravi's got next to nothing. Chris doubled up to 34,000 or 35 nearly, so it's going to be 5K left behind for Ravi. 51 hands this heads-up match has gone so far.
That's a large number.
It hurts me sometimes. I like to show my hands. I like to, I mean, one time I was like getting like ridiculous pot odds to like go set mining, and I didn't do it because the guy next to me told me what a big fan he was, and I was like, I don't want to bust this guy. He's like, this is the biggest tournament I've ever played in my life, and I was like, cool man, fold these threes. Came like ace king 3. I was up against
maybe
like
that's part of his strategy.
2 guys with ace king. Yeah, maybe exactly.
Maybe every tournament is his first tournament. Maybe he's not a big fan.
It worked. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's an unlikely straight, but it is one.
It is one, and Chris has a good draw here too with his open-ended and plus his ace high.
We're back in action on table 2. We're going to stay here, though, as long as we're in sudden death mode. Plus, Keith and George are going to catch up.
You can hear Keith and George as we're watching this match just here. Bet, call, raise.
Good hand. Next one. Deal. Ship it. Turn.
So you notice Ravi raising larger Looks like Chris bet 800 and Ravi raised to 2,500. Then the
if you haven't
previous times,
if you haven't
he's been
seen a bigger
min-raising.
raiserman, though, you don't know what it means yet.
This is true, but the few times he has min raised,
He's
Chris
never
is-
had it.
Well, he's had like bottom pair
Right.
or not had it or had a draw. And Chris has gotten to show down his weak bottom pairs and win.
Chris has responded to the bigger raise by 3-betting.
Now, being able to see their hands is a little easy to say, but I don't like this. Ravi's raising small when he has weak hands, and it seems like he's raising big when he has good hands.
Wow, that
Chris
is
is
an
gonna get the
all-in
rest
call.
You know, once Chris 3-bets, he is kind of committed to call the rest, but this is a very large pot for Ravi. Ravi is the one at risk, so Chris will not be out if he loses. A jack or a 6 will chop it. It is a 5. And that means Ravi's going to double up to the 2-1 chip lead over Chris.
Oof, don't you hate it there once you have to get it in with
that
ace high and a open ender?
You know, again, you're hoping to see something like. So if Keith can hit a king or a jack, he will tie the matchup 1-1.
Pretty good flop for sevens. Not a
That's
good
not
turn.
good.
So that's
And
going to
that
be
means-
it. Yeah, for match
yeah.
number 2.
Keith is going to tie it up 1 apiece.
Fairly
Well, we're gonna
interesting
see some
flop here.
fireworks
Yeah.
here.
Bottom pair to gut shot for Ravi. Nut flush draw for Chris.
Although, like, what's Ravi going to do here? Is he just going to call? If he just calls here, Chris might be able to take him off his hands depending on the turn card. He does just call.
And it's a king on the turn. So Ravi's actually got the best hand now, but on a really awful board.
Yeah, and again, if Chris applies, the stacks are not deep enough where I don't think Ravi's going to be able to get away from this. You know, and I think Chris is just going to have to draw to his outs here.
I mean, Ravi already had the best hand, I
Yeah.
guess, but significantly
Now, Chris
in
still
the
has
lead
a
now
large chunk
statistically.
of equity here with
Yeah.
his gutter as well. I think we're just going to see Ravi call again. The question will be, can Chris pull the trigger on the river? You see all the outs there for Chris.
No, it's going in.
Wow, now a decision for Chris. He does call it off with the draw.
I think Chris may have put Ravi all in.
Chris put in about 6,000 and only had about 3 or 4 behind.
Okay. So will 2-pair hold?
7 on the river means that 2-pair will indeed hold, and Ravi will eliminate Chris Odell in 5th place.
I was wrong, guys. I was
What?
wrong. So my parents are here. I mentioned that, right?
You did, yes.
I'm getting some funny texts from my mom, although we do have a pretty big hand shaping up here. So it's I can always, once I start to devolve into an anecdote, that's when we can be sure money's going in the middle.
This could spell the end for George.
Yeah, this is not the best flop for him.
With 4,400 in the pot, they're not.
I was getting too crazy. We might be here for 12 hours.
Savor the moment.
He said, uh-oh. Just come back to 6 a.m. tomorrow. Good game, bro. Good luck.
And we are back for what will be the final game of the final match of the final round of the Borgata Winter Poker Open Heads Up Championship. I am Joe Stapleton. He is Mike Gagliano.
Hello.
And he is Will O'Connor.
Yeah, you too.
OC, Orange County, Big County.
This is it. The final match. If someone is all in and loses, it will be over. They will be crowned champion. They will take home $49,000 for first place.
Oh, I'm good right
Second
now.
place taking home $24,832.
So, as we were saying earlier, this is basically a sit and go for.
This is it.
This is a
A
heads up
one
sit
of
and go
one.
for 24K, 25K-ish.
I know. I didn't want to win 2-0 anyways.
One of one.
I'm not gonna lie, I did.
These
Well,
guys
I
have
did,
battled
but
through a
then,
bracket of
Once I double
64
jumped the king six, I'm like, let me just
players,
Oh,
all
yeah,
with
that's just dumped me.
I feel like I won
like
that.
endless tournament resumes.
Boosted heads up.
It's been a best of three format the entire way. We came back today at 12 p.m. with 8 players in the money in the quarterfinals. Keith Morrow
Got him.
with the hat and sunglasses. He made quick work of his first 2 opponents today. Keith,
He did. Not only did he beat them 2-0, or he beat George 2-1, but he played incredibly quickly.
yeah,
The George versus Keith match was quite interesting to watch. We literally couldn't even follow the action. They were getting bets in so quickly
Yeah.
on different streets.
Yeah, definitely not a king.
George managed to call a raise pre-flop, check, and then fold to a bet before we even got a chance to see what the flop was or announce any action. It was just over.
yeah, no, and Keith has kind of been in the action from the start. Matt, he made quick work of Aaron Mermelstein in the quarterfinal, and then had like a 4.5-hour wait
He did.
before the other quarterfinal.
Yeah, the other
ended.
quarterfinal match went forever. One of the longest matches ever
Yeah, that we
here at the Borgata Heads Up events.
And this is actually, we've had, Borgata runs heads up events pretty regularly on their BPO schedule.
Pretty much every series. I
This is
think.
the first time we've ever live streamed it, so this is really cool. This is really fun.
And I think it's worth recapping what's happened so far in this particular match. Keith sort of held over Matt for the entire first match, won that one, held over Matt for most of the second match, but Matt clawed his way back, made some good folds, kept his composure, even though he was clearly a little frustrated, a little annoyed, and just managed to battle back. And when he started catching cards, made pretty quick work
He did.
of Keith by the end of game 2.
I will note the first game did end in a rather large cooler. Matt with pocket jacks, Keith with pocket aces, and that
Matt was already short though, too.
He was getting short, but it was for still a large percentage of the chips in play. And Matt maintaining his composure through all of the ups and downs, I think is the favorite to win at this point.
Yeah, he's turned to his rail a few times and kind of rolled his eyes like, how does Keith just always have it every time? And, Matt, and oh my God, speaking of just always having it, the blades.
I forgot about blades.
But
Jamie Kerstetter's on board. She's watching.
Wow.
Did you see this Twitch message from C. Tyrell? He says, Matt took me out in the first round, had him down similar to Keith. He battled back then and will battle back now, rooting my equity stake on. Finish him off, Matt.
All right. So Matt has obviously been in this situation before in this exact tournament. And that's in the first round. So that was all the way back on yesterday. And they've had to battle through, like we said before, 64 players. And these aren't just, any players. These are, we had WSOP bracelet winners, WPT champions. This field was almost as stacked as our day 1A field, which we talked about earlier for the WPT Winter Poker Open Championship.
So we see Matt raise and Keith defend the Queen 9 of Hearts here. Favorable flop for
We've seen Keith do this a bunch of
Keith,
times,
and he's
actually
gonna
hit
check
his one
call.
over card.
Yeah, I see check calls the flop, and then he's going to go ahead and lead the turn again. A play that he did before with essentially nothing, and now doing it with a pretty good top pair here. See how Matt responds. He does call, and we go to a river card. Both flush draws, all the straight draws do miss here. I think Matt will likely pay off a bet from Keith.
Yeah, it's kind of just name your price from Keith's perspective, I think. Especially this early, so deep.
Yeah, quick
Just do
reminder,
look like calling chips.
the big blinds reset. Everyone starts with 100 bigs again. Blinds back at 100, 200.
And for this championship match, blinds are 30 minutes in length through the preliminary rounds. They've only been 20 minutes in length. So, a lot of room to work for both players. The first match, as we said, ended pretty quickly in a cooler. Matt got a little short and then got jacks into Keith's pocket aces. But the second match was much more of a grind. And
Matt with a lot of support on Twitter.
Yeah, no,
Caleb
he's-
Wyckoff, Nikia Barkley, rooting very hard for Matt.
And we cannot forget Hung Fan.
Hung is
who
still there.
called this comeback.
Matt.
Hung is hanging in.
Yeah. And then we get Jamie Kerstetter, like we said, and she's going to just throw the high five out there now. For those of you who have been following the Winter Poker Open blog, we've added some video coverage, a little video series. Every day we try to talk to, a few interesting players. Today we talked about a player, John Hall, who's playing his first ever T event after winning a live qualifier. And then we caught up to Party Poker Jamie Kerstetter on the second break. And Jamie ended the interview by saying, "And how didn't I troll you this entire interview?" And then went to give me a high five and then pulled back on the high five and made me whiff.
Who did this?
Jamie Kerstetter.
I was
She is
just
a
about
monster.
to compliment Jamie and tell her what fun it was doing the stream with her last weekend,
She
and
is
I
a
think she's
monster.
really good at it. But if she's going to do stuff like that, I'm not sure she deserves it.
Yeah, she's usually so nice, but sometimes her ego just drives her
rough.
to these dark places. But Jamie won and actually coined the phrase that I've been using a few times today, tiny glass Borgata. She won one yesterday in the charity series of poker event.
I wanted to congratulate the charity thing. It's almost a needle to
Hey,
congratulate
it's
someone for winning a
still-
charity
still
event.
win something.
A win is a win.
You won a couple $1,000s.
A win is a win, and
But then I was like,
but in terms of charity, we all win, and fun first, right? Gags was in the booth. Joe wasn't here. I was
in the booth. I was not able to play
I was
in that
busy
tournament.
working. Trust me, we heard it throughout the event center. It sounded like a very, very good time. But yeah, Jamie won one of the tiny glass Borgatas, and the charity series of poker won also. Raised over $13,000 actually for the Community Food Bank of New Jersey Atlantic County chapter. So.
well, they sound like the real winners.
Yeah, no, they definitely are. And Matt Stout, Borgata, they do a great job with that. Every year the charity series of poker comes here to Borgata, some big name players playing the event, and as Jamie said in the interview, it's a lot of fun because, as she quote unquote, it's a lot of good players playing very, very bad.
I think it's players having fun and donating some money.
Yeah.
So we see Keith with the slight lead over Matt. Matt with definitely some stronger hands than he was getting in some of the previous matches.
Yeah, and it was almost, there were almost some cruel jokes that, the shuffle produced where
Just on the bad
Matt,
end,
Matt
some
would
coolers.
just, have, top pair, but just a worse kicker. And, the way Keith was playing, he was forcing Matt into some really tough decisions, and he stood the test. He really did. He passed any test that Keith really gave him in that second game. And
Yeah, he did.
It got him to this, this rubber match. This is for first place. This is for the title of Heads Up champion here in the Winter Poker Open. It is for Tiny Glass Borgata.
Joey DeMush on Twitch asks, is there a Tiny Glass Water Club?
Wow, very well played, Joey the Mush. Joey the Mush, Joe Galazzo, Borgata.
He's
Greg,
always here. Oh
Borgata
yeah.
online player.
You see him everywhere.
He I swear, over the last few WPT events, he's won an online satellite. I think maybe 3 out of 4 times. He does really, really well, and in a big buy-in event like this, if you can get in a fraction of the price, why not get a piece of a $3 million prize pool? That day 1A session wrapped up just over an hour and a half ago. We've been seeing the tweets from players who have bagged chips in that event already.
No, we still see some more pouring in actually.
Thanks, bro. Appreciate it.
You need a cup thing?
And, speaking of Twitter, we've said it a few times, Borgata Poker Live, hashtag. You can engage with us, engage with Joe, engage with Gags, engage with myself, and everyone else who's following along.
All right, we got someone engaged with you here, Will. Asher Kniff. Trying to guess your yearly salary.
Wow, Willow C makes $500K a year easy. Asher, I am sorry to tell you that is on the low end.
What currency are we talking
Yeah.
here? Are we talking bot?
I think so.
He probably comes in at 500K bot. And look at this, despite all kinds of fun little ways Matthew can get there, it's Keith who had the best hand and ends with the best hand. And now he's likely to know it, but it's going to go a check from Matthew. Keith should feel pretty confident to value bet this.
I don't know if Matt can find a call here with.
I don't think so, no. The only thing I can consider is, again, a raise. You know, Queen High just too weak. You beat a couple of the draws, but
not enough to.
Yeah. There's so many other things out there that beat you, all 2 pairs and lower straights and stuff like that. You know, the 7-6 gets there at the bottom end of a straight draw.
Yeah. And the way Keith has been playing it, it's interesting. He's playing a lot of his drawy hands, but also a lot of his paired kind of made hands similarly. He's leading in spots where we wouldn't usually see players lead, and even in the last game he made Matt flopped a flush and he bet the turn, and Keith min clicked it back with just 9 high. So we've seen some really interesting plays from Keith that have been giving Matt some trouble.
Including this one?
Yeah, including this one. Have been giving Matt some trouble, over the stretch of this entire heads-up match.
Now what does Keith do?
Yeah, see, and this is the problem that Keith gets himself in. He leads flop, and now he kind of has to continue and double barrel. And Matt, with only 1 overcard to the board, I think we can expect just a call here.
Yeah, I mean, Matt's not going to fold
at this point. He's been keeping pots relatively small. As you see on the graphic there, Keith's outs, none of them came. So unless he fires a pretty sizable 3rd bullet.
Well, I mean, Keith is value betting here. Keith is assuming that his 8 is going to be good and that Matt has something like a 5 or a 3. The question is, Matt looks pained with his 9s. I would assume Keith is not actually bluffing here, but this might work as a bluff, and Matt might let go of this hand. I mean, 9s are a...
You have ace 5?
Yeah, see, you hear Keith ask Matt if he has ace 5.
I don't mean to be funny.
No. And we know Keith doesn't have aces or kings because his hat and sunglasses are both on. That is a live tell we picked up earlier. Takes everything off. Kidding, of course. But yeah, this is a big. And he does make. It's a crying call, but it's the right call.
What's that? We can't think that I was going to have every time.
But that's what we were saying before. Keith plays his made hands the same, plays his draws the same, and
Keith giving Matt a little bit of a hard time for taking so long before making that call. Matt clearly reading Keith's value range a little too incorrectly, thinking that he's only value betting kings there or better.
Yeah, and there's nothing wrong with taking your time. These are, it's still very early.
I mean, there's a little something wrong with taking your time. Like, I want to get out of here at some point. But other than that, no, there's nothing wrong with taking your time.
Other than that, tomorrow Joe has.
Tomorrow is now.
Yeah,
that's the
actually
issue.
Today, and that Joe has. What do you have? A haircut, a shave, the dentist, and there was one other thing.
The gym.
Oh, the gym. Yeah.
Please, bro.
It throws off my whole thing. If I stay up too late tonight, then I don't go to the gym. It's just, it's bad.
It pushes everything back.
Yeah.
And when you were at the gym, are you more a cardio guy, a lifting guy?
I do a little bit of cardio.
Okay.
And then mostly just a lift after that.
Okay.
I'm one of those people. I only go to the gym to be not fat.
Yeah. To maintain.
Nothing tastes as good as not having to pay for sex feels.
I'm working myself through that statement, and I agree.
Keith the check raise.
One of your videos just got a retweet from Jen Shahade by a tweet by Juliana Cornelius of you and Jamie.
That's Jamie making me whiff on the high five. That's what we were referencing at the start of this.
That's the
match.
one.
Did Matt fold that?
He did fold.
He mucked it.
Yeah,
I mean,
very hard to continue on that board.
Just
Just
had
king
king
high.
Baseball symbols.
Even so, I think that I don't think that floating there is out of the question, even versus a check raise. There will be times when, Keith will just have some draws.
Yeah.
And obviously he's just doing it with king 5, no draw there as well.
And we imagine Matt is definitely going to get a tap on his shoulder when that comes up on the stream. His rail's been following the stream, kind of giving him some pointers. They settled him down in that second match really, really well.
They did.
Because you could tell that he was starting to get frustrated.
It's invaluable to have just the support.
Oh yeah,
not even
doubt. Even
watching the stream.
Even if it's
just
players that people that just know nothing about poker, you still have a group of people rooting you on, and there's really nothing better than that. Talk about sports or anything competitive. You love to have support of your friends, your family, and Matt has it on Twitter and on the Twitch stream.
I think having people who know about poker is a lot more helpful, because when you are hanging out with people that don't know about poker, how quickly does their support turn to just complete tilt, and they go, "Hey man, why don't you just cash out right now? You got a lot of chips. Let's just go."
Matt, you have 19,000 in front of you. Cash out.
Guys, I just
say,
lost the one out, and they're like, "Yeah, well,
why don't you just win?
You're gambling, right?" Yeah, just what are you doing?
It's not that easy.
So sometimes having a rail that does not know about poker can be a little tilting.
So pretty fair heads up hands here. This is like kind of the situation I think about when I think of heads up poker is, two middle cards versus the high card and a low card.
Yeah.
And it's more of how's this board going to pan out and who's going to be more aggressive in the right spots. On an ace-high board, you're usually just going to go to the pre-flop aggressor here when either player has a pair.
Yeah, and you touched kind of when we were recapping how each player got to this point. Matt and Keith, they've kind of, kept their strategy from start to finish today, while their opponents have kind of been mixing it up. You were talking about the George Keith match in the semifinal that was just full of action, and that's, I think, partially because Keith is a pretty high action player, but he's continued that into this match, and Matt has kind of grinded his way through it, and that trend is playing out still.
We see Matt again getting a little frustrated, not being able to win pots. Work really says it all.
Yeah. And Keith looks definitely calmer than he was at the end of the second match.
Yeah, that break seems to have leveled him out a bit.
He was, I don't want to say tilted, but the King 6.
Pretty close to it.
The King 6 all-in was, I think, him just trying to end it right there.
He was out of character, too. It's not something we'd seen a lot of.
A little twitchy.
Yeah, and he's definitely calmed down. He was fidgety. He was moving around a lot, changing his, taking his hat on and off, sunglasses on and off. And now he just seems like, just pretty laxed in that chair. And, the break, as you said, Gags, definitely.
It's pretty tough to handle when you've been, holding over someone and then all of a sudden you don't anymore.
Yeah.
No,
it's definitely a
that
psychological.
slide is difficult to cope with sometimes.
Especially in a best of 3 where he's so close to just winning the whole thing.
Yep.
And now he's the one that feels on the ropes. That's a really big shift in momentum.
But this match, starting how, game 1 and game 2 played out, with Keith getting off to a pretty good start. We see the players taking a quick little break, get some cocktails. Maybe just Keith getting a cocktail. Matt doesn't seem that interested. Act, please, Keith.
I was reading the last
You don't want to drink? Okay, fine.
That's the man.
Story checks out.
Logging on the boardwalk. I don't know. It wasn't
No, I don't want to drink.
Oh yeah,
I'm
'cause you never
okay.
played before.
I actually would like to win, so I'm going to skip the drink.
Until after.
But you have all you want.
Matt's going to start out dominating here pre-flop.
Nakia gets in touch on Twitter using the hashtag Borgata Poker Live to say, Marco Barkley want me to keep tweeting for people. I did hear my name on TV, though. Get it all. He is, excuse me, she is a fan of the Mat Rack.
But unfortunately, Nakia, we are not considering this TV because Stapes.
I wasn't gonna ruin it for her.
Now I'm the bad one.
I know earlier I was like, this ain't TV, but
This isn't TV. He wants to aspire to something, I think was around what he was saying.
Is there anything bigger than television? Or is television it? Silver screen aspirations? Perhaps?
I'm just gonna say no so I don't sound stupid. So I don't sound unrealistic. Of course, this is crazy. Do I know anyone who can help me with that?
I won't bring it up, but I will quickly touch on it. There is a Borgata regular that has a half a screenplay written right now, so he tells me. But he hasn't showed it to me because
Top secret.
no one can see it until he gets a hold of Ben Affleck. That's what he tells me. I've been
So is
begging-
that not going to ever see the light of day?
I mean, I don't think Ben Affleck's available. I've tweeted at him a few times. He hasn't gotten back to me yet.
I would imagine he answers every tweet about someone who has a half-written screenplay
Yeah,
for
I
him.
mean, it sounds
Seems like a
completely
top priority
reasonable.
for him, yeah.
What is Ben Affleck actually doing at this time, though?
I mean, if you're gonna aim high, like aim a little higher, even than Ben Affleck.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, look, I'm not like an Affleck hater. I actually think the dude's pretty talented, and especially the movies that he has directed have been very good.
Yeah.
Like well above average. So I don't really want to be a hater, but I mean, if you're gonna shoot for the moon, go for Spielberg. Go for him.
You shoot for Spielberg and you land with Affleck. I don't
Exactly.
wanna
Maybe he wants Affleck as an actor.
That's what I was thinking. Is that maybe it's a part that only
Yeah.
Affleck could play?
Yeah, maybe that's
Part
it.
written
I'm gonna
for
have
him.
to. I'm gonna have to double check that.
You can report back to us, Will.
Yeah. On the next time.
So not much of this flop for Keith. See if he can try to take it away from the ace high of Matt. Doesn't
Hasn't
look he
stopped
will.
him before though.
Split it right in half. Just split it right in half.
And the pace of this has slowed down a little bit. You know, now it's for real. Now
Yeah,
it's
now-
there's
now-
no more
I think Matt's been
do-overs.
trying to keep it slow this whole time, and Keith was really pushing the action. But now that we see Keith losing some chips,
Can't afford to do
Yeah.
that anymore. You can't really gamble like you did with the King 6 and
No.
just try to put it to bed. Now you got to be a little more sure.
You know, but he, like we were saying in game 1 and 2, he was kind of like hulking over the table, on top of the table, and now he's just sitting there relaxed, and the pace of play has definitely slowed, and I think it's attributed to Keith, taking a little bit more time to think through each decision, instead of just snap checking or snap betting.
Sure.
Keith will stab the turn and take this one down. Blind's still fairly low. Still only 100, 200.
Keith has a slight advantage, but still 80 big. Ooh, and Keith just gave a little touch of the trophy. Oh, yeah, no, they're seeing how heavy it is, gags.
Get your hands off my, what does Jamie call it?
Tiny glass Borgata.
Get your hands off my tiny glass Borgata.
Yeah, well, Gags, we were talking about hockey earlier. I know there's a big faux pas in hockey. If you win the Eastern Conference or Western Conference championship, you don't touch the trophy.
Is that
'Cause
right?
The only trophy you want to touch is the Stanley Cup. Is Lord Stanley's Cup. So I don't know. Both players just touched it. So are we just going to be here for eternity?
I think that's what's on the slate for today. That's
my.
the pace that was set before us in some of the matches.
Stapes, I think the gym might be out for tomorrow. And the dentist.
Fortunately, they do have a gym here.
And the haircut and the shave.
And
There's
that's a
always another
lovely
day.
Borgata barber here as well.
Yeah. Actually, DJ McKinnon, one of my good friends, got a haircut earlier this week.
I need a back wax too. I forgot about that.
I think
They can probably do that
also.
for you.
DJ McKinnon got a great haircut. He looked awesome playing the 6 max. Made the money.
I'm sorry, is this someone whose first name is DJ or a DJ with the name McKinnon?
DJ Douglas James.
Okay.
Yeah.
If he became a DJ, would they call him DJ? DJ?
Yeah.
DJ.
Yeah.
DJ the DJ.
I like DJ better.
DJ.
I always said my name would be DJ Palindrome Immortalep JD.
Which means what exactly?
It's a palindrome.
The whole thing is a palindrome.
Yeah.
Do you know what a palindrome is?
Oh, it's the same start to finish?
Yeah.
Forward as it is backwards, yeah.
Okay.
There's
Is
some
that a,
really
like late 90s reference or no?
No, it's
That's
just
just
that's
the
what my.
world.
I've given some thought to my DJ. I originally wanted my name to be DJ Tanner, like from Full House, but I think that one's been taken already. So
Oh yeah, and Terrell getting on the Twitch chat saying that the gym fee is included in room rates now. So that means that the gym, the pump room, as it's called, used to not be free for hotel guests.
is it now free?
For all
Do we
intents,
know this?
For all intents and purposes, it is. I think. I don't know.
We have more unconfirmed stats here.
Unconfirmed stats, but
Borgata Poker Live,
You
late
know-
nights edition.
late night live stream after dark. Back to the poker. Seen a flop here. It's Matt's turn to flop top pair.
if only it worked like that.
Yeah, like, okay, it's my turn now.
There's nothing that guarantees you will ever hit top pair again for the rest of your life. You could never hit top pair again.
You could brick out flops for the
The
rest
odds
of
would be
life.
against it.
But you could.
It's
could.
like, when you flip a coin, you're supposed to.
literally
You
never
could literally never be
flip
heads
heads
or
again.
tails ever.
Except never flopping top pair is way more likely than never flipping a particular side of a coin.
I wonder. Yeah.
It's. I mean, yeah.
I would say yes.
I mean, you're 33%. I guess you're less than 33% to flop top pair.
You're
33% to flop pair, depending on your hands. Flops more top pairs or not, but
Math.
yeah. So you see Matt employing a raising strategy now. And it's actually Matt who's been driving more of the recent action here, with Keith just really just taking a back seat, not doing a lot of leading, not doing a lot of betting like he was earlier.
Speaking of top pair, Matt flops it again, and Keith with middle pair is going to lead, like we've seen him do time and time again. This is kind of a drawy, flushy board. Do the fans at home also have the 4-color deck?
They do.
Yeah.
They're seeing
Cool.
exactly what we're seeing.
Awesome. All right, Matt is just going to call. And this is where we've seen Keith continue time and time again. But he checks. And I wonder if this is kind of, the third rubber match game having an effect on just his overall strategy, where he wants to maybe, take Matt's strategy of keeping the pot small.
We've seen Keith shift so many gears.
Yeah, it's
that I'm
kind of
not
hard
even
to
sure.
put him on anything really. I don't mean any type of hand, but any type of real strategy. He's leading spots, he's limping a lot, while Matt we've kind of seen play pretty similarly throughout each match. He did make that slight adjustment when he was short stacked in game 2 to limp a lot of buttons, see a lot of pots really cheaply, and it ended up paying off because he came back from a pretty decent deficit.
Do you have anything?
I'll tell you whatever you want after we.
So you see Keith fishing for information from some previous hands from Matt. So Keith likely not, watching this stream or having people tell him that are watching the stream what Matt had. So it could be a bit of an advantage that Matt is getting if Keith is choosing to not take advantage of the fact that this information is out there.
Almost did it, man.
It looks like the
blinds are going to go up.
dealer just reset the clock, so blinds will go up.
Once again, we're finished 100-200 for this entire tournament now. Finally.
Yeehaw!
It's been a while.
Cacao.
And the third game of the best of 3 of the Heads Up Championship. Keith Morrow won the first game. Matthew Emmel battled back in the second game. And now we are in the rubber match.
Matt again getting the better of the flop.
Yeah, this wasn't really the case in games 1 or 2. Until the end of game 2, we should say. The deck has turned slightly.
See Keith take another stab at this.
I feel like Keith has aged quite a bit during this.
I think we all have.
This is back.
Matt not going anywhere.
This is back-to-back for Gags.
Third pair.
He's been a warrior this weekend.
Can Keith pull the trigger? He does not. I expect to see Matt just check and take this one down.
Matt's gonna bet.
Interesting bet. Having
Kind
a
of weird
7,
merge there.
Having a 7 on that board is rather far down in Matt's range. A lot of times he'll have hands like a jack or have hands like, that have a 10 in them. He'll have 9-8 for the straight. So I think he just thinks that it's so far down that it's kind of a hand that he does have to blow off. He, I guess, does not float that board a lot, and is just betting for that exact reason, would be my guess. You do get Keith to perhaps fold some 10s and hands like 8s, stuff like that. I don't see Keith really calling with worse hands there. So I don't see how it could be a value bet. So
do you think that could slightly be Matt, not so much betting for value in this instance, but just saying like that he's not just going to check down, with a bottom or middle pair, and then in future hands, Keith can potentially view that river bet as weak when Matt actually does has it? Is there some kind of gaming end game kind of strategy there for Matt, or am I looking way too?
I think Matt's just he is keeping his river bet percentage up and keeping Keith guessing. He's not going to allow Keith to have easy river decisions.
Yeah.
Where earlier, we saw, especially playing against Ravi, we saw both Matt and Chris, who both played Ravi. We saw Ravi pretty much not bluff rivers. And every time they got to a river and Ravi bet, he had a very good hand. So I think that's something that Matt's trying to avoid, is not having a style like that where it's going to be very difficult to read him when he's putting pressure on his opponent on rivers.
Well, this is shaping up to be a bit of a cooler.
Yeah, it's been a while since we've seen a pre-flop battle here. But we only get a raise and a call. There's been a few 3-bets and even 4-bets throughout the first 2 games.
I think we even saw a 5-bet in the first match.
Yeah.
It's just crazy how much the big blinds got slashed after just 1 increase in blinds. Here we go.
That right there
is the danger Will Robinson card.
Yeah, Matt's going to be in trouble here because Keith, as we said before, he's playing his bluffs, his draws, his made hands.
He again check calls flop and leads turn, and Matt thinks he has absolute gold here.
It's just such a weird line, and then when Matt turns top pair, he's probably doing backflips.
He might even raise. He's just going to call.
He's kept pots small, and I think that's his strategy because I think he knows that eventually Keith's going to do this in a spot where he doesn't have it, and Matt can, win a smaller pot.
Yeah, the river is actually going to save Matt a bit here because it's kind of a scary river. It connects the board more. It completes some straight draws, and he's likely to
call
not
now.
raise now. Yeah, he's going to call.
He doesn't like it.
Ooh.
Maybe not.
Is he really going to think better of this?
I don't know. We didn't have Keith in picture, but
I don't see how he's going to
It's like he picked up on something right at the last second. Was like,
he picked up
hold
the
on.
chips like, wait a minute.
Hold up.
And I think he knows that something might be up. That we haven't seen that look from Matt, and it's kind of like, wow, I just figured this one out maybe.
You hear Matt.
Wow, I think he just said ace something.
He
with
said,
the ace
he
of
said,
spades.
do you have ace 9?
You hear Matt asking Keith, try to get information. Tough decision.
Matt's kind of trying to talk himself through the hand, but also pick up on something from Keith as well.
There it is.
Yep. And he was, I think he was on the right track, but against an opponent like Keith, you really, I don't think you can fold there.
It's pretty tough. I give him credit just for not snap calling.
Yeah, just to even kind of have the wherewithal. Now he's talking to his rail, as you can see. That's Jason, who he's directing his line of questioning to, and Jason seems to kind of be laughing. I wonder what just came up on the stream that. He's still very relaxed.
Relaxed or exhausted.
Yeah.
Hard to tell. His body language is definitely disinterested either way.
And not playing for anything here. Just 50K and maybe one of the more prestigious titles of this Winter Poker Open. Nothing to see here.
So we didn't catch Matt's hole cards. There's nothing to see there for now.
It's Keith with a pair.
Pairs are good heads up.
Of the middle variety. Slowly getting a look at Matt's cards. He has the ace of clubs, so potentially some.
Oh, I like Matt's hand now.
Yeah, you're going with it? He only needs one. Gags only needs one.
Ace of clubs is a pretty powerful card to have on this board here.
Alright, so Keith led flop, and he led turn. We'll go wild card cam. What do you think? What do we think Matt's calling flop with, and then tanking and thinking about a decision on turn?
I mean, Matt can definitely have a number of hands here. He can have hands like ace-7. He can have the same hand like an ace-6. He can also just have flush draws where the board is so connected that he's not thrilled calling.
Yeah.
With that being said, I mean, he's just not going to fold hands like ace-jack of clubs, ace-queen of clubs.
Looks like it goes check.
And it looks like he had ace.
King, I think.
Is that what it was? Oh, he had ace-8 of clubs. Wow, monster draw.
How do you
monster
miss that,
draw
though?
for
That's
Matt.
just so frustrating.
But again, it's
Just
the
so
point that
I
you
would
made
lose
earlier.
my. I'm angry and I'm not even in the hand.
no, and it's the point you made
You don't
earlier.
have $24,000 on the line here.
I know, but just when you flop that and you're like, okay, well, and this
Then-
looks like me.
and then I
Oh
turn
no,
it,
it's
yeah.
not.
And we've said it a few times. So many other players maybe wouldn't go broke in that spot, but they definitely
lose more.
than what Matt's losing. And
Well, you know what? That's a spot where, like, we've seen Keith just lead such a potpourri of top pairs, middle pairs, bottom pairs,
Great
nothings,
turn.
where I think that Matt can maybe even, that's a spot where if you're Matt and Keith is leading a polar range, he's either leading nuts or nothing hands, good hands or bad hands, then, yeah, you call. You beat the bad hands, and you obviously have a very good draw against the good hands. But the style Keith has been playing, he's been leading with all those middle-of-the-road hands as well. I think if you're Matt and you get more aggressive and you raise on either the flop or the turn, you might get Keith off of his second turn, third pair. That was a very weak hand that Keith actually got to show down there.
Yeah, and that's been the opposite of what Matt has done throughout this
And
this match.
that's a strategy that I think I would usually play. I would usually play Matt's hand the same way. But being able to see what Keith has been reading, and Matt has seen a lot of these showdowns, I think that you have to judge your strategy versus for who you're playing.
Yeah, definitely.
Looks like Matt folded the best hand there.
And we're starting to see Keith pull away slightly. He's 2-1, but Matt has been in this situation
Numerous
before,
times.
and he's come back.
Let's just assume you're going to need that soon.
Let's hope.
Looks like Keith is going to win another one.
Keith, you good? I'm good, thanks.
Hey, you guys, there's 69 people watching.
Some of these viewers have been here since the start.
Yeah,
Props, a lot of
to
viewers.
you guys.
I've been here since the start. Where's my props?
Props to everyone who has been here from the start. And Keith Morrow and Matt Emmel have been crushing from the start. Keith made quick work of his quarterfinal opponent and played a action-filled, action-packed semifinal match with George Sikak. While Matt bested Aaron Mermelstein in the quarterfinal.
Not an easy opponent
Had to,
by any means.
Yeah, he is, very, very young, very, very good. We referenced, just how
He was the
stacked.
champion here in the main event last,
Yeah, we
last year, right?
He's the defending WPT Winter Poker Open champion. We referenced how stacked the Day 1A field of that tournament was today, and it's only going to get bigger and better tomorrow. We probably should.
Well,
push the
once I
1,000
get there.
Yeah, once. Oh my. Yeah,
You know
once
what, Matt? You know what,
Gags
Matt?
is there.
Emil needs to do here, guys.
What's that?
Ask for a wash.
I think that's a great
Or
strategy.
just a setup, straight up.
Are you a big believer in that?
Okay, I have a story about the wash. We once needed, I can't remember if it was here or not, but we once needed to get a floor ruling because one player at the table asked the dealer, please wash the cards, and another player said, no. don't do it. Don't do it. This is good.
Oh,
Is this a
jeez.
tournament?
This
or-
is a tournament, and we had to call the floor because they were
and,
getting
like,
quite heated.
There's just only so many minutes in each blind level that we can't really be worrying about.
The floor
washing
said,
the deck every
we're going to
other
do a
hand.
wash, and we're not going to do another wash for quite some time.
Who's right there? The guy who thinks the wash is going to change the cards, or the guy who thinks the wash is going to change the cards? Like they both, they're two sides of the same coin.
Yeah.
I do not believe in that, but I do think that sometimes you gotta just shake it off. Like you gotta just mentally reset, and sometimes a wash will do that. Like
There
just a
is-
clean slate.
Yeah, I can see that. There is something that can be said if, we wanted to get into the actual specifics of how do you correctly shuffle cards? How many shuffles do you need before making the deck truly random? And I believe it's a large number, something like 8 or 11, I want to say. I don't know exactly.
Is there actually a...
There's apparently a mathematical perfect shuffle
Okay.
number that I think dealers don't usually get to. The technical...
I think it's 4, right? Is it
The
is what
TDA
they
is,
do?
they do 3 riffles, they cut, and then they riffle again, and they cut again.
Okay.
I had a situation once where there was a flop of 3 aces.
Okay.
And then the very next hand, I was the button, and the dealer's dealing me my first card, and it gets exposed. So that means I'm the button, I get 2 cards off the top of the deck.
Yeah.
And I said, there's probably a higher than average chance that I'm going to get dealt 2 aces because the aces were clustered last hand. Sure enough, got 2 aces.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I mean, that Could have also just been totally
Of
random,
course.
where they got
Yeah.
separated and then
Absolutely.
put back together
You
again.
know, and
Never
it's
know.
obviously a minuscule percentage either way.
And you obviously exposed the first card because you knew that.
Yes, certainly, because that's the
'Cause
that's
Gags
the
is
game that
just-
I play. I'm
Gags
the
is just
master
such an
live angle shooter.
angler.
I know all the tricks of the trade.
I can follow any 2 cards in the deck.
Mm-hmm.
All
my
the
T
way up through the
blackjack team,
riffle.
here I come.
I just make a little crease in this ace right here. And speaking of ace, we have a very big one. Ace King here for Matt.
Keith has been dominated a number of times here recently.
Yeah, but on the leaderboard he has Matt 2-1. It's kind of weird how he's just getting there, and he's not even getting there that much. He's leading in a few spots that don't exactly make sense for a lead to occur, and he's making
making Matt have a tough time with this.
Yeah, and you can kind of tell this is the point of game 2 where Matt kind of started to get frustrated. His rail then kind of calmed him down, and we're starting to kind of see that, the eye roll after, a few hands didn't go his way. But that's heads up. There's going to be some, some tough spots.
Can hopefully not break this microphone as I hold it in my hand.
You might have already. We'll invoice you.
Great.
Yeah,
You guys can take it out of my pay.
Yeah, I'll have Chelsea invoice you.
No, I'm saying my playing.
Not much here for Keith. You see, once again, he comes out firing.
Okay, but here's the thing.
6 on the turn will definitely improve
Really,
Keith.
and
Now, this is a spot that I actually think we may see Keith not always bet. When he's had some draws, he's actually slowed down, and he does again here. He seems to like betting with his kind of very low equity hands.
5 does something, right?
The 5 does something. It gives Matt a straight, and it also pairs Keith. If Matt bets, I would assume Keith just folds here. It's very hard to bluff catch here with just a 5. Especially when the flush gets there as well.
Yeah, that's kind of actually maybe a bad card for Matt. Obviously not, but
Knowing the exact hand that
we've seen
Keith has, it definitely is.
We've seen Keith
Action killer.
Bet in spots where he has the 0% symbol next to his name, and that maybe would have been another one. We are creeping up to 200 hands here in this.
Cheapers, creepers. Hachi
Steve,
machi.
what's the longest heads up you've ever, non-heads up tournament? I'm talking, heads up of a
9 or 10 hours, I think.
Yeah. Where was that?
I was telling Gags earlier that we had 2 epic heads-up battles, like almost back-to-back, where we had, in the grand final, we had Jack Salter versus Antonio Bonanno, and that went on for 9 or 10 hours, and then Mike McDonald versus Dominic Panka at the PCA was also
that was
similar
recently.
length. That was 3 PCAs ago at this point.
And that was Dominic Panka's first big win, right?
Yeah,
And
yeah.
he followed that up with some other
a high roller win in Deauville at the
Yeah.
very next event.
And Mike McDonald, just the GOAT.
It was really weird because when that heads up was happening, you want Mike McDonald to win because he would be the first man to have 2 EPT titles and just, but then Dominic Panka, we actually had grown to really like him over the course of the week, and then of course now we know he's just a stellar dude. So,
Yeah. And wasn't he an online qualifier? for
yeah,
that event?
yeah.
Joey DeMush calling for a bread and butter run for us up here in the booth.
Wow, bread and butter breakfast.
I'm not even hungry. I'm just nothing.
We've
now.
actually been fortunate enough. We had some food earlier. We got to get downstairs on break.
How good do you guys have it?
Just the best.
I mean,
Just living your everyday life here at the
the fact
Borgata,
that we have
Will.
to mute our microphones to eat a sandwich over the course of 3 hours, I wouldn't say the fact that we didn't have to pay for said sandwich really means that we have it good.
Yeah, you just have it.
We have it.
Yeah, it has been a long weekend here in the Winter Poker Open, but it's not over yet. Still got a week left. The WPT Winter Poker Open
Yeah,
Championship
main event just getting started.
will kind of headline all the action, but there's still 5 tiny glass Borgatas up for grabs. We're just gonna say that until they cut the mics off.
So what other events do you know the schedule off? And how well do you know the schedule, Will?
I know it pretty well.
It's the Borgata Winter Open schedule quiz.
Yeah,
with
every
Will C.
Borgata Poker Open, you know, like I said, the culminating
Nice little river here, by the way.
main event. Oh, wow. Was gonna most likely gonna be a chop headed to the river, but Matt finds 2 pair, and this is where Keith could get. We've seen him get tricky before.
He's been very sticky in these spots. Just doesn't like to fall.
And he doesn't like to call either. You know, sometimes we've seen. You know,
I don't think he's going to turn this one into a bluff.
Other option, fold, call. What else is there? Raise. That's
You
what
can
could
raise, I
possibly
think.
do, yeah. Let's see though. This could be a pretty big swing, and not just on the leaderboard, but momentum-wise. Matt finally kind of getting there, like Keith has a few times.
He's going to let this one go.
Wow.
Disciplined fold by Keith.
That's really, really well played by Keith, actually. Just not kind of, you know, knowing that 1 pair probably isn't good on that board. But anyway, back to the Winter Poker Open.
Oh yeah, what other events do we have on the
WPT is going to be headlining at $3 million guarantee. Day 1B tomorrow. And the schedule always kind of ends the same, with some deep stacked events, with some decent guarantees on the tail end of it. And those guarantees are really just kind of placeholders. Those events always crush the guarantee. I think the last 2 events have a $50,000 guarantee, and off the top of my head, $75,000 guarantee.
These are like what, low buy-in events?
These are like, you know, 300 and a 350.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, so a lot of value. And usually at the end of the series, we go down into the poker room. Not this time. We're going to be staying up in the event center, so we expect it to be very, very packed for the last week of the series, like it has been from the start.
This has been a real popular series throughout.
Yeah,
the
definitely.
event numbers have just been up across the board pretty much.
You know, and it's that time of year where, you know, in December there's not a lot going on, you know, regionally, and, you know, people are kind of just
or even
jonesing.
February.
Yeah, and people are kind of just jonesing to get into the action, and, you know, the Borgata, you know, time and time again has rolled out another spectacular series, so we're really happy to all be a part of it. And, you know, you add in the WPT, and, you know, it's like a match made in heaven for, you know, East Coast grinders and players and people from all over the country. It's awesome.
As this schedule winds down, when can we expect to see, do you have any inside info on when we can expect to see the next series,
spring
the spring
Poker Open? That will be...
You'll have to wait until the snow melts.
Yes.
The schedule is buried in the
we can all
snowbank.
The spring Poker Open comes in like a lion and out like a lamb. But the schedule, I believe, is April.
It's usually in April.
The end of April, though. And it'll go into, I believe, the beginning of May. And it's kind of the same structure. Usually the WPT is back here for a 3rd stop. But this year they will be taking their World Championship to Florida. That was announced earlier this year with the rest of their Season 14 schedule. But, you know, it should be another awesome series. Always open up every Borgata Poker Open with a $1 million guaranteed event, except when we bump it to $2 million in September and January. And I'm really looking forward to it. Got some pretty cool stops in between, but, you know, Borgata is home. Borgata is where I got my start, and I love it.
Where do you actually live?
Happy to be here. The Jersey Shore. Mainly I'm from North Jersey. Wyckoff, New Jersey. Shout out. But
Yeah, no, I did. I wasn't asking for the shout. I did not give you permission to shout out.
But you know, my
Without actually hitting massive amounts of traffic.
oddly enough, you live in Hoboken now.
Yeah.
Right? So oddly enough, going up the Parkway, you're probably not going to hit much traffic going north. If you
hit traffic, you start hitting traffic at like exit 120.
Yeah,
or
you won't hit traffic
yeah.
for a while. So if you leave here around, say, I don't know, 9-ish. How early are you trying to get home?
That's fine if I left here at 9, because then I'd
fine.
Yeah, you'd be home by 10:30, 11-ish.
11:30. It takes me like 2 hours and 15 minutes with no traffic.
Are you a slow driver?
No, okay. I do about 9 over the speed limit.
Okay.
Exactly 9.
Nice reasonable number.
Yeah, pretty much exactly 9, because I feel like 10
Is that
overs
the number?
when they start
That's
getting
the
you.
official buffer zone that I think the cops give you.
No one's ever been pulled over doing 9 over.
I was pulled over doing 26 into 25.
Oh my God.
Okay.
I was on the College of New Jersey campus.
Oh my God.
Yeah, that's a little
campus
different.
Police.
No, yeah, but they have
Specific
real
situation.
police down there.
Oh, okay.
So
Same in Boston U. They got BU police are real
that was
police.
lovely.
BU police.
Yeah.
BU. Belly up.
Buh. Yeah, I think I might take you up on that room if it's still happening.
I'll try to get that worked out for you.
Thanks. Safety first, people. Precious cargo.
Don't stream and drive.
Now that's not something I think we've really seen yet. Someone streaming something on
Don't
Twitch
give
while
anyone the idea.
yeah. Stay safe out there, people.
Actually, on the break in between the games, a guy, Jeff, who was in the live qualifier behind us in the booth, was talking about how he was watching us on his drive down. I'm not even kidding. And I said, you shouldn't do that. That is very dangerous. And also very illegal.
It's dangerous for lots of people, not just the guy in the car.
Yeah.
5 high, not gonna do it for Keith.
And then
5 high, more like 5 by.
And then he made the claim that there wasn't much poker talk.
Well, we did have some moments.
There has to be some moments. You know, this is.
You know, we've been
there
here
was
for
a
quite a while.
5.5-hour match.
We had a grueling heads-up match with just a small
Oh, I
shuffling of
so
chips.
don't care about that complaint.
Back and forth. That noise you hear in the background is the WPT satellite with a bunch of players winning seats for tomorrow's championship event.
Yeah. There were multiple satellites that ran today.
Lot of seats, nearly 3 tables worth of seats given out just there.
A 1 in 5, a 1 in 7, and a 1 in 10.
I think that was a 1 in 5, wasn't it?
Yeah, there was like,
Must have been a lot of seats there.
I think 25 seats, which is awesome. Which is definitely awesome. That's how you get new players into the game, players that genuinely usually wouldn't play in a $3,500 buy-in, and it's awesome to have them have the opportunity. And Borgata does a great job of getting those players in and offers a lot of different opportunities.
We've got a King 8 versus King 8 situation.
Spades would be fun, huh? Spades.
1 whole spade.
Not that this hand was going anywhere, but that ace might slow them down, but then Keith just tells me to keep my commentary to myself. I will say Keith is fiery in spots. He is, when there's not a lot of chips in the pot, he's making some moves, he's trying some things, and so far they seem to be working.
Well, that's music to my ears.
If the blinds are going up,
Mikey's going up.
goodbye 150, 300.
Bing! And did we get to 3-6?
We are now.
We've gotten to 500,000.
No, we're not 3-6 though. This is the 2-4, right?
In this heads up.
In
though.
this
this
match, no.
this championship
No.
match. Okay.
They got to 2-4 last time.
And what, Ravi and
We're at 2-4 now. Ravi and Chris
in the
Odell
quarterfinal
made it to 500. I think they made it to 600, 1200 actually. I one time in this event played 1,000, 2,000 with someone.
What?
One time.
And,
How did that happen?
we just went back and
Do
forth.
you know the other guy or no?
I don't remember who it was.
Okay.
It was someone that I did know, but I don't remember.
Okay.
But we
That's
just
like almost nearly impossible to get down to 10 bigs each.
yeah, we went back and forth for quite some time. I think we only played maybe 1 or 2 hands of 1K, 2K, but we definitely played for quite some time.
Oh, I just realized that we missed Grease Live tonight.
Oh.
I really
didn't know
hope
that
Jesse.
existed.
I really hope Jesse recorded it. It's gonna make my whole year.
Please, Jesse, if you're watching,
J-Cat,
find a way.
I need Grease Live. The thing is, not watching it live though is such a waste. No spoilers, okay, guys?
No Grease Live spoilers.
No Grease Live spoilers.
What is Grease Live?
I think Fox was doing
Like Grease the
musical
major
live.
Go
Yeah.
Grease Lightning that
Yeah.
one.
Major television networks are starting to do more live productions.
Because it's the only way that they can get people to watch things live
Yeah,
and not just record them and skip all the commercials.
but that's exactly what Joe's going to end up doing because he missed it.
I actually watch the commercials because I feel like it's the right thing to do.
Yeah. You're just being honest.
Yeah.
That's fair. And then you get that live experience. Which is.
I actually do end up leaving the commercials on a lot because I use that time to text and get a
Yeah,
snack
yeah.
and everything. And
I have a friend who watches football games. He records them and then he not only fast forwards commercials but fast forwards everything about the actual play, so all the setting up between plays and everything like
there's
that.
a replay you can watch if you subscribe to NFL that's
Really?
like has all the
That's-
crap
that's
cut
really
out
like
of
He
it.
watches
Yeah.
these like 4-hour games in like 18
They're like
minutes or
40
something.
minutes long or something. These NFL,
Yeah.
they cut it all out
There's
for you.
not
Hi.
a lot of action in NFL games, like actual gameplay time.
Well, hold on a second, guys, because we have a confrontation
Speaking
here.
of action,
Keith 3-betting with the pocket sevens, and this is a hand that I could see getting all in pre. Let's see how Matt wants to play it there. I think calling and taking a flop is also a very reasonable option here.
yeah. I don't, this is one of those spots where, like, I think Keith is willing to flip,
He's
but
not gonna-
I don't think Matt
Yeah,
is,
Matt
you
is
know?
Matt is going to take the flop, and
'Kay.
luckily for Matt, that's not a board where he's going to.
Lose that many
He's just going to
chips.
fall to a bet here. Keith is just going to bet, and Matt's going to fall. He has no equity. It's a terrible board.
Yeah.
Yeah, you hate seeing that board with King Queen. Such a powerhouse hand pre-flop, especially for heads up, and then you just completely whiff.
Yeah, one more Captain Coke, please.
And that was just, you saw the frustrated look when he
What
mucked
do
his
I
cards.
think?
That maybe he's starting to kind of
Play fast enough to do like
feel
bonus
like the
board.
tide
You
is
always got
turning
red on,
back
got
to
black.
Keith.
Straight flushes.
But then we get a
Dude.
smile from both players. But
I was gonna say, I just
how
think
could they
maybe-
really complain? 24,000 goes to the loser, 49,000, and the Winter Poker Open Heads-Up Championship
2,500.
title to the winner. These players have battled through a field of 94, excuse me, 64.
94 will be a fun heads up.
Yeah, 94
You,
would be
BML.
a very long.
94 was a great year for a lot of these guys, but 64 is the number of players that entered this tournament.
Okay, same suit.
So they've fought hard to get to this spot. Both should be very, very happy with their efforts, but to get this close and not walk away with a tiny glass Borgata would be devastating.
Monster draw here for Matt to go with his
Yeah.
second pair, but it looks like he's going to brick. And he will value bet river.
Second pair, value bets third pair.
Yeah, and the 7 on the river shouldn't really change much.
No, a couple 2 pairs get in there, but
I think Keith's.
yeah, Keith folds it. That's a bet that Keith was paying off earlier in this match, and he
Yeah.
has stayed away from it now. It's interesting that fatigue setting in could actually be helping Keith to play a little better in those spots.
Yeah,
because he's not so
he
quick
might
to
be
just snap them
tired,
off.
and you know, when you get tired, you kind of have to force yourself to think more, and maybe without even knowing it, Keith is thinking through his decisions more just because he's so tired.
Yeah, I think he also just like the style he was playing of just being so quick and aggressive. He's just not doing it
Yeah,
now.
it's hard to keep that up for hours and hours on end.
Matt Emmel looks how I feel.
Yeah, and Ghost of M on the Twitch chat just said Keith is making some super good tight folds on the river, and we've seen him a few in this rubber match, this third game, and that's why Keith still has the chip lead. He has been put to the test a few times by Matt. Keith getting put to the test by another, I think it was a Jack and Coke we heard earlier.
Yeah, I didn't think it was bad. Whatever it is. Damn it, I like that's straight.
Clear Wizard likes our graphics package. Thanks, dude. Thanks for being here.
Express HD.
It's not often I get my package complimented.
Oh, wait. I think they're being sarcastic because the stream went down.
I knew it.
Oh, no.
No one
no,
ever
no.
likes my package.
He actually likes it.
It's for bitches. I should know one of those. Shit.
And these are two decent kings getting involved pre-flop. I think we saw Keith limp the button and then Matt raise it from the big blind. Keith gives a little tap on the button, probably signaling, calling because I have position on later streets. And this was kind of a similar flop that we saw Matt triple barrel in game one. And he elects not to do that this time around.
Sport is not really a big need to bet with King Queen High here.
Yeah.
If Matt bets here and Keith folds, Keith is just folding worse hands. He's never folding a hand better than Matt's King Queen.
I think Keith's got one of the hands that he can get value from, or could.
Yeah.
Pretty rare, though.
Looks like Matt's going to bet the river here.
This is interesting. Keith looks how Joe feels, I think, too. Yep.
Cards, chips, why? Poker happening, feast.
No pair.
I mean, Matt just has to fold. He can't really call here with King High.
Keith, you mean?
Keith,
Keith,
Matt
sorry.
is the check called flop.
Yeah, the bet is interesting from
Hit that
Matt.
when check on the turn, and we have Matt leading.
It's a perfect value bet for King Queen into King 10. Come on, guys.
This is the Keith play that we've seen though. Just a strange. I think he just verbalized call.
What could I possibly?
Wow. And this is one of those.
Don't muck when you get called here, Matt.
Yeah, this is one of those where
Bluffer ever. I'm the only guy that bluffs.
Matt is.
He goes,
Like,
hear what he just said?
He said, "I'm the worst bluffer ever."
He said, "I'm the only guy that bluffs and gets called and wins the pot."
Yeah, you knew you didn't have much. It's all right.
And this might be the.
You gotta give a little credit
hand.
to Keith for like sniffing that out. He didn't believe that Matt actually had a good hand there.
Are you scared?
Yeah, no, and this might be the hand that kind of changes the tide of this
Unwinds Keith.
match. Yeah, and like I don't know. I think Keith
When they bring that one up in the
definitely
stream, that was a value
thought
bet.
that one through and had an
This guy's a
idea.
sicko. He value bets King High. He's a sicko.
But
Make sure
Pittsburgh
make
has
sure
no
you tell them
chance.
that.
Pittsburgh has no
I
chance.
don't think we've seen Matt bluff one time. But then again, when he did, Keith.
He bluffed twice with the best hand so far.
Yeah, no, that's
Keith
what I
folded
mean.
the first
He's never
time
been
and
on
called
just
the
like
second time.
Yeah, it's.
he tried bluffing with the queen jack. We saw that really small bluff.
True.
Really small bet.
That was the one that didn't work.
I mean, that was a big bluff. It was a 4-bet pre and then triple barrel, but the sizings were so small that Keith didn't even fold ace high on that one.
The river bet was
Yeah.
like, 1/5.
So I think Matt is 0 for 3 on bluffs so far on rivers in this event.
And
Not to say that Matt hasn't played well. He's played
fortunately
great.
for him, the last one.
Yeah, gets
worked,
called by a
actually.
worse
Got
hand.
Called by worse. That's always a. Is that a confidence booster? I don't know.
When you bet and get called by a worse hand?
No, when you like bluff and get
When you
called
bluff and get called by a worse
by a worse
hand.
hand. You know, does Matt feel good about that, or is he like, oh, well, that was weird?
I don't know how you get. I mean, you can feel good about putting chips in.
You feel good about winning the pot, but
yeah.
you don't feel good about your clearly didn't make a
You're a
good
little
play.
off.
If your bluff was clearly not a good bluff, if he was not folding a hand worse than yours.
More dumber on my part than yours. He jacked low. No, I agree.
Yeah, we have some questions coming in on Twitch, and Ghost of M. He's, might as well be a 4th member of the commentary team. He's keeping everybody up to date. Match is tied,
buddy.
1-1. This is the championship of the Winter Poker Open Heads Up Championship. Keith Morrow won the first match after a pocket jacks versus pocket aces all-in pre-flop encounter, and then
The first of the best of 3 here, just to be clear. The
Yeah.
first game that these guys played in the
Emmel,
finals.
Matthew Emmel took the second game after getting cut down early, battled back, and we are now in the rubber match final.
The decider.
The decider. And this could be a pretty deciding hand as both players flop top pair on a paired board. It's... There's a king in there.
There we go.
There we go. And a jack comes on the turn.
So they're
This will
chopping.
be a chop.
Yeah.
But we've seen Keith push Matt off of some chops over the last few hands.
This is not going to be pushed off a chop.
Yeah, definitely not. We don't think so, at least. Nothing really gets
It does
in.
go check, check.
Goes check, check, and
We
Keith
think
sees that
Keith
his kicker doesn't matter. Take him back, boys.
It doesn't matter. Everyone loves a chop pot.
I was waiting for that. I didn't know if that was
I tend not to do it
patented.
without my boys,
Yeah.
but I'll mention it.
All right. Who was the first one that came up with that?
That was Hardigan. That was all
Okay.
Hardigan. And to be honest, when he came up with it, I didn't really like the idea.
Yeah.
I was like, all right, I guess.
And now you're the one who chomps at the
Well,
bit
now I
to-
get credit for it. I still,
Yeah.
like, it's something we're known for, and I'm happy it exists. But if it were up to me, I would have never done it.
Yeah. It's funny how that works out.
No, I always do it. I don't do that twice. Waste time.
You win them both? No, you won both.
Joey the Mush commenting on Twitch. Did that really just go check, check on the river? Yes, it did.
Where did you guys play, Maryland?
More shared cards here. Jack and a 7, Jack and a tray. Smoking a pancake. I don't think we're going to see Jack 7 stick around for any more streets.
Yeah, probably not.
See ya.
And
Smell you later.
We're getting pretty close to where we started this third match.
At the Borgata. No. You mean chip stacks.
I mean chip stacks. We have not moved locations. We have been at the Borgata in Atlantic City the entire time, or so I'm told. This booth could have been transported.
But we don't know what's happened outside this building. It could be a barren wasteland out there.
Well, that's, the first week of the series, there was flooding in Atlantic City. There was like a foot and a half of snow. And
I
I'm
remember.
just all fat and happy inside the Borgata. I could, not that I could care less. I don't want anyone to, get injured or, have any problems. But
That's why I'm going to spend the night here tonight, because last week I came down here right after the snowstorm and I nearly crashed.
Yeah.
Like, not like people say I like genuinely nearly crashed. I had to drive up into Snowbank so I would not hit the car in front of me.
Yeah.
And I was like, you know what? Not today.
Yeah, no, and it's
If I didn't
tough
crash
as-
during the snowstorm, I'm definitely not crashing during a not snowstorm.
yeah, it's tough on the East Coast. You know, when so much snow, it's just it makes it dangerous even a few days after the actual storm.
My next letter's going to be empty.
Still an even match here
Yeah.
between the two. Back and
crossed
forth,
the
back and
Once
forth.
again, an even match.
We've crossed the 200 hand threshold. That is through all 3 games of this heads-up championship.
You know, we expected the heads up to go longer. It was looking like Keith was going to just blow away with it in the beginning, going up 1-0 and then having Matt really back on the ropes in game 2. But Matt has scraped his way back.
Yeah, Matt was down to
have a
20
real
bigs
shot
at
at
one
this
point
thing.
in game 2.
I think he was even less than that at one point.
Yeah.
Hang in there, my babies.
So Matt again opening with the suited connector. Almost take a flop.
Jesse wants to know, doesn't anyone check raise turns no more? It doesn't have to make sense.
It's funny how plays go in and out of style. You know, that's one of those plays that for a while people were doing. It was always the nuts. Then people said, well, people are folding to this, so I'm going to start bluffing with it. You know, and that's kind of the metagame of poker that you hear talked about so often. How things go in and out of style and how people perceive them.
That was a pretty interesting flop that may end up being a not very interesting run out, but flush draw, yeah. 2 pair versus a flush draw.
I see
is
Matt
now
not barreling.
2 pair versus 1 pair.
But he does bet this river on the small side. He only bets 500 into a pot of 3,000. A very, very small bet. Looking for that call from a 4. Will
He's
Keith
not
find
getting
the
a call.
raise?
He's
Yeah,
getting
those are
raised.
raising chips.
See, now, like, you force yourself in a situation, you're like, well, did I get raised because I only bet 500?
That's part of the problem with betting so small, and especially Keith has been bluffing a lot. Can Matt get away from it, or will he make the hero call? He does beat potentially some, you know, missed draws, some 4Xs now that are now bluffing. Big moment here for both players.
So greedy. Greed is not a good thing, my friend.
I don't think any poker player can give another poker player a speech on greed. You're all trying to take money from each other.
Matt definitely kicking himself for betting this river. He could have easily checked and gotten out of this one.
Also could have bet a little bit more and been a little, either just gotten a cheaper showdown or been more confident.
Is he going to pay it off? He's counting out calling chips. You know, that's part of the problem with betting this hand in general, is that when you bet here, he's really fishing for the call from just that 4. And Keith did a nice job of keeping some strong hands in his range here, that he does have the capability of check raising, putting the pressure on Matt when he does make a thin value bet like this. One of the longer decisions we've seen from either player this tournament. Joey DeMush thought it was getting in on the flop. It didn't, but still quite the pot.
Nice fold, Matt. Another good fold.
Very reluctant fold. When you bet that small and they get punched for betting small, it feels really bad.
Yeah, well,
Especially when you could have checked and taken showdown.
at least he bet small, and that's it.
You hear Matt mentioning he will find out what Keith had when he watches the stream.
Every bit of piece of information is vital, though. Even, you know, what you're giving an opponent a walk with, what you're just limping with, what you're calling with. It's all vital information, especially at this stage with these kind of players.
that. Get a freebie?
Although I think he'd be a little bit more interested in a few of the bigger wins we've seen.
Keith's still with a 3-2 chip lead over Matt. It's been that way for pretty much most of this third game.
$400, $1 at a time after you want to. He's just clicking.
Joey DeMush says Matt looks like Mark Newhouse.
A little bit.
Yeah, I could see that. I'd like to maybe see without the hat.
Yeah, and I know Mark Newhouse. I saw him this summer for the first time in person. He is freakishly tall.
Is he really?
He's a tall, skinny dude,
he's
yeah.
He's very long and lanky. But yeah, very tall, and he walked by, I was like, wow.
I would say that most people, after playing heads up for 26 hours, would start to resemble Mark Newhouse.
Keith taking down another pot.
Another poker player that is freakishly tall, Eric Seidel.
He is, I know that. There's a few. I mean, Helmuth is
Helmuth's
super
very
tall.
tall as well.
Did you guys see that picture of Helmuth with Jay-Z?
No.
Yeah, with the Warriors at the Warriors game, right? He's
Helmuth is
getting
wearing
gaps.
a very ill-fitting.
Yeah, very tight Warriors jersey.
Yeah.
Unless we both get up and we, you know what I mean?
Straight up.
Yeah, it's very tight in the upper body, the chest area, and then it just flares
We have further
out.
clarification on who Matt looks like. JDA 1119 says that Matt looks like if Mark Newhouse and Phil Galfond had a baby.
After yesterday?
Interesting. These are our viewers.
They can't make babies?
Yeah.
Because it goes against God?
If they could, I could see some Phil Galfond in Matt.
Yeah.
These players are playing for $49,000 top prize. They both guarantee $24,000 per second. So essentially a $24,000, $25,000 heads up.
Whoever wins can definitely afford to
Comes
get me a room
down
to stay here
to
tonight.
one game.
Yeah.
Did you hear me call for that? Did you hear me call for that?
Good. Like, how sick would it be if I just let into him?
And we just want to thank everyone for staying on the stream with us. We've had some people who have been here all day.
We've had quite a few. Got to give shout out to Ghost of M.
Have been here all day, but most importantly, the followers. It's been engaging, it's been fun, and you know this is why we put on the live streams to have this kind of fan community.
Shout out to Ghost of M, best Twitch moderator.
That's right.
There
yeah,
is.
He's the fourth member, I think.
Quick shout out to both of you who have been watching all day today. Thank you.
Big flop for Keith.
My heart goes out to all of those listener.
Matt again being able to dodge the times when Keith makes big hands by having absolutely nothing.
Yeah, that's not a bad problem to have.
Yeah, those are the
when your
spots
opponent
that,
has it.
you know, we talk about running well. These are the spots that can be considered running well. You know, we saw in game one when Matt picked up the big hand when Keith picked up a bigger hand.
Yeah.
And that was the end of Matt. That was the end of game one. Whereas now Keith's picking up big hands and Matt has absolutely nothing, not even a hand he can bet once with.
Yeah, and that the first hand was that's just a cooler heads up.
Absolutely,
You know what I
yeah.
mean? You look down, you see two jacks, and with the current stack sizes, it was like these chips are getting in the middle at some point. And even Joe touched on it when they were, facing a 4-bet. If they don't get the chips in, somebody's probably doing something wrong or,
Wrong.
playing a little bit too tightly. So, that was kind of just bound to happen. But yeah, game 2 was, a much more tactical affair, we will say.
It was. It was a real back and forth match. As is this one. This is the same one. I think fatigue is setting in for both players a little bit.
I don't know what you're talking about.
But we've also seen both players really shifting gears in different times throughout this match.
Yeah.
Keith certainly came out firing. And in match 2, I think Matt really kind of, let him know that it's just not going to work.
Well,
Hold on.
This could be something.
2 really big hands here for both players. But it looks like, yeah, there's the 3-bet from Keith. A very small 3-bet.
Yeah,
it looks like it. And just a call.
Yeah, Matt just going to see a flop here.
Bring it out. Bring it out.
Keith can't bear to watch.
Kind of
check
interesting.
dark?
I don't think he's done anything yet.
He checked dark.
He did.
This is
Anything?
Can I call
odd.
now?
No. I checked.
Yeah, he's not looking. Still not looking.
Odd.
This is the wheels coming off a little
I
bit.
think so.
I mean, it's fun and we like it, but it's just, you fought so hard to get to this point. Don't goof it all away.
He's been, in his defense, this has been part of his game this whole time. He's been quick and chatting a lot.
This whole
peekaboo
like playing baby games, though, with the board is like a little silly, which I'm fine with it from an entertainment perspective. I just...
Big bet on the river here from Matt.
And Keith has made a few good decisions with ace high.
Yeah, he called the ace-jack high earlier.
And he was correct. That was the hand with the pocket queen, queen-jack, where Matt triple-barreled in game 1. Can Keith find the fold button here, though? He needs to. He's now looking at the board. He didn't do that yet.
Come on, Keith Lowe, Ren. Lay it down.
Star Wars reference. Is it late enough to not do Star Wars spoilers? Like, can we say stuff?
Nah.
No, not
cool.
yet.
Okay.
I just don't think that the importance of me
People
talking
fold.
about it trumps anyone who hasn't seen it yet.
Make that deal.
Who cares?
That's definitely one I would have picked.
How many times have you seen
Definitely
it?
one
Fibs?
Just the once.
Just the once?
Yeah, I saw it just the once. I saw it very early. I was extremely worried about spoilers, especially with the Twitch stream. I just knew that at some point there was going to be someone that came into that stream and
just
spoiled
guns
it.
ablaze.
Yeah, exactly. And it's so hard to get those out of there before not only me, but anybody reads them. And sure enough, a couple days after I saw the movie, someone did come in and spoil it.
But you were ready.
Well, one of my moderators got it, but unfortunately it spoiled it for them.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I didn't even think of that.
A lot of pressure, though. There was a lot of, I had to get out there early.
The first weekend.
And I haven't been to the movies in quite some time, so this is the first movie I saw in theaters in a long time.
Yeah, the first weekend it came out, I was actually in Canada. Not that they don't have movie theaters in Canada.
Because there's no chance I could see it.
Yeah,
not in Canadian. I need to see it in English.
How could I understand that? But I waited about a week, and I didn't really get spoiled per se, but I'm not the biggest Star Wars fan, so I wasn't. If somebody told me it wasn't gonna ruin it for me.
Cannon84 tweets in, "Got to stay up to see Matt Rack win this and bring that trophy back to the QC."
Rack attack.
Do we know what the QC is?
Where is Matt from? Do we know where Matt's from? I don't remember.
I don't remember where I'm from.
Where's your information?
Right now, guys. It's definitely not in this pile of papers.
No, well, we're lost forever.
No more checking blind.
No, I actually handed Rob here.
Ghost of M says Matt's getting a second wind.
Actually, I might have lied. Because I have Keith here, which I shouldn't have.
Queen City, we're being told. New York.
Do you want to know where Giuseppe Pizzolatto's
But he
from?
lives in Charlotte.
That's right. He's a North Carolina guy.
Yeah.
500 and you make it $3 grand.
Cupcakes are done and blinds are up.
Another batch. That Borgata Baking Company hasn't stopped all day.
Maybe the last batch. Fingers crossed.
They should add a level. They should play 250 500 instead of.
Michael?
No, I'm joking. They should definitely not. Not for next time. Not for this time.
Oh, slow roll. You had to call a clock on me at aces?
Crest fan says, obviously you guys never been to NC, lol. I've been to NC.
I too have been in North Carolina.
Yeah.
I've driven through it. It is a massive state.
It is
Drive
really
through.
large, yeah.
Drove to South Carolina once, and I swear 90% of the drive was North Carolina.
South of the border.
We stopped there.
Rypack says, did you hear? The TD just moved the finals to best of 7.
Thankfully not. That would be a very long championship. Not that we're complaining. Look at this.
People getting a little fruity here.
This is a bet and a raise by Keith with just 9 high. And again, Matt just seems frustrated, and he shows that why just throws it right in his face.
Yeah, Keith. That mojo.
Thank you.
Matt seems to take that one a little bit better than he
Yeah.
did in the middle of game 2.
Definitely did.
Keith giving a little bless up there. Yeah, Matt kind of just shaking his head. Probably thinking to himself, that was weird.
Worked out for Keith. That's the aggression that we saw in match 1 from Keith, where he really was just hammering Matt every single pot, not giving up.
Nice and high, dealer.
Keith again being very honest.
I'm in check.
No, I think he wanted him. He wanted him low.
He wanted them low. Brittany Huber on YouTube says, Keith is one of my best friends. Good luck, win big. Well, Brittany, he's very close.
Yeah.
If he can take this match home, take this game home, he will be the victor here. Although he does have to climb back out of a hole here now. As Matt has him nearly 2-1 in chips. I'm sorry.
No, Keith is
Keith has Matt. Yeah, Keith has Matt.
But Matt does have a hammer lock on this hand for now. Still got it.
Keith seems very more, animated and
Well, Matt is going to value
his
bet.
emotions again. We talked about how he was looking a little bit tired earlier.
Again, there's a small value bet. He got punished last time when Keith raised.
Keith's just shaking his head here. I don't think he can find a call with just a pair. Yeah.
Not as small a value bet this time either.
Yeah, it was a little larger.
At least he went quarter the pot this time.
Live tell.
So the 36 bigs plays 31 bigs right now?
Yeah. This is, we're getting there.
Virtually
At
even.
300, 600 blinds with only 40,000 chips in play here. This will end at some point.
Promise?
We promise.
So you tell me.
Yeah. Oh boy.
Hiya.
Ace of king. Nonchalant raise, nonchalant call.
So is limp, raise, call?
Yeah. Keith really saving himself from potentially going broke. Ace-8 suited is a powerhouse hand, heads up. A hand very worthy of putting a lot of money in pre-flop.
It's just a bet call, and okay, this is where he probably doesn't save himself.
Yeah,
I'm
this
guessing.
is trouble now. Looks like Matt is going to find himself on the fortunate side of the cooler.
And not only, yeah, how does matches not double up here?
It's going to be really hard for Keith to get away from this.
He just calls, though. Wow.
Yeah, he's not going to raise. If Matt is bluffing, you want to let Matt continue bluffing.
Yeah.
The ace is a card where Matt will bluff a lot on.
5,000. Call.
Quick call from Keith.
That's going to leave Keith with almost nothing.
Yeah, that's.
Yeah, Keith left with just about 10 big blinds after that one. Actually,
like
sorry, yeah, he's 2 blues. Yeah, so it's about 15,
baby
16
blue
big
chips.
blinds.
But still, you know, we've yet to see him in that position at all today.
No, we haven't seen Keith short once in these matches.
Yeah, and you can just tell he's just super frustrated. That's, you know, one of those turn cards that.
It's just, I mean,
his body language is nonchalant and acting like he was kind of throwing chips away, but that's how
really
that's how it was supposed to happen.
Yeah.
And the fact, I mean, he could have also gone broke and didn't, so, or not gone broke, but gotten doubled through completely. So.
No, it was definitely some good restraint to just call. But that, you know, the ace on the turn, he's probably getting away from ace high.
Really just a cooler.
Yeah.
You know, if he does, yeah, you're right. If he does whiff the turn, they may even go check, and they probably check down, and Matt still wins a pot. Just
I don't
albeit
think
much
Keith wants
smaller.
to check down. We haven't seen. Much
No,
of that
we
from
haven't.
him. But yeah, that's you know, Matt was on the wrong end of a cooler.
In the first
game
match,
one,
yeah.
Jacks to aces pre-flop. All right, the hat's coming back on.
Sunglasses coming off.
What's that?
Get your coat.
Where is the jacket? He did a nice look with the jacket on
Yeah, he took
in
the
the
jacket. We haven't
first
seen the
round
jacket.
versus George.
Matt has just boringly been wearing the same thing all
Come on, Matt,
day.
shake it up a bit.
Big one.
Ace and a 4.
He just gets a walk, and you know, like we said, this is a stack size that we haven't really seen Keith be forced to play today. He's under the 20 big blind mark, and you know, we imagine with you know, a raise, a 3-bet, you know, the chips could potentially get in here.
I mean, with Keith's the style Keith has been playing, he's really been pushing the aggression.
Yeah.
I can't imagine he's going to sit around and wait for some. You know, he's going to push the action here still.
Yeah, you know, we haven't really seen him, you know, grind per se like Matt has. So, you know, we wouldn't be surprised.
These
But
are not the
this
hands
is
you
not-
want to
yeah,
see
the-
when
the-
you're Keith.
The 4 high is not what you want to be dealt with 17 bigs. That's for sure. No matter what kind of poker you're playing.
He does outflop Matt here, though.
And isn't it amazing? He's short, but he's still just like
He
leading.
still
He's
is
you know, he's
pushing the
still
aggression, yeah.
pushing the aggression, and that's, I think,
It's
the
impressive.
Best part about Keith's game is that he's going to kind of stay true to that. You know, I'm gonna be in a lot of pots. I'm gonna be firing out in spots and forcing folds from hands that are better than mine. Granted, he flopped a pair there.
Matt has an incredible amount of equity in that hand still, though, with the 2 over his backdoor straight draw. So getting a fold from Queen Jack is actually a win for Keith's hand
Yeah,
here.
definitely. He doesn't want to see a turn or a river in that spot.
Now here's the hand Keith has been waiting for.
Yeah,
Was he
without a
just,
doubt.
did he just?
Just a raise.
Oh, he
Just
did
a
just
raise.
raise. Okay.
Yeah, just a min raise from the button.
See if Matt can outflop him.
He does.
He does indeed. Rough spot if you're Keith. Such a great hand pre-flop, obviously.
Yeah,
And even on this board, you're still feeling pretty content with your hand here. See the bet and the call. No hope for anyone on the turn. Will Keith keep applying pressure, or will he slow down?
He goes check. So Keith kind of showing some restraint.
Check, and Matt will show the winner.
Yeah. And that's one of those spots where, you know, if Keith had the big stack, he probably would have, you know, maybe bet turn or river.
What's up, man? You know how hard it is to get a pair?
And with that pot. Keith's going to be down to only about 13 big blinds here at 300, 600. Not a lot to work with. 2 eights for Matt.
There's a pair of 8s. Keith has an 8 and a 6 that's not a pair.
Matt raises. Keith will take the flop.
Oh, boy.
Oh, this is trouble.
Okay.
Well, hold on.
Top pair versus top set.
Yeah, this is not going to work out too well here for Keith. Keith has some backdoor
Keith has
possibilities.
has a
He just moves in.
7%.
Just going for it. He is pretty much drawn dead,
Matt puts his hands
7%.
in the air.
Wow.
I think he kind of knows that he's a clean run out away.
You hear Keith's fans calling for some help. He will need some help, or Matt will be our winner. Ace of diamonds on the turn means
GG.
Keith is drawing dead.
Ooh, and he improves to
Hats
2
off to
anyway.
Keith. He played a great tournament,
Yeah.
destroyed the bracket, and he will take home $24,000 for his second place finish. We have to tip our hats to the man of the hour, Matthew Emmel.
Yeah,
who,
congratulations.
despite being
huge
down
win.
1-0 in the finals here, scratches, claws his way back, facing elimination, does not give up,
Yeah, he
and
didn't
takes
fall.
home the championship.
Never give up, never surrender.
Well, I'm going to run down and see if I can grab Matt for a winner's interview. So thank you guys.
All right. We'll be back here after the winner's interview with Matt Emmel.
Maybe we can kill some time for Gags while he gets down there.
Yeah, definitely. Joe, it's been a pleasure.
Yeah, man, it was, I mean, look, I get a little moany when things take this long, but
Yeah, no,
that
that's
doesn't
fine.
mean that it wasn't great action. It doesn't mean that it wasn't just a fantastic heads-up battle between these two. I think Matt really proved himself as the more experienced player. You know, he made that claim that he was the
Well, we're here with our
heads-up sit-go
champion,
specialist, and now he's down with Mike.
Matthew Emmel. Matt, how are you feeling?
Feeling great, man. That's that tournament right there. If I was ever going to win one of the tournaments I've gone deep in, that's definitely the one I wanted to win.
Now, you wrote in your bio you were a heads-up sit-and-go specialist.
Yeah, that's true.
How did having that experience help you get through? You were behind in a few of these matches, and you managed to claw yourself back. Is the experience what gave you that boost to stick in there?
Yeah, absolutely. To be honest, he was crushing me the first game. I really felt like his strategy was better than mine, and I had to make an adjustment. I mean, granted, I got really lucky in the first game. I got it in really bad, and when I built a stack, and I started changing my strategy up a little bit, and it seemed to work. Seemed to work a lot better. He seemed to like playing a lot of big pots, which usually I don't, and so I tended to be in a lot of hands, not as strong of hands as I'd like, because he wasn't folding to any of my bets. So I started tightening up a little bit and value betting more than bluffing, trying to mix. I mean, I still big pots with mixed in some bluffs, but overall it was again with the experience question. It's just knowing when to adjust and how to adjust.
Absolutely. We did note that you shifted your strategy. It was definitely seemed to work out much better for you. And obviously, you came out in the end. We got to say, fatigue, was it a factor at all? You had to wait a really long time for your semifinal match to even start because the quarterfinal match
Managed for me because I'm staying here with my buddy Jason, and I just went up to the room, laid down in the bed, and relaxed.
you're waiting for went so long. How did that make you feel?
I'll tell you what, that actually might have been an advantage.
Nice and well rested for your match while they were out here grinding it out. So you clearly have some fans here supporting you. You had a lot of people on Twitter and on Twitch supporting you as well. Did that help you give you the confidence?
It's almost like a validation thing. Like, people have known that I've been a professional poker player for several years, but like cash games are grinding sit and goes and stuff like that. People are just like, yeah, they're kind of over it. But you win a tournament and all of a sudden you got this trophy and there's a little bit of validation to it.
Got a tiny glass Borgata to bring home. And we got to ask you, are we going to see you tomorrow in the WPT main event?
Yeah, I will be here tomorrow.
Well, we wish you luck and congratulations again on your win.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, guys. Back to you.
Yeah, congratulations, Matthew Emmel, 2016 Borgata Winter Poker Open heads-up champion. Nice job down there. Mike Gagliano, away from him to get back into the booth. There he is, instantaneously. He's here.
Boom.
He's made it. That's it, guys. I'm sorry that the broadcast was only 47 hours today. That's all the poker
Maybe next time the
we've
fans get a
got
little
for
more.
you guys. Just want to thank Will for bringing us home
Thank you
tonight.
for having me.
Thank you so much,
for
Will.
having me,
Appreciate
guys.
It was a pleasure.
Appreciate everything you guys do, and we're looking forward to a really exciting final week of the Winter Poker Open. First live stream heads up went pretty well. Went super late, but We loved it, and we loved having you guys here. So thank you very much.
Thanks so
And
much, everyone. Thanks
see
to
you
the
guys next
Borgata,
time.
and we will see you guys
Good night,
next
Joe.
time.
Good night, Joe.